I just didn't know exactly what that looked like.
Yeah, I haven't seen him outside of the main server for over a year. And I don't think I've seen him in the main server for a very long time either. Maybe he got sick of CB's bullying.
Yeah, yeah. I know I've heard a lot of people say that they're tired of the fresh and fit uh, content.
Yeah, that's well played out now. That needs to stop.
I mean, I see it as really materialistic, like worldview, where it's like, what's your body count? What's your hotness number? All this stuff that really kind of boils down to everything is mathematical. Like even love, attraction, marriage, family. It seems like it turns it into it's really just a financial choice. It's a financial decision. Okay, well, I mean, isn't everything kind of I mean, if you really want to boil shit down to like its real nitty gritty, if I have if I make breakfast and make a toast and eggs, or if I grab a breakfast sandwich on the way to work, those were the financial decisions too. And you could say, and this has this many calories, and this costs this much. You could break it all down by the numbers, but until you ram in some sort of adjudication process, religious, ethical, spiritual, they're just blurting. It's like, and I don't get. My take, okay, is that they just got girls talking, and that's really the whole show. Watch these girls talk. Like try to figure out what makes girls think or something. There's some other draw to that show than
Yeah.
what they're actually doing, which is trying to figure out some thesis about uh, men not controlling the dating market anymore or something.
Well, the thing, it's really weird because I actually don't disagree with 85% of what they say. Have you watched their podcast before?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've seen it because I mean, CB had sent stuff to me and stuff, so I know a lot. I mean, I know a lot of it, but yeah, they kind of got like a center right um, worldview. They talk about marriage and family and all this stuff, but then it's like you're like I don't know. Just recently there was like a scandal with like some one of the guys who like had unprotected sex with a girl and now she's pregnant and he's
Yeah,
like get a divorce or not divorce an abortion.
an abortion, yeah.
And you're like, well, shouldn't she be married? This girl?
Yeah, but this girl was a proper like hoe though. Like she
Yeah.
was a gold digger, bro. Like I wouldn't like advise anybody in that situation to go
Well,
ahead and start a relationship with her.
yeah, it kind of feels like, but that's your choice you made. Like if you're doing
Right.
this sort of fresh and fit mindset, you got to do the right thing, not the smart thing. You made your choice. You injected your genetic material into her reproductive organs. Now you've created life. Okay. Now you got to do the right thing.
Yeah, that guy that it happened to was never going to do the right thing. He's definitely not that sort of character. He's a runaway sort of character, and I think that you're raising a good point there. I think the reason why I said 85% because this is the bit I don't agree with. I think you should be strong enough to, you know, take responsibility, but also if you've got a woman there you feel you can't control, well, then put her in a position where she leaves you. Do you know what I mean? And that doesn't mean be an
Yeah.
arsehole. Just be yourself and you have your expectations, but be unapologetic about it and don't change. And if she leaves you, then she's the bad guy. So I think that's one way you could manage that situation, potentially. Because there's no way she's going to fucking tolerate a normal relationship with a man as the head of the household. That type of girl. I mean, the relationship. One thing we can be sure about, if he did go with her, the relationship was all definitely going to end some way. Like they're not going to end up going off into the sunset, are they? Together, raising kids and having grandkids.
You ever watch the TV show House?
No, I've heard about it. I've not seen it.
Okay, so one of the plot devices towards the end was House trying to figure out who his father was. And because his dad died, so then he was worried he wasn't going to be able to get DNA to test. But he was able to get a DNA sample, and it turned out that his dad, who raised him, wasn't his dad. And he had said that jokingly, throughout the show, that my dad's not my real dad. They're like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Don't be an asshole, right? Like, don't." It's a horrible thing to say to your parent. And then he gave all these justifications where no son of mine or whatever that his dad had said to him in the past. So then, after he does a DNA test, then he realized that the current boyfriend of his mom was also around at exactly the same time. So he's like, shit, maybe it's this guy. So he DNA tested him, and he got busted. The house got busted collecting his DNA. So then his mother says, yes, you are the father, right? I never told anyone, like House was like a month premature. We had already broke off by then, and I was gonna marry this other guy. Then I said I was pregnant, and whatever. So then, in the meanwhile, he got the DNA results, and that other guy wasn't the father either. So then, like his friend, I can't remember the supporting actor's name, like Dr. Gary or whatever. He goes, well, what the fuck does this mean? He he said, my mom just got 80% more interesting.
Really?
Which is like quite the opposite idea of the fresh and fit thing, right? Where
That's definitely not more. A woman is not more interesting the more. We'll use the fresh and fit term. The more body she's got, is she? She becomes less interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, like if you got that sort of atheistic worldview, like reproductive organs and what they're used for, like the woman's reproductive organ is designed to store, like semen until she ovulates.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So if you've got multiple donors, I mean, it could. I don't know. They say like, how long does semen last? I mean, I think that what if they get into the uterus, it can stay there for like a week or something like that, and just wait. It just kind of hangs out. Okay.
Dude, you're blowing my mind. Hold on. You're telling me I've got to this age, right?
Yeah.
And now you're trying to tell me that you can sleep with someone and they can store your semen until they're ready to ovulate. So if they're due to ovulate within the next few days, you can still get that person pregnant. Is that what you said? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying.
My mind's blown. I didn't know that.
Yeah, let's see what it says up to 5 days. The average is 3 days, but the exact length depends on multiple different factors.
It kind of makes sense. Yeah, kind of makes sense. I just, for some reason, never really looked into that. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Well, all that means is your mum was probably a hoe. There's no two ways about it, is there? Sleeping with multiple men.
Yeah, here's like a web at see what government website. Oh, U.S. government website.
Guys, it doesn't change. If your sperm quality is bad, it's keep bad. Like it's still bad. It
Yeah.
doesn't change anything.
Yeah, this one says
Yeah,
that
yeah.
after 1 week, 5% of the sperm are still alive, and those 5 are probably the highest
That's not.
quality
It's
ones.
not. It's not. It's not about the woman. It's about the quality of the sperm. That's
Yeah,
all about. But because you was referring to actually that's a woman doing that, but that's not true. That's actually not true.
Well, yeah, he didn't say the woman was doing that. He just said that she can
It's kind of sounded like
store
that.
sperm. Yeah, yeah. It may sound like that, but I don't think he said that it was the woman's
Just wanted to
ability to
clarify,
do that.
guys. The Earth is
Yeah.
flat.
yeah. Right here it says unprotected sex can have sperm survive from 3 to 7 days. The female genitalia tract has secretions that keep the sperm alive and provide nutrition.
Wow.
Yeah, the
Didn't have to
mucus
worry about
around.
any of that. I just had to look at my wife and she was pregnant.
I mean, dude,
Yeah,
I did
Super
I did
sperm.
not often shot in like unprotected in a virgin and in a vagina. Sorry, virgin. What the fuck, vagina? And twice she became pregnant. So whatever. Yeah, I think I did it like 3 or 4 times with women they didn't protect, and like 2 times they become pregnant like instantly. It's really quick. Like they become pregnant really quick.
Giggler was in here yesterday talking about gassing flat earthers and rounding them up in cattle cars. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to mute you. I'm just not going to talk to you. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. I don't care what you have to say. You give me reasons not to care. Because he's asking, well, how am I going to respond? I go, I'm not. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware if he's like somehow he cracked or something.
No, bro. I've been telling everybody about Giggler since the last time we had this PNR room. He's an infiltrator. He will act friendly, try and get mod perms, wants to be the glober with mod powers, wants to bring balance to the server, and then he'll do underhanded shit in the background. So we had to kick him out of. He set up Was it Flatman server? Yeah, he
Yeah.
helped set up Flatman server, and I called him out early, and I told everybody you need to take his perm away from him straight away. And then he proved it within a few weeks, and then he was doing what you've just said, like being horrible, talking about flat earthers are a plague, blah blah blah. He's not a nice guy.
Oh, I get it. You guys got Among Us in you guys groups. I love it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We get
Good.
Globers pretending to be flat earthers and everything. Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
playing it for a couple of days and then they fucking trash talk? Okay.
Well,
okay.
no, because something triggers them. They can only
That's
main
even
character.
worse than being flat earth. Like these people are even worse than being flat earth.
Yeah, they can
Holy
only main
crap.
character long enough because eventually
You
we'll
guys can
talk
be
about.
proud actually to not be like that, you know?
Yeah, they don't maintain character all that long because something will trigger them. We'll just be talking something flat Earth related. We'll make fun of science or Don Patet or something, and it will just send them cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and they'll drop character.
Right. Got it.
And you can kind of see
Then-
too because
you
they'll
kinda
talk
just-
about flat Earth, but they'll never really give like a concrete answer. Always be like, oh yeah, if the Earth, like a fellow flat earthers, what'd you guys think of that debate? Like, Witz, it really cooked him. You're like, or something like that. You're like, oh, I can't wait for the next one. Like, they never actually talk about flat Earth. They'll talk about peripheral sort of ideas.
But is it not like the normal day for like survivors of evolution of a theory?
Of what? Curie.
Theory, like theory, yeah, theory.
Tyranny?
No. Like any theories, like
Theory.
yeah, theory. Oh, sorry, theory, right? So you have a theory, right? You guys all believe in that theory, but there's one guy, he might stand up, so you guys need to kick him out, right? Even when he's in, that's just the normal way that evolution is going.
No.
Yeah,
Let me
it
just.
is.
So let me tell you the difference. No. This is.
It might,
so
it might be thinking you guys might. I mean, I believe you guys. I think I believe you, but
No, hear me out though.
I
Hear me out,
still
mate.
kind of have a chance that actually this guy was believing in flat Earth, but
No.
because you guys involved and he involved, you guys kicked him out because that's evolution.
Okay, so first of all, when it comes to the flat Earth, i.e., the movement, the group of people like us,
No,
we're
don't put
one of the.
flat Earth inside. I was just talking about like everything right now, not only the flat Earth.
No, but listen,
I
your
don't want to
idea,
talk about
your idea that we believe in a
this
theory
topic.
is wrong. We don't believe in a theory. We don't have a replacement cosmology we're trying to sell you.
No,
Flat is not a shape.
You believe in a theory, right? That's what you
Sorry?
do. You believe in a theory, the flat Earth.
No,
right?
No.
Yes,
There
yes,
is no
yes, you do.
theories. There is no theories. We may talk theory on a Sunday. We have a
Okay.
special day where we talk about theories.
If it's not a
But
theory,
let me
why
finish.
you don't
Let me
accept?
finish. Let me finish. Monday to Saturday, we talk about what we can empirically prove and what is empirically correct.
Okay,
So
so at the point when it started to something over you actually believing theory, you guys deny it, right? It was like example,
we
like
don't believe in theories.
atmospheric
Go ahead,
reflection,
Chris.
right?
Go ahead,
Example.
Chris.
Okay, so if something is what it is does
You don't believe
your
it. I get it.
okay? I've got a tin of candy. You hear it? There's a little tin of candy I just got from my girlfriend. This tin came from my girlfriend. This tin is candy, and it's sitting on my desk, even if I don't believe it so. My belief has nothing to do with this physical object. So flat Earth is independent from human thought or expression. The Earth is flat and stationary.
No, stop. We
Even
was not
if you
talking about
believe it
that. You're going back
otherwise.
to the flat Earth. I was just saying.
You tried to
this
say it's a
stuff.
theory, some sort of
No,
belief
because
system.
you guys mentioned the guy that tried to Among Us you guys and stuff like that. But I said the possibility is high that actually
No, you
that was
misunderstood.
just a
You
What?
misunderstood. There's a nasty guy, okay? A guy with some very harmful ideas towards flat earthers, where he feels that flat Earth is harmful to humanity somewhere.
Are you
He
not
tried
you
to
guys believing
pretend.
that's harmful the curved Earth with all the conspiracy with all the agency all around the world?
Well, look at the
That's
news
actually
today.
you guys doing, but because the other guys are not doing it.
No, look at the news today from the Telegraph. The author says, "I'd like to believe the moon landings were fake. The alternative is far bleaker."
What are you saying?
They're saying that if it's faked,
Dude,
now
you need to send me anything. I don't. What are you saying? I don't understand.
Okay, let me post it.
It doesn't mind what someone is. We're more than 8 billion people on this world.
Based on how do you know that? You count them?
People. What is this, bro? What the fuck? You sending me a picture?
Yeah, right here.
Picture?
Calm down, bro. Bro, calm down. You're turning this conversation into something annoying.
Yeah, see, I post a screen cap. That way you can look up the story in a news source you trust. That way, if I just post the Telegraph and you're like, "Hey, bro, the Telegraph is fake news,"
No,
then I gotta get another.
So I can open it. I want to see who this dumb mind is. Who wrote it?
Well, why do you? If you've already adjudicated it and it's dumb, why would you even care to read it?
Because I'm honest to you, like right away. You have a problem with that?
Yeah, it seems like you're judging things based off ignorance.
Of course, because I do another belief than you. Because you are judging, like all the agency and all the people. I don't know what you guys judging. So I judged you. That's normal. That's just like judging, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
and you do
but why are you
you
judging
because
me to judge someone when you
your
when you
globe
judging
should
as
have
well?
offered something better than that, than caveman style tribalism.
Guys, whatever. Send me the link. I want to read. I want to read it.
Yeah, if you want the link, you know where to find it.
Damn, I'm not gonna search it. I'm playing.
Then don't. Yeah, just play your video game, enjoy your bread and circus, and now you know why.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't need to thank me.
I already did, dude. I already did. Don't change
Yeah,
it.
and I reject
you
your
can.
thanks.
You can.
I reject it. Yeah.
You Globers are stubborn. Very stubborn.
Damn, here we go. Round one, Roots. Round one. Ding-ding-ding-ding.
We can have the conversation without it being a debate, right?
You also would need a claim too. Like,
I'm here to debate.
Do you have a claim?
Yeah, why did Jews keep on taking over Western countries?
Oh, good.
Fucking hell. Really?
That's my claim.
Because
Well,
the
yeah,
Earth is measured flat.
That's not a claim. That's a question.
Oh, okay.
And it's
Well, why is
malformed.
George Soros Jewish?
It's malformed.
Because the
He
Earth's
was
flat.
born that way.
Why is Jeffrey Epstein Jewish?
He was born that way.
Why
On a
is
flat
Biden's
Earth.
entire cabinet Jewish?
Who
Yeah, we
cares?
get it, dude. Dude, we get
who
it.
cares?
We get it. We already know.
Let's just not
Fine.
notice a pattern, because who cares?
Yeah, nobody
We
cares. Yeah, hey, you hear me? Nobody cares.
Go ahead, Barrington.
Yo, this Uncle Adolf, he's a fucking Nazi. I love this guy. Kind of hate him, but I love him as well.
All right, we've got 2 YouTube bots in here, guys, so we won't be talking about Nazis or Hitler today at all.
Yes, please mute this. Can I insult him?
He's muted. We can't risk talking about these highly sensitive and censored topics
Of course,
on YouTube.
leave, Adolf. This is too high stuff here for you.
No, it's because some people live in countries where that speech is illegal. So we're not going to sit there and
Yeah, that's all.
broadcast content that is going to get people in trouble if they listen to it.
We don't want our channel struck.
Yeah, and the topic is flat Earth, not some bizarre ethnicity theory.
Yeah, I did spend a lot of my time here in these channels already. But every time I try, maybe I changed already. You guys have deep contact with all you guys groups, like you guys know when someone leaves, like this complot, this idea, not complot, I want to install it, this idea.
Once again, this is not a cult, my friend.
Yeah,
there are lots of flat Earth theories. There are lots of flat Earth models. But
you guys
here,
like texting each
we
other.
don't claim any of those. If people want to leave leave the Discord, leave their attendance on a regular basis, you mean, on the Discord?
Yeah, I mean, you guys all together like every day, or you guys like know each other for like a couple of months, speak a lot about flat Earth, you both believe in the same, but then the guy, he just say, stop believing in that, and they say, hey dude, I'm out. Is he like texting to you, or is he not coming back, or what is he doing?
There's probably a handful of flat earthers who have gone back to the globe. But in general, people don't go back to the globe because the globe, it's not about the globe and it's not about the shape of the floor at all. It's about logical thinking, and it's about being able to differentiate the difference between belief and knowledge. It doesn't make you a flat earther. Well, we might do. You might consider yourself as a flat earther, but
that's the problem.
Just by acknowledging, just by acknowledging that the curvature and the motion cannot be detected, there's nothing.
It can be detected.
Really? How?
Yes, like there's so many examples.
Let's go. Like what? How do we detect curvature or motion?
So many.
You've not been here for very long, have you? There is none, my friend.
I mean, there's so many. Like really,
Like what?
you
Direct
really
evidence.
want to go again this way? Like
Hold
I
on.
did it
If
with
you're gonna quote
partner.
the sky or you're gonna quote sticks and shadows, I'm gonna tell you that's indirect evidence, and you've correlated your belief.
No, because every time
You
there
needed
is
direct evidence.
no, because that's the problem. Every time there's a direct evidence, you guys say that's not evidence because you cannot prove it. But how you prove it when it's evidence right here? You know, that's like make zero sense at all.
Can you give an example?
Foucault pendulum, stars and night vision.
All right.
Can we
Well,
one topic?
one example, and then we just cover one at a time. So Foucault's pendulum. Who wants to take it?
Yeah, so the Foucault's pendulum, if you see a pendulum move, how is that actually you seeing the Earth move?
So it's actually a setup, you know. So it's a setup, right?
Okay, so there's a problem. So you set something up to do something and it did it.
Look, that's what I'm acknowledging. It's a setup, and you guys don't believe because it's a setup. That's what you guys do.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna
No.
build a device here on my desk, I got a Rubik's Cube, a top, a bottle cap, a back scratcher, and a napkin. And I'm gonna have it do something. Okay?
And then you have an observation, but you see the observation, but then actually you say, "Yo, guys, that's a setup." So
yeah, because I set it up. I took these objects and I set it up.
That's actually no proof. But you can say that for everything. You can say that because my mother is not my mother because there is no proof.
Let me try this. If you do something, did you do that or did you not do that?
Look, that's a hard question, you know.
No, it's not. Okay, you did something. Like
no, did I do something or did the universe did something for me?
Okay, this is fucking nuts. Okay, next.
Can you
okay, then maybe Coriolis effect. What is that?
Same claim. So Foucault's pendulum is a claim of Coriolis. So Coriolis is just what we would expect an object.
The nature. That's about the nature.
Like kinetic energy.
Weather passions, ocean.
No, stop. Let me explain.
You got to let him finish speaking, dude. You're talking straight over the top. Let him finish.
Yeah, so Foucault's pendulum, very quickly, it's an experiment done by a Freemason guy called Foucault, who claimed that the pendulum would swing in a procession with the Earth in the direction of the Earth's spin after a certain amount of time.
Buddy, we're going back in topic. Like we already passed that.
Hold on.
This is a setup.
Due to the Coriolis effect. Okay? So in order for this to happen, there has to be two reference frames. One of them rotating, an inertia, and a non-inertial reference frame. Okay, that is the only way you can claim a Coriolis effect. You have to have two reference frames.
It's a twist turn difference of the south and the north. That's what it is.
No,
it's nothing.
So
nothing else.
Coriolis is just kinetic energy on a rotating system. You'll have a rotating body and then a reference frame where there's a non-rotation.
No.
Okay.
No, it's called because the moving air and water. And sorry,
my friend, there's no here at this point. We've not got to the bit where you can disagree yet.
Okay,
I'm just talking about what Coriolis is.
I do disagree already because it was like not right what you're saying. This is only causing because of the moving air and water that to turn and twist in different direction in the northern and in the southern hemisphere. You understand that? That's Coriolis.
Two reference frames, correct? Two reference frames of motion, two frames of motion, correct?
Hold on. I explained to you the Coriolis effect. That's what it is, like weather patterns and maybe like ocean currents.
God, dude.
So we went to Foucault.
Whoa. Alpha, stop talking.
To now nature, that's also for you guys a setup, right?
Alpha, you're panicking, you're jumping around all over the place. We're just establishing the definition of the Coriolis effect. It's kinetic energy on rotating systems. Now, yes, you do claim the Earth rotates underneath a pendulum. Okay, that's your claim, but we haven't got there yet. We need to agree that in order for that to happen, you've got two reference frames, an inertia and a non-inertial, or in your case, your special case, two opposite direction reference frames. Either way, we are talking about kinetic energy on a rotating reference frame to a non or an opposite rotation. Would you agree at this point?
Bruce, I kind of disagree because you muting me and then insulting me, I'm panicked. That's more argument that
I'm
you are
sorry if I
panicked.
insulted you. I didn't mean to insult you. I do
Oh,
genuinely
cool,
apologize.
cool. I accept that. So what I'm saying is that at the Foucault pendulum, it's a really simple example. You guys don't believe it's because it's a setup. And then there's the Coriolis effect that is also
That's
includes
not
in the
correct,
Foucault
dude.
pendulum, but that's actually by nature, and you guys don't believe nature as well.
You're just straw manning now because that's not what anyone has said. Yeah, we didn't say we didn't believe it just because it's something
And
that
then,
has
and
been
then there's
set up.
also real experience like satellites, space station observation, really
But you
people
can't
going to
define
the
it.
moon,
You can't
really
define
people going there, and you don't
define the
believe that's all
Coriolis
that.
effect.
You don't that, you know.
Well,
I mean,
define the Coriolis effect then. If you don't agree with my definition, then give me the actual, or give me your interpretation of
okay,
what
I
Coriolis
will.
is. Not using the Earth,
It
just using simple
describes
terms.
how the rotation affects on the motion of the object. So how I said is like it's like through how it's called air, moving air and water to turn and twist, you know, in different directions. So in the northern
Okay,
and
so
southern
if I
hemisphere.
shoot a rock, if I throw a ball through the
That's
air,
Coriolis effect. That's what I learned in school.
no, it's not. You need
It
a
is.
rotating reference frame in order to invoke something called Coriolis. Coriolis is just the
No,
apparent
no,
deflection
it
that
actually
one would see from their position on a non-rotating or in from the other reference frame.
no, it
That's all
described
we're talking about.
it described specifically the effect of the Earth rotation. That's what it does.
No, Coriolis is
I
a
know you don't believe
standalone
it.
idea.
I know that you don't believe it. I
No,
know.
break it down. Coriolis can be experienced on a merry-go-round.
No, but
Nothing to do with the Earth.
I'm
The
speaking right now
Coriolis
about
effect can be achieved.
about
If I
nature.
throw something, listen, Alpha, you'll get this. You will get this. If I throw something to you, I'm on a merry-go-round and I'm
Oh,
spinning round and round, right? No, Alpha,
you
I'm
will
not
get
trying
it.
to. Alpha, I'm not trying to. Oh my God, will you stop being so defensive? If I'm on a merry-go-round, right, and you're standing off the merry-go-round on the ground, watching me on the merry-go-round, right? So now I'm spinning and I'm turning away from you, and on the way round, as I pass you, I throw something off the merry-go-round
Okay,
to
but
you.
this is just an example. This is just another example. But I'm saying, I'm speaking about pure nature. You guys don't believe in that. So when you guys don't believe in setups, don't in nature, don't in actually observing maybe the night sky, maybe the satellite and space observation by the people, their own experience, what do you guys believe? Nothing, right? Only what you
I
guys
don't know if
see
somebody else
in.
wants to try and define the Coriolis effect with him because he's
Okay,
not willing to define the term Coriolis effect.
then go for the gyroscope, maybe. Go for
Wait,
the gyroscope.
isn't it
Might be more easier for you guys.
isn't it easier to just say Coriolis is experienced on a rotating body?
No, but
Yes, I've said it 5 times.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
specific. It's specific.
So if the Earth is alpha, so if the Earth is rotating, wouldn't you say you would experience Coriolis here on Earth?
What?
If the Earth is rotating, you would experience Coriolis effects here on Earth.
No, there is a Coriolis effect, and I can describe you with different examples.
That's the observation. But the theory here is if the Earth is rotating, then you would experience Coriolis effect here on Earth, right?
I mean, you do. There's weather patterns and also ocean currents.
Okay. Yes. Great. You have the theory, and then you have the observation. So
then we can just go to maybe to another experiment.
then the
right?
Earth is rotating, right?
Of course.
Yeah, I would say so too. Okay.
Hold on. So I was reading an email. What was the example you gave of Coriolis in nature?
No, if you guys don't get it on Coriolis, we can change that topic.
No, not
No,
you,
we
not
can
you.
get it
You
because,
clearly don't understand. Sorry, JJ.
I've got a citation in there from Wikipedia, which says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame. So a non-inertial rotating reference frame and an inertial reference frame, which is non-rotating.
So in this case, the Earth. So in this case, if the Earth is rotating, that would be the then it's non-inertial by definition.
Correct. And then when we see something leave the Earth, we would see an apparent deviation. It may be taking a straight path, but it appears to deviate. So when the Foucault's pendulum is claimed for Earth's rotation, the claim is that the Earth is rotating under the pendulum.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
There we
what
go.
you would experience, right? You would see the focal pendulum rotate.
Except most of the time the pendulum doesn't rotate in the right direction. In fact, a lot of them need to be restarted and adjusted, and all the ones in museums use electromagnetic motors. So no, we don't see any consistency with the precession of Foucault's pendulum and the Earth. It's a mythologized. That's what it is.
I think I'm not gonna. It's at this point we're just hand waving away evidence, I would say. So it's kind of pointless to discuss.
Well,
Yikes.
no, there's examples of them spinning in the wrong direction. How do you explain a pendulum precession in the wrong direction to the Earth's rotation?
If you set up a shady experiment with, like, for example, a light pendulum or something, then it could happen, right? If there is like wind or something, because the force is pretty weak, but it's still there. Yeah, it's
No, we
possible.
don't have any. We don't have. So basically, the Foucault's pendulum doesn't always precess in the right direction. But to assume the precession would be caused by the Earth in the first place, where's your natural phenomenon? Where's your deviation in airplanes, hot air balloons, and drones?
First of all, it depends where you set up the pendulum, right?
Yeah.
So where you put the setup on, you put it on northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, and as well.
And in both references, we don't have that apparent deviation.
No, because you saying it's changed like randomly. That's not true.
Randomly? No, it should be precessing in the direction of the Earth's rotation.
Depends where you set it up, right? Yes.
Right. So if you have a claim, where's your natural phenomenon where you can see these two reference frames in action, where you would see an aeroplane deflect?
Okay.
Apparently deflect in the sky.
As the Earth rotates, the plane of the pendulum, the pendulum swings, appears to rotate to relative to the Earth's surface. So when you take the rotation rate, it depends on the latitude of the pendulum. You understand that? So at the north or south pole, the plane of swing rotates like 360 degrees in 24 hours. But when you come to the equator, there is no rotation at all. You understand that or not?
Alpa, you didn't answer his question. He was talking about airplanes.
Airplanes?
I'm talking about
airplanes.
anything.
It's
I'm
the
talking
plane
about anything in the sky. Anything in the sky that
plane
is
of
now.
pendulum.
Listen. So the Earth rotation is a non-inertial reference frame. Okay.
No,
So
I'm saying
we're talking about an inertial reference frame above the non-inertial reference frame of the Earth.
Dude,
where do we see the apparent deviation in nature?
So you still not get it. So on the equator, there's no rotation with the focal pendulum. You understand that or not?
You can show that.
The core.
That's not entirely true.
Does it answer your question, or should I go deeper?
Yeah, you might want to look that up. It's not entirely true.
Yeah, it is. If you exactly at the point of the equator, probably it's true.
Yeah. No, it's not true because it's also an imaginary line. So you draw an imaginary line and then say, if you put this device here, it will do what I designed it to do.
I mean, for my thinking, what I know about the pendulum, it should be like that, right? It's probably experienced a lot of time. People does that every day, right?
Yeah, I don't know if there is any like official, like pretty huge heavy apparatus pendulums at the equator. There isn't anyone. It's not very. If it were right, people would go there and to watch a pendulum that doesn't rotate. I don't know how exciting that is.
It should be life changing. If globe,
How
if
How
globe,
For
it
you,
would
for you guys, but the rest of the world already.
no for the rest of the world.
believes the Earth is-
It would snap
No.
them out of this downward spiral that they have. It would
Why?
be
if
no,
you
it
flat
makes
earther
sense
build
because of
a-
Ecuador. What the hell?
If you guys,
You don't understand like logical radius gravity, how gravity on radius works. That's why
Yeah.
on the equator you have like no rotation then.
but there is no pendulum there. But what Crit is saying is, if we were to build one, it would rotate, maybe or not. I don't know what you would say, Crit. What
no.
do you
If you
expect?
build that, it won't do anything at all. It will just
Oh,
sit there until
Yeah.
If you do it in Africa, in the
you
Ecuador
kick it.
somewhere, yeah.
Until you give the kick, then it will move, and then
Well,
it will move
obviously, yeah.
exactly how you designed it.
Okay.
Over time, it should fall into the precession of the Earth. But if it's falling into the opposite precession or not following the Earth, then what does that mean?
Well, the theory is that it shouldn't rotate at the equator, right? If you just swing it, it will follow the laws of physics, and at the equator, it would be along those axes. It would just be there will be no like non-inertial. The ground wouldn't be like non-inertial, right? So it
well,
shouldn't.
Yeah,
how
but-
is the pendulum actually in an inertial frame?
Guys, let's
Everything
just go
is everything is in an inertial.
let's just go
reference
to
frame.
gyroscope.
I don't know.
actually.
That's nonsensical
maybe
thing
easier,
to
guys.
say. It's like saying, are we abiding by the laws of physics? That's what you're basically saying by asking that question.
Well,
Let's
we
just
need
go
to have
to the
two reference
gyroscope.
frames, yeah?
Hmm?
Guys, let's skip that. Like pendulum is a lot, you know. I get it. Just
I
skip
think
it, please.
like it's interesting to answer, because when these questions are asked, it's very nonsensical thing to even ask.
I know.
And there's no point
maybe.
going to the gyro because we're talking about you guys are claiming the gyro is precessing because of the Coriolis effect, and we would disagree that it is due to Coriolis effect. We're not denying a precession,
No,
but you're pre-assuming your precession's cause on a gyro. So it's no point talking about the gyro.
That's
If
the
we're
way
talking about,
I'm trying to
but if
bring
we're
you
talking
guys.
about Coriolis, then we need to be talking about the natural phenomenon that we experience in nature to have this assumption in the
Yes,
first
I
place.
told you. You do that
So
in
why
water
do we
patterns.
believe?
In water
Why do we
patterns and ocean
believe there's a
currents.
non-inertial and an inertial reference frame when we have no examples for this? And your claim
just
of the
examined it
Foucault's
twice.
pendulum
Natural.
is a mythologized, a bit like boats over the horizon. It's a mythologized proof that isn't even true.
No, you denying the reality right now. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not denying reality.
Yeah, I gave
I'm
you
denying
two
you have
examples.
any evidence. You don't
Yeah,
have any
nature.
evidence for your cause of precession.
Watch weather patterns. Just watch large-scale weather pattern systems.
Yeah,
Such
weather
as,
patterns. Weather patterns.
Cyclones. Or
Weather patterns resemble the water currents we have under the sea. We have
no.
eddies and
Like,
spirals
when you take a
caused due
cyclone-
to entropy, hot and cold, and we have a dynamic system. So we can easily explain why tornadoes
stop.
in one direction and hurricanes in the other direction
on
in
the
the
North
and
Pole
south.
and in the South Pole is cold. Stop.
It doesn't mean you have
no,
proof
it makes
of
no
the
sense what you're
Coriolis
saying.
effect.
You make no
That's
sense.
evidence
what you're
for a
saying.
Coriolis
You
effect,
say
right?
you keep
No,
you
that's a
keep saying
correlation. You have no
that-
proof
Yeah.
of causation.
Strong.
you're saying about
Every day,
different
so-
temperatures
Because
in
we
North and
have
South Pole, they're both
evidence of
cold.
eddies
I
and
can't do this. It's too
spirals.
much babbling.
Stop, please. They're both cold.
Yeah, no,
both poles are
Dude,
cold.
listen, Alpha. Just calm down a second. You've not been in this conversation for long enough to just jump all over everybody and tell them they're wrong. We've been having this conversation for a long time. We understand the Coriolis effect better than you do. Now you believe in your globe, so you won't let us finish and you won't think this through. But you have to think this through for yourself. Stop begging the question and claiming the Coriolis on the Earth when that is what is being questioned. You need to be able to understand the claim that you are making. 2 reference frames. We don't see that in nature. And if you want to bring up a gyro, you're begging the question. Go ahead.
I did not beg any questions. I answered to your specific claims that you said because temperature difference on the south and north pole, but it's not true because they're both cold. There should be no difference. But there is difference. They're because they rotate counterclockwise. I'm cool if you keep muting me. I'm cool. If you keep over talking me, I'm also cool with it. I cannot mute you, and I will not mute you. Even when I be able to mute you when you over talk me, I will not, because we have a discussion like normal guys do, right?
Right, but you're jumping in too much, and you're not. You're making your assumptions here.
You making assumption, and you making wrong.
You believe because we have a north.
You're giving wrong
region,
scientific information
and we
here
have
in
a
the chat,
south
and that's
region.
sad.
Listen, you believe because both in the north and the southern hemisphere have cooler regions, that there isn't a natural dynamic flow weather system where we have consistent wind currents and channels due to the normal sort of physics.
5 minutes ago, you said you said exactly the opposite. You said it's because of the warm and cold. That's difference. That's not
That's
true.
part of it. That's part of it.
No, it's not.
But it's a dynamic system. There is a looping. There is a
in the northern hemisphere,
right? And they cause the eddies and the spirals
counterclockwise in the north, and they do rotate clockwise in the south. I'm speaking about cyclones. You see that with your own weather patterns. You see that with ocean current. You see that with so many things in nature, and that's what I'm saying. There's nature, right? Real things that happen in your life that you can touch. That when the tornado blows up your house, you will fly away. That's happening, right? When storms coming and
tornadoes
people
and hurricanes aren't consistent, my friend. There are
but
parts
I'm saying
of the southern hemisphere.
There's real stuff happening in this world, right?
Right? Listen, if you look into this, there are parts of the northern and southern hemisphere where the rotation isn't always. It's not always 100% consistent.
What you're doing is denying nature.
You're just summing everything up into an assumption, and you haven't looked deeply enough to know it's not as consistent as you think.
Even the Greeks 4,000 years ago, they did as well. And even when they believed the Earth was flat, I'm not flatting.
That's why you're getting muted.
I'm speaking normal. Dude. Even then, back in the days, they believed in the flat Earth. They actually think twice and said that's not the right thinking. We need to overthink.
It's another assumption. Your whole theory, all of your arguments are fallacious and assumptive. We are not interested in your opinion.
I'm just trying to convince you, but it's not possible.
You can't even define Coriolis effect
without. You didn't define it, and you bring up wrong scientific
to your ball idea.
Evidence.
You can't even understand Coriolis without your global ball idea, because we don't have that in nature. Yeah, Coriolis.
It's not me that said that in the north and south it's warm. One is warm and one is cold. It's
the definition of Coriolis effect.
It's not me. You say the wrong part, not me. I'm keeping the stuff straight. That's what I'm doing.
No. I'm keeping it straight by telling.
No, you don't. You try to
two reference frames. You need 2 reference frames, which you don't have.
You keep saying you have 2.
And you're trying to invoke weather patterns, right? But at the end of the day, if it's affecting a pendulum, then it should be affecting boats, planes, drones. It should even be taken into account in golf and sport, where you kick the ball over large distances, because there's a lot of money in sport.
I get it. You want to have the last word. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. It's fine.
Roots, it's like you're asking us to show it in boats and stuff, right? But you think why do you think this pendulums are done in like a chamber and not out in the free world where there's wind and stuff, right?
Yeah, because these pendulums don't work either way. All you have to do is set this pendulum up.
Not in the nature, because if there's wind, it's going to fuck it up, right?
No, you don't need a chamber for the Foucault's pendulum observation. There's no requirement for a chamber. You just need to be inside, away from the
chamber
wind.
is talking
Yes,
with
there
a
is.
specific setup where you can put it like calmly, where you can put it up.
Yeah, it just
But-
needs to be in a place where there's minimal
He's not speaking about gas chamber or
vibration.
something?
Where you need to just put it in a place where there's calmness inside.
Yes.
That's
So
all.
because I said earlier, right, the Coriolis force is very weak. So if it's very weak, you need to isolate it. You can't just put it in inside a storm and expect it to work. Obviously, the pendulum is going to be affected by the wind, right?
Yeah, but use your brain. If you're flying an aeroplane in a non-rotating atmosphere with a rotating surface underneath you, then you're deviating when you fly in a straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not happening. We don't have deviation on autopilot. We go straight and level and flat. That's it. There is no flipping accounting for Coriolis in air travel. You don't have to.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you would even say that, to be honest, because I mean, you could ask, how can it fly when there is wind?
Yeah,
that force is 10 times that force is 1,000 times stronger than the Coriolis force. So how can it fly when there's wind? That's what I'm saying. I know he's saying then he's ignorant, right, of this effect.
Well, the
I don't know why.
is that if you're claiming that the Earth rotates under the pendulum, then it must rotate under everything else that leaves the Earth, and that's not what we witness.
I agree.
But the air rotates with the Earth, because there is a conversation.
You don't have two reference frames then.
No, because
we are not being consistent in the topic. It's very simple. How can an airplane fly when there is wind? Right? It does. I can say how it does. But you would ask the question, right? The wind is not. Sorry.
I can answer him.
And I can
he
speak.
said the atmosphere is not rotating. That's wrong. The air is rotating, and
but the air rotating is irrelevant, right?
Of the momentum of the Earth, right? So,
but
because
the air rotating is irrelevant.
I mean, because he's saying the Earth is not rotating, and then he's
but who cares? That's irrelevant. If the Earth was stationary, if the Earth was flat, there would still be wind here. How can the airplane fly when there is wind? That's not predictive. The wind is blowing in all directions all the time. There's turbulence. You can't predict the turbulence. How can it fly when there's turbulence? How does it lose its direction? It will lose its directions according to you guys. How can it steer?
Why are you asking a non sequitur question?
No, because I'm trying to make it
that's
more
not a non sequitur. That's an honest question to ask, right? Because under your presumptions, it will struggle, right? When there is something affecting the airplane, which you can't control, i.e. the wind.
That's not what he said, yeah? That's nothing to do with what he said.
That's everything.
He said exactly what I said, that if the Earth is rotating underneath a pendulum, then it needs to be rotating under everything else that leaves the Earth, and we do not witness that. We do not witness.
How would you witness that?
Deviation. Well, first of all, you would just have to take a hot air balloon straight off the surface, and the Earth would rotate underneath you, and your location.
Yeah, and there is no wind there or something. And there is no wind there. You think?
No, the wind is this wind. So this wind that you're claiming is this wind in lockstep with the Earth's rotation.
Yes,
because we
no, it's not. No. Sorry, can I please talk, Alpha? Please, Jesus Christ. No, obviously not. Because if it was in lockstep, it would be no wind.
So your claim is that the reason why when we leave the surface of the Earth does not rotate underneath is because of the wind. So the reason why when we're flying a plane, a return trip, we don't arrive there sooner, or we don't fly and wait for the destination to arrive to us, which will be much faster, is because of not the atmosphere that's caught up with the Earth and rotating at the same speed as per the globe claim. It's just because of wind.
No, it's because the angular kinematics, man. The conversation.
No, Alpha. I'm asking a guy because this seems to be his claim. I'm asking him to clarify.
Sorry, could you repeat what you need clarification on?
I did clarify it for him.
For me, can you repeat
Yes.
what?
It's because the angular kinematics, when you have something in momentum, you have conservation, right? Conservation, I think.
Yes, but a guy's not claiming conservation. He's claiming that doesn't occur, and
No,
it's
but
just
it explains
a different wind.
because
No,
it
I'm
refers to the
saying no.
tendency-
I'm not saying that. I'm
No, no,
asking you.
stop,
I'm
let me
asking like
finish, let me
a
finish,
hypothetical,
let me
right?
finish.
Is
Because it refers of a tendency that the whole system, I can call it system, to preserve its rotational momentum in absence of an external torque, right? You understand that?
You're talking
You
about
and a guy are
angular.
talking
me?
about two completely different things, yeah?
Yeah.
No, I'm
he's
talking
talking
about the other.
what I'm claiming is
I
that
know, I know
what
that
I'm
you know.
what.
the
Okay,
gyro.
whatever.
Hang on a second,
Tell me
guys.
when I
Hang
can
on.
speak.
Listen,
Tell me when I can
a
speak.
guy, I don't know. We were speaking to a guy, yeah, both
Yeah.
Roots and I, and then
Yeah.
Alpha keeps jumping in to debate a guy and clarify what a guy is not saying. So, Alpha,
Yeah.
if you can just maybe stay out of it for a minute and let a guy speak
Yeah.
to
I answered you.
Roots
My-
I answered
about
you.
his
Okay.
claim.
My claim is that the wind. I said the wind is thousands times stronger. It's unpredictable. If the force is thousands times stronger than the Coriolis force and it's unpredictable, then how can you differentiate any effect from the wind from the Coriolis on airplanes?
What a silly question. Wind is something
It's
that
not
we
a
can
silly
measure.
question.
Wind is
That's a
something
very
that is
honest question.
measurable. Wind is real. Okay, so wind is measurable. We also are able to forecast the wind. So we're able to take into account whether it's going to be a windy day. That will affect the pilot's decision on how much he uses the autopilot, what route he takes, blah, blah, blah. When it comes to Coriolis, this is not taken into account in any situation. On the calmest day, it's not
What you said there was wrong,
evident.
by the way.
What I said was wrong?
Yes, like
Which
the bit where they say they have to take into account the wind to adjust their directions.
Of course, if
They
it's a
don't
windier
know.
day, there'll be more manual piloting than autopiloting on a
That's
storm.
not true.
Yes,
When there's a
but they
storm,
don't
maybe.
predict that, right? The airplane does that when they get the direction after they get the direction change.
All right. Either way,
So
whichever point they decide to take into
Yeah.
account the wind, they take into account a very real phenomenon called wind.
So,
Okay.
okay.
And it's
So if that's
measurable.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. So
they
if
can
that
counteract that
okay.
those forces,
Great.
right? Yes.
So if that force is if there is a Coriolis force that does the same thing, it adjusts the path of the airplane. Why couldn't it do the same thing then?
No, no, dude. He like his mindset is completely on the wrong road.
I asked
because
Roots a question.
The wind just delays the flight and the takeoff and the landing. It doesn't mean much when you high altitude, you know.
I
So
mean,
what
if
you
there's
what are you
side
saying?
wind, then yeah, it will adjust it.
Yeah, in takeoff and landing, but he's saying that's everywhere when you fly. No, that's not true. It's just landing and takeoff. That's where the wind is really.
Wait,
Yeah,
the autopilot makes correction all the time, every single second. It makes
Hold on,
adjustments.
hey guy, you're muddying the waters, and this is your tactic.
Yeah.
Let's take wind out of this discussion, and let's assume we're only looking and talking about days where there is it's almost completely calm. Okay, so let's pretend every observation we're talking about from here on in doesn't involve wind. Okay, now there is no deviation. Okay, expected from anything, not an aeroplane now.
That's just a claim you make.
No, it's not a claim. It's something we can
We will live
evidence.
in a windless
Whether
world?
it's a drone, or a hot air balloon, or a weather balloon, or a helicopter, with or without technology, it doesn't matter.
How do you take wind out of the account?
No deviation on a calm day.
But Roots, how do you take wind out of the equation? How do you take wind out of the equation? It's there.
Yeah, wind
is
is
there. You say fly a drone, is there no wind? You can't just say the wind doesn't exist.
On some days, the wind is so it's so faint that it won't affect your drone at all. You'll get a perfectly stable drone. Okay.
So the
days
Coriolis
exist. Are
effect
you
is
trying to
also
say those
faint,
days
by the way.
don't exist? You telling me calm days don't exist now, guy?
Not in comparison to the Coriolis force. And by the way, if you just fly a drone straight up, there is no Coriolis force. So.
Right. But as soon as you leave the rotating Earth, you're now in another reference frame. Okay.
Yeah.
So now
Is there windless? 100% windless?
Now there is now there is 2 reference frames and a Coriolis effect. Now in golf and high paid sports, high precision sports, they put so much money into taking into account everything, from wind, atmospheric conditions, right down, the swing it's so subtle. The Earth is so still that once wind is taken into account, it is all swing. It is no slight, the way you swing is not taken into account due to the Coriolis effect. It is to be as straight and the way you swing as straight on as you can. Okay.
No, it's the way you feel it.
Yeah. Either way.
Yeah.
There is no Coriolis taken into account in anything that leaves the Earth at any distance or any height, with or without technology. That's something you have to consider.
Not for missiles, but for things that follow long ballistics trajectory and are precise, then yes. I wouldn't call a golf shot very, very precise, by the way. I wouldn't put that in the category.
Well, if you can pick up the deviation in Foucault's pendulum, then...
because
I think you're being
this is not precise. Like
a sniper rifle can hit a target 1,000 meters away. A golf person can't hit a person like 50 meters away, right? What are you talking about? Of course, they are not precise.
Are you talking to me?
Anyway, how's you guys?
Golf isn't precise. What are you talking about?
Oh, golf is very precise, as tennis is as well.
No, it's not. Not comparable to a sniper rifle or any other.
Even a sniper rifle. Exactly.
Trust me. Hey, rugby is precise.
Sniper rifles don't take into consideration the Coriolis.
Exactly. Brilliant. I'm glad you mentioned
they do. Yeah.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
No, the world record is 5.5
Ballistics
miles.
take that into account.
I played couple time rugby.
No, there's a documentary.
On the field, trust me, I'm gonna be precise.
No, dude, the world record shot is 5.5 miles. Okay, there's a video on YouTube where they take you through all of the preparation. They go through every single detail that they take into account before you get to see this 5.5 mile shot. And not once is Coriolis mentioned. And they definitely did not have to take into account anything other than instrument equipment, instrument equipment, the weather, obviously, and the sensitivity of the instruments, and then the spin of the barrel of the gun. All those things were mentioned. Nothing about Coriolis was mentioned, and this is on YouTube, and you can go and see the world record.
Because
if I show you a source where they take it into account, do you believe that or not? Or
oh man, that's so easy to handle. I have like 10 answers to that.
So there's 24 seconds in this shot, if I remember correctly. 24 seconds that this bullet travelled without any deviation apart from standard bullet drop. So where's your Coriolis in that shot, the world record? 24 seconds is long enough for your fictitious force.
Yeah.
Dude,
and they didn't take it into account, and there was no deviation.
You know how much force he put in the ball?
You can go look it up. You can go look it up. World record sniper shot. Type that in YouTube, and you'll find the video of them preparing and then taking the shot.
How many joules was the bullet projectile?
I don't remember, but they provided all the data.
If you take the joules and you divide it against the Coriolis, fuck my English, bro. You divide it against the other variables, you're gonna get a 0.00000 number. So it doesn't count anything.
Yeah, this is from the Wikipedia from the longest range sniper shot, and this is from the Wikipedia. It says so here. A modern technology sniping rifle over 1,000 meters. sniper must have the ability to accurately estimate the influence of trajectory, such as shooter's distance from target, wind direction, airspeed, air density, elevation, and even Coriolis effect. It says so there.
Great. Okay.
Great.
So if
Well, that's
Earth
not true,
rotates
or-
underneath a bullet, why doesn't it rotate underneath a hot air balloon, helicopter, or a drone?
Oh, so now we're gonna just move the goalpost. I thought you said they didn't take it into account. This is directly taking it into account.
In Wikipedia,
No, they don't.
I'm
And
sending
I have
Wikipedia.
citations directly
I have a
from
citation. I have
Sniper. Hang on.
Wikipedia.
I have
Okay.
directly
Let
from
AJ speak.
I have directly from sniper
Yeah.
training manuals, multiple.
No, thank you.
Yes, multiple sniper training manuals where the words rotation, Coriolis are not mentioned once.
Okay.
Of course
so,
not. These are sniper guys. You think- oh my
yeah.
god.
So
Oh my god.
no offense,
bro.
but I'll not take your anecdote as evidence. I'll rather listen to the Wikipedia.
So you don't
right?
take the sniper manuals as evidence. Just
Guys,
the
No, I don't
Wikipedia
take your
article.
words for it. I don't take
Because
your
the-
words for it.
because
Sorry,
I'm
AJ.
gonna
Force
find it and
is-
put it in the
it's
chat
not-
for you.
I don't
It's
take
so
your words for
ridiculous
it,
that
AJ.
you don't even count it. You don't even count that force because it's so small.
This is direct source. Like, you guys are hand-waving away direct evidence for this.
Are you talking
right?
about
No, we're not.
source
You gotta-
or force? It's kind of hurt.
No,
Not sure I
it's
got
it's
bad-
it's evidence for directly taking it into account, which you said they didn't, right?
a direct
Mhm.
force or direct source?
Evidence. I never used the word force.
Okay, I was trying to
I-
hear
I
this
did.
because you guys are talking over each other, so it's very difficult to hear what either one of you are saying.
It's fine. I'm just playing my game, dude. I just want to win this game here.
So I don't know why you guys would dismiss this Wikipedia article. You think it's not true, or
It says effect, it doesn't say force there.
Coriolis effect? Yeah, that's it will apply a pseudo force on everything. So there's Coriolis
Yeah, this is
effect.
just a
and-
flush. This is another version of your, when you flush the toilet.
It's not another flush of toilet. It is it's theoretically it would be a Coriolis effect there, but if the
Holy shit, manufactotum.
if the
Wait, hold on a second
okay,
here.
Okay, whatever.
Dude, I was generally concerned that you were okay. Or probably you might not be able to talk.
Yeah.
After Friday, he got. Are you flat Earth now? Hold on, let's see what. Okay, go ahead.
What did we miss?
Dude, Brian just completely walked him through every step of celestial navigation, and at the end, Manufactorum even agreed that it's a flat Earth that it demonstrates.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they ran through the numbers, every single calculation, every single formula, and all of it. No curve, no rotation. Dude, it was recorded. People chopped it up and got the best hits. It was so glorious that globalists on the were telling mute him. It's a plant. Yeah, right at the very end, you're like, yeah, that's flat Earth. I remember exactly word for word, but yeah, dude, stop spamming shit.
Okay, so I posted the source. Oh, sorry, Manufactotum posted the same thing. So here's a sniper guy who was talking about taking into account the trajectory, Coriolis effect into account of sniper.
Did he just talk about it, or did he give math and demonstration?
He's not showing himself.
Of course not.
On the
Of course
on the
not,
range.
because it's a myth, my friend. It's like me standing in front of a camera and telling you that boats over the horizon prove the curve. It's a mythologized idea. It's been hijacked.
Brian Litt's ballistician. Why don't you believe him?
Because we want a demonstration. Every demonstration I've seen.
So you don't believe credible sources?
No, I believe credible sources, demonstrations. I don't buy every
Brian Litt's
credible?
Why isn't Brian Litt's credible?
If you go to the world record shot on YouTube, 4.5 miles, 25 seconds in the air, no Coriolis. You've been debunked.
Why?
Yeah,
Why
but
Why doesn't
Dude.
Why don't you believe Brian Litz?
Dude, maybe the shot was in the equator, man. Who knows?
I believe what's. Oh, here we go. Look at you making excuses for him. Look, if it's not in nature, then it's just an explanation. If it's just an explanation, it's metaphysics.
Okay. But Roots, does he explicitly say, I don't take Coriolis into account, or does he not mention it?
Good morning, gentlemen.
It's not mentioned. Good morning, John.
Okay. So if he said,
Hey,
I
Johnny.
don't take into account, I would say that's a stronger claim. But if he just doesn't mention it, I mean, he could take into account, right? It's not like they're going to say every single thing they did. Like,
Yeah,
I measured the wind.
Every sniper
was
I've
like-
seen interviewed who is an actual army veteran or they've served time, not just like a demonstration video or a science video, if it's actually someone who is here to discuss what they do, not, to back just the idea of the Coriolis effect, then all the industry men, we've had artillery men in here who tell you that over long distances with artillery, the instrument sensitivity can give you up to a couple of miles difference, and the wind can also take it off for miles, but not one of them said they have to take into account the Coriolis effect. There was absolutely no deviation from an artilleryman.
I can offer a confirmation of what you said there too, because I've talked to plenty of gunners and a handful of snipers, and these are globe earthers and flat earthers, and both of them find the Coriolis thing to be completely non sequitur to shooting something.
I've never seen any sources on the internet say.
That's also a funny thing too, hey guy. I've never seen a source from neither flat earther nor glober that actually proved any Coriolis connection to snipers firing a shot, aside from claims. I've never seen any actual proof from either side though. From either side. So
just go to North Pole and shoot a sniper, and you're gonna experience. Okay.
A claim is not proof.
Mate, you're not very helpful, are you? Even to any guy.
Claim's not proof, man.
Even there, the force will be so small, like crazy.
It is small, but they give an example, right? They are they're talking about the Etwas effect, which is a Coriolis effect.
That's another thing, though, is I don't understand why that's even an issue on a flat Earth that's stationary. That's not a problem for me. None of this is a problem. It's actually more like a waste of time of a conversation because it's not a problem at all. It's all non sequitur to the ground.
It's more about fictitious forces that
I digress. You come in here.
Yeah.
You didn't follow the entire talk that we had.
Oh, I don't have to at all, Alpha. I don't have to know anything that you've talked about. I've got over 10 years experience with this. I don't have to know anything. Don't talk over me. I'll send you away. Bye. I don't have to know what you were talking about to understand what you were talking about. I've been doing this much longer than you.
But both the Etwas effect and the Coriolis effect are based on the premise that there is some reference frame that is inertial, and then everything that is having some kind of acceleration in relation to this.
The entire thing is based off the premise of you see a light move in the sky or you see a cloud move and you make an assumption. That's what it is.
That's part of it, yeah, but it's also...
But it's 100% assumptions.
I don't think saying...
I'm not here to play games, dude. That's all. Like, I really don't have the patience for it. So that's why I kick in the door and don't give a shit. But I'm going to hand the mic back to AJ and Crit because they have more patience for it than me.
Well, in the chat...
Whatever. That's fine.
In the chat from the Special Forces Sniper Training Unit from the US Department, Coriolis does not appear once. Seems a bit interesting. No one's going to believe me from the Globe side anyway, but I got a really good mate who was a sniper in the French Foreign Legion, and he's a flat earther. The reasons, because Coriolis is not taken into account, sorry. It's their distance, weight of the bullet, speed, all sorts of different factors, but Coriolis is not one of them. And yes, AI, or Alpha, sorry, you would be correct in your statement, 100%. Even if it was rotating, there's no need to take it into effect because it's the minimal of the forces. They wouldn't even take it in, wouldn't even take it into account.
Sorry, that thing you posted, I found it. It talks about like let me see what the title was. Army Support Security Cooperation. Is that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I've only got screenshots of it after I've done the word searches because I've got another one as well here from the United States Army from sniper training course from the headquarters of the Department of Army. I can give you that one.
2 seconds. I'll Google.
Hey, just want to say hi to Flat Lloyd. Hope you're good. Appreciate everything you do, brother.
Hey, Big Roots. Thanks for the shout out, man. No problem.
Hey, good to see you, man. Hope you're well. And the family.
Doing great.
You're the man, Flat Lloyd.
It's
Thank
funny,
you
I'm
for-
always like trying to take a break, and then I'm like, well, if I just listen in, I guess I'm taking a break.
I just want to say you're the man, Flat Lloyd. I'm agreeing with Roots. Thank you for keeping everything running.
Thanks, Ether Grizz.
Yeah, these guys
Also-
should come in and say that, yeah, you weren't part of the conversation. You're one of the curators of this channel. And, like, you've got relevant stuff to say. So if this guy's going to put some sort of pecking order and try to put himself in front of you, dude, that's why your mic's red. You need to learn your place here. You're just some dude who joined the channel. Ethergrass is like a respected member of the community. Like, if you're going to try to punch at the champ, you better knock him out.
That's a good point. Don't pick a fight that you can't control or that you can't win.
Like, it better be something good other than who the fuck you? You're like, what the hell? You fucked around and you found out, homie. When I used to say, like, a while back, where you play a stupid game, you can win a stupid prize.
Hard to imagine anyone still stuck on Coriolis, but there you go.
It's like one of these things that even the experts have told them that they can't use it.
I don't know, Flat Lloyd. Maybe. Oh, he's left. I was going to say maybe you'd have more luck with Alpha, but he's gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, y'all can unmute him and chat with him if you want to. I'm not going to argue with somebody over lights and clouds and assumptions. As much as the talking over people is kind of rude. But like you guys are saying, there are mainstream globe earthers that are saying, hey, this is non sequitur to the ground. It's not something you can argue. And I was just pointing out that both sides agree that this is a moot point. Non sequitur to the ground.
Yeah, I think a guy's whole argument is it's too minuscule to detect. It's a bit like
Oh,
Earth's
wait.
too big.
Hi. The
It's,
Earth is
Stroma.
round.
I didn't say that, but
The
whatever.
Earth is round.
Well,
Okay,
that's kind of your
It's
your
round.
approach. Who's this guy? Hello.
Akuma.
Akuma.
Hello.
Calm down, Akuma.
Why is the Earth flat to you guys? It's round.
Why is it round to you?
Because it's round. Explain to me. Why is it flat? It looks like a circle, you know?
Because it's flat.
It's not flat at all. Why is it flat? Explain to me.
It's round.
It's round because it's round. Well, it's flat because it's flat.
It's not flat.
That's the
Round.
best evidenced argument I've heard in a while.
Yeah, but explain to me then. Why do you think it's flat? No? Like I'm just curious right now.
Like flat like a pancake, dude.
Yeah.
Because it's measured flat. So if you try and take any measurement,
It
you
doesn't.
try and take any measurement off the
You
Earth.
only think that because your
Are you
brain
going to
is
let me
too small
finish,
for
or are you
that.
going to talk through it? No.
Okay.
Are you going to act like a fucking idiot, or are you going to actually listen to the answer?
Do me a favor,
Right.
Akuma, shut your mouth. I'm going to unmute you now so you can talk, but I would like you to shut your mouth by your own volition.
Yeah, don't ask a question and then 3 words in, jump in and then start running off your mouth.
Yeah, but I'm
No,
listening.
you're wrong.
I'm listening.
Okay. Water will always seek its level. Level is always considered flat. The surface of water, level water, is always flat. So this isn't a belief. You can go out into nature and only measure flat water. You will never be able to detect the curve, which should be drop over distance or a decreasing in elevation in the distance.
Gravity.
No. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't do it. Go ahead.
No, listen. Around water does exist. Have you ever tried to fill a cup to the very brim?
Yeah, water at rest is always level and flat.
No, it's not flat even. Like if you fill like a cup to the brim, right?
That's non sequitur to anything, and you know that it's overall flat. So what are you trying to point
No,
out?
it's not.
Yeah, it is.
What I'm saying, try to fill a cup to the brim and see what happens.
Yeah, and then if you fill it up to the brim, what will happen? So the water will start to
The
run
water
over the edge.
bends, actually.
Yeah, and that's due to the container. So at the lid of your cup, you've got a ridge where the water will try and take the shape of the ridge. Okay? But it will always be seeking its equilibrium to be level and flat. The horizon is
how do you
reference,
fill up the Earth with water?
Your reference to zero elevation is the horizon. Horizon is your horizontal eye line, which is always level, and the surface of a level object is always flat. So we can prove to you empirically Earth is measured flat. It's not a belief.
Can you show it to me on camera? I'm just wondering. I just want to see.
I can post you a picture or a video if you
No,
want.
no. I want to see you do it.
To be honest,
fill up stuff and shit.
I don't have much faith in you at this point.
How about at 57 minutes past the hour from Physics 1100, liquids, one of the consequences of liquid pressure is that water always seeks its own level in a container. Yeah, so if you've ever taken a container of liquid and tilted it, perhaps you've noticed that the water level will always even out.
Yo, Akuma, are you buying this?
No.
Oh, well, from pre-K. So primary school, yeah, actually pre-K. What's that? Kindergarten. Is it? I don't know. Well, water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind.
Gravity.
National Air and Space Museum Science in pre-K. You need to go back to primary school, Akuma.
I mean, primary school also teaches you that the Earth is not flat.
It teaches you that water is.
So, like, if you use primary school as an authoritarian source, right? You can't pick and choose, can you?
No, he wasn't using primary school as an authoritarian source. He was telling
Why
you
does he
that this
refer to it as a backing to his argument?
because
He's
it's
saying go
that
back to
simple. Because it's
yeah,
that
and it's
simple.
that
They teach
simple.
it at a primary school level.
And it's right back at you. It's that simple that
Yeah.
they teach
So,
the round Earth.
the physics, physics hypertext
No, the
book.
Earth is roughly a sphere.
Oh my!
Morpheus its own level. That's one of the realities of life.
Why are you muting him?
Physics hypertext book. So, where do we see water curving? At what point does level curve?
Gravity? Ever heard of it?
Is the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing? Would you like to describe the cause and effect relationship of gravity in your life? Go ahead. I'll wait.
I'm not floating away. I'm still on the ground. If
Why
I
don't you
let go
explain
of
how
something, it
gravity-
falls.
Nick, shut up while Ruth talks.
You
Why don't
asked
you
me.
Why don't you explain yourself then? How does gravity do that?
It depends. We're still studying it. Like to claim that we should and ought to have like the final truth right now in regards of how gravity works is pretty much bad faith from the get-go, right? But you can either follow the Einsteinian model of space-time or you can go for a Newtonian. The thing is when you go for like very large distances or very small distances, Newtonian gravity falls apart. But Einsteinian gravity pretty much stays
So the
consistent. for
claim
biggest part.
is
But hold
that
on.
Newtonian
We don't
and
claim. We
Einsteinian.
don't claim.
Hang
I'm
on.
not finished. I'm not finished.
saying-
Okay,
I'm
Wait
not
on,
finished.
Let me just clarify
Listen.
something.
Why
I just
don't
wanna-
you mute yourself? Because I'm not finished, right? You're
No,
interrupting
I need
me.
to clarify something here before you go any further, yeah? I need to clarify, you claiming here that Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity in some way complement each other, that we can use them for different purposes at different distances.
Yeah, he did listen. He just disconnected as soon as he got muted.
Akuma, you can't unmute yourself by leaving. Just stay and wait, and I'll unmute you when I feel like it. Nix, please be respectful and stop talking over people. You are in our house. You have no rights here.
Someone asked me a question, right? And then
I'm asking you.
hold on. Someone asked me a question, and I was still. Hold on.
No, wait on.
Why
wait,
am I
wait.
being
We're gonna take
interrupted? I've been asked.
Because we're going to take one thing at a time. We're not just going to have a big ramble of mishmash, yeah? So the first thing you've said is that we can use both Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity. We can choose which one we would like to use. It doesn't matter. And that Newtonian gravity doesn't work on a galactic scale, only on a local scale. So therefore we need to use Einsteinian gravity on that larger scale. So my question there is to clarify, are you saying that somehow Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity work together or complement each other in some way?
So I agree with you on one thing. One thing at a time, so don't interrupt me. We're gonna deal with the previous question first, and then I'll get to yours.
No,
right?
I'm clarifying because you've made two claims. You've made a claim here already. You've stated
I was building something up, and you interrupted me, and I asked you to not interrupt me.
Hang on. You've stated that you can choose one or the other, and that one is used for on the Earth and one is used for in space. Yeah. So I'm trying to clarify what you have stated. Do you believe that they somehow work together or somehow complement each other? Far out. That is so annoying with Akuma.
Well, I don't know why he's muted. Like he randomly got muted earlier for no apparent reason.
If I mute somebody, it's for a reason. It's because I want them to shut up. Period.
He didn't even say anything. He just randomly got muted.
Need any other reason except for I want you to shut up. I promise you that. So don't complain and white knight for somebody else's problem. Pay attention to yourself. Mind yourself.
Damn, you're hard, buddy. Ooh, shiver me timbers.
Nixo, we're not interested in your opinions or judgments. Can you just stick
I don't
to the
have
topic?
opinions. I have positions that I can back up.
All right, we'll stick
Right
to the
back at you.
topic, and we will definitely not interrupt you as long as you're addressing the questions. Go ahead.
I mean, how do you expect someone to have a good faith conversation with you when you're in bad faith all along?
Follow that, okay? Write that down. and hold on to it as long as you can. If you think that's true, what will you do next?
What will I do next?
Yeah.
When bad faith is going on, right? Bad faith by its very spirit is illegal, right?
It's illegal.
What I will do next.
So it's like
is
you
come
just.
to your, hold
Well, how
on.
about this? So you just got an I win button. You slam the I win button, call the other, make an accusation of the other group being in bad faith. So just follow that. Just get the fuck out. Just go.
Well, I don't think
go away.
I don't think I was being unfair or being in bad faith by asking him to clarify what he stated first, that we can choose between Newtonian and Einsteinian.
What we have here
Whatever we
is a
like.
fire. What's going on here is a fire starter and a bunch of fire flammer, like flamer, like fluffers, whatever. One of them, they're just in here, they're freaking out, they want to play off each other. It's not going to happen. It is okay. Not on my watch, not on either grass. No one here is going to let you come in here and tell flat earthers what for.
Yeah, we've seen this 1,000 times before. We're not about to deal with this bullshit again. We don't care, and we don't have to care.
Yeah, AJ asked a really good question because he was acting like, the two gravity models had one's built on the other. It's completely different math. It's a completely different cause. They don't work together as in terms of the math and stuff. So he's bang on. And actually, I think what's happening is we're asking for clarity and they're getting offended. And then they're getting abusive because we're asking for clarity or evidence. So this is what's happening.
Yeah, I just wanted to stop him there because he had stated that, but then he was going to ramble on for the next 10 minutes about how this all works. We don't need that. I just need to know in the first instance, are you claiming that these things, like Root said, are they built upon each other? Do they work together in some way? Because you're saying we can just pick and choose as we feel.
AJ?
Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I find your sniper manual. It doesn't say anything about Coriolis. You're correct.
Yeah,
they don't
I've
mention
put 3 in there for you. Yeah, there's 3 in there you can have a look at.
So
the
thing I did
for a guy, the really simple thing, dude, just let me state this for you. The really simple thing is, according to the globe paradigm, regardless, even if I give you the globe, the rotation, etc., in those long distance sniper shot, the force is negligible compared to the other forces such as wind, the spin of the bullet, etc. So regardless, it wouldn't be taken into consideration. Of course, some people do claim it, but I don't think they claim it on any type of solid sort of basis or evidence, because anybody who does it in reality, it's not accounted for in reality.
Okay, so I'm not. Yeah, okay. So the thing I did was I googled sniper manual and to just check some more, and the first paper I found actually mentioned Coriolis briefly. They say, like a curveball leaving a pitcher's hand, your bullet will be slightly affected by Coriolis effect. It's not enough to matter at 1,000 yards or less, but it influence grows in distance. Yeah.
Now we're in a bit of a stalemate, aren't we? Because we've got 2 or 3 here that don't mention it, and we've got one that does.
Yeah, but I would say that if they were to say that I would agree, right? I don't know how you would say about this. At 100 meters, you would obviously say Coriolis doesn't matter, right? It's so small. I would say so. I can calculate
Tyson
how much
said
it
it's
travels,
70 meters or 70 yards. I'm pretty close.
Yeah.
A football kick of American football. Coriolis determined the winner of the game.
Yeah, but he was saying it kind of jokingly because it could theoretically affect it. No, I think you're kind of misrepresenting it, because he was trying to be obviously creating a scenario where he shoots it and it hits exactly at the point where it could go in and or out, then obviously, yes, it would theoretically affect it. But in practice, right, obviously, he doesn't have that precision anyway. So there's a lot of things affecting it, like how good you are at shooting, like primarily, right? How your foot isn't like exactly a sniper bullet, right?
No, this is what he said. He said earlier that the reason why America hasn't invented the hover car yet is because this weird fascination with sports ball. Like he was knocking tribalistic sort of sports fans. Then someone took the piss out of him. They said, how can you be American, this big American persona representing America, and you don't like football? And he said, well, here, let me tweet something to show you I do like football and I am American. He said, now you can use football to prove the earth is a globe. They're like, certainly, how did you do that? This kick, this epically long, record-breaking kick, just so happened to be long enough that the rotation of the earth affected it. And the kick was just so accurate or inaccurate enough that the rotation of the earth determined the success rate. Maybe you don't know how. I
don't need to have him as some kind of authority, but like calculating the.
You might not know. You might not know how small or how close together the uprights are at 70 meters. That's a very small target he's trying to hit. Yeah. That was an extremely accurate kick, and it went through only because, according to Tyson, mind you, because the earth was rotating under the football.
Was he talking about some kind of theoretical, some kind of shot, like a long shot that was kicked or something?
No,
a real one.
Yeah, he was sitting in the stands and he worked it out. Oh my gosh, he goes, it was going down there, it bounced off the upright, and he goes, I sat there, I did my calculations, the field was facing this way, and yes, I was right. They only won because of the Earth's rotation, basically. I'll find it for you. I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen the video, right? To me, it's like me saying, if I shoot like 100 meter, I've done like a lot of range shooting. I did practice for a team and stuff, and sometimes I barely hit the target or the black target, the inner target. Sometimes I barely hit it, right?
You're blaming your bad shooting.
Yeah, but like you could say, oh, but Coriolis affected it, right? But so did the wind, so did my own breathing, so did everything else that happened that day, right? Affected the shot. So I could blame anything I want to do, right?
How many pilots are flat earthers?
You accounted for all those variables, though.
I didn't. The only thing I counted.
The only thing you didn't account for was a curve of the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
So now that's what's going to determine if the shot hits or misses, because you will hit. You've got the skill, you've got the breathing, you've adjusted for air, all this stuff. The only
but even when I adjusted for it, the wind will still affect it more than Coriolis.
Yeah, but you've adjusted for the wind.
I have to. But even if I adjusted for it, the wind it's not constant. Just a slight whiff change of air will be stronger than Coriolis. So even if when I account for it, it will still affect it more than the Coriolis. So I could account for all these things. It doesn't matter. I'm still gonna miss.
And that's what Tyson said.
If you're saying Tyson that, I would hit 100%, right?
Oh shit! I'm unmuted. Holy crap! I didn't realize. Hello.
Yeah, dude, you'll need to blur it as soon as you get.
Holy crap!
Okay.
Hello,
Thank
guys.
you, Paul.
Alpha, I just told you I've unmuted you and to chill. And your first thing you're doing is not chilled.
I didn't realize I was unmuted. I was in my game.
Yeah.
I dropped you.
Maybe that's a sign, Pa. If you're talking and you don't realize that you're not talking to somebody, then yeah. But Crit, like if I accounted for all these things, I still miss. So clearly, accounting for all these things.
Yeah, then you suck.
Right? Yeah, I
are
do.
bad.
Right?
You're a bad
You're
shot.
not. Yeah, well, you could say
So
that, right?
if someone
I
else
wasn't the
would
best.
take that shot, well, if you were the best, like Tyson said, here's the best field goal kicker of all time in terms of distance and accuracy.
Yeah.
And he would have missed, but he didn't miss because the Earth assisted him.
A good analogy, Crit. It's a kind of funny one. It's like the a guy at my work, right? He's kind of fat. He's not very trained, and he started to bicycle, like kind of like semi not professional obviously, but like he did it for training, and he bought the carbon seat. And I told him, like, you think that carbon seat is gonna help? Yes, it will help, but you know what? You know what else helps? Maybe not being fat and being kind of trained, right? It doesn't matter.
maybe
It's
he
your
had
kind of
hemorrhoids, like
the Coriolis force is like a thousandth of a fraction of this carbon seat, is what I'm saying. It like you could say it matters, right? And it theoretically does, but in reality, him having kind of a bad day is going to have thousands more influence than anything else.
Yeah, that's what flat. You're saying the same thing as flat earthers. It's a placebo effect.
That's exactly
what
I just said to you.
No, but this is for things where it is actually negligible, but then there is things where it actually matters.
Like what?
Like when you things that affect things over very longer range, because then the Coriolis effect have longer time to affect it. Like I would say, I think you would agree with me. 100 meter range shot, it doesn't matter, right?
No, stop. We've just been through this. Don't take us back around in a loop. Artillerymen are not taking the Coriolis effect into account. So you can't make that claim after we've been through this and established that there are no direct examples. Yeah, there might be people, science educators, who are claiming it, but we don't have those examples. Please don't reset now. Please. We don't have those examples of those long distance.
If you don't want to talk, then fine. I'm going to move to another channel. That's fine.
Yeah, go ahead then. If you're just going to repeat the claims that have already been addressed, then bye-bye.
It hasn't been addressed, but whatever.
There's a lot of anger today from the globe side.
It's not anger, right? I'm just saying, like, I ask you a very simple question. You think Coriolis is going to affect a 100-meter shot? And nobody directly answer that.
Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks this.
No.
Yeah, see, this is a problem.
You're taking him out of context.
You guys
He's not
come
my
in here
authority, Grit.
and say if flat earthers were only educated, who's that? Okay, thanks. So if flat earthers were only educated, they would be able to understand this shit. We rolled out a guy on the globe side who supposedly is. There's no one more educated than Tyson. He literally wrote the book in the program. Like before him, there wasn't astrophysics. That wasn't even the thing. He thinks he invented astrophysics. He's the guy, like the father of astrophysics. I mean, at least in America anyway. Maybe there's some other version of him someplace else. And he told you,
Brian Cox.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, but he's like an astrobiologist, or is he astrophysics too? Because he's always talking about alien shit.
But Coriolis effect is like, it's first year of college physics. It's not very difficult. Anybody can calculate this. They're not my authority on this. I can calculate the Coriolis force, the effect for the bullet. I don't need him to tell me, right? I don't need. This is understandable by you as well. You don't need. What's his name again? What the fuck? Who did you refer to, Great?
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't need Tyson. You don't need Tyson. You can calculate this yourself and see if I shoot a 100 meter long shot and it moves at this speed. We know the bullet speed, right? And let's say you remove all wind, make everything like very theoretical. How much will the Coriolis force affect it? And then you're gonna see, oh, it's 1 millimeter. right? Nobody can hit within 1 millimeter anyway, so it doesn't matter, right?
Hold on.
No,
wait,
the reason
did
why
someone here say
Tyson's
that,
invoked.
Did someone here say that the artillery does not take Coriolis effect into account?
They do, but let's not take it away, right? It's smooth to say.
I just want to
changing
know
the
who
topic.
said that.
They flat earthers say that.
No, we've had artillerymen in the channel tell us that they take a lot of things into account, but Coriolis is not one. It's negligible.
Rude. Okay, thank you.
Depends on the distance, but yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I nobody responded to me. I said, if you shoot 100 meters, and you calculate the Coriolis force, what it would theoretically be, and it's going to affect the bullet 1 millimeter. You think it's something you should take into account?
Yeah, if you don't, then it's not there. It's something you don't like. Same thing with artillery, and why people say this is that, or artillery experts in artillery, the kill radius for just your basic 107 HE round is 50 meters. Where that shell lands, 50 meters circular is a kill radius, and 150 meter casualty producing radius. You're not going to account for something that will deflect it 1 millimeter. It's irrelevant.
Right, that's
1 millimeter is irrelevant, I would say.
Yeah, that's like mortar range. You're talking about 50 meters, 150 meters. You're not talking about long range artillery.
No, the kill. Okay, you're not paying attention. When the round hits the ground, anybody within 50 meters of that round is going to be shredded. They will not survive that. That kills people within 50 meters. And if they're up to 150 meters, you'll be critically injured. So they're not going to account for 1 millimeter. When someone calls for artillery fire, it's like right fucking now. It's like why that they want that round out the tube right when they're done. They want the crew loading the cannon and the last calculation basically going off right when they pull the lanyard. They're not going to stop and say, okay, let's see, the sun's over there. The earth is spinning this way. Okay, we got, all they need to know is target location, unit location, meteorology, square weight, and prop temp. That's it. And they send the round down range. And then after they fire, they say adjust, battery adjust, correction. And then when they walk the round right on the target, then they say fire for effect.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but what game is this?
Shit's given.
I don't understand the point, Crit, to be
Yeah,
honest.
the correction is completely irrelevant. It's a placebo effect. Like we're talking about earlier.
Target. It doesn't say it doesn't prove that it's a placebo effect. It's just hard to measure at those distances.
Yeah, just like this guy who put a graphite seat or whatever you said.
But saying I don't take it into account for 100 meters, it's not the same as saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's literally zero.
Why are you saying that, Crit?
It's like saying you got a number.
Follow. You're being like.
Yeah, you've got a number that goes out to you gotta be plus or minus 150 meters. You're not going to adjust for 1 millimeter.
I disagree with everything you said earlier because you're saying
it's okay. You can disagree all you want. What I know for sure is
saying
you'll never go to artillery school and learn how to shoot.
But Crit, you're saying if I go to a range with my with my gun to shoot 100 meters and there is wind, I just put my finger in the air. That's what I do. I see if there is wind, and then if there's no wind, I will make no adjustments, and then I'll use my training rounds, which I've loaded myself, which are like another impact on the precision, and then I just shoot 10 rounds. And you're saying if I didn't take into account Coriolis effect, which will affect the bullet 1 millimeter, then it doesn't exist.
No, artillery is 1 millimeter, like over 20 kilometers.
Can you respond to what I said?
Yeah, it's 1 millimeter over 20 kilometers.
No, that's not the theoretical. Coriolis effect is much larger on those distances. I don't think it's. I said 1 millimeter on 100 meters. I think probably it's even less.
Tyson said like a quarter of an inch over 70 meters.
Yeah, but
the best part of
round. That's a football round. The bullet speed
like a mortar,
right?
Yeah, it effectively
it's gonna be less the faster it moves, right? So it's very different. It's not gonna be a lot.
Yeah, hang time, whatever they call it.
Hang time, yeah.
Yeah.
So
he wants it to be up in the air the longest it possibly can, so the Earth will rotate underneath the football and then just drop right through the uprights.
Yeah. So why do you say that it doesn't exist? Because
you asked Tyson to show his math, show your work. Like when you go to these astrophysics classes, they don't really care if you get the right or wrong answer. They just want you to go through, select the appropriate formula and put the appropriate variables in each spot.
Oh.
If you get the wrong answer, it's kind of like the problem might be worth 4 points. Getting the right answer is like half a point.
Yeah, but that's if you're learning like established physics, that's different, right? Than learning something new. You're not researchers when you're going to college, right?
Yeah, so have Tyson be like,
hey,
what's your math problem you would put in an astrophysics book demonstrating the Cincinnati Bengals field goal kick? How would that work out? Like, let's put that math formula or put that word problem in your astrophysics book. Oh, you don't want to do that, huh? Why would he show his work? It's because it's a magic trick. The same reason why you don't ask magicians, like, how did you make that rabbit disappear? Well, obviously, the rabbit didn't disappear. Like, obviously, the world didn't rotate under the football. It's a magic trick, and you can't ask the magician, the entertainer, to show his stuff, because then it takes away the wonder out of it.
Yeah, but you're just saying that all these people have done these things for real, where they actually affect them.
He's got large.
I do have a bunch of sources pointing out now that the Coriolis effect does affect it over long range.
Yeah, so just go ask them. Ask them to show you the work, show you the math.
I actually want to do that. I haven't talked to any of these people.
All right, we'll do it, because people are saying that Tyson was blocking people who asked him for the math of the football. So if you care if he blocks you or not,
maybe
you might use a sock account.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to talk to Tyson, because he's just a free riser. I'm to talk to somebody who actually does this stuff for real.
Yeah, he does.
And I already no, he's not he doesn't work with ballistics engineering. He's an astrophysicist.
He works with astrophysicists. He's like, you take physics,
so I'm not going to talk to him.
You throw astro in front of it, and now you deal with things like the Earth curved and rotating. Without astro in front of it, then the Earth is flat and stationary. Basic physics, Earth-based physics, they tell you they just do it to simplify the math or whatever. So if it works, like a lot of these globals will tell you, if the math works, that's reality. Well, you can simplify the math and it works, which is why you got put astro in front of it. Now it's not simplified anymore, but no one showed. Then suddenly the math disappears. The numbers are just hidden variables.
Me a long time ago. You lost me a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. This is a topic that you've been on for years that you don't understand, you won't understand, and you really generally speak from ignorance about it.
From
and that's
Coriolis, it's very simple. It's not like hidden. It's not hidden. It's just math, right?
Yeah. So run the numbers and see how much would a football deflect over.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, we'll do it.
I haven't done it myself, but it's probably correct, because I don't think he's good at math. I would guess, right? I have a master's degree in college, it's more than enough to calculate these things. So, yeah. But I don't need. He's not my authority on things, right?
Why not? Is it because he's black?
You're crazy.
No, there's a lot of these online YouTube atheists who hate him because he's black. I bet I can pull up videos. This like kangaroo guy.
I don't use
who's upset
any.
That the guy who invented black holes was African American.
No. The reason why he's not my authority on these things is because these things are very simple. So I don't need him to be an authority on these things. I'm my own authority on these things. It's nothing to do with his anybody, right? These are simple things.
You're your own authority of you, and anything outside of you, no one gives a fuck. See, it'd be good if you guys would get an education like Tyson has. Then you could come up with a solution where he's like, they asked him, hey, what about flat earthers? He's like, flat earthers, whatever. If it get more power to them. If they found something that makes them happy, that they can explain the world, go right ahead. See, you guys seem to think that somehow, based off your very low IQ and very low education, that somehow flat earth is harmful. But you don't explain that.
What's your education grade? Do you have any degree?
Yeah.
Educated in life? YouTube?
No, I got a degree.
In what?
The legal process.
Okay, I have a master's degree of science.
Yeah, it's not possible.
Okay, you're just calling me a liar. That's great.
Yeah, well, because you're LARPing. You're pretending you got this.
No, I'm not lying. I have that. You're just calling me a liar. That's fine.
Yeah, because people who have
such a great character, I believe that you're a lawyer.
I didn't say
Why
lawyer.
Are you calling me a liar?
Legal
or
legal
a
process,
law degree.
Yeah.
Legal process. Okay.
Basically, paralegal.
I'm not calling you a liar. Why are you calling me a liar?
Because there's no one's gonna believe you. Because I wouldn't go around and start asking.
Pretty much everybody except flat earthers believe me on this, to be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't go around asking you guys legal questions since I already know them. Meanwhile, you said you got a degree in this stuff, and all you do is ask questions. My epistemology is experts explain. They don't ask for explanations. So right there, you're either you're an expert who doesn't know their expertise, or you lack expertise to begin with.
No, I have the expertise to calculate Coriolis force. It's like asking. Do you ask a person who has like PhD in finance when you're gonna calculate how much money you need after you've paid for an apple, right? You're an expert in that field, right? Because you know math. Right?
You're like the finance.
It's pretty dumb thing to. No. I don't know what the hell we're even talking about, to be honest.
Let me jump in here. Stop. Don't need to fundy mute me. The example you've given is quite telling, actually, because you're like the accountant in this situation here. Just because you do the numbers doesn't mean you understand the business, and I think that's what's happening here. You keep using the word "I can calculate," but what you can't do is you can't show, you can't demonstrate, you can't prove anything with a calculation. So that's the issue here. You're the accountant, and you don't necessarily have business. Making comments on how we should run the business just because you're good with numbers. That makes sense?
It sounds like you're just moving the goalpost over from what Chris said earlier, but yeah. You said, if I could calculate it, it doesn't matter because I have to show it. And if I have to show it, then it doesn't matter because I didn't show it to you guys and you weren't here, so it wasn't direct enough or something like that. It's just another goalpost move.
No, I'm saying
so it really
all of this is
your low
with
education.
That, I think I'm gonna leave because it's kind of pointless.
Yeah,
and then you have Chris who's like just love to character assassinate. It's just great.
Flat Earth is a topic mastered by cavemen 10,000 years ago. If you still, after all this time, do not understand it, as you just said this like not even 5 minutes ago, that you still don't get it.
Understand
Flat Earth. That you come in here every day trying to understand Flat Earth and you walk away with no understanding.
No, I think I understand your argument better than you guys do, to be honest. But there are some things that you guys say.
So
like,
now you understand it
are
better.
incoherent. I don't understand you
amazing.
guys better, but I
So
understand the
this
flat
goes
Earth
back
argument
to
better.
fake experts. You're FE. You're a fake expert. You understand something better than the people you're asking to explain it to you. See, my epistemology is if you know something, you already know it. You don't need to ask anybody about something you already know. But you will. You will, and you will again tomorrow. Nothing changes around here. It's an endless, perpetual spiraling and triggering over concepts you think you already know better than other people. This goes into like the Dunning-Kruger effect now. You rate yourself apparently better.
No, I think the argument I'm making about the for example, Tyson is, I think you're misunderstanding the thing he's saying. I don't think you understand the concepts or the thing he's trying to
and
show.
my feedback is go
and I
talk
think
to him.
I'm better at that to understanding than you are. And I think if I have to be presented the argument from Tyson via you, not from him, via
go to
you.
Tyson.
I think you are misunderstanding him.
Yeah, he
and
said
that's
the
what I'm
football.
saying.
The
I
Earth
don't need
rotated
your
under the
words.
football.
I don't need your words. Be explaining what Tyson is saying through you.
Yeah, you can click the video
to understand
and just
something.
listen. You just click the video and watch
all
it.
I need to understand is what I know. I already know about the subject to understand that
Why
you are
the Earth affects field
misrepresenting
goals.
him, right?
He did a star talk. He's speaking to your education level, your IQ level, which is very low.
Yeah, that's great.
He's breaking it down. He's a scientific communicator. He's going to explain it to you so you understand it. So go right to the horse's mouth. And if you've got questions, just ask him. Apparently, he's got a very large social media footprint. You should be able to find him.
That's the whole point, right?
If you can't find the
I'm not going to verify your misunderstanding of Tyson.
Then you just click the video. Then just click the video and watch it.
I have watched it before.
Yeah, it's posted right there. Why Earth's rotation affects field goals. To your education level.
So when he says that, do you think that means
you're the guy
every
he's
single
trying to
time
reach out
somebody
to?
should shoot a football, they should take it into account? Well, that's what you think.
You should just click on the video and let Tyson explain to you.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
No, you're not going to answer that.
He's dumbing it down to your education
This is why
level.
I'm not listening to you, right?
Yeah, this is why I don't listen to you either. You are not an expert. You claim fictitiously that you've got some sort of college degree and you're highly educated and you're the source of
I don't have a high education. I have a master's degree. It's pretty normal to have that today.
And it's fictitious.
Okay, whatever.
Who in here said that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that flat earthers should just believe whatever they want to believe?
Tyson said that.
Yeah, he said that, but the entire context of his thing was that the Earth is round.
Oh, what a moron. That's the point, dude. Inside his worldview, he can explain why flat earthers exist. You can't. You've got a very small, sad, and ugly version of the globe that doesn't match what the experts are saying. They will tell you on the globe there's flat earthers. There's always been flat earthers. From the very beginning to the end of time, there's always going to be flat earthers. So when you come in here and say flat earthers are harmful misinformation, you're the one that's harmful.
So if you have a north-south stadium, and many are, if it's oriented that way, and the kicker kicks the ball, depending on how high and how long it's in the air, the rotation of the Earth can have a significant effect on its trajectory towards the goalpost. If you're trying to make a 50-yard field goal, that's far away enough, and the ball is airborne long enough for the rotation of the Earth to deflect it to the right by 1/3 of an inch. Cincinnati Bengals against, I forgot who, was it Seattle Seahawks? In overtime, sudden death kick, and the kick went up, and everybody's heart stops, and no one breathes, and there it tumbles, and it hit the left upright and went in for the win, but kind of barely went in. And then I tweeted, I said, this game was won, assisted by the rotation of the Earth. And that force that makes that happen is the same force that sends hurricanes rotating counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern.
There it is, right from the horse's mouth. 50 yards, mind you, like not even 70. Like field goal kicks, they do 50-yarders. I mean, for quite a while.
Yeah, artillerymen and snipers say negligible. Doesn't sound negligible to me.
See, there's a contradiction there because if a field goal kick at 50 yards is a quarter, I don't think he said quarter of an inch. Just imagine what it should be for
3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, that's even more. Holy shit. But what that's going to be like over, see if that field goal kick was like 20,000 yards. Like 20 kilometers. Every 70 or every 50 yards, it deflects a quarter of an inch. That would be like, you'd shoot it, it would like go behind you.
Well, I believe artillery can shoot up to like 15 miles. And they say it's negligible. So somebody's lying.
Yeah, they tried to explain it. Well, the football's got hang time. Yeah, I wonder, like, what's in the air longer, the artillery round or the football?
I would assume the artillery round just because of the distance traveled, but who knows? Apparently, houses can shoot up to 43 miles. Imagine the Coriolis in that distance. See, this is the kind of thing that exposes them. It exposes their contradiction. They don't have a Coriolis. They don't have 2 reference frames. They want to claim it's negligible for some people. But then, when we do the math, we know that a field goal is 3/4 of an inch. Well, think about that over 43 miles. Somebody's lying. And his name's A Guy.
He's deafened anyway.
Oh, just at the conclusion, typical.
I'm wondering in the video of Tyson, if that guy is so good at shooting that the Coriolis effect matters, why didn't he hit the center of the between the goals? Why did he hit the goalpost?
What's your point?
I think it was clear by me saying what I said.
3/4 of an inch deviation in a field goal kick. What about a 43-mile Hauser artillery shot? How much Coriolis should we expect?
Can we talk about one thing at a time, please?
It's all the same.
Not whataboutism, because I'm talking about specifically this goal shot where Tyson was saying he should take it into account, right? But if his foot is so imprecise, he can't even hit in the center of the goalpost. He hit the goal. He hit the goalpost, the actual goalpost. Why would it matter? Why would it take into account Coriolis?
The rotation is what actually made it go in because of his bad shot, yeah?
Yes, right? So it does affect it, but he doesn't take it into account.
So it did affect it over that 500-yard distance.
for these
Is that what it
millimeter
was?
things, but you don't take it
50
into account.
yards,
You
sorry.
don't. There is. Why would
50
he has
yard.
in his? Okay, yeah. So why would he have it in his training manual? We need to take into a Coriolis. Why would he have that in his manual?
Agar, you don't need to worry about that. You need to worry about the fact that you've just conceded that there's 3/4 inch deflection in 50 yards. Now, how about a 48-mile artillery shot? How much deflection should there be?
Depends on the speed of the bullet, but and the direction and some other factors where they are, etc.
Very true, but we're talking about 3/4 of an inch deflection over 50 yards from a field goal shot.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a very measurable effect here, not negligible, like you've been claiming.
I'm not. Why are you saying that? I mean, I asked you to steal my argument earlier. I don't think you can do that. I never said it was negligible for everything.
I don't want to go down your
right?
route. I want you to use your brain and think to yourself, if we're experiencing that much Coriolis over a short distance, then how can you move the goalpost and then claim it's negligible over 48 miles?
I didn't say it was negligible over 48 miles. I never did. I don't know why you're making that up.
Well, I'm telling you, artillery people have been in here and claimed that Coriolis is negligible.
Okay, I don't think so, but and I'm not sure if I would believe that, to be honest.
They don't take it into account. Okay, all right, my bad. Go ahead,
Yeah,
whoever.
you're bad. That's fine. Let's move on. I don't know why you would say I would say it. What did I ever say it was negligible over these long distances?
You agreed once you conceded that yes, we've had artillery people tell us directly that they don't take Coriolis into account. You went down the route of it's too little of an effect to take into account. And then you said about the sniper shot, it would only
What?
affect by a millimeter.
I never did with ballistics. I never did. You must be confused
Yeah, but
when I talked about airplanes.
You've been going down this route of it's not taken into account because it's minuscule.
For different
negligible.
scenarios, yeah. For example, a range shot 100 meters is negligible.
Oh, so but on a football, so what about a drone? So if the Earth is spinning underneath a field goal, what about a drone?
For a drone is negligible because it's affected by wind, and it's not a ballistics. You don't take into account because it's not a ballistics.
What about the wind in the field goal, where Coriolis was 3/4 of an inch over 50 yards?
His foot, and his aim has all the effect and wind, so you don't take it into account.
Bro, listen
it's
to yourself.
Negligible. It's like removing 1 microgram for your bicycle to win a quarter of 1 millisecond in a bike race. Like, why would you do that? Nobody gives a shit. It's not gonna affect who's gonna win anyway.
Hypocritical.
I don't know why I would have to explain these things. It's kind of.
No one asked you to.
Double standard.
No, it's not double standard.
Yeah, no one asked you to explain. That's the best part.
Yes, he did ask me that question. Ruth asked me to ask me these questions many times. Me and him are talking together.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why I bother asking.
Fine.
This is the best shit test you can do. Just tell someone the word no and see how they respond. If they freak the fuck out, you know they're full of shit. Because somebody who's offering you something good and you tell them no, they're kind of like, all right, well, your loss. I was offering you this great deal and you turned it down, that someone else will take it. If not you, or maybe you'll come around. He does quite the opposite. The soft sell, then the hard sell. You can tell that dude is full of shite. He's so full of shite. You use it in daily life too. Like when you see someone trying to sell you something, see how they respond. You can see this is the way that people like church, like priests and stuff, or timeshare, how they operate. Same way these globalists do. They're trying to get you into the cult.
Yeah, that's why I said to the other guy, he said he assumed that a lot of globers managed to trick flat earthers into thinking they're flat earthers. And he wouldn't let me get to my point. But the point is, we see it a mile away. You can't, anyone with an agenda, you can smell it on them a mile away, even if they can hold it down for an hour. Eventually the agenda comes out and it's easy to see. But you can just tell when people have a pre-agenda. They just start obfuscating and lying and
talking about you. Look at this Nix guy. Completely comes in the channel, not in the VC, totally freaked out. Crit, you have no argument. You have no content. Just as you lied about many things before, you lie once again. None of you could stand a chance in a neutral, moderated environment with all the bad faith and with all the gish galloping and sea lion. This is gaslighting at its finest. Like, literally, flat earthers have won in court. Have literally won in court cases. Doing this exact same thing. Completely destroy all common knowledge. Facts. Completely rewrite facts to make the world into something it's not.
Yep. All justified by, well, it's all relative. Our senses can't tell anything. We don't know anything. We might be a brain in the vat. That line of thinking gets you to this crazy glober position where you don't have to prove anything. It's all, I'll calculate it. It's a delusion. Can't demonstrate it, but I can calculate it. Good for you. But I have a degree in math. Yeah, good for you. That doesn't help you think correctly.
And their proof of that is they're going to ask you a bunch of math questions.
Right, yeah. How good are you at math? Like, math proves that they can think correctly and logically for themselves. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they think math proves reality. You're like, certainly, Toby. Here's the excuses for why they factored out the curve and rotation to simplify the math. It's like, oh wait, no, math doesn't prove reality. Wait, what I meant to say was.
Yeah, it doesn't even become frustrating anymore. It's just funny after you've seen it so many times. I can't even tune into them. It's like, okay, sure, carry on. Meanwhile, back on the realm, there is no evidence of curvature or motion, or that you can have a space vacuum next to an open system. I'm going to unmute BizBoz. I'm not sure why it was muted, but it's quiet, so. Not sure why you muted BizBoz, but you're unmuted now.
Yeah, Crit said something wrong and I corrected him and he muted me.
Maybe you were talking through him.
Nope.
Bizballs, are you about to try and start a wizard battle with Crit again?
Nope. I have no interest in talking to that dude.
There's only space for one wizard in here, BizBoz. And it's the Crit.
Well, I'm gonna have
So,
to hear
speaking of wizard,
cogent point before I grant him any mana points.
I shared some cool stuff about a special Disney prism in the side chat. Just something that I found to be interesting that anybody can check out if they want to. It's technology that was lost and recently recovered.
Nice. I always wondered how they did that.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Hey, all I know is I want to do some Mary Poppins stuff. Like, if I can recreate this, doing what he did, that would be cool as well. Dude, that'd be cool as shit. That'd be awesome. Getting my words jumbled up, but I'm actually excited about the idea of making really cool, trippy videos. Hey, Roots. You think that we can beat Don back to the moon? He said he'd go there in a nanosecond. I think that we found the technology. We might be able to beat him there.
Well, unless you're talking about astral projection, bro, none of us motherfuckers are going there.
As far as I'm concerned, the technology that was lost is a Disney prism.
Is that something like the magic elevator from Willy Wonka?
Yeah, I'm basically saying Don was not lying. He was telling the truth that the technology was literally lost. Like, it was destroyed, lost, whatever, it's gone. And that he cannot do what they did when they did that. Now, whether or not he believes the moon story is non sequitur, I think that what he was saying was actually the truth. And it's all around this prism. Everything has to do with that prism. And I call complete bullshit on people acting like you couldn't recreate the set of a real world location. That's nonsense. We do that all the time.
But why would so many people lie? Why would they do that?
So, you remember when the Crusades happened and a bunch of Pokeball masters went out in service of king and country to go captivate the minds of the pagans and heathens all around the world? I don't understand why people would do that either.
But you'd think that there would be, like, you know, a group of people who had been inside who would come out and say that, you know, it's all a big lie, right?
I fell into a burning ring of fire. You know, that song was released like the year after Gus Grissom and friends burnt inside of the Apollo 1. Weird. I guess that's just a coincidence. I mean, it would have been on Johnny Cash's mind since it was in the news, but still.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Just saying. Welcome to Hollyworld.
Dude, there's plenty of whistleblowers, but they go off the grid that nobody hears about them and it's not reported on. Don't take much digging, you can find physicists, geophysicists, astronauts that have spoken out, pilots. There's plenty of flat Earth pilots. So that question's just stupid, really. You
Are
just
there
haven't
any
looked
in here? Do we have
in
any
this room
pilots
right
in here? I mean, in this Discord.
Yeah, there are pilots in the flat Earth community, yes.
Are they here in this Discord?
No, not right now, no.
I mean, well, you got to consider that human beings have lives, so nobody can be everywhere all the time.
Yeah, especially if they're a qualified licensed pilot. That's
I'm just saying that nobody can be everywhere, so I can't just summon a pilot right now and be like, "Hey, come here now. BizBuzz needs to speak with you."
No, I was just wondering if there were any. I'm not like making any demand with anyone.
But yeah, we have friends who fly.
I got excited because I thought that maybe there'd be a pilot in here.
I've flown before, but my experience is useless in comparison to other pilots who have many more hours than I do. I've just flown. Mine is more of a humble flight. It's not anything big.
Yeah, I want to talk to a qualified licensed pilot.
You want to talk to somebody who's been higher than I have.
Can you take me higher?
I want to make a miniature model of the Hindenburg and send it up like to just below where a weather balloon would pop and try and maintain kind of a neutral buoyancy up there and see what happens. Then I don't have to fly myself and I can actually collect data points from a very high altitude. That would be fun.
I was thinking about this, but I'm going to look it up now. But I was just thinking about what that guy said about the vacuum with the open air system next to it. And now I'm thinking there's got to be some sort of like measurable point of neutrality between the two where it like grades from one atmosphere into the point of neutrality and then grades toward vacuum state. But I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just going to look it up and see if that's the case because that's what I think. If I had to,
I think a lot of that,
but
a lot of that's connected to the other claims by proxy, like the Big Bang Boom paradigm and the debate and discussion that, because this is like within the Glober community anyway, that they already debate and discuss whether or not the universe is ever expanding. So that's into question. That has to be added into the variable. There's just a bunch of other things too. Like there's certain people who deny the existence of black holes and say that they're, like, according to the laws of physics, they're impossible and offer alternate explanations for them. But these are Globers. This isn't even in the flat Earth discussion at all. It's just, so like with the debate and discussion being so open, to me I find it weird when folks mock those who question everything.
oh, cool. There's a low Earth orbiting satellite called the ICON, the Ionospheric Connection Explorer, that specifically measures things that happen in the neutral atmosphere between the vacuum of space and Earth's atmosphere. I did not know that. But that makes sense. I mean, I guess to have like a science craft testing things on like how they react in the neutral atmosphere, that's kind of cool to think about.
I have a question. If all of our devices are calibrated to detect that which we know, then how the heck will we detect something that we've never encountered before? you'd get some anomalies, but how would you specifically know, since the calibrations are like, well, we know this is this, this is this, this is this. How would you know?
I know with like sensor craft.
So, and then my point is this, though. My point is this, Bizballs, because all of our calibrations also have to do with human experience, right? That which we can actually calibrate to based off of our own experience.
Or what we can,
because that's how our understanding is built.
It doesn't all have to be based off of our sense perception. It can be based off of things that we've mathematically.
Oh, let me explain it a different way. I was in high school one time and I looked up because I was in science class and I was reading the periodic table of known elements. And I just read the title at the top of it after kind of glancing at it. And the student next to me, I just made a passing comment that because it says known elements, that means that there are elements that are not known to us. So we could probably discover more elements, like people probably will. And he looked at me like I was a dumbass, called me an idiot, and said that that was the stupidest thing he's ever heard. That year, they added 2 new elements to their whole weird table. And that was my graduating year. It was funny though to me because I felt like I was vindicated. But my point is our perception is limited, and a lot of people make assumptions, but there is more out there to be known.
Yo, Arthur Gress, your microphone, brother.
That's why it's important that we keep asking questions and that we keep looking.
The mic sounds loud because I've got a fan. It's picking up the fan across the room. I'm sorry.
I thought there was a.
I know it sounds like
I thought there was a hurricane in Texas.
The minute we start pretending to have all the answers, that's when we fall off.
Are you not from Texas? I got my cousin in Texas, Dallas.
See, that's the thing is I have an issue with the answers that have been given to us because of where they come from and because of the history of those answers. Like, it does go back to all that religious crap with a cult of pie and a golden popey ball. And when you trace it back to then, it's like, okay, everything after this is questionable. These men have an agenda for an empire.
All right, that's enough flat Earth for me for one day. Have a good one, guys.
Guys, where's good guy? I was AFK for a bit. I played like a game. I was on my phone. Where's this good guy? He went offline? Did he convince someone or not?
Who are you trying to speak with, Al?
With all of you guys. Of course, I'm a nice guy.
No, I'm saying, who are you searching for? You looking for roots?
No, good guy. The guy, then good guy.
Oh, that other guy. Okay, I think he left. That's right. You were talking about screen name then. Okay.
Right. All right. How's your days going, guys?
Staying blessed. Avoiding stress.
Apparently pretty hot because your fan is turning, right?
Nah, that was on because somebody else was in here.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, it's getting hot here as well. Soon it's getting hot here as well. Are you guys like trying to avoid to go outside without sunscreen, or you guys go without sunscreen, no problem?
I don't have the need to put that on. I just go out in the sunlight.
Okay.
Well, alright, say I were to stay inside and become pale and then go out into the sunlight in the middle of the summer, I would burn like a lobster and peel. But if I gradually go into the sunlight over and over again, I become accustomed to it, and then I do not burn.
I did the same. Like, I was like giving a fuck, like, but like recently, like I trust the knowledge that, like, you know, care about my skin. So yeah, I'm putting like sunscreen on now.
the way I look at it, man, most of the stuff that we've been told we need is a product being sold. And when it comes to reality, we need what we need. We don't need what we don't need. And we can live without that which we can live without. But we definitely need what we need. Whatever you think you need it.
You said a lot of needs. That's cool.
Well, whatever you think you need it, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to tell you your needs. I'm not looking in your bowl to find out what you got.
I got you that you take care about my needs. Thanks.
But hey, as long as you take care of your needs over your wants, you're good.
I have you for that, apparently. Thank you, dog. It's cool.
Look, I come in hot sometimes because I don't like the cartoon ball bullshit. I don't mind talking about real science and men talking about real things. Well, men and women talking about real things.
Oh, hey, look,
but
I'm
when
not mad at
people come
you.
in with the sophistry, no, and I'm not coming at you. I'm just speaking general. When people are in here with the sophistry, trying to pull out like this circus crap, it's not entertaining to me. And so I like to try and level the ground real quick whenever I come in at this point, because I'm just not
that's your
up
beliefs,
for it
right?
anymore.
I have other beliefs, so.
To me, it's more like I would call myself a non-believer in anything that somebody could tell me about the world.
I didn't say that you guys are talking secret shit now, did I?
I don't want to believe anymore, man. I want to know.
Yeah, that's the most important. But the thing is, we only know 5%. 95% we don't know. That's.
And the organic computer isn't capable of containing all of the information that exists.
Even when you look DNA, like human DNA, that's all. It looks like a computer code, right?
Yep. But I'm just saying that your brain can't hold all the information that's available. It can't contain all of it. It's not possible anyway.
I guess we're capable of a lot. Our brain is a huge evolution. Yeah, it's a.
No, I mean, like, you can't know everything that a god would know. Like, you can't. None of us can reach that tier level.
We don't know. We don't know
possible.
about our creator, right? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. We can't contain everything. And if you did it, you'd probably go mad.
Right.
I'm gonna step inside real quick and grab something to drink, and I'll be right back.
Yo, guys, I have a problem. Someone here to hear me out? Yo, Edagrass, you back?
Because he came back? Oh well. Guess it wasn't that big of a problem.
Alright, I'm back. What's up, y'all? Same stuff, different day.
Nothing new under the sun.
I'm actually thinking about buying a new microphone and then sitting down and recording certain things like perfectly so that I don't have to repeat myself. And put them on a soundboard so that I could just have my own voice and just it'll be the same exact perfect soundbite of myself.
I could just see you have one for like, yes, that's correct.
Well, I wouldn't have to waste breath responding to stupid things.
That would be pretty hilarious, though.
Yeah, John, that's hilarious, mate. You could even like time a gap and then put, no, that's a non sequitur, and you'd probably be right every time.
Probably.
I really want one of Jimsy going, gravity? What's that?
I want to figure out how Quetzal gets his soundboard. He's got so many cool sounds.
Yeah,
Is there like a
his
pack
mic is
down?
legendary too.
Oh, really? Yeah, he's always crisp.
It's just got such a good low.
Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say go.
Yeah, that's what Kembo said to Flatman and bought him a full setup, and then he went home. Oh, okay. That sounded like a shot. It wasn't.
Welcome, Sir Boniface. Oh, Saint. I need my glasses, my bad. That was a little blurry for me. I'm becoming an old man!
Are you new to the topic? Oh, what was that, Roots?
No, I didn't think he was going to respond. Is he there? Is it Saint Boniface?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I was just wondering if you were new to the topic or.
Sort of. I just come here to listen to the conversations because they're pretty entertaining. So I don't really have a view. So
Weird. Well, I mean, we live on the same Earth, right?
yeah.
So, I mean, what do you think? What's your leg in the race, as they say?
I guess I've moved from I guess just from listening to all the conversations, you could say I moved from a more of a certitude that the Earth is round to more of like
round like a coin?
No, like a a sphere. I moved from a certitude to more of a I don't know, a less certain position, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like altogether kind of just I don't know is, a perfectly fair answer.
Sure. I mean, you could say that. And I mean, honestly, I really don't care like about the shape of the Earth. So
don't care.
No.
Wow. So, I mean, the truth just doesn't matter to you.
Well, I just don't see how this truth is like necessarily like valuable, I guess.
Well, how would you know what you don't know? I don't think anybody comes into this and like, oh yeah, this is going to change my life. And yet I could personally tell you myself it's changed my life dramatically for the better. Just because of having a solid foundation, being critical of information, and leading myself to a more beneficial knowledge and logical reason.
Sure.
But I don't know what that would do for you. You know, for me, it made me non-atheistic, right? I started having a wife, stability, children, started being a professor at university. You know, I mean, you start growing in a different way.
Sure.
And I'd have to say it's definitely because of first questioning that globe, right? I mean, I know it sounds kind of cliche, and I'm definitely that guy that wanted to be an astronaut growing up. I did.
Well, I mean, if it brought you to God, that's obviously a really good thing. But I don't know, for me personally, like whether or not the Earth is round or sorry, a sphere or flat, or if it looks like a donut, like it's not going to change the way I live personally.
Well, maybe in a physical sense, like, you know, you're not going to go out tomorrow and be like, oh my gosh, you know, it's different, because it's not.
Right.
It hasn't changed at all. In fact, what would have changed is you and your knowing of something. Because, I mean, it does kind of sound like you're a little ambiguous, like, well, I just don't even know how it's going to affect me. So I'm not really I'll be here, but I won't really look into it for myself.
Yeah, I've never
however,
done any like extensive research into it, that's for sure.
Well, you don't have to do much. I mean, are you near a large body of water?
Not really, no.
Because it is something you got to do for yourself. I wouldn't listen. You know, don't get me wrong. You're absolutely right. We're definitely entertaining. And you know, some of the greatest minds I've ever heard in my life are in these forums. But until you actually go to the beach yourself and you put that globe geometry to the test for yourself, repeatable. Actually, I had to do it a couple times over months. You know, until I was just absolutely no. You know, it's kind of like I know it kind of sounds crazy, but it's like measuring a building over and over again. You're like, are you sure it's not sinking? Are you sure it's staying the same height? And you check it again, and you do the same thing with lumber. I'm building stuff all the time, and they say measure twice, cut once, right? Otherwise, you're going to ruin your material. So I measure 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. I forgot about the 4 times. I measured again. You know, I misplaced the exact piece of wood, you know, and end up measuring over and over again, right? Until I actually know that number in my head, and of course use it. Now, in this case, the shape of the Earth, it's kind of misleading, right? We're not actually measuring the shape, but we're actually getting the surface property, right? We're trying to find out if it's curved or flat. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm just treating it kind of unbiasedly, especially when I was going out there like, look, you know, I don't know what I'm going to find, you know. However, when you're zooming in to this apparent horizon, you begin to quickly realize, especially if you have distant markers, such as oil rigs, boats, windmills, there's all kinds of distant markers. And, you know, depending on how skeptical you are of the globe, right? Some people are, you know, they just need to see it, right? A video of it. That's definitely not me, and maybe doesn't sound like you either. I don't know. I would implore you to look into it for yourself, man, because you don't know what you don't know.
Right. I mean, yeah. Next time I go to California and I go to the beach, I'll pay attention to all that, I guess.
Absolutely. Even just kind of turning to your buddy and going, how far do you think that oil rig is out there? And you can look it up, right? There are just various different platforms you can look that information, actually. Some 10, 15 miles out, 6 miles out, all varying, right? You can find the right one. It is pretty interesting, right? And then see how low you can get that camera and zoom in Don't get me wrong, you can do it with a few cameras, and honestly, when I first did it, I did it with a telescope, so no zoom, really. You know, I was going from like naked eye to, I think it was like 128 zoom. But yeah, you know, once you get the the Nikon P900, I had that one and let it go as well. But you know, they were actually going for like $300,
Okay.
which isn't too bad for a camera. And you get a pretty sweet camera.
True.
I'm just saying, there's definitely ways if you want to know. And maybe you don't want to change your life, you know. I mean, I'm not saying like do this to change your life either, but we just want to share the information because, like I was saying, they teach this to everybody. They taught it to me in school. They taught it to you. They reinforce it all over the place, whether it be media. I mean, for God's sakes, the first image on the iPhone was a globe. They work tirelessly, you know, to regurgitate this space and all this rhetoric. For what? You know, when that money, you know, I say that money could go to a lot of really good things, you know, and actually help a lot of people, or just maybe it just doesn't go much to anything. Maybe it goes to nobody. We start like, I don't know, changing things because, well, if a gigantic system is getting a lot of money to do nothing, I mean, that seems counterproductive to society. I mean, don't you think?
Yeah, but then my
50
question
million
would
a
be,
day. What would you do with 50 million a day?
why wouldn't NASA, well, let's say their true objective is just to get a bunch of money.
Well, they print more every
Why?
day, so I don't think it's that, but definitely a control aspect of money, sure.
Okay, so then why would they use the globe? Why would they use the idea of a globe um to lie to people so that they can benefit from it? Like why exactly a globe? And
Well, my answer would only be really speculation because I'm not the liar, right? We flat earthers, we've just waken up to the lie, right? We just go, hey, look, somebody's lying, right? Yes, it happens to be coming from NASA, JAXA, RASA, ESA, and India now, right? We're just kind of pointing out the liars, but in my speculation, it seems to be a lot of control, almost like a tax farm. And if you can control the minds to where they think they're going and where they have been, my goodness, the control that you would have over somebody, right? You know, I kind of notice this in my children. You know, I'll call something like a table or a chair, and they thought I was talking about the opposite for a second. You know, like, oh, the table, and they point to the chair, and it's like, no, 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 no. But to them, that you know, that miscommunication was what first established their definition of that chair. They could have accidentally gone their entire life thinking a table was a chair and a chair was a table. Does that make sense?
sure.
Because what I'm trying to say is, well, they gave you that globe. Now, why they gave you that globe? Heck if I know. Don't get me wrong. Actually, it's quite genius when you reverse engineer our realm. It can be re-engineered into a shape. And in fact, it can be projected on many shapes due to the elevation angle to Polaris and how we actually get all of our longitude and latitude lines. Don't get me wrong, it's been changing over time as well. They've had a lot of time to perfect this heliocentric model. But your specific question was why a ball? Well, you know, I don't know. It seems fairly easy, you know, in terms of re-engineering things, right? I mean, just tell them that they're spinning, even though they don't feel anything. Oh, tell them that there's a gigantic curve, even though no one's ever measured it in history. Oh, and tell them that it's a gigantic vacuum of space and they all came from nothing, that they're the greatest bit of evolution. So, right? I mean, think about just how much control with a narrative or a story that you can have over a population.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I guess all that makes sense, but I don't know. I'd want to get down to the bottom of why, like, why globe? Like, why
I
not any
shared two
other shape?
videos in the side chat right here. One explains the why would they lie kind of thing. Like there are tons of problems, and every scientist in America wants their pet problem pursued. And the other one has to do with the spherical shape of the Earth. Like the ball,
Okay.
why a ball? For king and crown. Kings and cannonballs.
Yeah, I'm playing a game right now, so I'll check out that video in a sec.
Nice, Ethan.
But
yeah, man, no problem.
Moving away from that topic,
Can I just,
Lloyd.
before you move on, can I just make a comment on the wire ball thing?
Sure.
Because I think the more you think about it, the more obvious it becomes. Have you ever heard the saying, people don't know which way is up?
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that saying is, if you don't even know which way is up, then how can you know anything about the natural world? And that's literally what we've got here. We've got a ball where up is different for everybody depending on your latitude. And this is literally fulfilling that idea. Nobody knows which way is up. And I think there's a lot to that you can unpack with that, but it just shows you that we know nothing about the foundations of our world, and we assume everything. That was it.
Okay, so you would say, the government or NASA is purposely trying to throw us off with questions like this. Basically,
well, how can we further science? You know what I mean? With this such a lack of understanding. It's not like we can go further. We're kind of stuck here, aren't we, in this place where we are now.
Okay. So this would probably make it easier for them to manipulate us, you would say?
I would say so. If we don't know which way is up, and we think we're on a spinning ball that we cannot detect, that means we're being taught to not trust our vestibular system, our senses, the scientific method, evidence. Do you know what I mean? We're now going against all of these fundamental things that we build knowledge with. All because we've been bred to believe that we live on a ball we cannot detect or prove. So it has a massive consequence on how we think.
And I wanted to point out how, I also shared another video here with Neil Armstrong on tour in Vietnam, and I think that you should listen to how he answers their questions.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely check out the videos in just a sec.
And I have a question. I wonder, because I never had the opportunity to ask a Glober this question when he says that he doesn't care about the shape of the Earth, when he hear about that idea that we have that the Earth can be flat and not a globe. So some people, and it's you're not the only the first one, and you won't be the last one that would say, I don't care about the shape. But why? That people sometimes say that when they hear about the flat Earth, about some people having different idea that they have. If you don't care, so you must be someone completely 100% agnostic about the shape, not having any belief about any shape for the Earth. If you don't care about what it is.
Well,
so can you tell me why that idea? Why you said that you don't care, and if you do really don't care?
Well, the reason I don't care is because I don't really see any reason why I should care. I just don't find the information to be necessarily useful to me personally. And by the way, I wouldn't consider myself like a glober per se. So I like you said, I would consider myself more so agnostic on the issue. Just because, like I said at the beginning of the conversation, I'm moving more from a certitude to like I guess a suspicion that the Earth may be a globe. But like I said, I'm moving away from that certitude.
Okay, so you are moving away from that certitude, but you don't think that acquiring knowledge, certain truth about the where you live would be something important as just for knowledge, at least for knowledge. It won't make you taller or shorter. It won't affect your life. It won't do any. It's not that much that you think, but it won't just give you some background about where do you live, and what those people that are spreading those lies, why they are lying, and why they are doing that. So at least for the knowledge, I think.
Yeah, I mean, having the knowledge would be great, but I've been here for a while. I've been in the this VC particularly for a while, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys would say like we can't know, or we just don't know what the shape of the Earth is. So like I don't find the information useful, whether or not it's flat or a globe or whatever. It won't at all impact how I live. Like it won't impact my my belief system that much. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to know why NASA would possibly be lying. I guess it'd be nice to have that information, but as for the shape of the Earth, I just simply don't. I just, I don't really care.
You said that it won't affect your belief system. You're talking about religion or something?
Yeah, I'd be talking about religion.
Okay. About religion, I will say that don't you think that the Creator would be satisfied by those who knows more than those who don't know? And he would be satisfied by those who don't change the shape of his creation. Imagine you are a creator. I'm making fun, not with purpose sometimes, but just beliefs, holding beliefs that turns your creation to something else that you didn't make. I think it will make you, you the human, it will make you angry against those who are just changing the shape of your creation and changing what it is in reality and telling people lies about what you created.
Well, to your first point, would God be more satisfied with someone that knows more? I don't find that to be the case. We have many saints that were very, very holy people, yet had hardly any knowledge. I believe Saint John Vianney was one of them. He was even rejected from seminary, I'm pretty sure, because he just couldn't grasp any of the topics. But so no, I don't think God would necessarily care if we have more knowledge than that person. Sure, it would help us in our spiritual lives, but no, I don't think it plays into our salvation. And especially, I don't think it matters to God whether or not we know that the Earth is a globe or a a flat Earth, particularly. So
and don't you think that
just on that, can I just ask?
Go ahead.
So, in that vein, then, would you say that God doesn't care whether we were sitting in Plato's cave? Have you heard of that analogy?
I have not.
Plato's cave. So the idea
haven't
of
heard
Plato's cave is that if we're all prisoners in a cave and we were born in the cave and no one has ever left the cave and we can only face the wall, so the only light that we get to see is what comes in from the entrance of the cave, and the shadows, let's say, on the wall. Now, we build a whole cosmology and an idea around these shadows, and we think that is life, and no one has ever left the cave. Do you think, in that respect, because you haven't heard of Plato's cave, you're probably going to miss some of the metaphysical value in the idea, but the idea of just living in a complete illusion, do you not think, I think God would be not emotionally affected by that, but it would mean that we wouldn't be able to understand the reality we live in. So if we lived in a complete matrix or a false reality, do you not see the significance of how that would affect your thinking in everything?
So I actually have heard of this analogy just briefly before. It doesn't have to do with skepticism or whatever. Anyway, so I guess there's a difference between the idea that maybe the Earth is a globe and living in a completely altered reality where everything's being told to us that's actually a lie.
Okay,
I think
fair enough.
there's a difference.
So you see, okay, but what if I told you your cosmology or the shape of the Earth affects where you came from, your origin story, potentially, where we might be going in the future, potentially, what to fear in the sky, potentially, and then knock-on effects like the history, evolution could be affected, quantum could be affected, relativity could be affected. So all of these ideas that we build new theoretical ideas from could be flawed or changed just simply by addressing your cosmology.
Well, let's say all of that was true. Okay, then sure, I guess. At that point, it would be I guess it would be beneficial to know whether or not we're being lied to, but I just don't think that it's the case.
No, I get that. But at least you've admitted that you can see how it could be more than just a discussion on geometry.
Sure. I mean, if the shape of the Earth totally impacted reality to the extent that you're talking about, then sure. But then at that point, I would need to know why, or like how the shape of the Earth would actually be impacting reality to such a great extent.
Well, most people think their swamp goo evolved from stardust, right? I know I've
heard something like that in like 7th grade.
Another thing you should take into consideration is that propaganda is a faith-based branch of the military-industrial complex. I'll say, I know I said it fast. Propaganda is the faith branch of the military-industrial complex. So they orchestrate the faith of the population for the benefit of whatever they're doing.
Okay. See, but then that just goes back to my original question, I guess. Like, why does promoting a globe Earth, how does that benefit them?
So what's the oldest propaganda company, so to speak?
I have no idea.
I'd say... Go ahead, Necron.
For me, that's the purpose of the deceiver. the deceiver, his job is just to deceive people, to make them believe something to be real, but it's just unreal. It's not true. So that's the purpose of the deceiver here. And if you're religious, so you know that you don't have to fall for those lies. You are intellectual creature. So God created you like that, and you have reason. So you must use them.
Hmm. Yeah, but I don't think people. Well, sure, maybe some people do this, but I don't think people, especially massive organizations such as NASA, lie just for the sake of lying. You know, I'm sure that
No.
there's.
Not only just for lying. NASA just gain so much money per day. They have so much money in return, just lying to people and making some CGI and some movies, some rocket some rockets that they send to the sky, and they collect them again from Bermuda and from the ocean, and they do the same shit again and again and again and again.
I showed a video up here that has some scientists talking about the pet problems of every scientist in America, and he kind of explains it better than we could. If you'd like to listen to him, it's only a couple seconds.
One sec.
Meeting some outstanding men in our time, but the very quiet and soft-spoken young man you're about to meet now is
No, that's the Neil Armstrong one. It's the other one with the scientist from Vanguard.
Okay.
Well, from Vanguard. It says Vanguard. I don't.
From this settle. What is it set up to do? There are hundreds of problems that we'd like to solve with these satellites. Practically every scientist across the United States would like to have his pet problem pursued.
What's a pet problem? Like,
Basically, whatever they're studying, whatever issue they have, whatever they want to focus on, there's plenty of reasons why people would want funding. And they're not bad reasons. They want funding for what they're trying to study. So, like, where it doesn't have something bad that occurs doesn't have to be rooted in something bad. It could come from a good place, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Oof, that was fire.
That was spicy. I mean, sure, I guess maybe I'll look into it a bit more. But, yeah, I mean, again, like, I don't see how my life would be impacted, on whether or not, like, I believe that the Earth is a globe or flat or whatever, you know? So, I mean, if I guess, you know, it would be valuable.
And that's a personal choice, yeah. And that's a personal choice. No one can convince you to care about something. But I think what we're trying to do is, we hear this a lot. And I think we probably all thought the same as well before we came to the conclusion that there is no direct evidence of the globe. So at that point, I suppose I would have felt the same. But now I know 100% that there is no direct evidence that has been produced over the last 15 years in any debate or in any conversation or discussion. You know, and after doing enough research to recognize that there is nothing that comports with scientific method or an experiment that we can cite to prove either, you know, the consequences of a ball. At that point, it isn't about whether the Earth's a ball or not. It's about recognizing how you can be so mistaken, how you can be so misunderstood and confident in a faulty foundation. And that's a scary moment when the penny drops and you realize you've been believing all of this shit without any evidence whatsoever.
Huh?
I thought that was you. Is that somebody else?
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I was hot micing, I think.
Okay.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. So it's not necessarily about the shape of the Earth. It's more about being lied to.
Correct.
Would you
And if
say?
they've managed to convince everybody, including employees in the field, that they are going to something that violates all the laws of science, and then they're doing it without actually providing any raw data, apart from maybe some ones and zeros, and claiming, that's gravitational waves, whatever. Like, without evidence, they have managed to pull in, how much are NASA pulling in a day? 100 and something million a day or
I have no
something.
idea.
But then you can take the journey you will take to get to that point requires you to stand on your own two in logical thought and differentiate belief from knowledge. And then as soon as you can kind of stay in that position and recognize what's a belief and what's a knowledge, you'll find there is no direct evidence of the globe. And if they've done it with the globe, well, then what else can I do this with? What other subjects can I approach with a scientific imperial mind and ask, what do we know for certain? And there are other subjects that you can do this with, and start challenging all your beliefs. And I think that's a very powerful moment to regain that ability to say, right, I don't care where the information takes me. I want to be, I want to resonate with what is actually provable, demonstrably, repeatable, empirically. Otherwise, I'm doing pseudo metaphysics, pseudoscience. And I think that's such a powerful position to be able to take that cognitive, logical thinking and be able to recognize that's fallacious. The reason why I believe it's a ball is all fallacious due to fallacious reasoning. I have no logical arguments to support my belief in a globe. It's a powerful moment
And
when the penny drops.
It doesn't end with the flat Earth. The flat Earth, it will be just the entry of that rabbit hole. So it's not just the one single lie. You will find so much lies. You will find lies in the history, lies in the religions, lies everywhere, and for everything. They lie so much. So I will say that the white rabbit. The white rabbit is the topic of flat Earth, and it will lead you to the other lies.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes a whole lot more sense. Yeah, I mean, if it's more so about figuring out whether or not what you believe is just lies that you've been told, or whether or not like you actually like believe it, yeah, I mean at that point it's valuable. So
yeah, just think about this. If you just think about religions, if you are born in a community where they are all Christians, you will be Christian and you will defend Christianity as if it's something correct and true. If you are born as Muslim, you will do the same thing. You will be Muslim and you will defend Islam as being the correct thing. And if you are Hindu, you will do the same thing. But you know what? You're just following some lies. And because there is so much lies, now you are just sitting there. You don't know who is the liar and who is the one who is saying the truth. What is the correct path and what is the wrong path? Who are the correct group in those all those groups? So those people just like to control the masses. They have to make up lies to make it easier to control the masses. So you will have to understand that people are not just stupid, but they are tempting to follow So, like sheeple minds, they attempt to follow and they choose the easier way because they are lazy. So if there is just someone telling them, I'm talking to the God and I'm giving you this and this, do that and do this, and you will be good. So they will follow that. They don't want to research. They want to sit there and wait till the information come to them, and they will just believe it as it is. They want to try to research to find which one is correct and which one is wrong. Because like in this situation, one of us is correct and the other group is just completely wrong. And you have to try to find who is wrong and who is correct. And it's about the realm where you live. It's not just a house. It's not like you are blindfolded and you do a home job, and we put you in a house and we don't tell you where is that house and how is that house. So you just sit there and tell us that you don't care because it won't affect your life inside the house. But it will affect your life in the entirety if you do know where you are exactly and how is that house, how is the foundation, how it is built. Is it brick walls? Is it wood? So you can build or put a nail in that wall depending to how is the wall.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Basing your beliefs off of just mere blind faith and off of what you've been told is obviously a very dangerous thing. So I think that's what most people do when they say that the Earth is a globe. They simply base it off of what they've been told by scientists and whatnot. So,
well, you can know that for sure because they have to. Because there is no curvature to be measured, there is no motion to be measured, so they have to do that. So not to interject or interrupt, I just want to move you from that. I think that's what people do. No, they have to do that to be a glober. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying the globe has to be a belief because there's no direct evidence in reality of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
And that's fine, we've got smart globers. The smartest globers will say, yeah, I choose to believe in it because of, I don't know, the sky, the stars, or the global model. We've got some very smart globers who come in here and say, yeah, the best evidence we have is a working model. And I'll tell them, no, it's not working, but, it works to a certain degree, but it's not a complete working model, but that's beside the point. The point is the best globers will admit that. Whereas the worst globers will say everybody knows it's a globe. There's loads of evidence, and then never actually state any evidence.
Right.
Like a group of people believing in unicorns just by looking at pictures of unicorns, and they never seen a real unicorn in their life, so they just believe. And they find some other people who say that unicorns doesn't exist, and they tell them, prove it. That's what happened with us. We tell the globers, there is no curvature, there is no motion. Those things doesn't exist in reality. There is no curvature in the surface of Earth. And there is no motion. Earth doesn't move. And they tell us, prove it. Prove motion and prove the curvature. Prove that unicorns exist. Don't ask the others to prove the negative.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you all for this conversation. I'll definitely be in here pretty often, so I'll be listening and everything. But yeah, I'm not here to debate or like necessarily I'm just here to ask like genuine questions. So Yeah,
Hey,
thank
I've
you
really
all.
enjoyed the chat, by the way. This is the kind of chat that the reason why we're all jumping in is because this is the kind of chat we really enjoy. Someone who's genuinely open-minded and is probably going to look into this impartially. And I sense that from you. Whether it's true or not is down to you. But yeah, that's probably why you got so much attention. But I
Yeah.
thoroughly enjoyed this chat.
Yeah, of
Despite
course.
your name actually saying in parentheses that you're a LARPer, I still actually respect your opinion about things and welcome you to come back.
Yeah, I'll definitely
Feel
be
free to
back.
collect worldviews, bro. I see what you're doing. Collect worldviews and try and figure out how this thing works, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, I find knowledge to be a very powerful thing. So, and I find truth to be one of the most important things someone can strive for. So, at least knowing whether or not NASA is lying, that would be valuable. So, I'll definitely be looking into this more often, and you guys will see
Hey,
me.
one last thing, bro.
Yeah.
I would suggest research the sodium vapor process, because to anybody who says it's impossible, they couldn't have faked it, come on, Mary Poppins exists. Just look up the sodium vapor process and it'll tell you a bunch.
And if I may, just one last thing. I'm not Christian, but I know about Christianity, and I can tell you that I believe this thing, that we are created in the image of God. So it means that we hold the attributes of perfection that God have. So if God is the all-knowing, you have to know that we should at least glorify that attribute that he put it on us, have the possibility to acquire knowledge. If God is the all-knowing, so we need to just push on that attribute and acquire the more and more knowledge to glorify that attribute on us, of that attribute of perfection that God put it on us. And you are intellectual person, so you will be able to understand things very easy.
Yeah, God definitely gave us a brain for a reason, and so we can know things. So, I mean, yeah, this is one of my, I don't know, I guess I see this more as like a side issue, at least right now. But you know, thank you everyone for the chat, and yeah, like I said, I'll be back, and I'll definitely be in for like some of the debates and stuff. And I remember one between Gavin and I forget the other guy, but they were both Australian, and it was super entertaining. So yeah, I love those debates. Anyway,
Well, if you like a good debate, my friend, have a look at some of the modern day debate. There's a few flat earthers on there doing quite well. In fact, I've never seen them lose a debate on there. Maybe about 5 years ago there was one guy, but in the last 5 years it's just a flat smacking every time, mate. Literally.
Yeah, but whenever I tune into those debates, I have no idea what they're talking about. But whatever. I'm sure if I listen more often, then I'll get an idea.
Yeah, I don't think you're dumb, bro. Like for it, like we're not taught this shit at school, and we're not even taught. I mean, like I don't want to start a whole new subject here, but like they managed to convince us boats over the horizon is a proof of a globe. But if the more you're around in this subject, the more you'll realize at 3.5 miles, which is where they say boats go over the horizon, is where the limitation of your naked eye view is. So things start to disappear up due to perspective. I'm not trying to start a new discussion, but it's just one of those things where if you're hearing them talk about, you know, all these perspective terms, it's not taught to us in school, so why would we know it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's only flat earth that'll teach you about perspective properly, relativity properly, things like that.
If it's not in the book, it's not up for discussion.
What was that, Ether?
If it's not in the book, it's not up for discussion.
It's true.
But yeah, man, loved having you around, and yeah, come back anytime, brother. Always welcome.
All right. Well, I'll have to get going soon, but again, thank you guys, and yeah, I'll be back. So
Yeah, top man. Look after yourself.
See ya. Thank you.
Yeah, he was chill. I hope we have more folks like him come in and hang out.
Yeah, I'll put up with 10 shitty Globers for that one chat like that any day.
That's fair. That's a fair equation. That's fair math. I think embracing the policy of zero tolerance for Mickey Mouse bullshit is a good standard, though, across the board for all the pros. Like, how we do that is dependent on the individual, because we're all different, but still, the Mickey Mouse bullshit doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. You come in hard earlier. I was like, oh shit.
I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, I think, man. I hadn't had my coffee, woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and came outside, and I was hearing some bullshit that I wasn't ready to hear yet.
You know, it's funny. I literally said to you the other day, I'm a bit like that. I feel like we share that in the morning. We're just so ready and so fiery.
Yeah.
Good though.
But then I settled down, got something to drink, and then decided to listen and stuff. But also, I know that y'all can be patient for like hours on end, and sometimes it takes a loud voice to just kind of shatter the paradigm for a second. Say, hey, remember what's going on here and where you are, because we don't need to run in circles. It's a waste of time.
Question to Roots, please. Roots, do you do the live stream in a specific day in the week or just random?
I just join Super Monkey Ball when he goes live. Sometimes he goes live every day. Sometimes he goes live once a week. But you have to have 50 followers, I think, to be able to go live.
I love hearing about it when you go and do that, though, because it's like y'all go on the side quest mission, but for you, y'all are the kind of like A characters in the storyline, and I'm just kind of a C character, like off in the background. But it's like, meanwhile, and then over there, y'all are doing this.
Exactly what it is, a side quest.
Yeah, but for you, it's the main quest, and I'm just on some side quest.
Yeah, completely different crowd on TikTok. Actually, you don't get the. I can only be in there for so long because it's very normy in a sense that you can't even get into the nitty gritty on some of these subjects because they're just, I don't know, the people there. There's a lot of young kids and things like that.
I imagine it's like talking to ninth graders in a high school classroom on the first day of school every day.
Yeah, pretty much. You get a lot of the start of the live. It'll just be full of ridicule, and then you kind of see like the chat vibe change to, "Oh my god, this is horrific." You know what I mean? And you're like, "Shit, this is the first time a lot of these people have ever been exposed to that kind of conversation."
Yeah. Well, it comes back to if it's not in the book, it's not up for discussion. So their worldview is very narrow.
But yeah, Necros, if you can get yourself... Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Damn it. He does that.
God damn it.
Just vanishing like some kind of manifestation.
To be honest, he has a lot of connection issues, so he might have just dropped.
That's fair. Man, digging into the history of the Pokeball thing, though, and I would consider it the Pokeball massacres. And there's about 2,000 years of them. Drop mic.
I like that. Let's rename the Crusades to the Pokeball Massacre. Volume 1 to 4.
And no one expects the Spanish Inquisition, so that'll be Volume 5.
Yeah, I love how they separate that from a crusade. Pretty much a crusade, wasn't it?
Dude, it's really weird how they went to go find witches. Like, what they specifically did. and then think about what that would do to a person. Like these, I'm just saying, I'm not even going to chase that rabbit here in this room, but that whole Inquisition thing was very peculiar, and who they labeled as being witches is kind of weird if you were to flip the paradigm. But I'll digress like Aethercrest does.
Yo, hello.
Welcome back, Alf.
Yo, hey, Roots, Aethercrest, I have news. A flat earthler converted to curved. He wrote me in private. I don't know if you guys know him.
Who's that?
He was in the channel before. I don't know if I'm like, I'm not gonna expose him, but it was like just like.
I want you to know though, Al, that this is as meaningless to me as if someone were to say, "Well, a donut earther just became a dinosaur earther."
Yeah, I got you. Oh, good. I was just like.
Yeah, but who was it? Because we have people who lie about that and pretend that they used to be flat earthers, and there are globers who hang around and wait for people like you who are new and try to get in your head how we are this, that, the other, blah, blah, blah. We don't know what we're talking about, just because they're so affected by what we're saying.
And that's why I said.
So if you tell me who it is, I'm not bothered who it is, but I'll be able to tell you whether I think it's genuine or not.
Yeah, the only thing is he told me like.
Don't tell them.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, that's fine. That doesn't bother me at all. But it doesn't mean anything. Like, unless he has evidence for curvature, motion, or space, then basically he's made an emotional decision. Because once you've come to the conclusion and you've realized that you need direct evidence to have knowledge on something, then it doesn't matter what somebody else believes, right?
What do you guys think about the Ukrainian war in Russia-Ukrainian war?
Why?
Wars and I would say wars.
How they use satellites? They use everyday satellites picture to target like. No.
I have no issues with high altitude aircraft existing.
Yeah.
And wars and rumors of wars will happen, have happened, and will continue to happen.
Yeah, but they actually like use satellites, right?
Okay, let me show you your satellite system. I'm gonna Ether, you go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Roots. I'm gonna mute up. I got to do something anyway. You got this.
Yeah, so the satellite system, I believe, and we have evidence that it's not just satellites that they use. They use high altitude planes, they use balloons, they use blimps. They've got specific high altitude drones that they use as well for these satellites. Now, if you look in the chat, some of these you can see and Google yourself. Obviously they use towers. All of your satellite dishes are actually facing the towers, so they relay the information off the towers anyway. You don't get direct satellite feed for anything that we use, apart from the only claim would be a satellite phone. But when it comes to the satellite system, you can Google things like the StratSat. That's a high altitude blimp.
Yeah, but
the Halo, high altitude.
The picture you're sending me, there is no satellite to see.
No, I'm telling you that the satellite system is run by these types of devices, high altitude helium based balloons and high altitude planes and blimps assembled all over the world in order to temporarily be in a place when it needs to be in order to get coverage, satellite coverage. But there isn't much that uses direct satellite feed. You'll find everything goes through your cell tower. So there's no way, unless you're using a satellite phone, to confirm that you are even using a satellite, because you're going through the towers. And all of these exist. The HLE,
so
high altitude long endurance plane.
All these new satellites, example like this American guy, what is his name? The second richest guy in the world after the French guy. What is his name?
Musk.
He made Tesla. What the fuck?
Tesla.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk. So Elon Musk, you see the satellites. I saw his satellites, right?
Right, but these
because there's so many.
Yeah, but they launch satellites on balloons, my friend. They launch. Now, do you remember?
That's so. I'm sorry that I need to laugh. That's
Oh,
so
brother,
funny.
you don't
You're
know. Do you
making
know
my
who
day
the?
roots.
Yeah, listen. Do you know who the biggest user of helium is in the whole world?
Helium?
NASA. Helium. NASA. Do you know how many balloons NASA admit to releasing? It's thousands every day. So you're laughing because you don't know that NASA admit that they are the biggest user of high altitude balloons. They admit this. For all sorts of reasons, they use them. But NASA are the highest user. Do you remember the Chinese spy satellite, so-called spy satellite, that was over the UK a few years ago, or America?
But do they not use helium as like in their space programs inside? You know?
Like what? To be the biggest user in the whole world.
Yes, because it's the biggest agency, right? The biggest space agency. So they use that like for air products or chemicals. You know?
They use it. They use it for high altitude aircraft and balloons. So they admit
Maybe as well, but they use it as well like for other stuff, right?
Like what? So in that high quantity to be the highest user in the world.
Like yes, because you use helium to produce like chemicals and stuff, you know.
Yeah, but the NASA are the highest user. They
Yeah.
Do you remember the Chinese spy satellite from a few years ago?
No, it was a hit. It was a balloon.
It was a balloon. Yeah, it was on a balloon. And so even in the news, they tell you the satellites, the Chinese satellites, are on balloons. It's not far fetched, my friend.
It was a camera set on a weather balloon. Yes.
So if you Google NASA helium balloons, you're going to see all sorts of interesting balloons that they use. They use these, and they're always. You type it in now. Do NASA use helium balloons? Type images. Wait. Type images, and you'll see a satellite attached to every one of these balloons in the image section.
I see it right now. They use they buy liquefied helium to a lot of industrial sectors.
Dude, don't tell me what they do when you were just laughing at the idea 3 minutes ago. You don't know about this.
Laughing.
You just laughed when I said
I was laughing
launch
because
balloons because you don't know about this, brother. Now don't tell me what exactly all the science and how they you don't know. You're just reading from something right now.
I was laughing because you said there's only balloons. Every satellite.
No, don't backtrack. You were laughing because you had no idea that NASA used what's called scientific high altitude balloons.
No,
they're the biggest users of helium.
Talking about you claim that you said all satellites are balloons. That's why I was.
Dude, we were having a good discussion until you started being all tricky.
It's all good, dude. If you want to rectify why I'm laughing, it's fine. But I laugh.
No, but don't now start telling me why they use helium when you didn't even know they used helium 5 minutes ago.
I know they use helium. Of course, I knew they use helium. Yeah, of course, it's an important chemical thing that they use as an agency. French SNES use helium as well for the space program. Of course.
So how do you think they get the satellites up in the sky?
With rockets.
Rockets? Can you show me a rocket launch with a satellite on it? Because I can show you hundreds of balloon launches with satellites on them.
Yeah, I can show you.
Don't be coming back with a cartoon now. I want real footage on the ground of a rocket with a satellite attached to it ready to launch.
I'm streaming right now. Fast 7. You see the satellite now. Oh, it's disgusting. 5. Let's go. Starting. Top. Décollage. You see that?
No, wait, hold on. I can't even get out of. One sec. What are you doing? I can just see. I can just see live. All right, I'm watching now. Where's the satellite?
You missed the start.
Where's the satellite, though? Go back. I want to see the satellite.
Here we go. It's a French rocket launched by French agency, space agency, in French Guyana, South America, French territory.
Yeah. But where's the satellite?
It's let's see to the end. I'm pretty
No,
sure
bro.
you're gonna.
I'm asking you to show me on the ground the satellite attached to the rocket.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna launch. No, they're gonna reveal it.
No.
Well, maybe not this
Dude,
one.
this is not what I've asked for.
I saw a
Show me
lot
the
of
start.
videos.
Show me the start. You said I missed the start. Yeah, I want to see the satellite.
Yes, you're gonna see the satellite. There's so many.
Where? Not on that video you just showed.
I mean,
See, look at you, claiming you've got something, and there's nothing there. You need to approach this honestly, my friend. Otherwise, I haven't got time
hold
for
on.
this.
The satellite is inside. There's stages. They're gonna, stages.
Oh my
There's
god!
rocket and stage.
So you can't show me what I've asked for, which you said you could produce. You're now claiming that that it comes apart. But have you got any actual footage of that? No, you've just got CGI footage. There is no footage of this satellite being launched from the nose cone of a rocket in real time.
Okay, I show you.
Hey, even The Simpsons, if you look in the chat, Flat Lloyd has posted a picture from The Simpsons. The Simpsons always tell you the truth, brother. Have a look at how The Simpsons believe satellites work.
You see these pictures? Assembling satellites?
Let me see. Make one bigger.
That's the rocket, and then it goes. This is a satellite, and goes. So you see that?
Okay, yeah. Sure. Do you have any footage of them launching a satellite though?
I just showed you one.
No, you just showed me a rocket going up into the vanishing point in the distance.
Damn, dude, that's gonna be.
You didn't show me.
I guess at one point
it is going to be hard. It is going to be hard.
At
it's all
one
CGI.
point, you're gonna write me with how did like this other guy, and you're gonna send me, dude. Okay, if
the other guys are fake, my friend. The other guys are fake. Nobody goes from flat Earth back to globe.
I feel like soon you're gonna do it. Like I feel
nobody
like
goes.
One
back.
of these guys.
Do you know how long I've been a flat earther?
Yes, but you know how long you're gonna be a
15 years. 2013, 2012, 2013. My friend, I have spoken
when was you born?
I have spoken
when did
to
you
people.
Born?
Listen, no offense. I've spoken to people who are way more versed than you, and people who are way more scientifically understanding of all these subjects. And why do you think that? What? No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not being rude. You're a smart gentleman, and I do agree that you're a smart guy. I'm just saying, like, nothing you're saying that I haven't heard before.
So you're judging my.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I've heard this all before.
No,
you cannot provide what I'm asking for.
Can I ask you, how old are you?
I'm older than 35.
Okay, so you actually believe longer in the curved Earth than you believe in a flat Earth.
I don't believe in a flat Earth. I know the Earth's not curving, and I know the Earth's not moving.
But you believe longer in the curved.
I did believe in a ball. Yeah,
yes,
I did believe in it all my whole life.
Even longer than you believe. So when you come to the point, where you believe longer in the flat Earth, then we can talk. Okay.
Okay, my friend. That's like saying you believed in Santa Claus to the age of 10. So your whole childhood, doesn't count?
It's so many satellites. So you see them, all the pictures?
Listen, Just because one day, eventually, you will wake up and realize there is no Santa Claus, and it's the same situation with the globe. There is no evidence of a globe.
Bro.
You sending CGI pictures to me of satellites.
It's all
not
cool.
evidence of a ball.
It's really evidence. It's right here.
It's CGI.
It's
CGI, my friend.
It's not even NASA. It's NES. It's a French.
And the ones that are not CGI, do you know how they get them up there?
CGI. What is CGI? It's not NASA.
CGI. That's CGI. All those ones you keep clicking and then closing as quickly as you can because you realise they're CGI.
What CGI?
Yeah, all
That's
of those are CGI. No, anything that you're showing that's in space or in the sky or actually is either on a balloon or it's CGI.
But of course they're not. There is not a camera flying close to the rocket filming how it's gonna detach.
Oh, but we just happen to have all this balloon footage of satellites on balloons. Any satellite that has crashed, type in satellite crash. Type in real satellite.
They're really too small.
Crash.
They're just gonna burn.
No, but if you type it in, you'll always see the rope or the balloon that it's attached to. Like, unless it's been removed before the picture, but I've only ever seen them with these balloons. With a rope. The rope will be stuck in the tree or something, and the satellite will be on the floor, but you'll only usually find them with the balloons.
Yeah, probably because they have any security measurement,
No, because the only satellites that crash on the Earth are always attached to balloons.
Yeah, because they burn out, they disappear. Once they crash, they disappear.
Okay,
look, this is a satellite crash here.
I don't need to discuss satellites, to be honest. Like, the Earth is...
Airport 2017. You want to see the video?
No. I'm kind of done now. Satellites are something you believe in.
This is the video. You see the video?
All right, last one. I'll watch this.
Oh, this may be a fake video. What is he doing? I don't know.
Yeah, brother, I ain't got time. I ain't got time. Listen, brother, you don't know. I haven't got time to debate with people who are wanting to debate before they've even really thought through logically about everything. You're a smart guy, and the globe is a very, very strong deception, my friend. And I don't expect you to believe what we're saying, but I do expect you to approach this with a little bit more.
I get it. You find so much. You won't find so much shit on the internet. So, but I can agree because satellites are burning. Like there will nothing be left of the satellites. They are all like,
brother. Cool story, brother.
Yeah, because look at that shit. Holy crap! So much satellites.
Yeah, all CGI, my friend. CGI and balloons. You don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence of your globe. Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel stupid believing it though? You should feel. Honestly, bro, someone as intelligent as you who understands the difference between knowledge and belief, you should feel stupid, bro.
Close to the point to switch to be normal again, but it's okay. Look, you see this picture, you think, oh my god, there's so many, but actually the density and the amount of it's not that huge,
Dude, put your CGI photos coming off your live stream. I'm done with your live stream now.
I think they do like 10 or 20 correction every day in SNES, just for the French satellites to not have a chance to collide with debris. Because at the chance of 1 to 10,000, they make a adjustment of the satellite to over when the chance is bigger than 1 to 10,000, they don't need any changement of the position of the satellite, right? But when the chance to a collision is smaller than 1 to 10,000, they do small changes of the position.
Do you know the universe is far older than they told us by billions of years? Do you know we were billions of years out of the age of the universe? Did you know
that? I think the age of the universe is pretty precise.
No, have you not been keeping up with the new discoveries where they want to change the age of the universe?
Yeah,
because they're finding
they don't want to change the age of the universe.
Yes, they do.
They
Yes, they
wanna
do.
change. They wanna understand how does these objects already exist at that time. And
No, my friend.
the best conclusion is that there are, like specific, like you see your brain.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, dude. Chat so much
brain?
No, shut up. Right. Popular Mechanics magazine,
Dude,
which is
I
a
don't
very,
like
very famous science
these
magazine. No,
rules,
I'm
dude.
muting you.
Stop.
I'm muting you. Fuck it. You're fucked up now because you talk too much shit. Get the fuck out. So for the YouTube, new evidence from 2023, Popular Mechanics, new evidence suggests the universe is twice as old as we thought. Most astronomers believe the universe is 13.7 billion years old. A new study now says that it is closer to 26.7 billion years old. Clown. Yeah, I think I've had my fill for the day. I've definitely got less patience than I had earlier.
That is a good question, Bloodsticker. I mean, we've all seen the whole One Ring to Rule Them All footage when they're recording as the empty canister rocket, whatever, falls down. But you're talking about recording from the perspective of the ISS as the rocket is leaving Earth. Again, that wouldn't mean anything, though. I mean, everything is Hollywood. I'll be right back.
All right, bro.
I'm still here. I'm just downloading something.
I think I need to take a break. 5 o'clock now. Should really log off.
Oof. Yeah, you've been here for a little while now, haven't you?
Yeah, I pretty much log on. I log on literally like as soon as I start work, I log on. And then as soon as I finish work, I log off. You'd think it'd be the opposite, right?
Hey, probably helps you get through the day, though. Kind of like listening to a podcast that you can participate in if you want to.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly it. And it also stops me from being lonely because I work on my own.
Yeah, it's not good for anybody to be alone.
Yeah, I actually thought to myself the other day, I thought, would I enjoy working from home as much if I didn't have Discord? And probably would want to go to the office a couple times a week if I didn't have you guys. Just to get that social side in.
Yeah, man. Hey, welcome, J.E.
Hey, good morning again.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm real well, sir. How about yourself? How about you, Mr. Ethergrass?
I'm doing pretty good today.
All good.
I sure do like the sound of that.
Oh my god, just as I was about to have a break and log off, it looks like Super Monkey Ball's gone live on TikTok. I'm going to share the link in the chat. Go ahead, Barrington.
No, go ahead, brother.
No, I just said I'm going to share the live in the chat for you guys if you want to watch it.
Ah, cool.
Welcome, Crofkin.
Yeah, I got a kick out of the petition on change.org to close down the 24/7 channel in the politics server.
That's great. That's funny.
It is really funny, the stuff that Globies will come up with.
Howdy.
Yeah, and Ethergrass, were you on? You were on last night when that fellow came on who, at first I thought he was LARPing, and then he said he'd only been on Discord a couple days, but he was FE, but more from a biblical standpoint.
Yeah, I remember who you're talking about.
Yeah, what ended up coming from that discussion?
I'm still uncertain. I need to, I guess, interact with that person more before I make a decision on what I think about them.
Yeah, I don't know. There was.
I was just gonna say I was getting the same feeling that you were, though. So I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. It's sometimes hard to know from these people. I don't know where they come up with the way a lot of the Globies act, and then it's hard for us to know from the others if they're acting suspicious or if they are legitimate.
Yeah, hold on. I was joining that, but I had to turn the volume on that down. So
Yeah. That's a
to me, it's gone beyond the discussion of the like cartoon ball thing. It's still definitely connected to the ground, but it's more about the blood that's soaked into the ground and the bones that are buried underneath it. All the history, everything, all of it, what happened here on Earth. That's where I'm digging and studying at this point.
Yeah.
But I know most of the other pros are into the science stuff, and that's perfectly awesome. That's exactly what needs to be done as well, but I'm just going towards history right now. I'll be right down the hall, but I'm in history class. Same location, different area.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that because we all we need to attack it from multiple different angles. Even if some of those angles are wrong, we still need to go down the path. If we don't go down the path, then we'll never get anywhere. So I think it's really important for us to figure out.
Well, it's also, to me, it's kind of like you, if you're panning for gold and you're just swishing the pan through the water, you're trying to get all the sand and all the crap you don't want out of it and just what you do want left. I'm going to go to history and do that and see what I find.
No, I think it'll be really fascinating because, as we know, history is a story that's told by the victors.
Exactly, and that's the perspective I'm looking at it from. Is like, okay, but from this perspective, what actually also really happened?
Yeah. And one of the things that I found is that multiple accounts of the same story can all be true at the same time.
Yeah. But like if some tragic event happens, like in the middle of a hill, the people living at the top of the hill and the people living at the bottom of the hill will have different accounts of the same event. It'll be the same exact story, different view, different perspective.
Yeah.
And we do see stories like that over and over and over throughout history where different perspectives, but it seems to be the same exact event.
Yep. No doubt. Hey, give me about 5 minutes here if you would. I got to run into this restaurant here and I got to buying somebody a gift card, so I'll be right back on here.
Yeah, man. I think I'll listen into what Super Monkey Ball is doing right now.
Alrighty, I'm back.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so, one of my favorite things to shake my head at is when I get onto fascist book and somebody shares this new, exciting new history of the 1800s or some nonsense. Like, and I just try to figure out how in the hell do you have something new in history? Rather than saying, oh, you know what we've been telling you is wrong. So get ready to receive the new programming.
I think some of it too has to do with people trying to act like they're smart and trendy by looking at the algorithm and seeing what's not very popular right now, and then making videos about that and act like it's some kind of new knowledge when really it's just stuff that people don't really generally know at the moment. Like they've been paying more attention to other things or they forgot about kind of thing. And then it'll go viral because somebody's like, oh, did you know about this? Wow! And it's not anything new to the wealth of human knowledge. Like, we already all knew that. It's just that most people forgot or didn't learn it in this generation. And then it becomes so incredible to them, kind of thing. Like, it becomes novel.
Yeah. Like, I'll give you a good example since you're taking a deep dive down history and seems like there's not much conversation going on here anyway. That the pyramids of Giza, I don't know when it was that they discovered that they were, and maybe they've always known it, I don't know, but they were built with concrete. The stones were poured. They weren't hauled in on all these elaborate rigs with this elaborate enslavement system. And I first read about that somewhere about 25 or so years ago. And then I finally recently read that the government of Egypt has put the lid on that. They don't want archaeologists discussing that. And I find that very, very fascinating.
What's interesting about that is the connections between an Egyptologist and the grand opening of that canal that was shut down during the whole shutdown thing. But, when that boat went sideways, the grand opening of that canal, there was this big opera that was presented that had to do with Egypt.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I didn't. I'll have to see if I can find an article on that. That's fascinating.
I think it was a French guy, but he was an Egyptologist who paid like 120, 150,000, whatever, to this guy to do a kind of this opera, a musical thing related to Egypt. But he initially rejected the offer, but then when it became about Egypt, it was something of interest to him, I guess.
Yeah, like the Suez Canal and yeah.
Yep.
That's cool. But what I find interesting is, like, we see a lot of stuff on TV about how the pyramids were made by these elaborate enslavement systems. They were made by aliens. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's been specials on how they were made by Bigfoot. And in my mind, hell, it's quite impressive that they would have used some sort of poured concrete. And then I also know something that a friend of mine said. Unfortunately, he passed away in about 2017, so I can't exactly go back and ask him for follow-up questions on it. but I guess I could do more research myself. But he also said he would say that the pyramids' real age is impossible to determine because of the condition of the stones, and that limestone buildings within 50 years you can't tell if they're 50 years old or 150 years old. So he would say that the pyramids are no different. And here, all of that, I'm just flabbergasted that at some point in antiquity they were able to pour concrete and build that massive building with it. But I guess that's just too mundane and takes the mystery away from it.
I have a bunch of speculations about things, but I don't really want to. What day is today? Oh, it's Monday. Nope, maybe next week.
There you go. Yeah, no, fair enough.
I'll just say that I don't think that airships are something that's new, and the idea of a hot air balloon is not very complicated.
Oh.
But that's only part of things. But like I said, I'd have to get into a series of rabbit holes that would more require a Sunday type conversation.
No, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. And then some, but I would go so far to add that there's no doubt that there's a lot of technology that likely pre-existed the official accounts. I don't think that's far of a speculation. I think they've decided that the Baghdad battery really was a battery, so that kind of upends.
And to bring it from there to kind of more modern times, the whole Hindenburg thing, like, we know that helium does not burst into flames. So when that thing exploded, and like it's the official story that it wasn't helium in it, it burst into flames because hydrogen was put in it, which makes sense. Hydrogen's flammable.
Yeah, and what's really fascinating with the helium shortage, and even today, the helium shortage of today, is that for the most part, every bit of helium that you get was extracted like maybe the 30s is the latest, possibly the 40s, but I think it was earlier than the 30s that they have the big strategic reserve of helium. And what's fascinating about that is helium is a natural byproduct of natural gas. So there's more helium that's released. I want to say that I read every day, but maybe it was every week or every month. That's just released into the air from natural gas mining than has ever been used by man. So it's interesting that if what I read last about that, which was granted 5 to 10 years ago, that helium's not currently being captured, it's all coming from the strategic reserve.
I didn't know that. That's weird to know. Like, I want to look into that more now. That there's not actually any production of helium. They're just going and tapping into their helium containers that they've got stored away in some vault. That's
so there's a big, I want to say it's in Oklahoma, but like I say, it's been 5 or 10 years since I've read it, so somebody might correct me and say it was in Texas or somewhere out there. I'm pretty sure it's in Oklahoma. There was a big salt mine that was sealed up and then used to store helium, and that's where our helium comes from. And leading up to World War II, the U.S. government curbed the exports of helium. So, according to the official story, which I have no reason to doubt that portion of it, but then the questionable story is did Germany find it less expensive to use hydrogen and other flammable gases? And
no, there was an embargo, and apparently they had a shortage or no other choice or whatever, according to the officials. So they used that instead, which that's what I will call from the official story. Again, I should look it up though, make sure I'm right.
Yeah, no, you're not far off. If you're off, you're just off a degree or two. You're not off anything major.
My only argument is that it doesn't matter what the truth is about that story. The situation caused so much fear that a lot of people completely disregarded the idea of airships altogether.
Yeah.
And the idea of airships is something that greatly interests me, so that situation would also then interest me.
Yeah, my grandfather was born in 1913, as he would say, in southern Kentucky. And I recall at some point, so when I came along, he was always an older man. So that's how I'll always remember him. I never remember him as younger. So, the year mileage may vary here. But he always said that as a kid... He always said as a kid...
That was me tagging in the side chat, I think. I was just reading something on the BLM.gov, the Bureau of Land Management. You got me reading something about helium now, too. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
No, you're fine. But ultimately, Grandpa told me at some point, because I think maybe he was visiting us and the Goodyear blimp flew overhead. And he made the comment that when he was a kid, that there were airships all over the sky. Maybe he called them blimps. I don't remember if he called them blimps or what he called them, but he said when he was a kid, which would have been the 20s, that they were everywhere. Like he would see them all the time flying over.
See, now I feel like the future was robbed from us even more.
Yeah.
Like, we were promised the Jetsons and given Walking Dead.
Yeah.
I can see now, like, why people would think the Jetsons, like, imagine that type thing now, because of what you're saying, like, they saw airships, and so then you would think next level up, we're going to be living up there somewhere. And then that didn't happen. As the Hindenburg and a bunch of other wars and rumors of wars kept on obliterating the kind of ingenuity of hope for that kind of thing. So we became more grounded to our governments.
Yeah, no doubt. We're living the future that never came, that's for sure. I mean, on one hand, of course, car manufacturers and others, they're always going to present a piece of the future that's, wow, look at this. But also that wow factor is somewhat tempered by what they actually see and what they're actually doing. So, the other thing you might find interesting is the Bell system back in like the 40s had a plan for automatic mobile phone service where it would switch through different cells and everything else. And the Federal Communications Commission just said no, and the courts and everybody else upheld what the Federal Communications Commission ruled on that. I find that fascinating because what
Wizards of the Radio Wave said so.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you read or if you look at the materials of the Bell system in the all through the past, they showed this very fascinating future. But if I'm sorry.
With the history of the radio waves thing, I've been looking into a couple things with that, like King George V, and he did a Christmas broadcast, and then there's some other things that occurred like around the same timeline with radio waves and sending out signals codes. There's like one where there was a kite or something where people flew in order to transmit a signal. Like it allowed them to basically have a temporary tower and send the signal through I need to collect all of everything for that so that I can have info to share to you guys.
Yeah, the very early radio is exciting. I'm a ham radio operator, and so some people still do things like that. They'll set up events and they'll get one of the big, large weather balloons, and they'll take a rope and a wire, and then they'll have it go up several hundred feet, and they'll work like a contest station from it.
Yeah, stuff like that's awesome to me. And there's like a rich history of doing things like that too with the radio.
Alright. Okay, one more thing, bud. Thanks, sir. But I'm the other thing that sticks in the back of go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, you reminded me of something else too, because it had to do with kind of like a hot air balloon thing, but they did it from the ground, and it had to do with basically doing a temporary radio tower, but instead used like heat from the ground to lift something up. It was weird. That's what I said. I need to collect all of this stuff so I can just share it with you guys.
Yeah, if it's the experiment that I'm thinking of, what they did was they took a campfire and then they just put like a parachute, more or less, over it, and then heat from the fire would push it up. And then you could have a wire as the antenna.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that, to me, is just really cool. It's stuff that you can actually do with it. It's kind of like you can apply it to if the real world were your video game and go and actually do these things. It's not just fantasy.
Oh, yeah. It's quite amazing what you can do if you just have a smidgen of imagination. But if you have a very... Oh, sorry.
I was just agreeing with you that, yeah, like imagination, but in the right direction. Because when it's faced the wrong way, the imagination's just, it gets weird.
Well, and that's what, that's what I think the difference between imagination and a plan is. The only difference between the two is you're now factoring in reality. So you can imagine all kinds of things just beyond, and imagination will always win over reality. And that's why lies are easier to believe than truth, because there's no limit to your mind's eye. And you can see beyond any realm. Whereas with reality, when you turn that imagination into a plan, you're saying, okay, well, now how am I actually going to do this? And then you can go and experiment and do it. If it don't work, well, you can go do something else.
taking into consideration that which is in the realm of possibility. And if it's not possible, you'll find out.
Did you ever have the crystal radio kit from Radio Shack when you were a kid?
I've probably played with one of those when I was younger, but I don't really have much of a memory of doing so. I know that they can go off and make noise when there's a storm approaching and stuff. That's why I do actually want to get one of those and set it up somewhere near me now.
So, one of the things that I find fascinating is, if you want to send a signal, all you got to do is take a 12-volt battery, a big, like industrial file, whatever you want to call it, like for woodworking or whatever else, and 2 wires. And all you have to do is you wrap one of the leads from the battery to the tip of the file, and then the other one you just drag it across the file part, and that'll send a signal 50 to 100 miles away or more.
The type of signal that I'd like to learn about sending would require me to get some kind of license to do it, or whatever, registration. Because I really want to get into. I think that it's possible to basically build a mini drone using the same laws that we already have for weather balloons, and then find a way to keep it below the point where it goes pop, and then just see how long we can keep it up there. It's a pretty it's a simplistic plan, and there's no intention to it other than collecting data points like pictures and whatever sensors I can put up there and send some stuff down. Cool, but that's it. Just send something up and see how long we can keep it up there.
Yeah, and that's one that ham radio operators would help you do.
That's what I was thinking, because it was with what you were saying that, that would be useful information, because I would need to know that in order to do that. And to have other people, helping out with things, too, I think.
Yeah, because I don't know, what the rules on a tethered, say, if you started with a tethered balloon, it'd be interesting, because you should be able to go up a few hundred feet. You would need a light on it, of course, but I know Project Loon was saying that their balloons could stay in place for 6 months.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is there's no reason why something couldn't stay up about that long or longer if done right.
Yeah.
The idea isn't to go any further or anything, just to go as high as it can and stay there.
Yeah. And one of the things that I try to articulate when Globies ask about satellites, if I so choose to participate in that, because a lot of times on the derivative topics, I try to rein in their cash galloping rather than let them just lead some bizarre path, and then let them do the running, and then we have to do the catching up. But when I do, one of the points that I make, whether I say it directly or I imply it, is that satellites are a concept and not an actual thing. So, for instance, my dad saw the Google satellite fly overhead earlier this year, and the next day, where we live, I live on a plot of land just adjacent to his. He said the next day it was changed, and he had a tractor in a certain spot, and that's where the tractor was. So he knew that it obviously came from that little drone. And so it's funny, my dad said, oh yeah, I saw the Google satellite pass overhead. And so once we realize that it's a concept and not an actual thing, well, it opens up to all kinds of experimenting you can do.
Yeah, man.
The only thing I don't know is, and this is the thing I've not been able to really figure out, is what is the liability aspect of doing such a critter? That if you put up a balloon and it falls down in the middle of the interstate somewhere and causes 3 cars to crash.
Exactly. That's my primary concern at this time. Like, I don't want to just send something up there like an idiot. That would be retarded and somebody could get hurt. So if I'm going to do anything like this, I need to spend like an entire year preparing to do it so that I have every single thing done right.
I would say that there are hobby balloon associations that have access to how you get that stuff covered. And
well, I will say this, when it comes to satellites, I think that I can have a conversation with somebody about something related to that. I know a guy. So I'm going to find out what precautions need to be taken to send anything to a high altitude before I do it.
Yeah.
If that ever occurs, because I can't guarantee I'll be alive tomorrow, so if it's part of the story, anything that happens is canon to the story. Nobody knows what tomorrow brings, so let's go.
That's right. We might be with the Lord or Satan tomorrow, either one, and
we'll wake up back here in purgatory.
Yeah, no doubt. Wake up here in hell.
The Matrix has turned this place into Dante's Inferno.
You know, I never really saw it until I had kids. That the entropy is real.
Couldn't, in a certain way, condensation be defined as the antithesis of entropy? Doesn't it go back into a cycle and then evaporate again and go back into chaos and then condensate back into a pattern?
I don't, mind you, I've never truly... Oh, sorry.
I might be using I'm sorry. I'm just saying I might be using the wrong word, but I'm just kind of,
See, here's what I don't know. Is, we're told in a very simplistic way that water changes state to a gas, which then changes state back into a solid. Solid or a liquid, however you want to say that. And so the thing I find fascinating is, how do we really know? How do we really know that it's 100% efficient?
Where would you find the excess? Like the loss or gain, whatever would be produced, like the byproduct, is in loss there can be gain of a material that's not usable, kind of thing, like byproduct of something burning out. So where would be the loss or excess in that if it's not 100% efficient?
Yeah, well, if water turns into a gas, how do you really, in the open system that we live in, compared to the closed system of a laboratory, how would you be able to measure that for certain to say that it came back?
I feel like measuring the system, measuring all of that is kind of like trying to drink the entire ocean.
Yeah. It'd be really interesting to look into the distillation process. When you distill water by boiling it into a steam and then run it through a coil, does that instantly translate into does that instantly translate to, do you get 100% of the water out, or does other things happen? I'm assuming it all comes out, but
then how would you measure the loss of a single particle of water?
Yeah.
Like, you got me thinking about this, and I'm like, but that's not something I can tangibly just, yep, that's that. That's on some God part. I guess you'd have to build a particle accelerator and then run water through it like a giant cosmic water gun.
The leftists, as part of their global warming agenda, have told us that we're using up all the water.
I'd point the finger at Nestle, like directly. As far as the problems of California and Hollyweird, I would just say, guys, if you got a water problem, I'm going to point the finger directly at Nestle, because that's what's going on there.
Yeah, and it's interesting that in California, up until recent years, it was illegal to save rainwater.
Unless you're a company putting it in a plastic bottle and then selling it.
Yeah.
And the reason why I just point the finger at that company is because they're like number one. That's just statistics.
And have you seen any of the water statistics of just how much water Coca-Cola uses?
Another thing to keep in mind is the that one book for that summer reading assignment from old Billy G, How to Lie with Statistics.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, because all of these companies have a vested interest in bottling liquids.
Well, Coca-Cola, if I remember right, they use something between 20 and 50 gallons of water for every gallon of soda that's produced.
Is that for mostly just the process of making it, and then it kind of boils out and it's gone? It just evaporates out?
That, and then you have to wash containers, and then
yeah, that's true.
And I'm guessing that may even include the personal use of the waters in the restroom and things like that. I'm guessing that it's a total number of water that they use versus what they actually sell.
Clean employees in order to have clean soda, I guess.
Yeah. And even in the Water Association, I went to the Water Association board meeting this year for where I live. And something like 20% of the water from the utility just goes missing. And that's just an acceptable standard in the business.
Some people might be taking it, but it might also be leaks and old parts of the system that nobody wants to invest into fixing.
Yeah, 100%. That like they do their best, and they fix them as they can. But when you're talking water pipes that are 50 years old, are hard to dig up and put new stuff down.
Yeah, and you'd probably just frustrate them if you went around town kind of doing like an x-ray scan on everything. Like, yep, there's a broken pipe here. That might make a couple of them upset.
Yeah.
Not that you helped them, but more like, well, now there's another problem I have to take care of, and if I don't, then I look bad. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome, Strange Dream. Okay.
Yeah, but it is an interesting world we live in because, like, I'll give you an example, and I almost want to keep better scores, or keep some statistics anyway, but one of the things I notice is if I post something on Facebook, the majority of people are going to start responding to it without actually reading what's actually posted. And sometimes you can go 3 or 4 rounds with somebody, and then I have to say, you obviously didn't read this. So where I'm getting at with it is entropy in society is a real thing. I had a good friend of mine posted something about how they celebrate the 4th of July in London. And so I made the response, my comment, I said, oh, when do they have the 4th of July in London? Well, the first person was from England and said, no, we don't have the 4th of July in England. That's why we call it Happy Treason Day. And so I answered back to him. I said, last I heard, you all have the 4th of July after July 3rd and before July 5th. And then he laughed, of course. Then he realized, oh, yeah, dummy. He didn't really read what I posted. And then another girl here from the U.S. posted, well, how come you asked about London? Why didn't you ask about England? And she went on about, and I said, then she just went on, and I answered her back. I said, did you read the actual meme that Steven shared? And she responded and said, oh, and then, we both laughed about it from that point, but then she realized, oh, yeah, well, the post did mention London specifically. And then, so I'll get, it is going to happen from time to time, but I just can't believe the number of posts that people don't read. Oh, I'm
I reckon he'll be back.
But the moon is not a
Trolling. You gotta be
drawing.
trolling. Or
The moon is
retarded.
not a
It's gotta be
drawing
something.
on
A
the
disease. This is a
ceiling of the
disease.
sky, right?
This is
It's
just
a
a disease.
three-dimensional object changing its top-down orientation. It's what
Show
you're
me
saying
the
is just
moon.
not analogical, right? What you're saying is
Show me the
true.
moon
It's
as a
true for a
three-dimensional
picture
object.
on the ceiling, but not for the moon.
Dude,
And
I've
if you
taken pictures of the
zoom
moon
with a
for a long
telescope,
time.
you can actually see that the moon is
You're
not
sick, bro.
two-dimensional. It's three-dimensional. I mean, you can see the craters on the moon.
You can see the craters on the moon.
You're sick.
But is it a
You
sphere?
sure those are craters, dude?
Have you been to the craters?
He saw it on TV.
Hey, Grim, are you sure those are craters, bud?
Caesar, Grim isn't answering. Does the 6 and the 9 analogy work, or are you also feeling the sickness? Do you believe the Earth is a globe, Caesar? Seeger, whatever your name is. Little blue guy with the Chinese hat. So quiet they get. Something's wrong with them.
Literally.
No, he was told a story, and he's treating it like he's had that experience, and not a body experience where he went up there and he knows what it is, right?
I could pull up like the next like 4 steps later, like something that seems like a reasonable argument for the globe, but they can't get past 6 and 9. Like I mean, not even globe, just for the Earth being a sphere.
Well, let's just get past the fucking curve first, maybe, eh?
He's just something wrong with him. Is he like? Should I care about somebody else's well-being? I guess that's how that whole thing started back, 2019. People saying you're responsible for somebody else's health. Maybe I shouldn't. There's something just unhealthy about his mind.
What
Well,
I
you can
think it
use
is,
this
these
as
Globers are so
okay.
desperate to get a good argument. I'm sorry, bro. You go ahead.
No, you're right. No, you go.
All right, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. These Globers are so desperate to get an argument that sounds like they're winning. They're willing to feign this ignorance about the sun, moon, and stars and argue about that anything but looking at the surface of the earth, not curving. That's why they always talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, eclipses, anything but the surface of the earth. So are there any Globers in here that would, once again, like to make an argument about curvature, axial rotation, or can demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
Dude, they don't exist.
What don't exist?
Globers who can reason like that. It's impossible. It's a logical fallacy. I've never seen one in my life.
Well, listen, Caesar, what would you say to the 6 and the 9 argument when you talk to Glovers?
The 6 and a 9 is upside down.
Why?
Why are they upside down?
Yes.
Because this is
It's one figure.
You can. That's not a. Why are they upside down? I've never had to explain something like that.
So many analogies. He gave you a couple of them.
Why is it a fire truck red? I don't
It's
understand.
just it looks like the number 6, and now there's 2 different people. One seeing it as a 6, one is seeing it as a 9. Why is that the case?
Because they're upside down.
They are upside down?
Yeah. If you would see one see it as a 6, or they're from the same point of view, right?
No, it's just they're on like we're about to shake hands, but instead of, like we're standing right in front of each other, but instead of shaking hands, we're about to do it, but then we see a 6 on the ground. But then I'm like, oh wait, there's a 9 standing on the ground in between us. Why is it that one is seeing a 6, one of us is seeing a 9?
Yeah, dude. We're on opposite sides of the number there, obviously.
Okay.
Or it's, so far away you can't really tell which one's a 6 and which one's a 9, because if you look at it from the left and the right, it's like you can call that a 6 or you can call that an upside down 9.
Yeah. So what's different? Why are we seeing it differently? Because we're on different sides of it.
What? Why is everyone seeing a 6 and a 9 differently right now?
No, just the 2 guys about to shake hands.
Why are they seeing it differently?
Yeah.
The 6 and the 9 on the ground.
It's just one figure. It looks like a 6 to you, and it looks like a 9 to me.
Yeah, it's pointed in a different direction.
Okay. So our orientation to it's I don't know if you were to draw a cross through it. right? Like a axis through it, like a big X. Our orientation is different or oriented differently on either side of the figure on the ground.
What are you trying to explain, dude? Can you get to the point? You're talking about like if I turn something upside down, it's upside down, man. Like, do you think I'm a fucking idiot? Shut the
No,
fuck
I didn't.
up.
We didn't turn this. We
What
didn't
are you
move the
getting? Like,
number.
get to your point, dude. You've been
No, we
talking
didn't move the number.
for 5
We're
minutes.
trying to help.
You've been talking about a 6
This is
and a
not
9
for
are
you.
upside down. Like, it's. I'm looking at a D is the same shape upside down. Like, a V
Yeah.
looks like an A upside down. I get it, dude.
Yeah. It's not about
What
you.
is
No,
the
this is for
question?
somebody else. Remember, you
It's not
understand
about
it.
upside down either, brother.
Yeah, you understand it. It's somebody else in the room who has a grim understanding and just can't wrap their mind around it. There's some sort of sickness. Not you. You get it.
Yeah, Seeger is good. I think he totally gets it. He understands that this guy who's coming here grim doesn't understand how Uno cards work. So he's projecting his misunderstanding onto the moon. Like, how is the moon flipped upside down? The moon ain't flipped upside down, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry for snapping like that. I just didn't get it, dude. Just frustrated.
You're good, Seeger. You're good, Bob Seeger. It's fine.
Yeah, it would be like somebody who didn't get it, Seeger. You would be like, "There's something wrong with that person," because you were like, "Dude, what's wrong with you?" Everybody gets this. There have to be something wrong with me. What could I possibly be saying that I don't think you're understanding? How could you not? There'd have to be something wrong with one of us.
Yeah, I wasn't fully checked into the conversation there, even the one with Grim. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's this way.
I'm eating breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could just hand this guy a reverse card since he won't accept the 6 and the 9 cards. Grim, why does the moon appear upside down in the globe model? Why does the moon flip in the globe?
I got this wild theory.
Gravity.
Man, this is just too much for me to take. The disingenuity here.
No, I'm
No, that
asking you a
was just
question. Because I want you to explain yourself, right? I want to hear what you have to say. So I'm
And the
not
reason
being
why I'm getting
disingenuous.
frustrated is because I think you know that you're saying bullshit, right? But yet
So
still do it.
No, I already used that excuse
That's my
about them getting
frustration.
frustrated. You can't say that.
Why does the moon flip upside down on the globe? Well, I think the correct answer would be because it's a globe, but you're too scared to say that in front of me. So I guess you can just, say that I'm disingenuous, right?
Well, my point here is to show that it's not flat.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
just
I'm
need to
concerned
prove
with.
that, brother.
Do you have any curvature to back that up? What you just said?
Yeah, this observation directly contradicting the flatness.
Show us.
Your explanation is just, it doesn't explain it, man, because it's not analogic.
We're still waiting for your picture there of curvature.
It really is not.
Okay, what would happen in your observation of the moon if the land, right, was higher? Like, it's not flat, right? But if let's say it's like bowl shaped, like it would be higher on the edges, right? And then you would kind of get lower in elevation and get high, as you get to the center and then get back
Work,
up.
man.
Then
You
what
have to stand on your head. That's
What would
yeah.
happen?
I thought about this, but you have to stand on your head to make this observation
What if it
possible.
what if it was if it was the opposite then? So it's lower on the edges and it's kind of like a pyramid. It's higher up in the center, and then you go back down, back out south, and it gets down lower.
It doesn't, man. You try to take this perspective, right? It wouldn't work. I thought about. I mean, before I present this fucking argument, I thought about, is this possible? Is this observation possible on the flat Earth? And it isn't.
I just want to put shapes out there for you to see if you're good with shapes at all. So what's wrong with the bowl or the triangle?
It would not explain the observation.
Okay, what if so the triangle won't explain the observation?
It has to be something that makes you stand on your head, kind of.
What if it was a slightly curved triangle, like a kind of like a hemisphere? The north is really high, and then as you go south, it's lower.
I mean, you have to be on your head, If you're wearing like magnetic shoes and you're on a ceiling, then yeah.
Okay, so you have to have two hemispheres. That's it.
Well, you
What
have
if
to
they're
have
right
two
next
people
to each
upside
other?
down, kind of.
Oh, upside down. Yeah. So I mean, I gave you the shapes. You had a circle. You had a sphere, hemisphere. You had a triangle. You had a bowl. You say none of that works. Only globe. A globe is one of those, but none of those work. So I just wanted to see where you were thinking.
Well, a globe. I mean, a globe would also explain this phenomenon.
I gave you the hemisphere. I mean, you said no. You said it doesn't work on a globe. You said no.
Look, man, it would also work on a flat Earth if there is a possibility for people to go like below it and be on their head, kind of, you know.
I don't know. You said it doesn't work on a
We
hemisphere.
just spewing nonsense, bro.
But that's
Like
all there is to this argument. If it's not convincing, it's not convincing to you. I get it, right?
Yeah, the triangle in the pyramid was just like a sloping hemisphere. Then you said no to that. So then I tried with the hemisphere. You said no to the hemisphere. So you're saying no to the globe. It's not possible on a globe to have the moon be what the moon, to appear as it appears.
Yeah,
I
two
just wanted
people
to
on the
see if you
globe.
were being
Find it.
obstinate, completely obstinate. If you're really considering anything, if you're putting any thought into it at all, or just saying no, or if you're just looking for an excuse to speak with somebody in a Discord named Jenna, who's a woman that you would just constantly want to come in every day and argue with. I mean, I was trying to find out kind of like what's driving your madness. Like, why are you kind of off?
Well, I don't agree with your characterization of what I'm doing. I'm not mad. I would
Hey, Grim.
say that you're mad. I'm too
You
polite.
see my picture in the text chat?
Wait.
At 04 after the hour. I put a picture of the moon in both hemispheres.
Mhm.
Doesn't it almost look like a 6 in the one and a 9 in the other?
Yes, it does.
Fuck, eh?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It does, but unfortunately, the moon is not a 2D object. You know, it's not a picture. It's a three-dimensional object.
That's not what we see in the sky, dude.
Turning on its head.
Who said it's a 2D object?
I said it's three-dimensional. You said no, right? So unless
said
it's
I don't
four-dimensional
know.
or two-dimensional, we can go
I
with three.
don't know. I don't know if it's an object.
Okay, you don't know. You don't know.
Okay,
Okay.
so you're
You believe in
saying
a
I
world
said-
where they're like two-dimensional objects or four-dimensional objects.
Who said that? You said that, bro. Those are your
You're saying
words.
I don't know. What do you mean by I don't know? There must be. Don't you
We don't
believe
know
that
what I don't
objects have
know means.
dimensions?
It means that I've never been to the moon and inspected it fully. I've only looked at it from here, and from here I can't tell what it is. I'm assuming that's an object, but then again, every object I've ever seen has been here on Earth for me to inspect. Considering that it's not like the objects here on Earth, and that it is a heavenly body of some sort, I can't say for certain that it's just like a ball here on Earth. I don't know that. You may believe that, and you may have conflated your belief to knowledge, but you don't know that either.
Yeah, speaking with such certainty that you're seeing quote unquote craters from 250,000 miles away is lunacy.
Also, there's shadows. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Have
a
you guys not
lunatic.
seen like this iPhone ad when they zoom in the moon?
When I zoom in the moon.
And then you can see the craters.
Hey, Grim.
You zoom into the moon and you can see the clangers.
Grim, do you have evidence that you can bring forward for your claim that you did about the moon?
Yeah,
You
you're
have,
too
like,
late,
someone
bro. You missed it.
I missed it. So you have
No, he
you
just
have
told you to download an app.
so his evidence is download an app. Is that how you
There's
found it
craters
out, Grim?
because the clangers live in the craters.
Grim, is that how you found it out? Downloading an app and you're like, oh yeah, Earth is a globe.
You know that you're just laughing as a flat earther. You told me that, man. You can't take this serious.
Imagine, guys, like Grim is this type of guy. He downloads an app, you know, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, Earth is a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. I just have this app, therefore globe." Isn't that amazing? No need to go outside or anything like that.
It shows him what he needs to see. Then he closes the app. Goes back to his nap.
Grim, you also like to watch like NASA stuff? Do you know the song? What is it called?
The smart thing to do with NASA is earn money from them. I get money from NASA.
Yeah, me too.
It's not bragging if it's the truth.
Do you know this song, Grim? This one? Do you know this?
Ryan,
This song
here for your
exactly this
personal
one.
entertainment.
Low programming. Do you know that song?
No, can you play it again?
This.
Universal.
You know, I mean, you must have heard it before, man. I mean, this is the globe programming song #1. You know, you have this dramatic music, and then it's like
Universal Studios intro
exactly.
thing we're gonna film.
Yeah. Globe propaganda.
I gotta hand it to you, Clay. You know, now that you put it like that, I mean, it does kind of show how easily people could be tricked with a television, because a lot of people got their like idea of what the sky is like based on a space opera.
Yeah.
It's not a space opera, it's the movie studio. Universal Studios. It's just a studio.
I mean, the first movie, one of the first movies ever made, was about the moon landing. You know, that was the first movie. I think some French guy made it. Where
I thought it was a train
where
that
they
was going down a railway track, and everybody thought it was real, so they ran.
No, like the first real movie with special effects. Sorry, I gotta be more precise. Like with like some really good special effects is you know, a moon landing movie.
Yeah.
Anyways, people have been duped by the creation of movies by television, and that's unfortunate. You know, people like Grim that download an app and then, you know, they conclude the Earth must be a ball.
What are you talking about? I watched Star Trek, and it showed me people can teleport. Of course, people can teleport.
Oh,
Of course they can. Anybody see Galaxy Quest with Tim Allen, and the first time they teleported, the guy was all inside out and then he exploded?
Yeah, I remember that scene. I haven't seen it in a long time.
I think I've had
Yes, that
Jimsy
was a funny
muted for a
movie.
very long time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jimsy. I tried to unmute you earlier, bro.
Tim Allen is sort of a modern day Shatner, I guess.
Shatner was kind of real, asking the hardball questions like, what's the difference between science and science fiction? Y'all remember that?
Why is that a hard question? Science fiction is just kind of the extrapolation of, like, write a story about stuff that may or may be future tech.
Do
you like Star Wars?
I think he was asking what's the difference between like real science, pseudoscience, and science fiction. Like, you know, there's more differences between real science and science fiction than there is between pseudoscience and science fiction. I think what he was implying is that they're often all conflated. Or how about
like,
Neil
the most
Armstrong?
public, the main core of the public's scientific understanding would come from popular culture, which would be science fiction rather than actual scientific investigation. Because a person who's got a normal job and everything, they're not going to be going in and investigating these things fully, are they?
Well, how about Neil Armstrong when he did that like one interview after years of being in seclusion, and he talked about truth having protective layers, Now, why would truth need or have protective layers? Who's trying to protect the truth other than liars? So what was he talking about?
The truth is an onion.
Yeah, he made Billy and Al pretty nervous up there.
Yeah, it's a pretty tightly wrapped onion. Truth with protective layers. What was he talking about?
Ethergrass posted the Neil Armstrong Bob Hope special the other day. Yikes. Laugh track and all. I'd never seen that one before. It's pretty wild. It's like a USO tour.
Is there any way you could send it to me?
I don't need to how this chat goes in here. Things disappear, but I'll dig it up on YouTube real quick.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to see what he's got to say, because I think sometimes people get to a certain age where they don't give a fuck anymore, and they just say shit.
I got you. I went ahead and posted in the side chat right there. It's the Vietnam tour. 1969.
Cool.
Yeah, he's a regular comedian.
Watch later. I'll think of remote.
That's teamwork.
The timing was perfect because I actually just sat down and I was getting ready to eat, and then y'all mentioned that. I'm like, I'll go ahead and get the video for him real quick.
Thanks. Are there any Globers that wants to make an argument for curvature of the Earth, axial rotation, or can demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? No? Nobody? Nobody's up to bat?
And without pointing at the sky and begging the question, that'd be good.
But it has to be the sky. It has to be.
Because it's not the Earth.
It's Photoshop. It has to be.
Maybe they'll find some in Antarctica.
Why are we sending aid to Africa?
I actually want to go to Antarctica on this trip. I mean, I can't afford it, but I really want to go and fly over with these clowns just to witness the awkward silence when everyone looks out the window of the plane and sees that Earth is obviously flat and stationary. I'd pay just to see that.
Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello.
Yeah, your mic is working, bro. Is your audio working?
Check, check.
Microphone check, check, check.
Sibilance.
I think he needs a new mic.
I think he needs new headphones because he can't hear. He just keeps saying hello.
Yeah, you need
Well,
headphones to hear.
I'm gonna buy myself a new mic. If you're gonna buy my book, then I'm gonna make money and I'm gonna buy myself a new mic.
All right, I'll buy your book. Where is it? Is it a physical book?
It's both physical and digital. I'm gonna paste you a link.
Oh, he's serious.
Yeah, I wrote a book.
Good job, man.
What's it about?
It's cheap. It's a compilation of my poems from last 2 years.
I
It's in
didn't
the
catch
side
it.
chat.
I didn't catch. Who was it that promised and gave their word they were going to buy? Who said they were going to buy it?
Or if people gonna buy my book, I'm gonna have money.
I think I, I think I
Very
know. I
soon
think
I'm
I know
gonna.
who said it. If they could speak up now.
Give me the link. Where's the link at?
In the side chat.
Oh, you posted in the
In the
site? I
side
thought it
chat.
was DM.
Yeah, it's in the side chat. It's posted in the side chat.
Wow, he said he said if you DM'd
Little
it,
bit
you
of
would have. If you
doom and
but
gloom with
not but
promise
now
of
you
sunshine.
there's no renegotiations. You put in the side chats, and there's no longer the contract is void.
Okay. It's in the side chat. If you want
Poems.
to buy it, it's over there.
Is that how your book goes? Hello, 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 hello. Okay. It honestly sounds like a classic. It does sort of encapsulate the last half decade. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. I love it.
Little bit of doom and gloom with
I'm
A little bit
promise
of
of
this, a little bit of
sunshine.
that.
I'm just reacting positively to reality for no reason.
Yeah.
What's the title?
Little bit doom and gloom with promise of sunshine.
Awesome.
Little bit of doom and gloom with promise of sunshine on Amazon. Can easily find it.
A little
It's in
wordy,
the
but
side of it.
oh, okay.
It's $5 per digital copy and $10 per physical. Just a compilation of my poems from last 2 years.
Oh, poems. Oh, cool.
So you're a poet?
Yeah. Well, I
The world
became
needs more
one.
poets.
If you tell me like 5 years ago I'm gonna write poetry, I would not believe you for jack. I would not
Let me ask you,
believe you
did
for
your
anything,
wife,
dude.
children, or significant other die any time recently?
Come again?
Did anyone die in your family?
Lately my father died 4 years ago. But the poems are
Then your
from
poetry,
last 2 years.
then your poetry might be okay then.
He was unfortunate person.
My favorite poet
He
is Edgar Allan Poe, and that guy suffered some tremendous heartache, so his poetry is actually pretty keen.
Sorry for your loss.
he did a lot for our family, but our destiny was going another way. We were doomed at one point.
Sorry for your
I
loss.
mean, what he did was brilliant, but the world didn't.
God bless him.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, Father will do all those things that are those little things that a lot of people don't value, but some people do value them.
Well, he did a lot for us, but reality turned out to be a bitch.
Yeah.
Are there any Globers that have any evidence? Curvature, axial rotation, or
Why do
temperature,
Globers get
gravity?
so offended that they live on a frisbee?
All right, if anyone buys my book, thank you very much. If not, well, depends on I'm gonna be going, I guess.
Well, thank you for your shameless promotion.
Yeah, if you're still undecided, you can find. If you go to my bio, you can find links to my blog pages. I post my stuff for free on blog pages on GitHub. Yeah, that's
What you
all I
got to
guess.
remember is, I never felt so lonely. It's bad. I see no exit from the situation. I need help. No one wants to help. No one around. So, that is a little sample from the book. So, whoever it was that
This is an
promised.
old one. This is
Okay.
an old one. They
Yeah,
they basically through the whole book you can see me searching for my style, finding my style out. If you read carefully, you can see the changes of the style going through poem to poem. It's like defining my style. Every poet has to define their style. Everyone is unique.
It is interesting. You do have a unique style. I've never seen a poet have a football helmet for a PFP.
It's an amulet.
Oh.
It's an amulet.
Gem. Shiny gem. True piece of crafting. Mostly hidden, so no one can see it. Some want to bury it in their graves, so it will be unseen forever. So precious. On the other side, can't hand it to anyone else. Shiny gem, forever hidden, like it will cause shame. Okay. It's a gem that is hidden.
Oh yeah, this is one of the latest ones. I don't think it's included in the poem book. I'm gonna read you something. Maybe
your other.
I'm gonna find something for you.
Cease.
Hey, James, is these flat Earth poems or what? Why is he promoting
Yeah, I
his
found
book?
the C's are not curving, right?
He just ran a commercial for his book.
It seems like we got like buy my book, $19.99. It's over here on Amazon. Just don't worry about it. Yeah, thank you. You made your plug. Thank you very much. Now let's see if
Anyone
there's
else have
anybody.
any waivers?
Sure.
We're not gonna stay here on your poem and your book and your plug.
Okay.
We're moving on.
Let's
Moving
move
right
on
along.
then.
I got
I thought you'd enjoy me speaking something.
Yeah, no, not really.
I got
Off
a
you
flat
go.
Earth knock joke. Well, it's not a knock joke for you. So, why does this might be good for Grimm? Why does a Glober say the moon only has one face? Because he's just projecting. Isn't that good?
One of those dad jokes, huh?
Try again.
What else we got?
We got any Globers in the house? Anybody thinks that the Earth is a globe? If you think the Earth's a globe in 2024, make your claim and bring your evidence.
I've been asking. Nobody's really come up to bat except for one guy said the moon upside down. Bruh.
That was it. Huh. And the guy speaking about his book on the channel that doesn't care.
This one works better. This one works better on Glovers. So I'd have to say, for any Glovers, how do you tell? Let me see. Let me find a better joke.
Oh my god. Is this thing on?
Hold on, I'm dying up here. Put down the fruit. Hold on.
You're never around. They'd be throwing tomatoes at you at the comedy club. I'm telling you.
This is so old. I can't read. I can barely read it. So why did how about this one? Why did this hypersexual woman marry the flat earther? Because on a globe, south is only one direction, but all directions take you south of the flat earth.
Damn, that's bad.
Better than the last one.
It's good for her.
Got Ranger in the house. What's up, Ranger?
What's going on?
Same old, same old. Jim, you're actually on the mic, dude. What's up?
I'm on the mic. Yeah. How you doing?
Pretty good. I haven't seen you or actually heard from you in a little bit. I've seen your avatars in here, but
Yeah, I do open my mic sometimes, but today I have silence because normally there's a lot of noise.
well, perhaps Time Dash wants to talk to you about the Earth being a globe, or Stefan, or I don't know if you want to talk to Rich. Rich is pretty bricked, but we can go to Miowski.
I've been asking. Nobody wants to step up to bat. I think I've done asked like 5 or 6 times in here today.
But they got to see if somebody dancing on the dance floor first. You know how it is. Back in junior high, you'd be standing against a wall, but you wouldn't want to dance because you wanted to wait to see if somebody's actually going to dance to the song.
Okay, I'll start dancing. Gravity is not what holds down the oceans. It's actually high gas pressure and low temperature. Does anybody want to make a claim about gravity? So nobody believes in gravity? Okay.
Buoyancy and density? I don't know.
Yeah, when the water boils, there's a lot more buoyant force on the water, and it's not held down anymore. So low temperature and high gas pressure holds down the oceans.
What about all that methane that leaks out of like Antarctica? What's up with that?
Methane from Antarctica? Like, I don't know. What does that have to do with it?
Antarctica? Where you're talking about water heating up and then doing something, and that's what methane does. It heats up, comes from below the ground, and then it rises and it melts the ice.
Why does it rise? I mean, that's the thing. Why is it rising up?
I don't know. Just natural cycle, maybe. Happens, I don't know, every couple thousand years, whatever, however long.
Is it right? So is it always rising up because it's less dense than the ice, the water?
I'm not sure. I'd have to research it, Google it. Not sure exactly how methane gas works, but I know it's not.
Y'all ever heard about the?
I didn't actually. I mean, I said like why, but I didn't actually mean like what's the cause of its beginning to. But I really kind of meant like why is methane going up while water's going down?
Well, I guess you have to check. We'll have to check the periodic table of elements and see what that element does.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gravity though. It's something else.
There's methane under the surface in all parts of the world, and it just happens that in the Arctic and the Antarctica that it's starting to rise up recently, and like melt icebergs and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So you're like, what? Like, why is there this sudden occurrence of methane? That's one question. But like, yeah, that's one question. Why? Is it being produced? I don't know. It's kind of separate. It's not really what I think we're like saying the same thing, but different things.
I think if you look at the world as a flat Earth, which I do, I think it's a horizontal, like plane, whatever. You have to. There's a lot of variables that you have to take into place, like lunar cycles, um, volcanic activity, earthquakes is the main ones because the fault lines are all connected. So if you go on Google Maps and you look at the fault lines for Antarctica, there's the three major fault lines are there, and the Atlantic Ocean. So I think if like a major earthquake happens near that area, then maybe that can cause a reaction for the methane to get released, and that's would be a reasonable conclusion, I would think, or assumption
Or what?
for the methane to rise up. If there's like an earthquake, if there's like a big ass earthquake.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the conclusion? Like, methane rises, okay, and like, are we trying to prove something? Because the question was gravity. That was the question on the table that Larry had asked earlier.
Yeah, no, I think it went from like why is gas rising to like why is this specific gas rising right now in
Yeah.
the world?
Yeah, you lost the plot, bro. Most
Yeah,
people
I'm
lost.
looking for it.
Wait, let me
Looking
ask you
for it.
this. Let me give a rebuttal because I've said a lot in the last couple of minutes. Let me ask you this: when people think of gravity and the theory of relativity and all that, what do they think of? They think what's the first thing they associate with?
Well, it's definitely
Like
not methane gas.
the modern day person that argues for gravity. Now, what is the first person and scholar that they associate with?
They think
Newton.
strings pull things down. They think strings attach to objects and pull it to the ground.
Okay, so the answer was Isaac Newton, and he mainly talks about an apple, we'll just say, falling from a tree. So the argument or the discussion was, you guys are saying, well, how does methane have to do with gravity? Well, if
What?
anything, things rising up
We didn't say that.
constantly.
We didn't. Nobody's saying that except for you. You brought methane
Well, I
into
don't.
the equation.
Well, what I'm saying is, on a
Yeah.
flat Earth model,
Model. What
it
model?
would.
You don't have a model.
I'm just saying, in a flat Earth idea of the flat Earth, things instead of always falling down would actually just rise up.
What's
And that
rising
would
up?
everything.
Everything.
Lava,
Oh
yeah,
no.
lava,
No.
methane.
Meanwhile, look
No.
at picture of Jenny.
No, everything. No, not everything.
Not everything, but a good amount of stuff, dude.
All right,
Yeah,
Lauren.
we gotta watch our
Dude,
words in this channel.
okay, yeah, I've been in this channel like on and off for the past like 6 years, dude. I don't care about your
So?
power trip. So
Power
don't
trip.
fucking come at me sideways, dude. Shut up.
Oh,
You know
What's
what,
he on
man?
about?
Dude, I think
He's having a bad
relax,
day.
Coil. It's 24/7. No need to cram it all into 30 seconds. Relax.
dude, an interesting metric that no one brought up was the force,
What?
like when the methane escapes from like the Earth's crust under the ice, like how much force is it getting shot up at? You know what I mean? Like
That's
what
not
is the
the
initial force?
CS Eager. That's not the question, bro.
That's definitely a part of the equation because it's like
Yeah, we can
being
talk
forced
about
out of
that,
this methane pocket.
but it's still not answering the baller's question. The ballers are asking, well, we
Yeah.
dropped something and it goes down. Duh, flat earthers. So they're thinking that
Yeah.
the physics work a particular way. So I think what happens is when we start talking about something, somebody that doesn't really know about the question being asked loses the plot and takes us off a different direction, which is what happened with the gentleman that was just talking. We're not talking about that other thing, which it could be talked about, not specifically, but the question is, why do things fall? And there's a question on the table that Larry was asking. We can't lose the plot. Remember the question. Stick to the answer. My goodness, not too hard. Ballers are asking a question because they think that physics work a specific way on an Earth that's an oblate spheroid.
All right,
Yeah?
thanks, Coach.
Well, I mean, if we don't stay on the plot, we're just talking about other things. It's not answering the question or not even remotely talking about what was being asked.
Play on, player.
Good God.
I mean, I disagree. Sorry, I agree with Mickey. If we could stay on topic, that'd be great. If it just turns out that nobody is willing to defend the globe in like 10 years, like I guess we'll, be off topic a lot more as time progresses. As there's less globers brave enough to defend their, spiraling Kuhn cycle model.
I agree with that. And the majority of people should be able to, that think the Earth's a globe, be able to start giving you a rebuttal to that. But it seems like, I don't know. Everybody's in their shell about it. Maybe they're uncomfortable talking in public places, or who knows.
Well, maybe every time we say that the person is spiraling, maybe the person is doing the best they can with the model that they have been given, and it's not the person that's spiraling, it's actually the model that's spiraling.
Yeah. I would say another bold claim that people that think the Earth's a globe don't know anything about the Earth. Bold claim. Prove me wrong, Globers.
You guys ever talk to folks, flat earthers? They think that like there's an outer continent past Antarctica, like it goes further, and there's people out there like yet to be discovered. I thought that's really interesting.
I was going to say, in regards to the last comment, that Globers only know what they know about the Earth because of what they've been told, not because of them looking into the Earth itself. I'm a little high. That's kind of what I wanted to say.
Oh, it came out good, so don't worry about it. Yeah, we've heard of people say those things, but obviously it's just speculation, nothing more.
Yeah, extraterrestrials.
Yeah. Do you think like do you think their world government and the outer continents is like trying to convince them that the Earth is a ring shape or something?
Yeah, that's a speculation on top. It's a layer cake of speculation. I don't think you want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, you're a day late for Speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll wait 6 days to think about that again.
Yeah, we
Who
only
knows?
usually.
Who knows? Maybe their government has a live feed of Earth and everyone believing the ball they see on TV, and they just laugh all day long.
Well, they better get better debaters at least. Fucking hell, dude. Lately, I've been seeing nothing but weak sauce coming in here. Non sequiturs, off topic, red herrings. Like, wow, everything but the question being asked. It's amazing. I swear to you, man, these guys lose the plot like within fucking 3 sentences.
I mean, the guy just tried to sell it. Well, God bless him, but the guy was selling a poetry book 15 minutes ago. What is going on in here?
I have no idea, dude. I came in, I was listening, I was like, what the fuck?
Not the worst poetry I've heard, and I pretty much 99% disdain poetry.
It's all right. I don't know if it's worth the money he wants to sell it for, but
I don't know. Hopefully, he gets a nickel out of those $5.
just to make him feel good, right? Yeah, just get a little something, something. Here you go, kid, for your troubles.
Yeah, long live the arts.
Yeah, but meanwhile, back at the ranch, there's still nobody that defends the globe. I wonder why. Could it be possibly that there is no evidence? Oof. I think so. Poor Globers.
It's good to see Mark G back in the chat after he got humbled a few nights ago.
Oh, you got a bunch of chat skankers?
He's skanking at the moment, but yeah, he was in the VC the other night, and he had got humbled. He's respawned today, though.
Oh, he reset?
Yeah.
Like nothing happened coming in here with the same arguments?
Yeah, like his PFP, just water off the back of a duck.
Yeah.
Floating back in.
Got Doves in the chat. What's up, Doves?
Lost a couple Globers after the Nathan Oakley show on Friday. They haven't been back since.
They're that burned? Wow. I heard Matthew. What Matthew? Manufact Totem he went through the ringer.
Oh, he got completely smoked, where he had nothing else to say. He was stuttering.
He sticks his neck out, dude. Like he's offering himself up. Like why? I don't know. I guess he felt like he wanted to get spanked that day. I don't know. It was funny one time. He actually turned me and Crit were talking, and then he told us that he had to turn his machines off at work because he was so angry to come and have a conversation with us. And then when he was in here, he was flailing. It was awesome. I had to turn my machines off just to come and talk to you. I'm like, really? Wow, dude. Turning your machines off at work? Every time I see him, I don't let him go. I always say that. I make a little joke about it. Kind of an inside joke.
Yeah, he's always looking for a quiet place in that factory.
Yeah. I make fun of him too. I'm like, dude, you better get back to work, man. Your boss is gonna get mad at you talking about flat Earth. I am my own boss. All right. Yeah, if you guys need a glober, just talk to Rich, man. He knows what's going down.
About this, what about this Vanek guy? He looks like he might know some secrets.
Vanek, where is he? I don't see him in the chat. Text chat probably, not in here.
He's here.
The F1 driver?
No, not Zanuck. Vanek with a V.
Oh.
I don't see anybody by that handle. What's our handle? They use a different handle? I don't see that guy.
He just disappeared. Oh, shit. It was Shank. It said Shank Vanek. And then he just left. And we got, what's his name? Caesar. Even though that's not pronounced right again. He's the guy that I would call in if there was a glober not understanding one figure that looks like a 6 on the ground or on the ceiling. I'd call Caesar in to testify on its behalf.
Let's see us eager.
Probably get a list down of it. Like they're both like Rich and this other guy were both moon guys though. So it's like they got to get their specialty. So I don't know if the number 6 and 9 is a moon. Like if Seeger's the moon guy now, because Rich seems to be like the moon guy. He says pictures, you can't fake pictures of a moon. That's his
What?
specialty so far.
You can't fake pictures of the moon?
Yeah, it's impossible.
All right. Does that tell us that the Earth is a globe somehow? I don't know.
No, they're all moon guys so far.
That they have a meeting of the minds and, hey guys, let's stick to the pictures of the moon. That's great. Yeah. Let's not move off of there because as soon as we get to the globe, man, we're done. Stay to the moon. All right. Moon on 3. Let's go.
Didn't something come out about zooming in on the cell phones and changing the picture of a moon, inserting the picture, and the guy put a piece of black paper on a chair across the room, and he drew a white circle and zoomed in on it and changed it to the moon. Anybody hear about that?
Mm-mm.
Gemsy did something. He left. Gemsy left.
Yeah, I know here. Sorry, go ahead.
Like the phone company was in trouble or something like that for changing the picture.
I heard about, you're talking about Samsung or something? There's some
Yeah, I think.
Samsung did something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. If I'm not mistaken.
The moon's the one thing I could talk about forever because it's like when when I went from like a globe Earth person, like the first thing I was looking into was like, okay, this moon, we only see one side of it, but it's turning, and we're all the same. You know, it blocks out the sun perfectly. We block out it perfectly from the sun. It's just like, it's wild that people take those points when they could take any point. You know?
But do you think that the Earth is a globe still?
No.
Oh.
Of course not.
Well, I don't know, man. I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own opinions.
I'm kind of a dome skeptic, but that's just because I like the outer continent theory. But I don't know.
Outer continent theory. Huh.
Yeah.
You know,
You don't got to make up. You don't got to make up stuff for us.
Yeah. It's spicing it up, huh? We gotta spice it up. Let's get some outer continent, sprinkle them over here. We got fucking never-ending land over here.
5 suns, couple
Yeah,
moons.
throw in a
There's
couple of suns, man. Why not? 5 suns?
There's
Don't worry.
infinite planers that are out there that actually exist, right? That was kind of real big in the 2017 era.
Oh, huge, yeah, huge.
Yeah, but just because there could be more land out there doesn't mean that there's not a container. I'm not really a container guy. Like if you hear me talk about the container, it's usually because someone else brought it up. Even though I was raised in a biblical background, it's not my go-to argument for the surface of the Earth for obvious reasons. But it is an interesting question, right? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? That is definitely a very interesting question. But what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Not much. It has to do with the globe model that we've been presented as a whole, but not so much the surface of the Earth. Thanks.
Yeah, a gas container would have to be one that encompasses the entire area, because a force per unit area that's exerted on the walls of its container would have to be such that gas is omnidirectional, so you'd need an encompassing container. Now, with water, you would only need one that can do so, that would do underneath the surface of water. So much to say is, half omni. Well, it's not omni, but it would be considered directional to the case of it not being it. It would go sideways and every direction underneath, but up instead of up, because it'd have to turn into a gaseous state in order for it to change states and go become water gas, so they can go into the air, and then become the thing that needs an all-encompassing container. So me and Eggshells were actually talking about this, and he said, "Well, what about water? And if you go down, because the pressure is exerted on the walls of the container, outward in, and when you go up, it's inward out. So it's reverse, right? But if and I told him, I was like, there's some real deep places of water that people they can't go to because the container has so much force exerted on the walls. But does that mean that the floor goes on forever? Think about it. There's actually a stopping point. Yeah, there's actually a stopping point, which is the floor. So eventually you're gonna run into the floor if you keep going down. It's not gonna the pressure doesn't continue until all the way where you know what I mean?
It's an unanswerable question. So then what's holding up the floor?
Yeah, see what I mean? So you
Yeah.
have the idea that in certain instances, like there's deeper places of water that you can't get to the bottom of because of the pressure. It's so extreme. So if you're saying that go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you're saying that if you're going to go down under the water and there is no bottom, how does it sound? Sounds ridiculous, right? So conversely with gas, if you're saying that gas has to be held in a container that is all encompassing, then how are you going to say that when a demonstration of gas in a container would have to be all encompassing? But for water, it wouldn't, because of the way water is, right? It'd have to turn into the gaseous state. So without that gaseous state, it could just sit in any type of open container. It's very different. They're both fluids, gas and water, but they're different states of matter. So then you'd have the type of container that water is held in very differently than the gas. but you'd still have to have an all-encompassing container for gas. You can't escape that fact. That's just a natural law observation. Gas is requiring a container for it to keep it in a certain location with the same type of pressure that we'd have on surface area. So you couldn't have that. It wouldn't remain if there was escapable volume that would, be unequalized. As, let's say, if there was a void, like they said it is. So we do understand that it's a principle of nature. So when you have like qualms about whether or not there is a container, the thing is, like, we are demonstrated with the idea that water, if you go down in depth, pushes outward in. And it doesn't mean because you can't reach the bottom that there is no bottom, because that would be a dumb argument, right? So if you go up, it'd be the same. Just because you can't reach the place where there isn't one doesn't mean there's not an all-encompassing containment. You guys get it? Because those are the principles. Those are the principles of the laws of nature. Once you escape that, you are off in la la land thinking of some kind of speculation. And gas is defined this way. So if you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, that's a doozy. I'd like to see that. Then maybe your argument will stand that gas pressure does not require containment. It's very simple.
I'm not sure if what I want to contribute will help, but I believe I understand what you were saying, and in fact, not just the pressure exerted on the submarine getting so great it can't go any further, but I do believe there's footage of at a certain depth, and it may, I'm not sure if it's the same depth as Mariana Trench or not, but, and I know it was an unmanned vehicle, but they came to a body of water that was so dense the vehicle couldn't go down into that water, and that was in water as well. Like, they were already in the ocean and then found a dense body of water that they couldn't descend into.
Didn't those people get killed like after the fact of that, like shortly after?
Oh, for that release of footage?
The ones who were in it. Does anybody know about that? I think they were
the guy who was the head of the operation. He definitely died.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that part, but yeah, it's footage. I don't know if it was a manned mission, but yeah,
it's a bit conspiratorial if you ask me. But I don't want to dip my toe in that.
Extra dense water, like super saline or salt.
Yeah.
Yep, super dense. You couldn't go beyond a certain point, and they said that their submarine bounced off of that. Isn't that interesting? But it still looked like there was, motion underneath that area where they were at. So.
And that man died not too long after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you listening, Larry? I don't know how he passed away. I think it was in was it a fire or some? He died. I don't know how he died. Like, I'm just saying, what was the reason?
I don't know.
It's a bit conspiratorial. I was telling people because it was like shortly after that.
But yeah, that barrier kind of makes sense because if we're from the realm of land, right, there would be limits to how far we could go down and how far we could go up. And, you hear people talk about the core of the earth and all this stuff. It's like, we can only go down 8 miles. So everything after that is speculation, imagination, and not scientific whatsoever.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But saying that there is no bottom would be an absurd thing to say. It just goes on.
It's like a philosophical argument.
Saying it goes on. Saying that the bottom goes on forever. That sounds pretty ridiculous, right? Even on the onset. Water's deep that it keeps going.
It's more of a philosophical argument than a science. You can't prove that. You can conclude logically that if there's going to be a bottom, there's either infinite or there's something that it terminates at that is not contingent upon anything else for its instantiation of everything that it holds up.
Yeah. So let's just put it this way: in order to get volume for water, what do you need? What's the requirement? You want volume.
Tape measure.
No. If you want volume, you need container. Because otherwise you can't measure any volume if there's no containment. Right? So you want a certain amount of liquid, that needs to be contained. And now you have volume. Well, I got this much liquid in this container. But what if you didn't have a container? Could you tell me how much liquid there is without a container?
No.
Right. Sounds pretty logical, right, to me? A logical, constructive argument. If you say you need a container to have volume. If you say there's this much water in the ocean or in this lake or whatever, then that contained water has volume. And volume has depth. And depth has pressure. It's all connected. Now, if you say the floor extends on for infinity, then how do you have a container that extends to infinity? It's a paradox. Can't have that. Its container would give it a finite definition. Right? Are we good?
Understand that.
Yeah. So conversely, the same with gas. Gas pressure is defined by the walls of its container giving force per unit area. And people that understand these simple principles and laws, they understand that when they go firefighters, if they're going into burning buildings, they know that gas expansion is a very dangerous thing. They need to understand that. They can't just burst into rooms not knowing that the room next, the one they're going to break into or save someone's life, could automatically kill them as soon as they open it because of that gas expansion. It could cause a reaction and, explosion. So if there was no containment, then there wouldn't be need for the idea about gas.
Or anything in the system, like you said, the land or the water needs some type of containment for the whole system. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like people maybe it's just the principles, really. Just understanding the principles of gas pressure and water pressure. Water pressure and gas pressure are two very good ways to talk about pressure. But you don't have pressure if you don't have containment. Remember, you need all the following. So if I say I have 10 gallons of water, that means that water's contained, right? How can I have gallons if the water isn't contained? How is it possible to have that?
We can understand that logic 100%, but it's the people who have the priests in their head. They believe what they've seen on TV, and there's no getting past that most of the time, because we can argue logic and what we see in reality, but then they have that thing in the back of their head where somebody else told me otherwise.
Or I don't know. They're saying that they have the container. The container's the Earth. That's that's how they know how much water they have, because they have a container.
What
and they want to see how that's outside of logic and reality, and they can't piece it together because the lab coat said so.
There's no demonstration. There's no demonstration of that though. No tanks. And it's funny because your name the way it looks would mean that in order for them to have their gas pressure without a container, they would have no tank. Right? No tank. That's funny.
Yeah, but I mean, so it's just a they understand. Everybody understands these things, but they'll just claim that the Earth is what contains these things, and then the gravity serves as a container to hold this finite amount of resources.
That's fine, but they can't demonstrate it. That's the part of that. You could say whatever you want in this world, right? I don't care. You can make up shit. That's good. Now prove it. Yeah? Say whatever you want. Now prove it.
But someone else has done it in all that code.
Yeah, exactly. Appeal to what is it?
Celebrity. They appeal to everyone.
Appeal to experts, or I don't know. But when you do, it has to follow that the expert who's telling you about the thing that you think is science would have to be science. It can't be nothing less.
Right.
Nothing short of it. I think it's so simple, but we get. These principles are operational on the daily, I think. So for anybody that uses containment, every single day cups of water are being drank. Every day we understand these simple laws and principles of nature. Yet when we come into these discussions, somehow nature operates a lot differently in these conversations. Well, you can have a globe that spins.
Every single day
Gravity.
they're fed it. They're spoon fed it. Like me, I watch nature shows every day, and like David Attenborough would say something like 9 million years ago, and I'll be like, oh man, but the lab coat said it, you know.
When I first started coming to this Discord, half of the battle was trying to differentiate, science and pseudoscience. And now that it's been differentiated in here, and I don't think there are too many willing to argue that, there's observational science, because if these people really were going by observational science, they wouldn't have to come up with a refraction to explain the observation of the black swan and others like it, where anybody can go to the ocean, not everybody can go to the moon. But once you go to the ocean, the observational science that these people tout on the daily tells you that it's flat. And the theoretical, not science, is what saves the globe. It's always, instead of space and motion, being absolute, it's actually relative. Okay, well, that saves your axial rotation. Well, instead of it, we're using observational science. We're saying there's this theoretical type of refraction that happens where the light bends down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared. Like, okay, you're not even talking about observational science anymore. This is some kind of theoretical bullshit.
That's why as soon as I hear that, I bring up, so it's vertical. Is vertical in it? No, it's not tilting away from you. It's vertical. But then it's refraction, imaginary.
I just saw this recent news release from, I suppose it's NASA. These people are coming back from a 358-day Mars simulation.
Yeah.
So they've been eating nothing but potatoes grown in rust for a year. Is that what you're saying?
Are they fighting those? Are they fighting those groundhogs that come up in the image also?
Rust and poop, and all the money they spent on that research has helped the homeless and everything else.
I just want to know, how do you grow potatoes in rust? Because they say the surface of Mars is rust.
Look at Larry. Hey, you gotta get one of those space cowboys in here so you can argue with them about that. I'd like to hear what they would say.
Well, Matt Damon.
I don't think we have any space cowboys in here.
Rust. You need earth. You need dirt to grow potatoes in. Sorry.
Yeah, nobody wants to eat your rusty potatoes, man.
We barely want to eat them russet potatoes. Fuck some rusty potatoes.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, Larry, all these Globers lost all the will to argue and defend their globe.
It's pretty much over. It's almost there.
Yeah, Glober tears are drying up. I'm thirsty, bro. I'm over here like, dang, Globers, get in here.
He's shaking his glass of ice. He ran out of Glober tears. They're pushing each other into the ring right now. Larry's in the ring. He's like, is there no one else?
Are you not entertained?
They're trying to shove the guy into the ring. He's like fighting back and he don't want to go in there.
Hell, I even tried really hard yesterday to keep Brenda in here for a little while, because Brenda was getting ornery and talking over people and was looking for an escape. I didn't give Brenda the mute. I just said, oh, okay, you want to debate like it's 2015? Go ahead, Brenda.
Go ahead, let your hair down. I mean, metaphorically.
Yeah, flat earthers are retarded.
That's it? Dude.
Yeah, your cope is noted.
He left. They got drive-by insults. Let's say an insult and run.
Drive-by. That's a new one though.
Man.
I've never heard
Yeah,
that
we're only
before.
asking for evidence. Evidence of the curvature, the axial rotation, or demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. You would think that in 2024, with all the money that the United States has thrown at academia to provide evidence for these things, we could come up with something better. Why is the moon upside down? You guys don't understand.
Yeah, they say it's just like that too.
Just like it.
All we got are chat skankers, drive-by insults. Oh. Where's the debater? Where's the scholars at? Where's the intellects? Where they at? Nobody?
None
I prefer the intellects, right? I prefer the cosmologists and astronomers and theoretical astrophysicists if they dare to come in here. But, I'll accept a seeker at this point. Just somebody who's just trying to figure out the truth. Somebody open-minded. Get in here.
All these people in here were waiting for the confident Glober to step forward. Or the one that gets shoved into the ring. Go take on the flat earthers. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Confidence is earned, right? Someone who's training for a UFC fight for 6 weeks in a row, that person's confident, right? The person who hasn't been training and gets called in, he's arrogant. Like, he hasn't been training. Like, he's been drinking beer and going to parties. Like, he gets called in because the other guy got injured, right? That guy's arrogant. I don't know if there's any confident Globers because what I see is arrogant Globers.
That's the Glober honey hold my beer guy. That guy you just described.
Yeah, the fine line between arrogance and confidence is the training or the research that you've done. And yeah, there's limits. Of course, I have limits to my understanding. If you guys start talking about mathematics and stuff, I'm just going to go on mute or ask questions, right? Because no man knows everything. Many men know many things, but no man knows everything.
Did you summon Brenda in here? The fuck?
In order to summon somebody, we have to start making really good points about the cosmological constant crisis and how it's Einstein's constant that is broken that's causing this crisis. And he himself said that it was wrong. It was his greatest blunder. But for some reason, everybody disagrees with Einstein and they're denying what he said about being wrong, and they still think that he's right.
Yeah.
So somebody call in for help. Get Brenda in here. Or
Brenda's
one of the
here.
other.
Fucking hell. I'm saying that because Brenda's here. Think you
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I came in here because I had lunch.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed your lunch, Brendan.
What were you eating?
Right, so just a homemade soup.
Well, I'm glad that you ate light because you're going to need it.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Brenda, about this gravity, which gravity do you adhere to? Do you think it's Newtonian or Einsteinian or Malgromian?
Just gravity. That's all there is. It's just gravity.
Oh, you want to keep it as ambiguous as possible? That way you can wiggle?
No, it's a specific. That's specific. There's just gravity. Right, there's just gravity. Newton, Newton didn't have a theory of gravity. Einstein did.
I didn't say that, but okay. So we're going with specific gravity? Because you said any gravity will do, right?
We're not talking about specific gravity. I said specific as in particular.
So you do want to keep it ambiguous.
Do you not understand how words work?
Yeah, absolutely. You said
I'm not sure
that
you
we don't
do.
want to get specific with gravity. You want to keep it ambiguous, right?
No, that's not. That's the opposite of what I said.
Oh, so what is gravity? So let's get specific.
Bendy spacetime.
Okay, so
what is its source? Where
relative.
does it come from? Like, what is it? What's the source? Where does it come from?
Don't know.
That's a fair answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go with Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. So all motion is not absolute, and space is not absolute. It's all relative, right?
Right, but that was special relativity, not general relativity.
Okay, so special relativity is basically the relativistic speed, but general relativity
Is more
you got it?
specifically about gravity, and it's a general theory about gravity.
Okay,
Basically.
Right. So if all motion is relative, how can they teach the children in the schools that the Earth orbits the sun? If all motion is relative, that would just be where you're placing the reference frame. And you could just as easily take that reference frame off the sun and put it on the Earth. Why are they teaching the children bad science?
Because it's not bad science. You just don't understand frames of reference.
Wait a minute. If you put the reference frame on the Earth, then all motion is relative to the Earth. Then you could say the Earth is the center because that's your reference frame, right?
Sure, you could do that within certain bounds. Yeah.
So why are they teaching the children that it's a fact that the Earth orbits the sun?
Oh, well, within the frame of the solar system, it does.
Okay, well, the solar system is just a model. In reality, there is no center of the universe in the Einsteinian worldview. There's no absolute space, no absolute motion. It's all relative. So if it's all relative, you can't say that it's a fact that the Earth orbits the sun.
Well, I just did, so obviously I can. And the solar system is not just a model. It's a physical thing.
Wait a minute. Are you reifying the solar system as to reality? Like that's what you think is happening in reality?
That's not what the word reification means. You're not understanding what you don't use words that you don't understand, right?
Okay, what does
Reification doesn't mean. It means to mistake a concept for a concrete reality.
Okay, so is the sun the center of the universe?
Of the universe? No.
Okay, so that's what the original solar system model was, right?
Yeah, but nobody believes in that anymore. I believe in lambda CDM.
Oh, you do?
Absolutely.
So you believe in the lambda-CDM model. So
yeah.
Is it true? Is it true that there's this crisis in cosmology where they're saying that dark matter doesn't exist? Are there professors saying that?
I don't know. I'm not a physicist, so I wouldn't be the one to ask. You should ask somebody that knows.
Right. So I'll post it in just a minute. Yeah, Professor Krupa is saying that cold dark matter has been falsified with a certainty of above 5 sigma. And for all you regular people out there like me, that just means that it's like 99.999% certainty that cold dark matter, which is the CDM part of the lambda-CDM model, he's saying that it's been debunked or falsified. So
that's just an argument from authority. That's just an argument from authority. That's just an argument from authority. Other physicists disagree with him. Crickets. I love the silence. I love it.
Which part do you agree with specifically?
I don't know enough to have an opinion.
You just believe in it without it, with no.
No, I don't have a belief one way or the other. I don't know.
But didn't you subscribe to it? You just brought it up.
Yeah. I think that it's most likely. I think it's most likely that lambda CDM. Excuse me, I'm answering you. I think it's most likely that CDM model is true. It's the standard model, and the odds are, if you were to bet that that would be true, you would most likely win that bet.
Okay, so which part of it makes it more true for you? Because you appeal to it. Because you said what you don't agree with. What do you agree with about the model?
The fact that physicists generally agree on the standard model makes me think that they are more likely to be correct than incorrect because they have the requisite expert knowledge to decide that. I don't. It's like if I go to a doctor and the doctor tells me you have blah blah, then I'm going to believe him because he knows more than I do.
Right, so you're
That's
appealing
dumb
to the
because there's so
consensus?
many people that actually cured themselves with natural herbs. So you shouldn't blindly follow authority. That's just
Right,
fucking dumb.
we
Those
agree with the
those
consensus.
people end
You're
up
appealing to the
dead.
consensus
Those people end up
directly.
dead.
It's an
Not,
argument from authority.
excuse me if I may not mention, doctors are like mechanics. You don't just take the first opinion of the first doctor or the only
Uh,
doctor you're talking to.
if it's about a broken bone, I would, sure. If it's about cancer, I might seek a second opinion, yeah.
So as related to the model that you appeal to, what about it specifically do you agree with? Just the consensus?
I don't understand it very, very
So
thoroughly.
you just
I'm not,
believe it and you don't understand it, just the
yeah,
fact that both the
yeah.
sources
A
you
lot
feel
of my,
okay.
I'm going to hand you a lot of stuff that you're going to think is to your advantage, but it isn't. I believe a lot of things based on the experts' opinions and not my opinion because experts know more than I do.
When the other guy just did that, you said it was
What you're
argument
arguing
to
for.
authority. And now you're doing the same exact thing.
No, I'm appealing
It's
to
called a
the
logical
consensus.
fallacy. You've heard
It's
it
not a
multiple times,
fallacy.
I'm sure.
It's not a fallacy. I'm appealing to consensus of expert.
And that's a
Appeal to
logical
expert.
fallacy.
No, it's not. The appeal
Oh,
to
yeah.
expert testimony is not fallacious.
So you
Your
agree with the model
gullibility is noted,
but don't agree
Brenda.
with anything about the model,
Yeah,
just the fact that multiple people agree on the model?
yeah,
What?
yeah, yeah.
But you know nothing about it.
I know a few things about it.
What do you know about it? Because there's
It
nothing that you
posits
say
it
that you agree
posits
with.
it posits an early inflationary period, followed by the Big Bang, right? Followed by a period of the universe being opaque. Then there was a period with transparency where photons were released, and that
So you're
How was any
gradually.
of that? You're
got
just
it.
rambling about nonsense. How was any of that
I'm not
tested?
rambling. That's
How
the
was any
theory,
of that
dude.
tested? How was any of it tested? So none of it has been
With
tested.
experiments, that's how it was tested.
Right.
People have
Okay.
they have experimental evidence that this is
You're
stop
appealing to
interrupting.
consensus.
Look, I'm going to pause. Look, just a minute. I'm going to pause and allow you to speak. But when you ask me a question, stop talking. I will answer shortly, and then you will be able to speak.
Appealing to consensus is a fallacy, even if it's expert, so-called expert.
No,
It's still a
it's
fallacy.
no, it's not. It's not.
Yes, it is. It's not a proof.
No, it
Experts,
isn't. No, it isn't.
experts can get it wrong too. A
They
group of experts
can.
get it wrong.
What did I say? I said more likely than not. I didn't say certainty.
Okay, but you can say the same thing with appeal to unpopular. If the majority of people agree on something, more likely than not, in the absence of any other evidence, is probably the most accurate thing. So
No, only for experts. No, it's not fallacious, and that only applies for the expert testimony. That's why laws, well, in trials, you call expert testimony. You don't just haul somebody off the street.
Eyewitness testimony. So no, you don't have to be an expert.
No, in order to testify about did this gun fire this bullet, you bring in the expert on that, and he will have conducted experiments and say, yes, based on my expertise, this gun fired that bullet.
Brent, may I, Brenda?
Brenda, and he could be wrong, right? But it's more likely that he'll be correct.
Brenda.
Let me just say, I agree with you. I agree with you. If there's an expert testimony, in the absence of any other evidence, that will hold sway. That will, probabilistically, it's more correct.
Yes, thank you.
If there's any witness, period, any witness, not even an expert witness, but any witness, period, in the absence of other evidence, that would hold sway as well.
There were other people talking and you interrupted them. How about you let other people speak?
Yeah. So did your James Webb telescope that's floating around in space without any effective gravity on it, when this thing looked at the center of the universe, did this confirm to your lambda theory? Or
I don't know. It is not. It is affected by gravity. It's at Lagrange point 2, as I recall. That is very much affected by gravity.
When the
why have we never seen? I'm just curious. Like we have the
so people think they need to talk over you, dude, in the blue coat, right? They have no respect for you. Why is that?
I think everyone was eager to make a decent point, but
I think
my bet. It didn't. By the way, it's more mysteries and questions as to whatever those pictures found.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up on the James Webb telescope. It has challenged a lot of previous
spit it out.
Previous beliefs within astronomy, but that always happens when you get new instruments in any field of science.
Astrology.
Astronomy, I said.
No.
Whatever. It doesn't matter.
How's your horoscope this month? Today. Good? How was the soup, Brenda? Was it good?
Right. So I was wondering about, is there Mod in here? I wanted to ask a Mod a question. Just out of curiosity. No big deal or anything.
There's one here. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask why it is that Nathan Oakley gets a pass on the politics server rules.
Because he's special, Brendan. You're not.
I'm not complaining. I accept that those are the rules. Okay, I'm just curious. So he got. Do I understand correctly that Nathan got a special permission?
Are you mad because he muted you or what?
You're complaining a lot.
I wouldn't say I'm mad. I would say I'm miffed. How about that?
I'm sorry that we hurt your feelings, Brenda.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's sweet of you. Don't let anybody tell you guys you can't be sweet. You're a sweetheart. Thank you.
Brenda.
Yeah, his channel's open. You can go to his channel and ask.
Whose channel?
Nathan Oakley. He has an Ever After show.
I wasn't watching. I don't think it's around.
No disrespect, Brenda, but are you on the spectrum?
No, I don't believe I am. I've never been tested. I would have no reason to think that I'm autistic in any way.
She just had soup.
If I could get back on topic, I just posted the link that I was referencing. That whatever your so-called expert said about the James Webb Telescope recently contradicts with like modern astro. So when you were saying there are tests that confirm that theory, it looks like they're about to shift the narrative in another direction. So there actually aren't. Or at least there's as many contradictory tests.
Your source is Sky at Night magazine.
I know. I did do a quick Google search. I'm not opening up like journal repositories or like.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what you need to do, though.
Give me another second. I'll tell you when I do it. All right, it'll take a little bit longer.
But isn't going to help you. Googling isn't going to help you.
Why isn't it?
Because you need a background knowledge in the area in order to fully understand the science, and you don't have that.
Oh, I do. Yeah, it's okay. Here's a .edu page right at the bottom that talks about the same thing. I'm posting it in the chat. Thanks for steering me in the right direction.
Are you a chef, Brenda?
No, I'm not, but I don't see what that has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, how did you make soup?
Okay, so I understand that, Nathan, and you understand. I'm not angry. I'm just a little bit miffed. But he does get a special, just because in this server there's certain things you can't do, but those aren't Discord terms. Those are server
Complaining is one
rules.
of them. Complaining ad nauseum is one of them, Brenda.
I'm not complaining. I was looking for clarity.
You're
I was looking for
bellyaching.
clarity. But it is true then, right?
Crying.
Is it?
The rules are bent for you as well, Brenda. We listen to you complain about 4 hours a week.
Yeah, that's about as most.
Brenda, I have a question. Brenda, I have a question. So, if an expert doctor diagnosed you as an autistic, would that take precedence over your own belief that you're not?
It would strongly suggest to me that yes, I might be autistic. I would consider it. Yeah.
So, wait, what?
I would consider if an expert doctor said you have thyroid cancer, I would say, "Oh my God, what do I need to do?"
No. I'm talking about autistic, like being autistic, like being on the spectrum.
You don't get analogies. You don't understand analogies. Are those difficult for you to understand?
With your checkbook.
So,
if just as many doctors said you did or didn't.
If a doctor told me I did some tests and I think that you're on the spectrum,
all right, get off the medical analogies, Brenda.
Yeah, let's talk about.
You know, we should probably get off the subject, but I just want to say real quick that, like, Brenda, come on, like a bunch of cancer doctors went to jail and lost their licenses because they were diagnosing people who didn't have cancer.
Good. Yes. That increases the likelihood that the next cancer doctor will be honest.
That just means that we won't trust doctors anymore.
No, it doesn't. It says you should trust them because they police.
Anybody can go to school and learn what a doctor learns. You realize they only allow so many doctors every year into medical school.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that doctors can get paid off too.
There's also like alternative, what is it called, medicine, like, and people actually cured themselves.
Ballistics.
Instead of going.
We won't go into that. We won't go into that. We won't go into
Brenda and see if Brenda can get back to the topic and not complain anymore. You ready, Brenda?
Yeah.
You suck down enough broth?
Yeah, so I posted a video, just a short clip. Anybody can watch it. It was the first one that I posted talking about the falsification of cold dark matter. And he's saying that it's irrefutable. Check out the clip at your own leisure. Thank you very much.
He doesn't have any proofs. He's listening to experts.
Yeah, go to his Wikipedia and read up on Professor Krupa. Pavel Krupa is the cream of the crop. Almost said it in French. He's the cream of the crop when it comes to scientists, in my opinion. He's very
just an argument from authority.
Okay, so where do you want to investigate dark matter other than the authorities? Should we ask the pizza guy? Should we ask the mailman? Or should we ask the professor?
I would look at knowledgeable sources that have shown in the past that they have good information, possibly like Scientific American, Science Digest, Science News, Science itself, National Association of Sciences. I can't read physics papers because I don't have the physics or math background, and neither do you, right? So I have to.
Be talking, Brenda.
You don't have that background.
I do.
Then you probably should be talking.
Someone says they do have that background. Who has that background?
I have that background.
In
so
what?
Did you see the video that I posted? What Professor Krupa was saying, and if you did, could you tell us what he meant when he said that? Because apparently Brenda is not capable of understanding it.
I'm combing my dog right now because I have to wash it, but I'm pretty sure like the synopsis is just like that dark matter as it's been observed in labs and in studies and behind closed doors.
It's never been observed, idiot.
Yes, it has. All right,
no, it hasn't.
article. Yes, it has.
Not directly. No, it hasn't.
No, it has. Oh, God. 1 second. Is BBC articles okay with you, bud?
without
I can pull
insult.
that one up real quick.
Somebody said they had the requisite background. I was wondering who that was.
Yeah, I was
He's
wondering about that
grooming his
guy with the
lawn.
background too.
Who? Several people talked at the same time. I didn't catch who it was.
I don't know, but I
The
hope he watches the
requisite
video
background and
so he
what?
can.
Yeah,
science
again,
and math.
several people talked at several people talking at the same time. Still don't know who it was.
It's frustrating because when you look up dark matter, you get the fucking Pearl Jam album is the first thing that pops up. It just came out, so I had to scroll past all this shit about Pearl Jam to get to the physics stuff. Here,
I don't get that at all. You know that search results are based on your browsing history, right?
no, it's the media pushing the stuff up that they want you to see.
No, that's based on your
Exactly.
browsing history,
Yes.
dude.
Yes.
I don't get
Because if you look
Pearl
up
Jam
flat
at
Earth,
all.
listen, Brenda. Nah, Brenda. If you look up Eric Duby flat Earth, you don't find anything, bro.
But
They're
it's based on
censoring
your
this shit.
browsing. It's based on your
You only
browsing history,
see.
dude.
Listen, Brenda, bro. You only get debunk videos. The only thing you get 3 pages of debunk videos.
Yeah, they deprioritize. They
This is
deprioritize flat
they're
Earth. Yes, you're right.
suppressing the truth. They're suppressing
So
the
why
truth,
do
and
they?
they're putting out
But it's
these
not truth.
debunk
It's
videos.
lies. It's lies and disinformation. Yeah, so
there's
of
no
course they
truth.
should.
Yeah, look up
But
Eric Dubé. You can find shit on YouTube.
Oh, I see him dressed up. Is he transgender?
we don't know about him personally.
He cross dresses. He cross dresses, doesn't he?
Hey, Brenda,
Not our
what's
best friend. We
transgender
don't know
mean?
that guy. So
Off
just ask him.
topic, and Brenda gets to come back tomorrow. Maybe go back to your soup, Brenda.
These people love to fucking sink to personal attacks and insults. We don't even know him personally. Who cares? Like, what the
So
fuck
let's
is up?
get back to the topic. Brenda claims that Brenda believes in the cold dark matter or the lambda-CDM. I've just exposed through Professor Krupa that the cold dark matter thing has been debunked. It's a myth, and if it is true that cold dark matter doesn't exist, then Einstein's gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, so it doesn't work at the quantum level or the galactic level. So that means that it's incomplete. I think that you will find, if you do your research, that most scientists agree that Einstein's theory of special and general relativity are incomplete theories. So the whole unifying theory or the M theory or the theory of everything doesn't exist. So for those people who think that there is a unification theory, they would be mistaken. That would be a fundamentalist belief that all four forces, including gravity, as if like Newtonian gravity, that doesn't exist. It's not real. And I think you can look up the unification theory for yourself and find that it doesn't really work. And that's the whole problem with the lambda-CDM model. You can do your own research and search the cosmological constant crisis and just understand that that constant is Einstein's constant from general relativity that he said was his greatest blunder. But people disagree with Einstein that believe in the globe, and they think that he was wrong about being wrong. Thanks.
Yep. But no, you're a tranny.
One more time, Brenda. You have one more chance.
Yeah, no, nothing that Larry said was actually accurate. So, anybody have evidence or measurements of the Earth being flat?
It's been presented to you multiple times. Do you have any evidence?
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
It's been
Right
presented
where
to
you
you.
hide
Can
your
you show
round
it to me? Can you show it to me? Show me the measurements.
It's
on
been
the other side
presented
of the
to you by
horizon.
Nathan Oakley.
The evidence is in those
I'm not going to take
photos. The evidence is in those NASA composite photos and the fisheye lenses.
Am I supposed to just take your word for it? Am I supposed to just believe you?
Oh, Brenda, you don't like being interrupted, so please STF you while I'm speaking. All the CGI images from Mars, the lettuce being grown on the ISS for the 108th time, none of it helping us down here, none of it stopping wars or helping the homeless. How about that?
I don't think it's the objective of Mission to Mars to help the homeless.
Exactly. But anyways, where's your measurement for the curve? Isn't there a measurement for that?
I was told you had measurements, and I don't see them. Can you show them to me?
Your measurements for the curve.
Yeah, it's 8 inches per mile squared.
But we see farther than that.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
Only.
How did we?
You can find that curve.
Brenda, how did we have a call with someone on the moon, like space Wi-Fi? Can you explain space Wi-Fi to us?
It's called radio. Radio. It's called radio.
Yeah, bro.
You can hook up telephones to radio. You can
Just
do
real
that.
fast,
Yeah, millions of miles away, right? Space
Yeah,
Wi-Fi.
super quick.
Yep.
Just trying to get in there for a second. So when I just spoke, Brenda said, "Nuh-uh." So I posted a link inside of my source from Harvard that there is a thing called the cosmological constant crisis, and you can look it up for yourself. I posted the link. Please continue about space Wi-Fi or radio transmitter from the book.
Yeah, Brenda, explain that, bro. How does that work? When we go up a mountain, we lose connection, and how can we can have a call with someone on the moon, which is millions of miles away? Can you explain that, bro? Does NASA have like space Wi-Fi?
Yeah, they had big antennas, really big. Big transmitters too. Really.
Oh my God, this guy! Bro, you can't actually believe this shit.
They
right?
do have big. They have big antennas. You can see them. They're called radio telescopes.
Bro, why do we lose connect? Like, why do we lose connection on the mountains then?
Because it's a different
like, what is what?
It's a different system.
So you just need a big antenna to communicate 250,000 miles away.
Cell phones use a different system. You know that, right?
I got you, Brenda. My Wi-Fi drops 40 feet from my modem, but a big antenna, 250 miles, 1,000 miles. Gotcha.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with using a big antenna?
It works in your imagination, I guess, right?
Like apologetics and a dumb answer.
When I drive away from
I don't see the
radio
problem.
tower and suddenly my station's changed, but okay, we're talking to the moon.
Yeah, we just
I just see the problem. Why can't?
Right, Brenda? Yeah, there's no problem, right? We just follow the experts. NASA are the experts.
Why can't you communicate by radio with the moon? Why can't you do that?
It was a corded phone. Well, why can't you do it on Earth?
Because you think they didn't just connect it at the operator did?
No, he used the landline phone.
Brenda,
Yes, you can connect a landline to a radio, right?
Listen for a moment. You don't think it would have been easier for them to communicate with the studio, with the image of the moon, from the White House office?
You think he called into JPL? He called into JPL, dude.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Sure. A three-way call. I got you.
John's personal latrine, JPL. It was an outhouse they called.
You think they can't route a call?
No, not 238,000 miles. Not bigger
They
than the
use radio. Demo. They use
technology of a calculator.
Wait, you said large antennas. Now it's radios. What is it, Brenda? Large antennas, big radio.
He called
on a landline phone
to Houston, and then routed right through their equipment. It was transmitted by radio to the studio.
Landline phone. Hold on. Why do you have to route something that's so powerful? Why wouldn't you just send it straight there? What are you routing anything for?
Because you have to change it to a radio.
Because the phone is landline, dude. What's your problem?
So why is it not just going to the moon, though?
Yeah,
because it's a landline, Democ.
It's
They don't have
radio.
they that antenna to
The
do one
landline
thing and
calls
use
going
them.
from the White House
Radio
to another
frequency.
landline and then to the moon, that doesn't make sense.
See, you
Put a
guys
big moon.
really shouldn't talk about modern cosmology and physics
Yeah,
when
you
you
don't
can't
even understand
understand
it yourself.
You should
elementary
talk
school
about radios.
making a phone call.
It's fun.
You just
I
apologize
never
for your
realized how
call.
much love you had for Nixon, Brenda.
We were talking about James Webb at
You
one
don't.
point. You said you don't know enough
We
about
have to
modern
keep
You
cosmology.
shifting.
don't know any.
Nope.
You don't understand how you could make a call to
Yeah,
the
we don't
moon.
We get
understand.
it.
Yeah, you
Everything
don't
that Richard
understand.
Nixon did on TV was true, Brenda. We get it.
I didn't say that.
It's crazy somebody
You're
persisted in
implying.
saying
No,
that
I'm
we
not
don't
implying that.
understand.
That's not the implication.
238,000
It
miles
is.
back.
No, it
Brenda,
isn't.
getting 238,000 miles there and back.
Yeah. So what? It's radio. It's radio, dude.
No, we had phone G back then. Radio G.
It's radio, dude.
It's radio, dude.
Radio solves everything.
It's radio, dude.
Doesn't need.
That's how
Radio
they get those
doesn't need
pictures. They send their
wires.
Hold
mobile
on,
phones
brother.
using
All we
radio.
needed was the radio back then in the 60s to talk 238,000 miles twice that way and back. Why the fuck would anybody have 5G right now?
Exactly.
Because
It doesn't even work that well.
because it isn't
Exactly.
as good as 5G.
I can spend $5 billion
5G can carry a lot of information.
I thought you
500
didn't
miles
understand
apart.
it, but now you understand
Do you
everything.
understand what wireless communication is? Do you understand that?
Not as good as
Brenda,
5G.
you're
and now
breaking up your 5G. Brenda, you're breaking up. Your 5G connection isn't working so well.
I don't
Go
have
back
a
to
5G
radio.
connection.
Brenda.
I don't even have a Wi-Fi connection right now. I'm using my home computer. I'm
Brenda.
directly connected to the internet. What are you
It's
talking
as good as
about?
the moon stuff, though. It's
Brenda.
as good as the moon stuff now, though.
Brenda,
Can
I'm
you?
sorry.
There's web pages on the internet where you could listen to radio.
No.
Right?
No, this is
You can do that. It's actual, transmitted over the air wireless communication you can listen to on the internet.
Brenda. How does in today's day and age, how do we communicate from America forward operating bases to Afghanistan overseas? How do we do that?
I have no clue. I don't know anything. I have no clue.
But you're a networking specialist. You know about radio work. To the moon. You don't know how we go across.
Yes, I have.
Like, how does that happen?
I completed elementary school. I completed the 8th grade.
Guys, they use big antennas.
Indoctrinated terribly.
They use that moon antenna.
The big one, not the small.
Hey,
The moon antenna, bro. Brenda, you're getting quiet, brother. What's wrong?
Brenda, did you watch the
what
moon
happened? You're
landings?
quiet.
Brenda's
Were you watching the moon landings, or did you listen on the radio, Brenda?
Brenda's throwing up her suit.
Governmental school.
This is
Bro,
hilarious.
You could control
you're
yourself.
Come on,
violating
guys.
us, bro.
No other ballers are gonna come in now. Just destroying shit.
So for your information, I watched it.
Radio, dude.
Totally live.
I watched Neil Armstrong step onto the moon live on TV.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
That's what you believe, right? You believe what you saw on TV?
Yes, I believe it was the TV.
My nigga, do you know what green screen is? Do you know what green screen is, my nigga?
No, we had
just for the
They
record.
didn't have green screens. They didn't have green screens in 1968.
Just for the record.
Guys, let's not pick on Brenda here. We saw
Black and white.
Let Alpha speak. Let
We saw
Alpha
them walk
speak.
on the moon 50 years ago. Let's not pick on him.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that Brenda's not realizing is that watching something on TV is not science, is it, Brenda? What did you do when you saw that footage of Neil Armstrong? How did you feel?
I don't remember. I was little.
Didn't he tell you it was animation? Did you?
You
not
said you said you saw somebody walking on the moon, right?
I would imagine I felt like it was a great. I don't remember what I felt, but I would imagine I felt like that was something to celebrate. Yeah.
All right. In any way, is that science?
I never claimed it was science.
I know, but I'm asking you. Hold on, Flat Earth Ranger. I'm asking you.
No.
I'm asking you in any way is that science?
Television isn't science. What are you talking about?
Well,
Okay,
it
you answered
seems
the
like
question.
there's a certain type of verification that needs to happen if there's an extraordinary claim like a human being walking on top of a moon. So if that's what you saw, and that
Yeah.
needs to be proven, then you agree that's not science to prove
I
anything.
would think that that would be good evidence that would support the theory that somebody walked on the moon.
Okay, the
Right?
validation, yeah, the validation for the video being real or not. How can you prove that?
The validation isn't science.
Yeah, but I know that we've already talked about that.
Nobody uses the validation principle from
Yeah.
logical empiricism. Karl Popper refuted that.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
so
fine.
you should stop talking
So
about
it's not
validation.
science, but yeah, no,
Science
not
doesn't validate, right?
Yeah, but
you have
you see something
evidence.
happen.
You have evidence. The evidence in
You see something happening on TV, and there's no way to validate that person that you saw doing something is actually real. It's got production value. It's on TV. There's no differentiation between what you see there and a good production value. You don't know how to decipher that. You're just watching it on TV.
by the way.
Do you
She acknowledged
understand?
that. You're unmuted now.
So you need to
Brenda, you know that
using the word.
not everything on the TV is real.
Hold on a
Brenda,
minute. Hold on a
She
second.
heard. She acknowledged it.
Hold on, Flat
She
Earth
acknowledged
Ranger.
that.
Yeah, 1 second. We don't hear acknowledgement. She's muted. So we need to hear acknowledgement. We don't know that yet. Go ahead, Brenda.
Right. Validation isn't science.
Right.
I know. So now that you understand that,
ask me
how can you differentiate between what you see that something that could have production value and something that you might think is real? How do you decipher that? Tell me.
With evidence.
Which is now that we're into evidence,
Right.
how can you tell me that you're watching something and you got evidence? Go on.
Evidence would be the millions and hundreds of millions, billion people who also saw it.
So many people saw a movie. That makes the movie real, like real life. Is that true?
It means they saw the movie, doesn't it? It means that they saw the movie, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, if I may,
So what I'm asking, hold on,
brother.
hold on, brother. How do you know that makes it real, though? I'm asking you that.
It means that they saw it. It happened, right?
It happened is not how it makes it real. How do you know what you see on TV is real?
With evidence.
What's the evidence?
There's different lines of evidence that would support.
You've been folded like a chair.
Yeah, Brenda has been circle jerking. Now, Brenda, you would use the fact that you saw it on TV and billions of people had saw it as your evidence. Now, have you seen any of the interviews after the fact, like Neil Armstrong saying it was animation or it didn't happen? Have you seen any of those?
It's over, dude. Alpha finished it
over.
off. No need
It's
to
over.
rehash it. Like that's
over.
it. That's the end of the line for Brenda.
He cooked him.
It's like billions of people have seen Star Trek, but that doesn't make Star Trek real.
Yeah.
Damn. He got you, Brendan. Wait, is he muted or did he leave?
That's twice now I got her. She also admitted that the boat wasn't being hit by the water curve when I sent her the boat zoom outs. So
I don't know why
welcomed
Brenda.
her to Flat Earth then.
I don't know why Brenda resulted to that, because that was the ultimate defeat for Brenda. Once bringing up the moon landing and using that as any type of evidence, you're pretty much done, because there's no way to differentiate from that being something that you can say was a movie or if it's actually real. There's no way to tell that, and a lot of people seeing something doesn't make it real. So that's it. It's the end of the line.
I try to give them the benefit, but you're right.
Yeah, we don't give benefits here. They have to earn every inch that they get here. So nothing granted.
Yeah, we ain't doing no favors. You have to back up your claims. That's why we have a certain day for speculation, because we can't just allow people to come in here and speculate what they saw on TV as reality.
And then have like a giant circle jerk. Nope. We got Zuko at the bottom. Why was he muted? Is he bringing globe evidence? We'd hope. What's up, heretic? Haven't seen you in a minute, bro.
Yo, buddy, just at work listening in. Super busy summer. I have a lot to do lately.
Ah, busybody. All right.
Yep. But you guys are keeping me entertained at work. Thanks.
We've had a guy the other night actually. I was talking about this guy. He was full of energy. His name's Analytica. I don't know if he got banned or not. Hopefully he can come back. But he was on like 3 or 4 Red Bulls, dude, coming in there just like ripping things up. He had a argument for an Eider vacuum machine or something. It was like how he's trying to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, but it was not what he exclaimed it was, because the device itself was actually having things from gaseous to a plasma state, and then the magnets inside were actually used to control that plasma in certain directions, but the chamber itself was a container.
Well, that's just like the air outside, right?
Yeah, it was totally non sequitur. I actually I hand wave dismissed it at the beginning because I even asked him. I was like, "What does this have to do with the claim that gravity is a container?" It was like, "Well, it's the argument that you don't need that gas pressure can be without a container." I'm like, "No, it's not even that." So you're using something that's contained within a vacuum chamber, and then you're having something in a plasma state controlled by magnetism. So magnetism is not even close to gravity. So
Can't understand why they do this.
it was
It's so desperate.
Yeah, I don't think there was many Globers backing him up because he had like a real obscure, like random, like I guess he's trying to defeat the argument, but it's so sound that there's no way around it. It was crazy.
They would have found that way by now if there was one.
Yeah, of course. And it has to also be substantiated with a validation of it being an, I guess you could say like a definition form. So if it's defined a certain way, if gas pressure is defined a certain way, you'd have to redefine it in the new way that you've described, and then have the demonstration to precede that. So if gas pressure can be defined as force per unit area without the walls of the container, then yeah, I'd like to see that. But that's a way it's defined.
That's kind of what they try to do with atmospheric pressure. And they bring gravity into the definition, but I just say exactly what you did, which is that you need demonstration to back that up.
Yeah.
It's not really valid. I mean, you can just have Star Trek definitions for things that don't pertain to reality if you want. If you can't show it in the real world, your definition's useless.
Exactly. It was great. I like the way they, some of them coming in with the bravado, and he was trying to get like his 10,000 words in, like somebody that's trying to not be overtalked. So he's trying to say as much as he can, as fast as he can. Hold on. It was funny, dude. I was like, Jesus, dude, this guy's so
Let's bring him back. Unban him if he's banned. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was fun, dude. I was saying earlier in this conversation, I was like, all we need to do is give him an exercise bike that's plugged into the power grid. He'd power up a whole city with the type of energy that he had. He was ready to go. It was funny.
Who else we got?
I don't know. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say I'd like easily hand wave dismissed him, but he was in here for a minute. Like I don't think he was banned, but maybe he just gave up at some point. I don't remember how that fell out. I think Lamb of Not God is here. I think he's a baller. Rich Evans is a baller.
Some kind of lurker, Lamb of Not God. That's like that Canadian pilot guy or whatever he calls himself. I only ever see him type in the text. It's probably like a Gambino type person like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Never heard them get on the mic.
Oh, Bennett, I don't know if you're a Glober or not. We got Blue Man in here. I don't know if he's a Glober or not.
Blue Man's in his feelings in the chat.
It says Alpha Mod abuses everyone and wonders why they. Why do you guys? Are you all of you like snowflakes? Like I don't get it. You guys are all little melted snowflakes, right?
Hey, not me, yeah. Not me.
All right, Duck. Yeah, let's prove them wrong. All right. So, how
Hey,
is the
let's
Earth a
prove it.
globe?
What?
How is the Earth a globe?
My Earth to globe.
Yeah. How is it a globe?
Oh, right. All right. Oh, we're going there. All right. All right. Challenge
Yeah.
accepted. I like it. Okay.
Go for it.
So the reason why the Earth is a globe is because circles exist. Tell me that I'm wrong.
All right, man. Let's close up shop. I think
Yo,
that was good
let's
enough for me. That
go.
was good
That's
enough.
what I'm
Good
saying, boys. Sorry. Sorry
Fucking
for my
hell,
over
dude. All right.
enthusiasm here, but seriously, no. The reason why is because we got a thing called gravity. Okay,
Okay.
it's keeping us on bottom down, you know, and that needs a lot of mass, a lot of energy that's stored up inside, right? And that energy, it vibrates in such frequencies, and within those frequencies, you find waves, man. You gotta ride the
Okay.
wave. Yeah.
Really, dude. You know, you just said a word salad, right? All right.
Well,
So,
not really, but
all
go
right.
on.
Let me just point out the flaws. What's gravity?
Gravity is a force of nature.
Incorrect.
No, it
Yeah.
is.
No, it can be thought of as one, but it's not one.
Go on.
Well, if you're saying that gravity is a force, go ahead and give me some scientific evidence that the force of gravity.
Well, the best one is like something from your counter, and then you throw it off on the deck.
Some from what? What did you? What's that again?
I say something off from your counter. You throw that
Yeah.
off, it falls down. Why does it fall down?
Don't ask me. You're the guy that's going to tell me the
No,
science behind it.
I'm saying the reason why is because of gravity.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
because
what?
an object has
So
mass,
you
right?
just you just knock
And
something
that
off the.
mass, if
Yeah.
disturbed off a ledge,
Oh.
the height from that top to that bottom will determine the gravitational pull. You know,
Really?
that object
Determines it.
pulls.
You
So
saying it determines it? All right. So we
it
see an
does.
effect. Yeah, we see an effect
Like a heavy
happen.
brick compared to a snowflake, as you said earlier,
Yeah.
you know, it
But I
would be
was referring to
vastly
people being
different.
snowflakes. All right, but if we're saying that that's the case, that we're seeing an effect happen, right? There's an effect.
Of
You
course.
agree? Okay.
Yes.
What's causing that effect?
Well, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Can I call a friend or something? One
Yeah,
sec.
go ahead.
Hey, hey, dude.
What?
Wait. Say that
What?
again. Say that one more time.
All right. You see the effect of something falling down, which is what you described,
Correct.
right? All right.
You see
Now
that
what?
visually.
Yeah. What is causing that?
Well, are you asking why it fell down or
No,
the
I'm
effect
asking
that
what is the primary force that makes it do what it's doing? What gives
I
it the
don't know.
propensity?
Tell me, man.
What get? Tell you. I'm the guy that's
It's
opposite to you. Like I'm not gonna tell you. I want you to tell me.
like this object, right? I
Yeah.
see in front of me. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I move it, so this kinetic energy that I push towards this object
Sure.
and, you know, move it slightly diagonally or, you know, horizontally or you name it, yeah, it could drastically
Hmm.
affect the motion or the movement of that object, correct?
Of course. Well, I'd say
Depending on the
this,
angle that I hit it from.
Duck. I'll tell you this, man. Pick that thing up and let it go. What do you see happen? Like
Well,
just
it
pick it
falls
up and let
down.
it go. Right. So
Yeah.
okay. So what's causing that to happen?
That force of nature that moves that
Force of
object.
nature. Yeah. What's causing that?
I don't know, man. I can't
Well,
point.
that should be the correct answer. Instead of you making that word salad, that should have been your answer in the first place.
Okay, I see what you're
I don't
getting
know.
at. But
Yeah, of course.
that doesn't disprove or prove that the earth is flat around.
Well, that's just the beginning of your woes. I can continue.
Go on.
All right. So if we're saying that we understand the physics of the physical natural world because we're defining them in ways that are type of abstracted in our minds, we are just repeating things that we have no knowledge on, which is your idea of gravity, which I just demonstrated to you right now. You don't really know. Your answer of I don't know should have
Well,
been
it's the most logical
Yes.
reason to it.
No, there is no logic behind it because I just demonstrated how you couldn't prove it with logic or reason.
Well, just because I can't prove it doesn't mean that it's not real.
Really?
That the Earth is
So,
flat.
do you think?
So
Well, we're not there yet, but do you think that somebody could explain it to me?
I would surely do hope so, because then we're
Well,
truly
Doug,
fucked.
let me tell you a little history. Right, we've been doing this for like 9.5 years, some of us,
I
and
just
and
got day
we've been
zero,
live.
bro.
I know that's fine. We've been. I'm not picking on you, Doug, but I'm just telling you the little bit of history. I've been doing this for 9.5 years. We've been live streaming for about 6 years,
Right.
nonstop, 24/7. And over the thousands of conversations that we've had, there hasn't been one person from the most intellectual to the most lay person to come in here and tell us how this works.
Yeah.
So you're not the first one, and you won't be the last, I'm sure.
Yeah. I know. I'm certain of that, and that's a good thing.
Okay.
It's good to have dialogue. I'm
Right.
afraid I'm just not that academically
No, you're
qualified to
fine.
give you
You're
the correct
fine, Doug.
answers
Listen,
here. So,
you're fine. But the honestly, what I'm gonna tell you is that honesty is the best policy here. So if you are saying
amen.
I don't know, right? No one's gonna say anything about that. The moment you say I know, now we got something to work with. You get me?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't care if you say you don't know, because I'm gonna tell you this: a lot of people don't, and that's just fine. But what I
Yeah.
would say is that, it's good to have a conversation of like what people can say they know, and if they do know something, let's talk about it. But most of the times, people feel like they need to have an answer for things they don't understand, and I think that's the reason why they get in trouble, like where they don't know how to explain something. And I think that's
Wow.
really kind of the point that we have this voice channel for, so that people can see how much people know or they don't know. That's all it is. But it's not
Like,
no slight to you, man, because it's not gonna dig into your intellect saying that you're dumb or anything like
hey,
that. As a matter of fact,
like, I take it as a compliment because
yeah,
I'm
as a
not that
matter of fact, Duck, I
academically
would say it's the
qualified.
opposite, bro. It's the
I
opposite
appreciate
of
that.
that. I
Yeah.
actually tell people, you know what? When you're honest intellectually, then we got at least that to work with, and we can research together or whatever. But don't ever feel like you can accomplish anything just because you're not like an expert in the field or
It's
something. This
true.
hierarchy that's been constructed to make you feel like a peon
Society.
is done. Yeah, it's done so that it keeps the population in check. We got those who know and a lot of the population who don't, who just kind of adhere to
Yeah.
these ideas. Anyway, and that being said, that's the reason why some people will say, "Well, I'm not smart enough." Nah, don't ever say that, bro. You can accomplish anything. You just apply yourself. Anyway,
Damn. Thank you, man.
that being
That
said,
really
man,
hit me, man. Thank you.
yeah, but that being said is the reason why we have these conversations. It's not really to demean people, it's just to kind of see where you're at with everything. But the confidence and the bravado that's brought in here is the reason why people cannot let any other information into their minds, because it's like you can view it like dogmatic, like a religious person not saying, no, I only believe this one thing. You're like, dude, but there's so many ways you can think about it. They're like, nah, I don't care about what you say. That's kind of like what scientism. It's not science. It's just it's a form of it. It's like a religious viewpoint of science. So it has nothing to do with like people saying, like, people don't have things that they can talk about and say, well, I'm saying this, disprove me. Like, look into it. And CS Eager, you got a hot mic, bro.
Sorry.
But anyway, so anything that you can think of the Earth being a globe, I would say there's no evidence for it to back it up. Now, that's my outstanding claim to anybody that wants to think about that. But I will say this: if you have any questions, I can tell you. The
Just give
Earth
me.
is.
Sorry.
Say again.
Just give me one reason why you don't think the Earth is a globe.
I'll give you 3. The
Okay.
Earth is. I was just gonna go into that. The Earth is observed as a horizontal plane that we reference. The Earth is also measured as a horizontal plane that we reference, and the Earth is also practically used as a horizontal plane that we reference. So if we say observation, number 1, right? What do we do when we go outside? We have primary evidence of the Earth being a horizontal plane that we reference. So it's topographical, right? We can say that it looks horizontal and it's pretty topographical. So we see mountains and valleys and such. But when we go to the waters of the world, like big bodies of water, lakes, oceans, from our vantage point, it looks pretty flat. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that's only because it's at such a distance away.
Yeah,
So,
without you giving me an explanation as to why you think it's a globe, let's not do that because we'll
okay,
go into
fair
that and
enough.
then you'll
Just give
figure
me a
out that you
few
don't know.
minutes to think about it, all right? Because
Yeah, I'm just gonna give you
you got
the perspective of flat Earth, and then you can come back and tell me whatever. But if you go into telling me that it's not the case because it's a globe, then we'll go into that path too. We'll walk the path.
ooh, we walk the path, man. The only
Yeah.
way.
So
Hey, I
right.
respect that. So,
Um.
what do I do now?
All right. So the next thing, the Earth. Well, observational, right? So you can see it looking that way. No matter if you think of it like a globe, that doesn't matter to me. You can see it as a horizontal plane, right? From your perspective, you can say I'm at the beach. Looks pretty flat to me. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
Next thing, observation, and we move into measurement. Okay, does the Earth measure any curving or curvature? So is it curving anywhere from point A to point B? I see from here to like 20 miles away. Is there any curvature that can be measured? So if there is no curvature that can be measured, if the Earth isn't bending and curving, then zero curvature, right? So the numeric value that you would have for something that is something that's not bending would be zero. That's
Yeah.
what you ascribe to that. So if something is not bending, that's a straight shot, straight line. No bending, no curving, zero curvature. So
But
that would be the
okay, that's a
measurement.
nice way to put it. But then I would try and question. Well,
Question
then
it.
what about our own ozone layers? You know, how do you contain those? There must be
Oh,
something to
that's another.
contain
I
that
will get into
multitude
that.
of gas
Yeah, I will get into that. I
floating
think
around.
that's fair enough. That question needs to be answered, but I'm gonna give you the last point of the
And
practical
the
use
ice
case.
wall thing, like it really goes right over my head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but we'll talk about those. Remember those 2 points, if you will. I'm gonna give you the last point that I had. So it's observation, measurement, and then practical use. Practical use is how you and I navigate across the Earth. So pilots and mariners are using the Earth practically as a flat and stationary plane. So when a pilot,
What?
yeah, this is maybe a little hard for you to believe, but it's the absolute truth. When a pilot
Okay.
gets in his plane, he does his checks and that, but when he takes off and he lands to whatever location he's leaving from, or yeah, he takes off and he's going to land. Basically, the Earth is treated as it's flat and it's stationary. It's not moving. So he treats it that way. Even if he thinks the Earth's a globe, it doesn't negate the fact that he doesn't see a globe when he's flying his plane, nor does he have to account for negotiating over any amount of curvature. So a pilot that's navigating across the Earth is, for all intents and purposes, treating it like a flat stationary plane. That's a pilot, right? Mariners will think about it in the same way when they use celestial navigation. Now, celestial navigation is
Celeste.
designed. Say again.
Yeah, yeah, no, go. Sorry.
Celestial navigation is designed to use the celestial sphere as its foundation. Now, celestial navigation and astronomy both use the celestial sphere for its foundational understanding. Now, celestial sphere is a conceptual tool that's useful for understanding angle of view. Angle of view is the way you see your vision.
Yeah.
When you go outside, everything converges to the eye line. That's just the way we see. Humans see that way. It's like a dome of perspective. That is
Right.
absolutely true because of the way our eyes are. So your eyes are shaped like a little dome, right? So when
Yeah.
you see the world around you, that's exactly how you perceive the world around you, as a dome of perspective,
Hmm.
because that's what your eyes perceive, because that's the way they're shaped. They're shaped like a dome. So you see everything converging to the eye line.
Right.
Does that make sense so far?
No, it does. It really does make sense.
All right. So when people a long time ago used to look upon the earth, they only perceive it as a horizontal topographical plane with an angle of view. So let me give you an idea, right? So have you ever seen a protractor before? Do you know what a protractor is?
Let me go ask Mr. Google.
Yeah, just type in protractor. It'll give you an image of one.
Tractor or
Protractor. Protractor.
protractor? Oh yeah, yeah, protractor. There is
Yeah.
the way you said it. There's the way
Yeah.
you said it. That's why
Sorry.
you got knocked you off there.
Do you see what it
Protractor.
looks like?
Yeah, yeah,
All right. Have you ever used one of those before?
yeah,
All right. So
yeah.
can you see the way it has a flat baseline and it has like a dome?
Right. Yeah, I
Uh,
see. I see a
okay.
dome.
Okay. So let's imagine that you're a little guy standing right in the center of that protractor. Right above you, the zenith would be 90 degrees, right? Like if you were to look up, that would be 90 degrees on the protractor. But as you go further down in degrees, it goes all the way down to the baseline, which would be 0 degrees. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So the baseline is the Earth. That's the baseline. That's the horizontal plane that we're referencing. That's the baseline. That's the baseline of the protractor. And everywhere above that protractor, there will be an angle of degrees. So we see, in that same perspective, when you look at things in the sky, whether it be the sun, the moon, or the stars. So anything in the sky is viewed at an angle of degrees away from you because of the way our eyes are and the way we perceive convergence, with what we see in our far distance. So the celestial sphere was the conceptual tool that helps people understand the predictable movements of the heavens. So when everything's moving around in the sky, we're able to say, okay, well, the sun's
dimensional. We're going dimensional, man.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Am I going too fast for you, man? I can slow
That
it down.
is going. It's like God. It's crazy the way you explain it makes sense. But
Okay.
then me try and see where I can sort of poke you a bit. I'm lost.
Please.
You know what I mean?
No. I mean, it's hopefully I'm not overwhelming you. I don't want it to be.
It's a bit
So,
overwhelming, bro.
well, it's the perspective. Okay, so I'd say this.
I like
It's
the
very
perspective bit.
it's very practical. I'm not going kind of out there with it. I'm staying, our feet are on the ground, right? We're not getting too far fetched because you understand the principles right now that I'm talking to you about. It's vision, it's
I
the
totally. Yeah,
right. So
totally.
the ancients about 6th century BC constructed this conceptual tool, which is the celestial sphere. Now, this celestial sphere is able to have predictable, because of postdiction, value. They used to see things happening in a cyclical nature. That means the stars and everything in the heavens were moving around, and they could be able to have predictions with those movements because of their understanding of the sky. And so they were cataloging all these movements and saying, okay, we see things happening in the sky, and we're going to say that this moves is, seasonal. Stars are moving seasonal. The sun is moving year round, and we got the moon moving monthly. So there's a lot of movements and predictions and things being done because of the cycles that happen within, like, the heavenly bodies. So
Wow.
all these things can be understood on a topographical horizontal plane, which is just like the protractor. It's got a horizontal plane on the bottom, and it's got the dome on the top. So the vision that you have, the perspective, is one of having a dome of perspective. And that's exactly how, if you type in celestial sphere, how the celestial sphere is described as. So it's a way that people see the world around them. So you have a 360-degree field of view all about you, right? If you turn all the way
Yeah.
around. And that 360-degree field of view is the horizontal plane that you reference. So this is depicted as it's got a little diagram. It shows, like, you could think of the Earth being the center, or you as the observer being the center of the universe. So when you see the night sky, you can call your buddy that's 500 miles away. You can say, hey,
I'm
you know that
staying,
star
bro.
that you see in the sky? I see it
I'm
at
a
40.
star.
Say again?
I'm a star.
All right. We'll have to just pause on you for just a moment. We'll talk to you in just a moment. Um, but you could see everything at an angle of view. So you could say, I see it at 45-degree angle, and your buddy farther away could see it at probably 60-degree, depending on where they at, right? So they can see a different angle of view to the star that you see at a different angle of view. And that's
Yeah.
the way it works, because you have that dome of perspective, that vision that you see according to your vantage point is viewed that way, because it seems like, to your perspective, everything's converging to you as the observer. All points look like they lead to where your vision is seeing everything, and your friend is seeing the same thing. So this perspective is how people have made their observations, in ancient times. So the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere is the foundation for astronomy and celestial navigation. So when people are sailing the seas, they see things, and they're using an almanac, because people before them have cataloged certain positions of the stars in the specific region of waters where they were traveling. So they made these predictions because of the cyclical nature of the heavens. They have, basically cataloging these things.
Wow.
So over time, people have like numerous travels, and they've been able to catalog stars, so they know which way they're going because of people in the past where they've been. Is this so far so good? Like we're
Yeah, I mean, impressive. I'll give you that.
okay. And so the practical use case of the Earth would be one that has been demonstrating that we're using a horizontal plane that we reference, of course, but it's also practically used that way because it is that way. Now, we're saying observation, measurement, and practical use. These are three things that demonstrate the Earth is not a globe and is in fact a horizontal plane that we reference. Topographical, of course. Anyway, I do want to go farther in, but I don't want to take up too much airtime. Do you have any questions, Duck? Or probably rebuttals? It's up to you.
The explanation and the the after commentary was absolute delivered in perfection. So I've got nothing else but respect for you, man. You know your stuff. Although I can't articulately defend my belief in a round Earth because I just like the way it just feels natural to me to think the Earth is round. So I
Sure.
do apologize in that regard, and I think
No, it's not. And I'll tell you this,
thank you
Duck.
for
We're
your
not here.
time.
We're not here to twist anybody's arm to believe that the Earth is
No,
flat.
no, no. I
Because
understand.
I'd say that convincing someone here in this channel is not our top priority. Priority is to challenge people, because a lot of
Yeah.
people aren't challenged. And whether or not you come to the understanding that it is flat and stationary, that will be up to you, not up to any one of us. We're not going to win you over in a debate. It's not how this works.
Yeah. Well, it's very well run.
Yeah.
That's
We just want to, which what we do want to say is that to break free from that kind of thinking, you have to challenge yourself and actually ask yourself, how do I know this, what I've been told? Do I really know, or do I just believe? So it's kind of like you got to look at yourself in the mirror and ask those questions. We can't do that. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
So
thank you, man. Thank
yeah, I appreciate your time, man. But
you. I appreciate your time.
it's
But
not
I'm not
really.
still listening to you, but I think it's
Yeah,
about
yeah.
time someone else gets a
If
turn.
you want to get your points in there or whatever, but you feel free to do so. And I just wanted to take that moment to kind of we don't. It's not really for us. It's not a debate, but some people want to make it one, so we entertain that. I mean, if they feel like
No,
they want to.
absolutely. You got to. You got to. It's nice.
Hey, can I get in for a minute?
Yeah, go on, Larry.
Mind if I cut in? So let's do a little word association, right? So when I say a word, like close your eyes and tell me what comes to mind, right? When I say the word Earth, what do you think, bro? Like, what do you see when I say Earth?
Is that the question to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What
Yeah.
do
So
you see in your mind's eye?
well, what I see is, just the images that I've seen in publications or photographs off from the internet, things like that. Things that you
You
read
see
in
the blue
books.
marble in space.
I've never seen it physically with my own eyes, no, but I certainly do visualize the Earth that way.
Right. So that's a model,
It's
right? What
why
you're
is
seeing
that?
as a model, you might think that they're actual photographs, but if someone will pull up the Robert Simmons thing where he says that the blue marble that we saw um, was the first, image, right? It's actually an image and not a photograph because um, he's talking about it's Photoshop, right?
Right.
So he made it with the Photoshop tools, and he talks about how he did it. And I'm sure somebody will pull up that video for me because I'm at work and hands are busy. But when you see that, what you're claiming is the Photoshop of Earth, the photograph of Earth, it's actually Photoshopped. And
No,
that the real Earth is the dirt outside. What you saw on TV or your phone, that's actually a model. That's not an actual real photograph. The only alleged real photograph of Earth, space, is when they went to the moon. And
so they did go to
there's
the
a
moon.
movie allegedly, right? There's a movie, Bart Sabrell, I think it's Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon, where they show you how they faked it, how they faked the moon footage, and the whole reason of going to the moon is so they could show you that image of the Earth from space, but they faked it with a porthole. You know what a porthole is, right?
Oh, you mean like the effect on Las Vegas?
I don't know what you mean by that. So a porthole is something they have in like a ship where you look out the window and it's a little
Oh,
hole.
right, a port. Yes.
Yeah. So
Many
that's how they faked it.
Yeah.
They got a piece of cardboard and they cut it out to make it look like that the Earth was partially lit up. And they show you in that documentary something funny happened on the way to the moon. And once you understand that, you know, that image that's in your mind's eye of a blue marble floating in space, that actually isn't reality. Like Earth is actually outside where the earthworms live. That's what Earth actually is, right?
Right.
So when someone says, "Hey, where's the edge of the Earth?" Well, that would be the beach. That would be the edge of the Earth, because after that is water.
But there is
That's what
no edge.
reality is.
That's what makes it a sphere. So, like, I mean, imagine a flat plane, and then you got these layers, as we were speaking about earlier. You know, we can already see so far. But in my perspective, I certainly think that, you know, a spherical, what did you call it? You called it a model, is more explainable than a flat plane. I don't see how life can be sustained in a flat plane model.
Well, it's not a model. When you go outside, that's what the Earth is.
Yeah, no, right,
That's what
right.
I'm.
But
Yeah.
if we were to visualize it as a model,
Let's not do that. Let's stay away from models just for the time being, so that we can look at the Earth as it actually is outside, right? So outside, of course, there's topography, there's hills and mountains and valleys and highlands if you're from Scotland. But in actuality, you know, by and large, it's not curving outside when you go outside. You only see that when you turn on your TV. So in reality, there is no, you know, sphere of Earth outside. It doesn't
that you
exist.
can, visualize.
Yeah, but you're visualizing with your imagination, right? I could visualize a unicorn mating with a Bigfoot and what kind of creature would pop out of that womb, right? But that's not reality, right? Reality is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in, or you go to the beach and you see where the sea meets the land and you put your toes in the sand.
Beautiful. Absolutely. The thing is,
So yeah, I'm
though.
gonna pass the mic. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. This etiquette I got to get used to, so you got to bear with me here. But you see, I think that the Earth has been so finely tuned, yeah, that we're going to the God perspective, right? Where, you know, we are His creation, and it was so fine tuned this way to sustain life. Okay, and I don't see, although even if you were to imagine a flat plane, how life could be sustained, you know, at that
How is life
on that
sustained on
dot.
a ball? Like, can you explain that though? What do you
Say
mean
again?
by that? Well, you're saying life can't be sustained on a flat plane.
Right.
Well, what do you mean
Crazy.
by that? Because like you'd have to say only life can be sustained on a ball.
Right. But a bowl
And
isn't a
how does
perfect.
that work?
Well, even the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but
No, well, you
it's an
don't.
oval shape.
Yeah,
So they
My
say.
option make more
yeah,
sense on.
but how you're saying that life can only be sustained on a ball? So how do you what do you mean by that?
Okay, so the reason why I think so is because if you think about the gases, yeah, it needs to be contained. The other way around, you've got it just where is it evaporating to? You know what I mean? So you need
What do
all
you
that to be
mean?
contained in a force of nature to be reckoned with,
Yeah, but in a
and
bowl, it's not contained.
but we're not we're not living in a bowl. We're living in an oval sphere.
Oval.
Oval
What?
sphere. So it's like a diagonal
Okay,
circle.
we're in an
I
oval
don't,
sphere.
that wouldn't work either. But
It's an open system, though. Your oval sphere is an open system, so it's not contained.
Well, okay. So what is containing the gases then?
I don't know. You've got an open system.
But then,
You need
if
containment
someone
for
were to
gas, don't
explain
you?
that to me, then I might be willing to change my perspective. Like
But you
that's the
don't
one
know
thing
what's
that picked with
contain.
my
You
brain.
don't know what's containing it on a ball. But you're saying only life can be contained on a ball.
Yeah,
You don't know what's
I don't
containing
see
it.
any logical reason not to think so.
That's not logic.
It is
That's
logical to
just
think
no.
that,
That's not. That's
you know,
guessing.
we're on a sphere
Okay,
and we have
what's
the
logical?
gases,
Go, come to a
land.
logical. Make a logical statement with a logical conclusion with what you just said.
With what I've said, okay, that's a long essay.
No, it's
Uh,
not.
it's a long
Wouldn't the
essay.
ocean on a plane make more sense than on a ball?
I think, yeah.
It's just because you know why you're doing this. It's just because you've been told that you live on a ball, so your whole life you've thought, I live on a ball, so therefore everything on a ball makes sense. But you've never actually looked into it.
Yeah, you got me, man.
Uh,
Not
where,
really.
where can I
No,
quickly just say, from a perspective of a creator, if you would make something and you want to look at it, make it your footstool, for example, right? And you want to look at the whole thing you created, would you make it a ball so you would always need to turn it around to see all the pretty little things you have made, or would you make it as a full image that you can look at all the time, whenever you prefer? I mean,
yeah,
don't build something like you don't you don't paint a picture and paint it around the ball. You paint it on a flat paper because you want to look at the whole thing all the time, right? Look at your work just to give you an idea of. I mean, you talked about creation, so I
yeah.
think a
That's
planar surface makes more sense.
analogy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you contrast the two, like people standing on top of a plane, the ocean on top of a plane makes more sense than on a ball. Like people upside down from your feet and stuff like that. So does that not make more sense on a plane?
Not really. Not in my
No,
mind.
because he's never heard that concept before.
No, it's not. Well, maybe in
Yes,
other
it is
words,
that.
but
Yeah.
I suppose you could
So you
say.
believe there's people upside down from your feet?
Absolutely, yeah, but many, many thousands, hundreds of thousands of
All
kilometers.
right. Can you show me people upside down from
Uh,
you?
I mean, I can always Zoom call them.
How do you know
You
they're
know,
going to be upside down though?
hey, depending on what location they're at. So
Yeah, but
if they're, for
you
example,
can't.
in Los Angeles,
How are
yeah,
you gonna?
they're
How are
they're a
you
little
gonna
bit
tell
to the
them?
west, aren't they?
How are you
They'll
gonna
be
tell that they're upside down from you?
from the curvature of the Earth, and
See
that
now
lets
you
me
now you're
determine
going all. See,
why.
you were having a conversation. You were having a conversation with Miggy, and now you've gone all stupid.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
think I'm
have.
always
So
stupid. That's why they
I'm
call
gonna.
me Duck.
All right, I'm gonna ask the question again. All right. So how are you gonna tell if someone is upside down from your position?
I can't physically show you, but I can imagine it.
You can imagine it, but you can't. You can't come to a conclusion that someone is upside down from you.
Well, if you were to believe in the round Earth theory,
Yeah, but
then
we're not talking about belief.
it's
I'm
a.
just saying,
I suppose
how
at
are
this
you?
rate,
How
it
do you
is a
know?
belief.
Because right, you're saying, oh yeah, people can be upside down from me. Okay, how are you gonna show me that someone is upside down from you?
Well, you would then have to argue whether or not the Earth is round or flat.
Exactly.
Yeah. So at
Yeah.
the end of the day,
So
in my perspective,
have you got any evidence that the Earth is a ball? Or
I mean, the only evidence that I can really
should
think
be
of at
easy,
this
right?
moment
It's
should be, man.
2024. And
You're making me.
they say the Earth has been a ball for thousands of years. The Greeks worked it out, but yet no one can bring in any evidence that they live on a ball. Really
Yeah.
weird.
Okay, let me just ask Google 1 second. Yeah, 1 second.
So
Well,
you're
that's the
gonna
thing. You're
ask
trying to pull it up on
Google.
the
Is
You're gonna
TV,
ask
right?
Google about your world belief. So you don't
Just
even know.
double check.
You don't. So
Hey, the
you don't
planet
even
is
know why
round
you've
because of
been
gravity. Like
convinced.
I said,
So
point
you
one
don't
out.
even know why you've been convinced that you live on a ball. You had to ask Google why you believe you live on a ball.
And when you do
That's
Google it,
even
check
weirder.
the assumptions. Check the assumptions when you do Google it.
Yeah,
Right,
like
because
for
what you're
example,
doing is you're getting your worldview from someone else
no,
on
no,
Google.
no, but it makes logical sense.
No, it doesn't. Make the logic out of that then.
I can't physically show you. I mean, the
Stop using the word
physicality of it
logic.
is just dropping
Stop
an
using the
object
word
from
logic.
top of the
Okay, what does logic
top of
mean?
the shelf.
What does logic mean?
Logic is your perspective of understanding the what you're in, right?
What?
So logic is
That sounds like wishful thinking.
it is a bit about wishful thinking.
That's
You
not
Oh,
always
logic,
got to be
dude.
wishful about things you don't know,
That's
because
not
then
logic, mate.
it is okay. Then you define logic to me.
You can look it up yourself.
I know,
when
but
you
no,
were
no, no.
talking,
I'm coming from this side. I'm asking you, so just tell me.
Just
yeah,
go.
you were the one.
You're googling everything else, so just Google logic and see if you're correct.
Okay, well, let's do that later. We can do that. Okay.
Yep.
What is the meaning behind
No, you just
logic?
look up definition. What the
I
fuck is wrong with
so
you?
it's still not giving me the answer. 1 second. Okay. Logic
A
is a
happy
tool
duck.
to develop reasonable conclusions based on a given set of
Evidence.
data, of evidence.
Yep. So what
Conclusion,
evidence have you got that you live on a ball?
reasonable conclusion. Hey, is that not a reasonable conclusion?
Yeah,
That we
but
just live
with
on a round
you,
earth, you know?
you're just gonna jump to a conclusion without the
No,
other
wait.
part of it.
You just wait. Logic is based upon reasoning and inference, argumentation, the truth, and the validity and soundness. You just made a big claim that, and you said that logic is based on evidence. You have to give reasoning, inference, and argumentation, and the truth and the validity and the soundness of it. Stupid.
Yeah,
That's
if you
true.
Google your evidence, read it out, and we'll go through it.
That's crazy. You guys are very supportive, huh? Like you really want people to sit, in the right path, to truth.
No, it's just
Well, the
about
truth is
looking. So
important.
you could, yeah. Sorry, go, Larry.
It's real fast. The truth is important. Like it's worth searching for. So if you hang out with flat earthers, we're gonna, show how to think logically about things rather than saying that, oh, I saw it on TV. We're gonna dig on press you, and if you walk away, you're never convinced, you never leave the earth is flat. That's fine. But you're gonna think about things logically from here on out, because we're gonna point out logical fallacies, and we're gonna show you how to think about things soundly without thinking about things with getting your bias involved and all this sort of thing, because we're going to point that out. We can't let you make a logical fallacy and let you just walk away with it. So
Right.
if the earth is a globe and you have sound logical thinking about it, we want to know, how do you make these inferences, like it says, right, without violating logic? And just pulling it up on Google, that's not going to be good enough, right? We want to know the nitty gritty, the rubber meets the road of
Wow.
reality, what the truth is. And that's why philosophy and science has extreme value, because the truth has value. And if
Yeah.
philosophy is the search of the truth and science is the tool to acquire it, that's all valuable. Not like money, but like golden nuggets of knowledge.
Man, you guys are on a different level. Serious. And I respect it. But the thing is, right, it's like everything that we can logically comprehend in our mind through practice and thousands of years of, muscle memory. Okay, all of this has got have a deeper meaning. Can we not agree? Like this world that we live in, the way that we speak with one another, the way that we act, it has a reason. And so, in mind, the Earth is the
Now
way
you're just
it
saying
is.
words.
Okay,
You're just saying words now. You're not actually
Waxing
making any sense.
philosophical.
I'm trying to wrap my head around the
You're
idea.
not. You're trying to sound intelligent, and you're not doing well.
I think you're
I'm
struggling,
not
right?
trying.
Because you've said that what you don't experience makes more sense than what you do experience, and now you're struggling internally, mentally with it. It's like, oh wait, cognitive dissonance, man.
Have you asked him if he's
Yeah.
on Discord?
Which one?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here that can't answer certain questions like, are you on Discord right now? They say, oh, well, my brain could be in a jar and I could just be receiving signals. So I don't think that he's one of those people. So are you on Discord right now, my friend?
Well, I believe so. I believe so.
No, like,
Right.
are you like
Okay.
100% or like maybe like
Yeah,
80%,
I'm speaking to
99%?
you guys right now
So
through
100%,
Discord.
you're sure?
100%.
Okay.
There was some upset Glober who tried to chime in a minute ago. That might be fun. If he's still here. I don't know who it was.
He's gone.
Hey, I'm still here.
In spirit.
It wasn't you. You're not upset enough.
Hey, it's hard thing for me to say things, man. So, so the Earth, man. It's a beautiful thing.
It is. It's worth exploring the true nature of.
Yeah, totally.
So
And
you
to be
think
clear, we're
water?
talking about the dirt outside where
Yeah.
the animals
Do you
live,
think?
not some archaic Greek model of a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you
Just sort
think
of.
water curves?
No, but I think
It doesn't. Well, how do
the
you live on a sphere then?
the landscape was formed in the tectonic plates that shifts.
But
That
if water
determines
doesn't
the
curve,
depth of how much water is
Plates are
in one
flat.
area to another. But the
it's
reality,
you.
well, a good question I'd like to know is where did all the water come from?
Well,
But
is
I
it
suppose
flat or is it curved? That's the question.
it's curved because of the
Okay, but I asked you
template
before
of
if
the
water
land that was
curves.
formed.
Oh, so water does curve or water doesn't curve?
Water does curve from, if you were to look far, away in the distance, you might find, that curvature.
Really?
Totally. Because if you were to imagine, a
Imagine?
sphere, well, how else would you put it?
You
How
can't
else can
start
I?
your
Well,
sentence with imagine.
now you got to
Okay, then
imagine water curving.
what can I start the sentence with?
You
I
know.
know.
I know, but I
Or
don't
just
know.
explain what water does. That's all you have to do.
Sea level. I
Yeah, level. There you go.
Hey, it's level, man. But the thing is, it's leveled to such an extent, right? So depending on the distance,
Can you show that?
I can't. If you were to just go on Google, type in Earth, and then you can imagine this.
Imagine?
Okay, we're flat earthers because outside we don't see any curvature. You're a Google earther because when you turn on your computer,
Ooh,
you see the earth of the globe.
nice, nice. That's good. That's good. But
Do you live near Do you live near the ocean? Are you near the ocean anywhere?
no. I'm inland.
I think
I'm
he's a
inland.
duck, duck, go earther.
I'm a duck, duck, go. Yeah, true.
Have you ever been to the beach?
Oh yes, of course. I have.
Okay.
I've made much use of my freedom, so sense to say. Or, yeah, yeah.
So you've seen water curving?
I've not seen water curving, unless when you're taking a whiz, then curvature. But that's actually a really good example. When you're going for a whiz, yeah, everyone understand me? You see at the angle that you're using your wing, okay? You're Johnny. You see that curvature of the flow of the water, so that also plays a
That's a
major
new
role.
one. Holy
They
crap.
re-level at the end.
Like the way that it's the motion, the flow of the water, all these factors play a major role in providing evidence that the Earth is round.
What
So your
happens to
evidence,
the
I think I got
your,
you guys
your evidence the Earth is a ball is you taking a piss.
That's it. That's it.
what
I
happens
swear.
at the end of the piss? Does the piss
To be
level?
fair, he's
Hey,
taking a piss out of us,
hey,
right?
I suppose it just
He's
Yeah.
gets
joking around.
recycled.
Well,
So,
hopefully you just leave this. Hopefully you leave this conversation thinking, okay, why do I think the Earth
thank
is a
you, boys.
globe, and then go and look
Thank,
into it.
thank you, boys. It's been an honor, really. Thank you for your patience, your love, your understanding, your words of wisdom. It's something that I've not had.
Well, hey,
So,
I appreciate you too,
nice
bro. Thank you for being
experience.
open-minded and coming in with a little jest, in your voice and a smile on your face. That means a lot to us. We lose confidence in mankind from time to time with all the wars going on and whatnot. So,
Yeah,
yeah, thank you for coming in with the right attitude to learn and be open-minded. This is not
of
our
course.
home server. We're actually a guest on the server. I'm sure
Oh, that's
somebody will post the home server for you. And we have exuberant amount of information on that server.
lovely.
It's ridiculous how much we've compiled. And the reason that we've compiled it is because the algorithms work against us. So if you were to go and type on YouTube flat earth, you'll come across 99 to 1 anti-flat earthers talking about this is how you prove the globe. And the thing is, you're searching for flat earthers. So you're not going to find us on YouTube as easily as you will find it on that Discord link that somebody's going to pop up. Thanks.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, shoot me the server and I'll check it out if possible. See what you guys say.
You'll also hear their side say that it's dangerous to think the Earth is flat.
I mean, I think it. Yeah, what you would just fly off from the edge. So
Hey, Duck,
it's a
Duck,
void. It doesn't make sense, but
Duck.
yeah.
Are you from the Netherlands?
No, I'm originally South African, but I didn't grow up there. I grew up in England for the last 22 years. So
Ah, okay.
yeah.
Are your
Well,
ancestors from South Africa, somehow from the Netherlands?
Yes, we're Dutch.
Ah, okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know. So maybe you should go to the Netherlands someday and look at how flat it is, man. I mean, even the Dutch people always say, man, this is just all flat.
To be honest, it's quite funny because I'm actually going to Amsterdam in 5 days. So I will go check that out. I will check that out.
Yeah, it's below sea level. Most of it.
Yeah, it's actually sinking, so I've been told. But why does that happen? Because of the movements of the tectonic plates. So
yeah, tectonic
What?
plates, like plates of metal, not flat. I mean, flat, not like bowls.
I don't even know. It's just the vibrations of the earth screaming out, saying, "Please, please save me." You know what I mean?
No.
Like carbon emissions that we're emitting in the air is destroying our environment. That
Carbon
is a
emissions, or
more.
is that
I think that's a
carbon
more
dioxide?
urgent,
Let's get back on
need of.
topic.
All right, Greta.
Let's get back on topic. Yeah, just give me a second. Let's get back on topic. So, if you think that we're saying the Earth is a disk flying in space where you could fall off the edges, that's not what we're saying, right? That's the anti-flat earthers on the internet that have produced this image in your mind. That's not what
And
we're
comic.
claiming at all.
Yeah.
That's why you have to go see what we actually think by talking to us and looking at what we post and going to our server. Because if you strawman somebody, this is dishonest to misrepresent their argument on purpose. And we've told people for almost a decade that we don't have a model. Stop showing people this model of a disk flying through space where you could sail off the edge. That's not actually what we believe. So when people misrepresent our argument on purpose to debunk that argument that we didn't make, it makes people like you think, oh, you could sail off the edge and fly off into space. That doesn't make sense. How would that work?
Wow.
So they're being dishonest on purpose when they post things like that.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's very true. All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Okay. It was
Come
a
back
real
and see
honor.
us. Have a drink. Have a listen.
Yeah.
Go
I'm
to
a
our
bit high
server.
right now, so you got to excuse me for that.
That's
No
fine.
excuses, but
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
getting there.
maybe
But
that's why
I
you
could
have such
tell
a
you.
good demeanor.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Other than
this
that,
boy mate.
morphing into Greta Thunberg there for a second.
To
Thanks.
be honest, I've got a dog
See you
brain.
next time.
See you, man. Take care, boys. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, we're all susceptible to propaganda. For everybody who believes in the Greta Thunberg theory, just real fast, go look at where Plymouth Rock is right now. It's right at sea level, right where it was 400 years ago. So through all the Industrial Revolution and all the breathing that humans and other animals do on Earth, all that carbon dioxide, the sea hasn't risen a bit, even though they've been saying that it was going to happen since the 80s. So they're just wrong. But back to the surface of the Earth, is there any glober in here that wants to provide evidence for curvature, axial rotation, or can you demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density? Thanks. Also, want to welcome back Heretic. I didn't want to interrupt earlier. Heretic, glad you're here. I love the fact that you keep me from wandering off after conversation and keeping me grounded on the topic of the Earth. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I'm gun ho about the topic. Sorry about that, but it works.
Well, I got that Einstein personality type, so I wander off after conversation after conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have a bit of variety in there. I just try to nip it before it goes too far.
Yeah, before we start talking about boxing and the jab and the subscription.
Yeah. Well, the Earth conversation is the best to listen to, too.
I think so, too. I like Globerteers, watching them struggle.
Yeah, too much fun.
I'll be back.
No available Globerteers at the minute. Oh, well, we got Ball Fondler. That's definitely a source of Glober tears.
And Michael Myers, he's pretty consistently sharing his pain here.
Yeah, that's yeah, same guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So is anybody going to start the argument?
Someone start the tears a flowing.
Yeah, how about you start?
What do you got for us?
No, what do you got for me?
Just waiting on anybody who can debunk water. I'm sitting pretty with water as it is. Looking at some right now. No curve detected, that's for sure. Over to you.
Oh, are you sure that the water is not curving?
I don't see any curve. Are you sure it is?
I mean, how do you know it's not curving?
I don't see it curving. Would you say that it is?
So just because you don't see it, it doesn't
Hey,
mean that
I'm
it's
open
not
to the
there?
possibility that I'm duped. I'm waiting on you to tell me whether or not that's the case.
No, I mean, I know you, so I know you're not open to the possibility because you've heard every
Oh.
argument
Well,
against
I haven't
flat
heard any
Earth,
good ones. Yeah, I haven't heard any good ones.
but you still believe it.
No, I haven't heard any
So,
good ones though. I mean,
I
maybe
mean,
run one of
it's
those
true
good
what they
ones by
say.
me.
If you're going
Yeah.
to be dumb, at least you gotta be tough.
So is this your proof? Your argument that the water I'm looking at is in fact curved despite not appearing so whatsoever?
No, you know exactly what I'm going to say.
You're the one arguing with what we're both seeing,
No,
so
no,
I
no, no,
think
no.
it'd be open to you
I'm
to
asking you.
demonstrate that what we
Entertain
see.
me. Entertain me.
But you're the entertainment, so how's that going to work?
No, I think you're like a little buffoon. You entertain.
Oh, the
You know?
tears. There they go. It's starting. He's upset already.
Yeah.
He didn't even
Now
attempt
I
an
think
argument. He
you're
just went
projecting.
straight to the crying part. Straight to the crying part. I'm laughing, bro. I'm not projecting.
Yeah, that's why you stay on this VC 24/7.
Yes, because I love listening to Globers cry, and you've
No,
already done it. Thank you for providing
because you
content.
are a no life
See, he's still
nerd.
crying. He's doing it.
So obviously you have no proof and you're just here to call us names.
Yeah,
What
you
a
guys
nice
know the
guy
proof.
you
I'm
are.
done with arguing.
You're in the stages of grieving, right? You're upset, you're mad, you're lashing out, right? You've lost your ball, there's nothing you can do, it won't come back. You know that much, and you're lashing out at the world, which is not globular.
No, I'm laughing at you. At flat
Yeah, I'm the
earthers.
world.
You
The world
guys
is
are
reporting
funny.
to you, hey, you
Believe
got
it
you
or
got it
not.
a bit wrong, and you're like, oh man, I got it all wrong, and you're stomping your feet about it, and you're kind of in denial, but there's no coming back, really. Or else you'd be making an argument that proves that water I'm looking at is not what it seems to be. I'm sorry. Rest in peace. It was a good run.
Surrounded by a giant before flaring with fluid residue.
Any other tears?
Just being entirely blue. And Vegeta, he comes from straight
Who's
evolution
crying
for
next?
final version.
Got all the tears that Mike Myers has for us? Yeah, a bit milk toast, honestly. I was hoping for a bigger meltdown than that. He's finally figured out when to step away. I mean, he shouldn't have even started, but he's got a little more self-control than last time I heard him.
Come here, Globers.
I had to pick up the phone. So, where were we? You
Yeah.
guys don't want to admit that you're wrong. Is that right?
About what?
You know about what. Don't be
Well, tell me.
silly.
No, I don't. I really don't know because you've never shown me to be wrong about anything. So let me know.
Yeah, you have video
Okay.
proof,
Of?
picture proofs,
Of?
physics proofs,
Of? Of?
logic proof that the Earth
Of?
is a globe.
Okay, provide any of those. Just one bit of evidence.
The Apollo missions, for example.
Apollo missions.
Yeah.
Okay, and that proves that's a globe. How?
Going into space, maybe.
Space. Can you verify the existence of this location that they went to, allegedly?
I mean,
you're going to need an open vacuum, right, adjacent to the atmosphere, right? Is that
yeah.
possible? Can you demonstrate that that's a physical possibility?
Yeah, because it happens and it has been studied and measured. So yeah, it has
Okay,
happened.
so what it happens? How do you know it happens?
Because we've measured it.
Okay, how was it measured?
Because with science and stuff.
Well, with science measured it. Okay, yeah, that's how it
Yeah.
works. Can you provide this measurement that science did? Post it in the chat. I want to take a look.
Which one of
Hey,
them
look,
all?
I'm wrong. Hey, I'm wrong, right? You said I'm wrong, and this is what I'm wrong about. So can you post the proof that I'm wrong about this, so I can take a look at it and
No, I don't
so that
think
I can
so.
get right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
Because
you're
you see,
just gonna
right
say,
now, while I'm arguing with you and you're getting gold and stuff, I'm farming raids in Minecraft.
yeah, me too. So
While
I'm
where
just
you're molding.
right. So you're just
Lucky
gonna
you must be
say
ready.
I'm wrong. You're just gonna say I'm wrong, and then when I'm at the point where I'm asking you to please prove that I'm wrong, show it to me so that I can get the right information. You go, nah. That's where you bail out. It's more
No,
important to
because
farm
any
on
proof I
Minecraft.
give you, you're going to say it's fake.
Well,
So
I mean, you haven't given any
I'm
proof.
not even
How
gonna bother.
would you know
You
that
never
when
said it was
you've never
fake.
given any? So how would you know that?
I mean, also we measured the curvature of the Earth, but you guys say it's
Okay, so we're
fake
jumping off of Apollo.
because
Okay,
of
so
some
Apollo.
way.
Okay. All right, I'm trying to keep it in order here. So we're jumping off of Apollo. That's kaput. Now we're going to measurement of curvature.
No,
Can you
it's
please
not
provide
kaput.
that?
It has happened.
Well, you jumped off of it, so I guess you're abandoning ship with Apollo. So, okay, curvature measurement then. Let's go with that. Just making sure that your concessions are noted. That's all. Every time you jump off of one of your points, we're just
12.63
going to note that he
centimeters.
pulled it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to make sure that the audience heard that. So you
So
folded on Apollo.
what
Yeah, next.
audience? Who the fuck do you think
Well,
we
I mean,
are
there's like
in?
30 people in here. There's probably 30 people on YouTube. That's the audience. You got about 60 people listening to you put your foot in your mouth. So go on. They're
Wowzers.
all waiting.
30 whole people.
Yeah, it's not about the numbers anyway. It doesn't matter. It could be
Damn.
60, it could be 1,000, it could be 10,000. Who cares?
Do you do this as a job or as a hobby or
That's none of
something?
your business. What I do is I ask you
So
for
you
proof
do
of
this
your
as a
claim.
job.
I didn't say that. So just
Jobless.
so you,
Actual jobless.
all right. So is that the proof that I'm mistaken? Your delusion that this is my job or that I'm jobless or whatever.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
I'm
Not
actually
hearing
so
much for curvature
I
measurement.
actually feel sorry for
Maybe
you,
I'm
bro.
confused, or are you jumping off of the curvature measurement point now too? Are you
No,
abandoning
because
ship there too?
I told you the measurement and you know how it has been measured.
You told me the
But
measurement.
now you're acting like you don't know.
You gave
So
me a
you get
value.
so you squeeze a little bit of the money.
Yeah, you gave me a value. How was it measured?
With shadows and angles.
Shadows and
Shadows
angles.
and angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure,
Okay,
bud.
so
It's
angles
been
of
measured
shadows.
in ancient Greece.
Yeah, so angles of shadows were measured, not curve, right? You might want to go back to the drawing board there.
No, you might wanna try opening a physics book.
Why would I open a physics book? This is
And
geometry,
not
bro.
one of those
Maybe you need to open up
one of
both of
those
those books
bro,
so you
I'm
can
so
figure out which
much
one is which.
smarter than
Yeah.
generations of scientists. I'm
Yeah.
so much smarter.
Okay, is that the proof? I'm so much smarter. I'm not. I'm not really getting it. Just asking for the measurement, bro. Not really sure what you're on about.
I've told you the measurement.
You gave me a value, and then you told me it was actually derived
I
from
mean
shadow angle
because
measurement.
after if we have the value and we can prove it and we can use
Well,
it and it works, it's a fact.
The value wasn't derived from a measurement of the thing that you claim was measured. It's derived
Okay,
from a
so
measurement
if
of
the
shadows.
Earth
Do it again.
is not round, where do we go if we go straight? Where? I
I don't
mean,
know. Try it.
I mean, yo,
So
now
okay,
you don't know.
all right. So I just want to put
Now
a
you
note on
don't
this
know.
too.
So
Okay, I just want to put a note on this.
everything that
Okay,
science
hold on, really
explains,
quick,
you
really
guys
quick.
say
Hold
I
on,
don't
hold
know.
on,
You
really quick.
guys are a joke.
I just want to put a note on this too. So now you've also folded on shadow angles. You've folded on curvature. You've folded on Apollo. All three of your points that you brought up so far, you've ran away from. Now you're on to travel straight. Have you done that?
Travel space? No.
Straight. You said straight.
Oh, go straight, yeah.
Okay, can you report your findings? Any documentation for this I can look at?
I mean, I know where that if I go on a boat from mainland to an island where I live in Spain, I can go to Ibiza, and I cannot see that place from the coastline. So that
Okay, so
means
now you abandoned.
that it
Okay,
hides
all right.
behind the curvature.
Right. Okay, so I just want to put a note here too. You now have also abandoned your other point, go straight. Now you're talking about not being able to see shit. Are you going to abandon this one too, or should we try to open this one
I
up?
mean, if you're that retarded, yeah, I mean, I guess we can move on.
Okay, so you're going to abandon that one too. So that's been about 5 points so far, and you've ran away from every single one of them that you
So,
brought
I
up.
mean, you haven't explained anything in
No,
your
you don't
model.
understand. He's winning right now. That's what you don't understand.
Yeah, I'm getting an L.
You haven't stuck
Is
to
he
any
throwing
point, dude.
W's around?
Dude, you haven't stuck to any point. You've made 5 claims and you keep running away from the claim you just made onto something else.
I
He's
mean,
tried to
because you
answer you
guys
back.
are,
I
I
he's
mean, are
talking
you
to.
guys going to pretend
Dude,
like I
hello.
didn't explain this like 1,000 fucking times? How
Excuse
the
me.
Earth curvature has
Excuse me.
been measured, how
Nah.
everything
Okay.
has been measured, and who measured it, and when, and
Okay.
how, and what with? Are you
Okay.
guys really
But
that
dude,
dense?
excuse
Really?
me. Did you have to interrupt me when I'm pointing out what you've done?
Yes, I'm
If
going to
you want
interrupt you because you're the rudest of this whole chat, and I fucking
excuse
know
me,
it.
dude. If you want to go back to how the measurement was taken, we can go back to that. But let's try and stay on it for a couple of minutes at least, dude, before you start making other claims. So, can we go back to how the Earth was
No,
measured to have
fuck no.
curvature?
Fuck no,
No?
because
Then there's
because
no
it's
point
boring.
talking to
Oye,
you then.
Miguel, Miguel,
It's
relájate,
it's a
Miguel,
boring
relájate,
ass topic.
respira. Miguel,
Tú
hey,
calla,
Miguel,
mamahuevos, calla, calla, mamahuevos.
Is that your dad?
He's
Miguel.
not
There's no
here to
point
have a
talking to you,
conversation.
dude. No point talking to you if you can't have a salient conversation, mate.
I mean, says fucking you.
Raha.
Yeah, says fucking me, dude. Says me.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
you
So
flat
there's no
earthers,
point
you
talking
really
to
are
you.
such a fucking bunch of losers
All right, here
that
we
you
go.
guys
So
think that
add
you are
on to
on
that.
top of everyone. Like,
There's the
bro,
tears
all
again.
all that science, it's fucking fake, bro.
You haven't provided any.
NASA with scientists that have been studying for for decades to have that job. Nah, they all lie, all of them,
We're just trying to look at the evidence, mate, that you haven't given so far, unless you can stick to one point. And then we'll
bro.
talk
Any
about it.
evidence I give,
Don't try me, dude.
any evidence I give, you are going.
Shut up. Let's have a conversation, dude, before you start attacking people. So let's go back to how the Earth was measured to have curvature. Can we do that? Can we do that?
No.
No,
Come on,
no.
Miguel, you can do it, Miguel.
Yeah, Pancho cabrón.
Oh shit, my bad, Jamsey. I thought you were hot mic, and that's why I muted you. Sorry.
No, he is Michael, but
Yeah.
Miguel.
Yeah, I got you.
So, how was the Earth measured to have curvature? You said something about angle measurements and
Fuck
shadows?
me. Fucking again.
You said something
Again.
about angle measurements,
It's
didn't you?
fucking annoying.
I know, because you keep jumping from one subject to another.
You
You
know,
said something about angle measurements and
oh,
shadows?
fuck you. Fuck
Now,
you.
fuck off,
And
dude.
the
If,
other
if this is
guy.
all you've got, then you can
Michael,
go.
And the other guy.
Michael,
You're just
can you
upset, aren't
stop
you?
with the language? We really don't need that here. If you can't have,
No.
stop it, or you can get
Because you
muted.
guys are being
We're still
intellectually
muted.
dishonest
If you
to
can't
everyone.
have a decent conversation, you can't be here. Okay? It's just that simple.
I think
Miguel,
the
así le
problem
hablas a
is
tu mamá y a tu papá.
his brain isn't fully developed yet, so he can't really have the
I
conversation. So
mean, you
maybe he
guys
should
are
just have.
40 fucking year olds that
Yeah, and I
go
can
to
write in
work, go
cursive.
back and
Can
go
you
and
write
hop on
cursive?
Discord to
Can
get
you
some of
read
that
cursive?
money.
Hey, can you read cursive?
I've written in cursive like 10 years of my life. So yeah.
Okay, well I've been doing it for like 30. Okay, so maybe
Wow.
you should. Yeah, that's
Wowzers.
right.
Bro
Right?
knows how to write in cursive.
I know most of you
I
youngsters don't know
have
how to write in cursive.
acquired another L. L for me.
So how old are you? Are you 25 yet? Is your brain fully developed, or are you still working on that? Is your brain buffering, reloading right now?
I mean, is your brain rotting? Sack of bones?
No, bro. I take lion's mane. You think my brain is rotting?
Yeah, if you believe in flat earth, your brain is rotting. It's
Okay, I think you're done.
black
You're
mold
done.
all around your cranium.
We move on to
You're
someone
done.
else because this child is annoying.
Just move to someone else.
Yeah, we'll
Just
move on to someone else.
much mute him. Much ban
Yeah,
him.
no problem. Talk to you later. Right. Bye. Is there anybody else who wants to have a decent conversation who doesn't want to ad hom every 2 fucking seconds? Heretic was doing really, really well. Praise to you, Heretic. Well done. But for fuck's sake, do we have to put up with kids?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
it
not
falls
the
below
babysitter.
the threshold. It's too stupid.
He's trying to show off to someone in the background. Just doing it for fun. And he's been here many times, Miguel, and never takes the conversation seriously. So yeah, that's same result today. Same thing as the other time.
Well, there's lots of people in chat. Does anybody else want to pick up where our friend left off? Something about angle measurements to prove that the Earth was a globe. Does anybody else want to pick up on that point? Or any other point? He spoke about Apollo. Didn't want to verify the vacuum. He said that it'd been measured. We asked him how to do that. So, does anybody else want to pick up on that point? I can't remember all of the other points he scattergunned off to, but he didn't reach a logical conclusion with any of them. So, if anybody else wants to pick up, that'd be great. Rich Evans, if you want to jump in and ask your questions, you can. Don't have to chat skunk, mate. No, I'll speak to you, mate, when you're able to have a conversation. Me and you will have a conversation. I'm not going to talk to a text in the chat room. So unless you join the chat, mate, I'm not going to point it out.
Well. Seems like without me, the chat is very stale.
Do you want to go through those angle measurements that you made to prove that the Earth was a globe?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Do you want to make at any point that we can have a conversation about before you skip off to another
No,
conversation?
because I've made many previous days,
Yeah, but
and
This is today, dude.
it all went to
This is today.
NASA does something. You guys say it's fake.
Okay,
So I
that's lovely.
disprove. I prove that that's not fake.
How
You
did
guys
you do
don't
that?
care.
How'd you do
I
that?
mean, because okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, let's make a supposition. Let's say you write a book, and in that book you put many predictions, and all the people that read the book begin to study it, and they go through those predictions, and the ones that are right, those people also publicize it, and the ones that are wrong, they don't. That's how we have the science that we have today.
What predictions?
Right?
What predictions?
Like in ancient Greece, we already knew that the Earth spins around the sun, not the other way around, and then we could prove it with satellites and stuff.
Do that? How did you do that?
I'm not going to explain everything because
So you're
could
just
be
going to
here,
make claims and not explain anything?
yeah,
You
literally
sit here and
4,000
tell
years.
stories, and when
No,
somebody asks
because
you to
now
explain it,
I would like I would like any of you to explain anything.
Okay.
Anything.
Like what?
Literally
Like what?
anything.
Like what?
Like unicorns?
Seasons. Seasons.
The
Pretty
sun.
simple subjects.
Yeah, the sun. The sun does that, dude. The sun moves across the earth. You know, do you understand why the earth is said to tilt at 23.4 degrees? Do you even know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a latitude line. They're known as the tropics, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer. So the sun moves between those two latitude lines throughout the year, giving us seasons.
Okay.
Next.
So you believe that the sun is like how for in this scale, in this model, how big
No
could
idea
the
how big
sun
the
be?
sun is. Don't know.
Like bigger
All I
or
know is
smaller than
all I know is its ground position, and its ground position is tracked throughout the year, goes between the two tropics.
Well, I think that you guys at least would know the distance, right?
No, don't know the distance, don't know the size, just know the ground position. And throughout the
Oh,
year, the ground position changes. This is how we have seasons.
so you guys stripped something from the globe Earth
What, a
and
ground
pasted
position?
it on the
What,
flat Earth.
a ground position? Do you know what a ground position is? It's something that you can measure. It doesn't matter whether you think the Earth is a globe or whether it's flat. This will be where the sun is directly above at any particular time of day or year. The only thing is that ground position is the intersection of 90 degrees. The vertical line down from the sun to where it meets the Earth, and the intersection of the horizontal plane, giving you 90 degrees. This is a flat Earth measurement, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Next question, dude.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay, so do you want to move on to something else, or do you want to
like
challenge me on what I've said?
If you
I
have
mean,
flat Earth,
you explained something, but it doesn't make much sense because you guys don't know like the distance to the sun.
The distance
You
isn't
guys don't
important when
know
we're talking about the
that
ground position.
it moves in an ellipse way.
It doesn't matter, dude. I'm talking about its ground position. Don't need to know
Oh,
the
doesn't
distance
matter.
or the size of anything in the sky when I'm talking solely about the ground position. It's latitude and longitude for any time of day or year. This is how we get seasons, which was your first question. This is a flat Earth measurement because it's a 90-degree intersection with the horizontal plane of the Earth. That's how you have 90 degrees in the first place.
so do you have like a flat Earth map for
There's
these
loads of
measurements?
maps, dude. Yeah, there's loads of
Like,
maps.
can you post one flat Earth map?
I can post hundreds of flat Earth maps.
Yeah, that'd
I
be
can
an
post
accurate
you
one.
your flat Earth map if you want.
No, we don't have a flat Earth map.
Yes, you do. You just
No,
don't
we
want
have
to
a
acknowledge.
map that
No,
we
you
put
don't.
on a piece of paper, and because of that, it's distorted. Do you have an
Yeah.
actual
Do you
flat
want
Earth
me to
map?
I don't, but you do. Do you want me to post
No,
you
we
yours?
don't.
Yes, you do. It was produced
No,
by
we
the
don't.
US. Yes, you do. It was produced
No,
by
we don't.
universities. Dude, I'm about to give you a history lesson. It's produced over 135 years ago. US Congress. Edison made this. It's a flat Earth map talking about latitude and longitude and angle measurements to the sun, moon, and stars. It's yours, it's not ours.
So you don't have a flat Earth map?
I can give you yours.
No, we don't have a flat Earth
I've
map.
just
We have
told you we do.
spherical Earth put onto a two-dimensional
No, it
piece of
was
results
done
in a
in
map. The map
1880.
represents a sphere.
It was done in 1886, dude. Before the globe Earth map come along.
With these flat Earth measurements, were you able to make a flat Earth map?
There's loads of flat Earth maps. Yes, I'm just pointing one out to you that you don't seem to want.
No, you posted a globe map depicted on a piece of paper.
I haven't posted anything yet.
Well, that's what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the one that was produced by, can't remember what university it was, but I know Thomas Edison made it.
Station set up.
So, are we talking about cartography or geometry here?
He said there's flat Earth measurements, which means there should be a flat Earth map, and that's what I want.
So, if you measure the flat surface, does that mean that you automatically mapped it out when you measured it?
It means you should be able to map it out if you can measure it. That's what
Okay, well,
mapping
there's
is.
lots of maps. Yeah, they all work with Cartesian coordinates and grids, right? And the grids are in the shape of a square, not a triangle, which is what you would expect if it was a map of a globe. But if it was a map of a flat Earth, it would be grid, right?
Not if there's different distances between those squares.
Okay, so how would it be mapped out like that then?
You mean the Mercator map?
I'm talking about any map, and specifically, you're talking about the Mercator map.
No,
Okay.
So are you, I thought.
No, I was talking about grids.
Which are on the Mercator map?
No, I'm talking about like you pull up a map and it's going to be in grid form, Cartesian coordinates, right?
Okay.
So it's going to be like a checkerboard.
Right. When you have a map of the world, it depicts a sphere.
Oh, you're talking about the model. We're talking about the actual
No, I'm
Earth.
talking about the map.
Oh, well, the map isn't the terrain.
Okay, so I'm asking for the flat Earth map.
The flat Earth map.
Yes.
You do know that Robert Simmons, when he made the blue marble, he took flat maps and wrapped it around a ball, right? You know, that's how globes are made too, right? Like when they make a globe, like
you don't
from
have one?
scratch.
Is this your way of answering, saying you don't have one?
Yeah, I don't think the map is the Earth. I think the Earth is the Earth. So no, I'm not going to give you a map of the Earth and claim that this is exactly how the Earth is when I've
Not
never
exactly.
measured
You
the
don't have
entire
to get it
Earth.
exactly right. I would accept like 98% accuracy.
Well, I mean, I would accept, 10% accuracy with the
Oh yeah,
cosmological
we
constant.
exceeded that.
Oh, you have. So tell me about
Oh
the
yeah,
crisis in
absolutely.
cosmology. Is it like within 98% accuracy, or is it like 95% plus of the matter and energy in the universe is dark matter and dark energy to make your model work?
Oh, I'm talking about the world, not the universe. You kind of like, wow, shifting quite a bit there.
So you said that if it worked, you would accept it. I'm asking, do you have a model of the universe
Yeah, I'm not talking
that
about the universe.
works?
I'm talking about the Earth. Just Earth. Just Earth. That's it.
Okay,
Not
so
the
you're
universe.
you're talking about cartography. I'm not really interested in that conversation. Talking about maps.
Then why'd you join in about a conversation about cartography?
Because you're asking for a map
of
Yeah,
the Earth.
because he's saying
We're
that
looking
there's
for
flat Earth
evidence that the
measurements.
Earth is curved.
He's saying that there's flat Earth measurements of the Earth. So if there's flat Earth measurements of the Earth, that means there should be a flat Earth map.
You do know that making a map is not cartography. I'm sorry, making a measurement of the surface is not cartography, right?
It can be.
Well, that would be making measurements of coastlines and elevation, right? We're talking about measuring curvature or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, we're
Not
talking about flat Earth measurements, which means there should be a flat Earth map.
okay. So if I measure a pool table and I write down the flatness of that pool table, does that automatically produce a map of the pool table, or does
It
that
would
just measure
represent.
the
You can,
flatness?
yeah, you can make a map of a pool table.
That's not what I'm asking. I think
You
being
asked if you can
obtuse on
measure a
purpose.
pool table, would that generate a map? And I said yes, that would generate a map of the pool table.
If I'm only measuring the surface of the pool table, does that, when I write it down, does that create a map, or is
A
that
map
something
of the pool,
totally
yes, a
different?
map. Yes, it creates a map of the pool table.
I don't think that's how that works. I think if you
Yeah,
take several measurements of the pool table, you could then translate that to a map. But just measuring the flatness of a pool table, or if it's level or not, that's not going to create a map when you write down the results of your measurement.
I mean, how else are you going to determine if it's level unless you measure four sides of the pool table, the height off the ground, and then the width and the length of it? I mean, what do you mean?
You could use a level. Like you don't need to measure a full box.
So, do you have any measurements of curvature, or do you just want to
Yeah,
talk about
yeah,
how
we
maps
do.
are made?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can you present that, please?
You've been presented them before.
So the answer is no.
Hang on. You want me to post a link to Google Earth? Is that what you want?
So you think that posting an image of Google Earth is measurement of the dirt outside?
Yes, you can measure distances with Google Earth. Yes.
You know that
That's
Google
not
Earth
what I asked.
uses a flat level plane as a reference. You know that, right?
Yeah, the distances on Google Earth are measured flat.
Yeah, there's no like satellite you can spin
So,
around above the Earth.
apart from flat Earth,
Yeah. There's also huge chunks taken out and blurred out so that you can fit like the, you know, real world onto this like weird sphere shape that they created.
Yeah, I'm asking for measurements of the Earth outside or the surface of the water outside, and this guy's talking about TV, right, or the modern television, which is a computer that has like unlimited capacity for channels, right? We're talking about the dirt outside, not your television that is a computer or a cell phone. So do you have any measurement of the surface of the Earth, not the model, like a computer program or some cartoons you saw on TV? Like, do you have any measurements of the surface of the Earth outside where the earthworms live, or where the fish are at, the ocean? Do you have anything like that? I think if this kid Googled Earth and asked if he Googled like is the sky blue sometimes, and Google said no, I think he would believe it. Like he wouldn't even trust his own eyes.
Wait, did he leave? I left for like 5 seconds. Is he gone?
So did he post anything? He didn't post anything.
Yeah, I think he left.
He just said Google Earth.
Why are these Globers so like fickle?
They have nothing. All they have is a belief. And when they find that out, it's very disturbing to them. And they
I know.
usually end up calling us names and cursing and swearing, and then they leave.
I know. Just today, though, like the last 3 people have been, "Where's your evidence?" I have it. Well, where is it? I have it. Where is it? Google. Like the last 3 people have just said Google and left. Anyways, we'll see
No
what the next person
manches.
says.
Pinche
What
Globers.
is the strongest evidence that you guys have about
You
flat
going to the
Earth?
beach and taking measurements for yourself? The strongest evidence is outside, the earth outside.
Was that a Glober talking? Who is that? Cento?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah,
Hey,
Sento.
brother.
So when you
Like
turn on
you
your
know,
TV,
I just
you can see all kinds of crazy things. But when you go outside, you're actually looking at the earth, right?
yeah, I can
Right. So
agree.
that would be the best evidence. Take the claim that they give you, like just earlier, a few hours ago, there was a Glober in here who calls themselves the Brenda, and they said it's 8 inches per mile squared. So you go outside over a large body of water at rest. You don't want to be in Texas right now looking across the ocean. You want to wait for a calm, clear day. And when you look on a calm, clear day, see how far you can see, and you'll find out why the Globers say, oh, well, we see too far. And the reason that the Earth looks flat is because of refraction. They make excuses and they say refraction because they know the 8 inches per mile squared thing has been debunked. That's why there's
No,
flat
it
earthers.
hasn't.
Okay, so why do you say refraction? Why do you say that?
I didn't say it.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
I say that with that measurement, there has been many others, and they work. They all work together. It's like this machine with all these little cogs, and if one fails, they all fail. But guess what? None of them have failed. So
So you never saw
the
the Black
machine works.
Swan images before, right?
I mean, I have in this Discord, and I try to avoid being too kind with those people.
You try to avoid being too kind. So that means
Yeah.
that you try to be a penis on purpose.
With you guys, yeah.
Okay, so
Do
you're
you
just
know why?
acting in bad faith.
It's
Because you're
Yeah.
acting in
Do you
bad
know
faith.
why?
You're a bad faith
Do you know
actor.
why?
you're a bigot. Because you're a bigot.
Probably because
No, because
probably because your dad
it's
didn't discipline you properly.
funny. No, because it's
Because you're a
funny.
bigot. Because you're a bigot.
Hey,
You don't
Bigot, did your
like
dad
people
ever
having
come back when
It's
he went and got the milk?
see now who's being a bigot? Who is
you
being a bigot?
you don't understand what a bigot means, do you?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. I know English
I
isn't
mean,
your
yeah, I
first
know.
language.
English is not
Okay,
my
so
first
what's a bigot?
language.
What's a bigot?
It's like being like a jerk.
You're an
No,
idiot, dude.
no, man.
No, yeah, being like
No.
yeah, it's being a jerk. Yeah, it
Being
is.
a bigot
No.
is being so close-minded that you can't learn anything new because you're like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I don't want to look at the evidence. I don't want to be kind to you and listen to what you have to say.
I mean,
That's what being
you
a bigot
saying
is.
that is so hypocritical. I
Like
mean,
bigger
Hypocritical.
means
you have seen, since you are older than me, you have seen many space missions go into space, and you would look at that and say it's fake. Really?
I saw
Yeah, do
something
you know
on
why?
TV. I've never seen anything go into space.
bigot means when you
Oh,
believe something without reason.
now
That's the thing.
the TV is lying.
Oh my god.
It's all a
You
bunch
didn't
of
know that
The
the
lies.
TV could
TV is
lie to you?
lying.
He doesn't know the TV
I
could
think that
lie.
your guys' problem is more
He doesn't
with
know.
the trust in the government than in the science itself.
Which
I
government?
think I've hit the nail.
Which government?
Every government. You guys think it's all like a
So do you think every
like a
government tells the
pacted
truth?
thing?
Do you think every government tells the truth?
In 100%? Absolutely fucking not.
Oh, so the governments do lie to you then. What about the television? Does the
But
television lie to you?
that doesn't mean
Does the
that
television
the
lie to you,
most
dude?
important
Hello?
points of
Does the
humanity haven't
television lie
happened.
to you? Does
You
the
guys are
television
disproving thousands of years of science, and that's
thousands of
fucking
years?
crazy.
Thousands.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay,
thousands.
so would you like to give us the science then being as we're trying to measure the surface of the Earth, which isn't a scientific question, by the way. Science, natural science, deals with cause and effect. We're talking
Oh
about
my god, this talk
measurement.
again.
Yeah. So at least be in the correct category.
The cause
We're
and
talking about,
effect guy.
cause and effect, how things cause other things to happen, which you can demonstrate through an experiment where you very manipulate what you think causes something to happen. That's science, dude. You said thousands of years of science that's proven the shape of an object. You don't use science to prove shapes.
Yeah,
Use
you do.
measurement. No, you use measurements and maths to prove shapes.
No, you can use
Yes, you do.
science.
No.
But then you
Okay,
guys
what you
say
try?
math is not science.
No, math is abstracted. Sorry, math you can abstract from science, but math is not science. They're two different things.
Now we go into philosophy again.
Well,
I
we're going to
love
be
it.
talking about science, dude.
I love talking
And
with you.
science, that's lovely. Science has a method, doesn't it? Natural science has a method, the scientific method, doesn't it?
Okay, whatever
That's a
you say, bro.
question. Well, you're just not going to listen because you know I'm going to obliterate you
No.
and your fucking claim.
Yeah. Get mad. Get angry at me.
Not angry, dude.
Get
Just
angry. Get
pointing out how you're
angry.
stupid. Just
Yo, I
pointing out
have
how
to
you're
go.
stupid.
Bye,
This
Hong
guy's a
Kong,
troll.
clown.
This
Hey,
guy's a
whatever you do, don't read what I just posted because that's going to obliterate what you think is science and differentiate between math and science. Don't read what I just posted because you might actually learn something, right? But yeah, Richard Feynman, you probably don't want to learn anything.
Probably doesn't even know who Richard Feynman is.
He left.
Of course he did. Before he got embarrassed
No
any further.
munchies. No munchies, Glovers. If you're a Glover out there and you argue like this, do better, kid. What do you mean that math is not science? And then when you nail them down and you cite your sources, then they go, oh, but it's a tool of science. And then you say, okay, well, so is beakers. Beakers are a tool that the scientists might use. Are beakers science?
No.
Neither is
They wanted.
math, then.
There we go.
And it's really interesting, for someone to say that, you guys are bigots. Aren't we the ones that used to believe the Earth was a globe and changed our minds? Isn't that
Yep.
us? And the side that isn't changing their mind, no matter what you show them, you could show them a mountain, which we have, taken from 273 miles away, Mount Conahoe, and they're just going to say refraction. Isn't that exactly what a bigot would say? They would
Yep.
make up some sort of excuse. So if there's no curvature in 273 miles, how much further are we going to be able to see? And once we do, are they just going to say refraction again? And then call us a bigot? So Glovers out there, do better. Have the day you deserve. We need to stop SETI, shut it down completely. Our endeavors to look for intelligent life in the sky. First, we need to focus on intelligent life here on Earth. If people could just think for themselves and question authority, maybe they'd be in a lot better place than just believing authority. Wait a minute, you guys don't trust the government? Like you think propaganda is a real thing? Like, oh my God, I laugh at you.
Are you telling me that the governments have not spent hundreds of millions of dollars learning how to brainwash people?
No, what are you, silly?
MK Ultra, Monarch Mind Control. The television is arguably the most powerful weapon ever invented.
Well, the radio was pretty powerful too. Remember how many people thought the War of the Worlds was real?
Yeah, didn't people commit suicide? I mean, people went and watched Passion of the Christ in a movie theater and saw lights bouncing off of a screen and had heart attacks and died. Like, you know, like other people watched Avatar and self-delete themselves. So yeah, these are pretty powerful emotional tools that you can use on people to manipulate their worldview.
Yeah, they learned a lot from Jim Jones. Which wouldn't be
At
surprise me if
Frankfurt
that was
School, especially,
CIA.
right? What's that?
It wouldn't surprise me if Jim Jones was CIA.
Probably. But that Frankfurt School, where Freud was from, you know, they definitely learned a lot. And Edward Bernays, he was the one, who kind of helped out the women's lib movement, which doubled the taxpayers, took
Yep.
the woman out of the home instead of raising the children. Now she has to work. And now it seems like in this economy that we have today, because we have such an inflation of the workforce, that it's devalued that workforce, and we have to have both parents working two jobs apiece just to be able to afford a new house, a new car, and be able to educate their children properly. So thanks, Edward Bernays. And guess what? I think it's his cousin or his nephew, now controls Netflix. It's almost like there's a pattern.
Shocking. Funny thing about feminism is the original cry of the suffragettes was not being paid for work they were doing. Now they're doing the work of the governments for free.
I'll be back.
Do we have any Globers in the chat? Lamb of not God, want to come into the voice chat? Nope, just a side chat type of person. Gotcha.
All right, where are the Glovers at? Glovers are on notice. There is a shortage of tears. I'm harvesting Glover tears, so get your ass in here. Do your part. The famous words of Nick Diaz, don't be a little bitch. The Glover's running? They hide? Skirt.
Check, check.
Yo.
Quiet.
Loud and clear.
And God dang it, to reiterate, the other day when I was talking to that one dude, we were talking about whatever, and I think Gregory heard the live, and he didn't like what we were saying, so he came in talking crap. And I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know why he did that instead of just talking regular. Yeah, why is it something that I'd have to like go to your house and box you over if we're supposed to discuss some stuff in Discord? I mean, I would, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Bare knuckle boxing, that's what I love to do. But my thing is, um, I thought we were supposed to be debating on like topics and like giving our differences of opinion. Differences of opinion or idea, not similarities as a parrot. And if those differences happen to go inside, then they become a similarity as a parrot, which isn't a bad thing. It's just the same thing. So if I think that the blue is blue, the same blue as you think the shade is blue, and we agree, then we're gonna fucking agree. And if a colorblind dude comes up, he's gonna disagree peacefully. Now we could beat him up, or he could beat us up. It's still not going to change the fact of the matter that his color blue in his mind is his color blue, and ours is ours. Like, so to say that you actually want to have an open discussion and be a part of shit, or to say like, hey, I'm gonna also push a existing narrative. That's weird. Like I thought the narrative was supposed to be to push the truth. What can we like defend with reality? You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like the question is, do a lot of people really want to actually discuss the shit? Like, is it, you know what I mean? Like, why would they even jump into conversation if it makes them cry like a little bitch to discuss stuff? You just don't jump in that combo. Any good topics? It's 100 degrees out right now. Yeah, some guy that I work with, I'm gonna walk out filling my tea up, and he like smacks it, like smack pokes me in the belly or some shit. So I smack him in his chest. I'm like, "What you doing, dude? What the fuck?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing. Seen how much fat you had there." I was like, "What the fuck?" People are weird, man.
Some random dude.
No, he's a server. I used to work with him at another place like about a year or so ago, and he just recently started back at a place I work now, right? So I know his name, and I like know of him. You know what I mean? I know the dude, but Like I don't know him enough for like me to be walking out of work and he come up and like try to smack me in the or poke me in the gut or some shit.
He's just trying to make friends. He's just awkward.
Right. Well, I just stopped for a second and he's like something and I smacked him in his chest real quick and he looked at me. He looked at me crazy. I was like, "What you doing, man?" I say, "Hey, man, you smack me, I'm smacking you back, bro." He goes, "Oh, I was just seeing how much chunkiness you had there." I said, "Not a fucking ounce. What are you talking about? That doesn't make no sense." I was like, "You're chunkier than I am, bro." But I mean, yeah, no. If he's trying to make a friend, like during the day, we could talk. He'd be like, "Hey, this and this." When I come up to him and say, "Hey, bro, this or this," well, I'll be trying to talk to him about the flat Earth shit or anything, just discussing shit, right? He's like, "Nope, I will not engage." He won't engage me with the flat Earth discussion. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he might be wanting a friend, but it's a weird way to go about it rather than saying, "Hey, bro, what up?" I don't, usually don't go put your hands on people. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I got a couple awkward motherfuckers I know that are like that. They just are what they are. I just thought it was weird. I was just filling my tea up, going to walk out the building, and I'm getting ready to go out the door, and I just poke slap. I'm like, "What the fuck? What the fuck is that?" Smacked him back in the titty. I was like, "You prick!" He started laughing. I was like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's not the worst dude in the world. I just thought it was weird that he did it. I just couldn't picture myself walking out the building and then going past him and I don't know, just poking his belly or whatever. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm the weirdo. Maybe you're supposed to go poking people.
It's all comfortability level. Who knows? Maybe he freaking fondles other people's private parts. You never know.
Oh, I see. I see. In that case, okay, I see. Yeah, because there's a chunky dude that I work with that's real chunky. He's like the backup dude, and he looks like Lester off GTA. And ever since the day I started, I called him Lester, but that's not his real name. But everybody laughs because he looks just like him. I like patted him on the back once or twice. You know what I mean? Like, "Hey, buddy, what's up?" So yeah, I get it. I guess that's not too harmful. Yeah, I guess he does. I guess he just feels comfortable. That makes more sense. He feels like since he worked with me before, I'm not going to be standoffish with him. Last guy I was talking at work with, it was about a year or so ago. He's a big ass Marine. He's like 6'5", six something. I'm only about 6 foot, and dude's about 3 to 5 inches taller than me. And he's a big dude, bigger than me, like stockier, bald, and we're pretty cool with each other the whole time we worked with each other for a year or two or whatever. Guy would always ask me for advice and shit, and I'd give him advice, and we'd talk about religion or anything. And then I informed him on some shit that I learned about religion, and it kind of pissed him off. So from that day that I kind of brought like a certain thing about religion, it made him mad. So ever since that day, it's like he had like a weird, like I could just sense it was off. Like he wasn't as cool with me no more because of his religious beliefs. But I asked him beforehand. I said, "You're cool with discussing it, right?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "That's why I was asking you." And like he asked me, I said, "Well, if you're cool with discussing it, because I don't want to had to get into a fight because most people end up fucking fighting each other over shit when they talk about certain religion or other shit, right? They're actually trying to get somewhere. So we talk about it. He comes to his conclusion. I come to my conclusion. We agree to agree or disagree on whatever portion, right? So we're cool. And then he asked me, some information or advice about his kids because I had 4 kids that are older than his, and So he's like, how did you do this and this? And what'd you do with this happen? And I gave him advice. A couple days later, it just so happens to be like a holiday, and my off day falls on that holiday. And everybody's mad, and they're all mad because they don't got the holiday off. But I just happened to get it off for some odd reason. I don't know how, I don't know why. I got it off. He found out I got it off. Then he's like trying to argue with me and shit and saying I'm no good and I'm a piece of shit and I'm an ass because I didn't want to work a day that I'm not supposed to work. Well, I'm scheduled fucking off the schedule. I'm not coming in this bitch. I don't give a fuck who you are. So So I was like, okay, yeah, whatever, dude. Go ahead. Yeah, say I'm an asshole, whatever. Because he's back there, in the back, like about 20 foot away in the back room, mumbling. I could still hear him kind of. But he wasn't yelling loud. He's just mumbling to himself. The back room doesn't have a wall. You can just see right to it. It's just the back room. So I hear the dude, and I'm like, hey, bro, do we got a problem or something? I said, I can't help it. I got the day off. Shut the fuck up. you know? And he's like, oh, fuck you, this. And I'm like, okay, man. All right. Okay. I really don't want to lose my job. I make a good amount of money. I'm not going to be able to make that amount too many other places. So it's like getting on my nerve. I don't want to lose my job, but I don't want to let this dude keep talking shit. So I ripped my apron off, and I'm like, hey, bro, you're going to have to stop talking and start doing. And he's like, what? And it like surprised him. He just stopped, and he was like shocked. And I went over to him. I said, you got to stop talking and start doing, motherfucker. And then he's like, what? I said, show me how much of a punk I am. Lift your fucking hands up. Do something. And he's like, oh, something. Started making excuses. Then he went to the back room. And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, no, brother, you done threatened me and all kinds of shit. You're calling me everything out of my fucking name, and you won't stop. I asked you to quit. And you won't stop. So now we have to do something. We have to physically fight. The fuck? And I was like, we don't have to do it here at work. We can clock out privately and go and not tell nobody about it. But the manager or whoever came running over there, the dude goes to the back room. He sends that guy home. He sends him to the back room for about 40 minutes. Then he sends him home. I work the whole night, come in the next day and work. The day after that, I come to work and they say I'm fired. I got fired.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I got fired.
He baited you,
And that,
bro.
yeah, it's weird, ain't it?
Well, he
How do you
baited
get?
you. You took. We used to work in HR, right? So he baited you, and you took the bait and wanted to fight him. So I mean, that's end of story, bro.
Right, right. And he
You got
wrote me up.
you
He
got to
ran in
treat
the
these.
back room. He ran back and wrote me up on a piece of paper, and I didn't write him up.
Yeah.
See, and when I came in the third day, they were like, "You're not fired, but you're on leave of absence, and you have to write a report." I said, "Look, man, I'm not writing a motherfucking report about anything because he knows what he did. I know what he did. The manager standing right there knows what he did, and you have." This was the big boss I was talking to, and I was like, "We've been here. I don't know how long. This dude been here a year or two." And I said, it's all up to you at the end of the day. You're the big boss. So if nobody touched anybody, we didn't touch each other. We didn't actually fight, right? It was the idea of, right? The policy is if you touch each other, then you're fired, both of you. But nobody touched each other. So this was just like an argument at the workplace. So if he writes a statement and I write a statement, he wrote he's scared to death for his life, but he's bigger than me and he was the one making the threats. He's the one that started it. I just don't see how the world works with that shit, man. I'm like, I'm the littler dude. He had to keep going. I told him to stop. I said, stop, bro. Stop saying that.
DMOC, I don't know how you don't understand that when you're in here every day talking to Globers, bro.
No, I know, but listen, but
You know
it
how
ain't
they work,
supposed
bro. They're retarded.
it
You
ain't
just gotta
supposed to work
freaking.
like that. I'm saying, I know it
I know,
does.
but as soon as you find someone
I
that's
would,
man
I
enough to
still work
actually
back at
fight
that
you,
place again.
you
They
know?
hired me back.
Yeah,
They
but
begged me
I
to come
mean,
back and gave
you
me
know
the big
how these
raise.
freaking liberals are, from these
Yeah,
Globers,
yeah,
reversing the
but they
burden of proof, freaking.
right, but they found out in the end because he's not working there, and guess who is? Me still. Fucked
Yeah.
up, right? Yeah. Yeah, after I didn't work there for a year or two, I went across the street and they kept calling me, trying to get me to come back through the people I knew. They were like, "Hey, when you come back? When you come back?" I'm like, "Fuck that, I ain't coming back." And then I talked to like the main big boss dude. They fired the other dude that fired me. That boss, he got fired, and the boss, like the main boss I used to work with, came back, and he's like, "Hey, bro, we need you back."
And I said, yeah, I don't give a fuck about none of that. He's like, what are you worth? What do you want me to pay you? And I told him the amount, and he gave it to me. And I said, well, I'm working. I'm starting tomorrow, brother. He gave me my chef coat and my motherfucking pay I wanted.
Good for you. Well, you're a cook?
Nope.
Work in a plant
No,
that
I
makes
don't have
food?
to be a cook. Well, see, I worked there for 13 years, and I used to cook the whole time, all the time. And they got different positions. So, like, if you're like, man, I don't feel like cooking this year, you can just do another position. You see what I'm saying? And the thing of it is, the position I do, a lot of people don't want to do. It's a strenuous position. Like, I do the dish part. So
Wait,
I
you're a
tell them,
busboy? No, I'm
no,
joking.
no, 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 no. I do the dishes. So I tell them, look, I know nobody here likes doing the dishes, all these cooks. It's supposed to be everybody does dish. Like everybody can have a day doing dish. Everybody does a cook. Everybody fry. Everybody does everything. That's how it's supposed to be. But I make it to where, and a couple of, like, we make it to where, like, we just do dish.
So you're
So
an
I just do
overpaid
dish.
dishwasher.
Yeah, I don't care. I told them as
Nice.
long as they don't take my pay and lower it, I'll go do the dishes, eat every day. I'll just be the dishwasher. I don't care. But I know how to cook. Trust me. I've done it all. I can do all that shit. Yeah. But my thing is, I'm less stressed out doing dishes than they are cooking, because if they burn too many steaks, if they do this wrong or do that wrong, you know what I mean? They can be in trouble. As to where I just got to make sure everybody's got their dishes clean and got their shit that they need. Yeah, hey, I need this. All right, here it comes. Hey, I need this. All right, I got you. See, and I get paid more than a lot of them. That's what they don't know.
Hey, Democ, I sent you a message. It's just a short video. It's like a couple seconds, under a minute, I think.
Okay, yeah, and I get paid, more than some of the cooks. Like, they'd probably be mad, but I mean, it's not my fault. I did work there for a long time, so I'm kind of grandfathered in. So I mean, you understand. Like, if you worked somewhere 15 years and I just started, I'd know you make fucking way more than me. It wouldn't be a guess.
I'll be back.
All right, but yeah, I just weird shit. You know what I mean? Just weird shit, everyday shit. Shit, one day I was looking to try to look at a car on a car lot while they had my car changing the oil, because that's what they do. If you buy a car from them, they change the oil for so many years, whatever, right? That's a lot of these places thing here where that's what their gimmick is. So I'm looking at like the next New Year car, like the year or two that's coming out, because the one that I wanted wasn't the year I got. It was like a year or two. They like had false advertisement. You know what I mean? They kind of pre-advertised it a year ahead, but it wasn't out yet. So I was looking to see if they had that version. And so I get in there to get my car, and I'm surrounded by these workers. And I'm like, "What the fuck you guys doing, man?" And they're all surrounding me, and they're looking at me funny. And they're like, "Oh, something you like keying cars?" Something. I said, "What the fuck are you talking about? I don't own a key. I don't even own a key to my name. I don't even have a house key, right? Like, I don't even have a house key in my pocket. I have nothing. I have no car key, no house key. The car keys these days are the push button, and they had my key in there, the push button key fob that you use to start your car or whatever. They had it in there with it changing my oil. So I had nothing. I had no key, no nothing. And they were like, something about keying a car. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, I'm waiting for my oil to get changed. Walking around your lot, just looking at the other cars, seeing if you got the new version. They were like, no, something. This guy said you keyed you keyed the cars. I said, this guy? I said, who the fuck is a guy? Bring him on out here. What do you mean? I don't even own a key. Bring the guy out here, whoever says I keyed something. And some little short dude, stocky dude comes out. Oh, this is our head of security. I said, can we go look at some cameras? I said, what are you talking about? I said, you said I keyed what? And the dude's like, something, you calling me a liar? I said, well, yeah, you're a fucking liar. I don't even own a key. How could it be possible for me to key something of yours and I don't even own a key? Like, dude, what are you even talking about right now? I don't even know how to explain this any other way, bro. I said, but you're going to have to get somebody right the fuck here right now or something, because something about to happen. because we're about to be fighting. You ain't gonna be accusing me of fucking. There's like 7 people surrounding me, and then the security dude. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. And he's like, oh, something. Let's go across the street. Something. I said, cross the street, bitch. You're standing right in front of me. Fuck you talking about? And the other dude grabs him and pulls him, takes him in there. Oh, you can't do that. Something. So I'm wondering what the fuck. They don't come out with the video. No cops come. I go in there and regularly get my car. Nobody talks to me. I'm like, these motherfucking people are. If I keyed your shit, wouldn't you call the police and be like, yeah, there's a gentleman here waiting on his car. His car's still here. Well, tell him it's not here yet for 2 minutes. Come over here. We got a video. This guy's keying cars. Isn't that what you would do? That's what I would do.
How often they changing your oil? How many miles?
It's synthetic, so it can be up to like 7,000. It's a crazy fucking. It's like 7,000 to 9,000, or you can do it every 6,000, 5,000.
Some of them freaking dealerships are doing every 10,000 miles with conventional oil, and then you know, with them new eco freaking motors with the flimsy rings, like you'll have oil consumption problems, and like freaking 30,000 miles, you'll be getting one of them short block things done where they replace basically the whole motor. Yeah, I was just checking, make sure you weren't getting it done every 10 with some shitty oil.
Oh no, it's every 3 to 5, but it's synthetic, so they say we can do it 6. You know what I mean? To give us a little more time on synthetic. Yeah, it's a regular motor.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. But weird, right? Like if you're a dealer at a car shop and like you think somebody's like doing something, you call the cops. You don't walk out and talk to them as a like what the fuck? I mean, you can, but I mean that's not going to end well if the guy is keying cars and you're going to fight with him and he's keying your cars. Like, yeah, I don't know. And I was like, what car did I key? I mean, what the fuck? Like, I don't even. I don't know, man. I just have the worst luck for the weirdest stuff.
Dude, do you have long hair? Do you have like a look that freaking people just are like effing with you or something?
No, my hair's short. My hair's short.
Why? What the hell are they messing with you for?
Brother, it's me. It's always been me. Listen,
You
if
got
I'm in a
tattoos all over your face? You got face tattoos?
I don't even have a tattoo on my body. I don't even have one tattoo on my body, not one.
Neither do I.
Not one.
I always like the joke where the old sailor he gets the mermaid when he's freaking like a young like guy in the you know, in the Navy, and then like by the time he's like 65 and he's all like stretched out, somebody's like, "Oh, look, you got a sea cow. You got a sea cow. You got a sea cow for a freaking. You got like a sea cow for a freaking tattoo, but it was a mermaid. It's all stretched out. Yeah, nah, I ain't getting it.
Hey, besides Demos, the way he look or may not look, today there's so many cars that can be turned on, like he was talking the key fob. So there's these people that go into dealers and they actually are recording the fobs. If they're near enough it, they can actually copy it, make like a copy of it. So looking at Democ, going to the dealer, the way he speaks,
like
they looking at him, looking at the cars.
Credit card numbers. Like stealing credit card numbers with his reader. No, I understand. Except
they came out to deter me, like thinking I'm gonna hack their shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a hacker. You're hacking their stuff. You're just there wasting time. And the way you look, the way you speak, you're obviously trying to copy keys to steal them. Obviously, it's pretty obvious.
Definitely, just every time, man. Everywhere I go, I'm just stealing those keys.
Since the car companies are not gonna do anything about it, so the dealers have to be watching for people that are copying the keys. You might be a plant, Demo. You're a plant for someone else.
Something.
So.
Well, I mean, but we got to get our oil changed. You know what I mean? It's that I'd rather do it myself too, because when you get your oil changed, I don't trust those places really anyway. I really don't.
Nah, those places, yeah. They don't trust themselves. Yeah, they don't even trust the customers because the customer are coming in and they're surrounding the customer. Hey, why are you trying to steal our cars?
Right.
You're just minding your own business.
Dude, you know how many Jiffy Lubes freaking you like roll out in your Corvette and you're going down the street and then your freaking engine like gets real hot and you're like, you see this big line of oil behind you, like, oh dang, they left the freaking plug out.
Are you kidding me? I would
Yeah, they've
whoop.
done that, dude.
I would want to whoop one of their asses for that.
Listen, I seen a freaking a Corvette down in the Jiffy Lube, you know, where you go down underneath to work on the car. A
Yeah.
guy pulled in so far right that the Corvette went down in sideways, and they had to rip off the roof, a part of the roof, to get a crane in to pull this freaking
Oh
bed out.
my God.
The mistake was that it was a Corvette. That was the error.
Yeah, they should have used a Pinto and it would have been fine. They shouldn't be
That was the
driving them.
problem.
Corvettes are nice, but I mean, shit.
Yeah, nines, Necious, ignorant, right? Not knowing.
Yes.
Dude, those new ones look freaking like damn freaking. I don't know what they look like. They're
They
crazy
look weird.
looking.
They
They're
look
pretty
kind of
cool
like
looking
a
now.
cartoon GTA's fucking super
I
sport.
don't
I don't
know,
know.
man. They're pretty cool
They
looking.
look
They don't look like a vet though.
they look like when the girls put makeup but they don't know how to do it and they keep putting more and more.
Yeah, it's too much. Yeah.
That's funny.
Check
Yeah,
this out.
you don't know it's a vet. Yeah, I'm like looking at him like, is that a supercar? What the frick
Yeah,
is
but
that?
listen to this though. All that bullshit they do to make it look all cool and shit and all those fins, that's actually less aerodynamic. The most aerodynamic car of a regular car is a fucking Lexus.
Lexus are pretty good.
Right. I'm just saying like the aerodynamics of it. The body of that Lexus has the best aerodynamics out of all regular cars. Not supercars and shit like just everything. Now there's another car that they have that's the most aerodynamic car of all, and it's shaped like a black pyramid kind of deal. Have you ever seen it? It looks like a jet black solid piece of glass, and it's a car, and it's made just to be the most
Dude, I don't know, man. The guys that make F1 McLarens will probably have an argument with you over a Lexus being more aerodynamic than a McLaren or
no, not supercars,
a
not
Lambo or
supercars.
something.
No, not
Listen,
supercars.
the more
Regular
aerodynamic
cars.
vehicle that there is the one that runs on air. That's the more aerodynamic.
Yes, there you go.
Air
But no, not
Well,
pressure.
the
supercars.
Bugattis are pretty freaking. The Bugattis are pretty aerodynamic. You know, I mean, shit. Think about the damn Indy cars. They're not very uh, they're not very round or anything, or they're just shaped like a scoop. You know,
No,
a,
not the
a
supercars.
wedge, a wedge.
Not the super. I'm saying out of like regular cars and slightly expensive Mercedes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's just weird that
okay.
one brand like the 430C Lexus is like the most aerodynamic car. If you look up most aerodynamic car, it'll pop up like.
You talking about like that supercharged freaking 430 or some shit?
Now, yeah, the seats, yeah. Now
Yeah.
there's but it's just shaped like a fucking slight bubble almost. It's just not even really. It's just like a little domed. It's not. It doesn't even look cool or not. It's just a random looking car, but super aerodynamic because they don't have anything sticking out, nothing gaudy to catch the wind.
How do cars work on a globe? That's my question.
Oh, they don't.
They don't?
You'd actually just have to pull the release the brake. You put your gas would actually be a brake release.
Don't you need like a container to build up the pressure or something to be able to use it to move
You
the
think
car?
how much fuel they save in Australia? You know, because they're like hanging off the bottom. They're almost weightless.
They save a lot of fuel in Australia because it's upside down. I might eat my chicken.
I'm stuck at a fucking train. What the fuck? God damn it. All right, now I'm not stuck at this train. Damn, there was one of the cars I liked right there. The one I was speaking of, right behind me.
Well, what is it?
Oh, it's just the inline one. You know, they got the the Hyundai Elantra, and then they got the N, and they got the inline. Well, the N is a bad motherfucker. It's like really
The
light.
Genesis was the good one out of
Well,
Hyundai.
the Genesis is like like it's a different brand now. It's like not.
They,
I mean, it's their own brand now. You know
what?
what I mean?
I thought it was like they had an 8-cylinder, and they had like a supercharger or
No, they
something.
do. They got a twin turbo V6 that's badass. In that G38 Gen whatever. But yeah,
Ain't that
Genesis and
crazy?
Hyundai,
They went
they
from the
were
Hyundai Excel
they were the
to a
same.
freaking V6 dual turbo truck.
They lowered their shit. Well, even the Hyundais used to have V6s too, like a couple years ago, and then everybody moved to four
The
cylinders.
Hyundai Excels used to run forever. At least some of the original ones, they ran forever. I know people that had them for a long time. They was running like the VWs.
Oh yeah,
You know?
yeah. That's who makes them. That's the same company basically, or the same dude that designed them. They like brought his ass back out of retirement to design them.
Bro, in the 1900s, I got a photograph of a very old photograph, and you have these the old cars that were electric, and they were like all terrain. You could take them, you could take them up like
Oh, they were
different
badass.
places.
The
They were
military
badass, and
version.
they will go basically all terrain, and uh, compared to these Hyundais these days and some of these cars, they can't do much. Like back then, like over 100 years old, and these cars, people take them up the hill and I don't know, like off road. Back then,
I know all the meat in New York was delivered by freaking rechargeable like little trucks. On a little kind of batteries. I think they were like lead acid, but I'm not positive. But every day, all the meat would get delivered by electric. You know, they recharge them overnight, and then they deliver all the shit during the day.
I didn't mean all terrain. I meant off road capabilities. The old cars, 100 years ago, people would just take them in off the road. Kind of crazy.
I think the Konas look all right too. The new Kona N, that's not too bad either. But anyway, the little Elantra, it's light as fuck, and it's got like 333 horsepower. So it's not bad for that, that little car, and for the price. So bang for your buck. I mean, shit.
Yeah, I remember I had a rental car. It was an Elantra. It had a little 2.0 in it. It wasn't that bad, you know. The hell was
Well,
that?
then
That was a
your other
long time
choice
ago.
is
I'm
the
talking 25 years ago.
right. Your other choice. Your other choice is the Dodge. They got a 2.0 in that, and they got a 2.0 in the fucking Camaro. So a four
What?
cylinder. Yeah, they got a four
A 2.0
cylinder in the Camaro.
and a Camaro.
Yes, sir. And they got a 2.0 in the Dodge Charger too.
What? Oh,
Yes, sir.
somebody
For
smacked
20
them in
for
their mouth.
27
I
for
can't
27
believe they did that.
for 27,000 you can get a Charger or
That's
Challenger with
horrible.
a 2.0 in it, or you can get a
Wait, you
Mustang
said
with a 2.0.
Camaro.
Yeah, and a Mustang too.
You
They got
said
the Mustang with
Camaro.
it. I know, god damn it. Listen to me, you won't let me finish. I'm going to tell you all fucking three of them. Camaro, Mustang, Challenger, all 2.0s. They also have V6s. They also have V8s. Yes, you got to pay for the
Yeah,
package.
I remember the first Mustang, like 4-cylinder. That was like, man, that was
Hey, it's
like
got
an
300
FBO.
horsepower though. 300 something horsepower.
Really?
The cars back in the old days
That's a
only used to have
lot, man.
150. 150 is all the old cars used to have. Think about that, though, literally.
Remember when that Corvette had a V8 and it was like 190 horses when they had all like the max amount of freaking like
Glober time. Anybody got a
all the
Glober?
smog bullshit.
Anybody got a Glober that we can dunk on? Time Dash, is he a Glober?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're talking turning into the car show. They do drive on a flat Earth though.
Definitely need a Glober. I guess we got a Glober shortage, and I just got a deal.
A Glober shortage? Is my dream coming true?
Unfortunately, yes. Looks like the fun's over.
Dude,
They're giving up.
Like fossil fuels, limited supply.
Yeah, they're a limited, non-renewable resource, Globers. They're running out.
Burning through them like frickin' like kindling.
Yeah, they're not making them anymore. Limited supply. We're shutting down production of Globers.
Limited edition.
Hey, Heretic, I'm technically not a Glober, but I can play one on Discord.
I guess that's going to have to do. Oh, Pazzo's here now. I guess you don't have to.
Okay, Paz is going to tell you the Earth is a ball. Go ahead, Paz.
Tell us how gravity is like a dog chain on a tree.
Oh, you're all hungry for facts tonight, aren't you? What were you talking about before I got here?
How there's no Globers left.
No, there's no Globers left in the world. That's just true.
They're like
and then they sent one. The gods sent us one.
I'm not a very good one, though, am I?
Defer to the audience.
I'll say you're just like every other Glober. You just don't have any proof, but maybe you think you do. But
we're all short of proof, so aren't we? We've got evidences. We've all got evidences, but no, we're all short of proof.
Oh, we don't. I don't like that word.
Yeah, proof is a tough old one, isn't it?
No, I don't like evidence. I like proof. I like proof. I don't like the word evidence because it's work.
Proofs of the curve, proofs of the firmament, proofs of heaven, proofs of hell. Proofs, eh?
Proofs of prison, proofs of jail. So, if a dog is on a chain and he's close to the tree and it's a 15-foot chain and he's close to the tree, it's like gravity. So, like the tree is gravity in this representation, and then the chain is going to be gravity. Right? The tree is going to be the center of gravity, and the chain is going to represent gravity. So the dog can run anywhere he wants. But as soon as he gets to the end of that chain, gravity yanks his ass back. Right? Okay, so isn't gravity supposed to stop him from getting away from that tree to begin with? To where he could never get to the end of that circle?
Chain's a bit more like it's a good analogy, but I think the gravity would be a big rubbery chain, wouldn't it? But it slowly pulled them back the further he went out. It's kind of inverse, really, because the closer you are to the tree, the harder it is to get away from it, and then as you get further away, it gets easier, doesn't it, under gravity? It's kind of not.
Well,
really,
where can we see that? Where can we see that? Because we see the opposite of that. We see the dog get stopped by the chain at the end of the circle, not by the tree. So we always see the opposite of that.
We do, but that's because it's not a good analogy for gravity, as I said. That would be a good analogy for the firmament, because you're free to move around in space, and then all of a sudden you get to a boundary, and then bang, you've got concussion. So where do we see the firmament?
It's gravity, isn't it?
Firmament's gravity, or the dog on the chain is gravity?
Well, I mean, is gravity holding you or a firmament? That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Are you calling gravity your firmament? I mean, are you mistaking your gravity for the firmament? I mean, that's what I'm wondering here.
No, that's
So,
that's
like
no
the
no
air,
mistaken.
the last time I checked, the air was the firmament, just the shit we wave our hand in. And then, so we have that. That's real. Do you have any gravity?
Yeah, gravity's the effect that they label gravity. It's got lots of evidence for that.
But you can't wave your hand in it like I can do the air.
Well, you can't wave the effect you can't wave your hand in something they describe as a downwardiness, can you?
Hey guys, what are you
Well, if
talking
it's a
about? Are you flat earthers?
yeah, yes, we are. We're trying to find a bucket of gravity. Would you be able to help us?
I don't know.
You actually believe in flat earth?
You actually believe in buckets of gravity? We're trying to find a bucket of gravity.
It's not a belief system; it's a knowledge system.
It's a what?
They don't believe in flat Earth; they know the Earth is flat.
Okay, so basically, why do you think the earth is flat?
I don't. That they do.
Welcome.
I'll leave it up to them. I'll leave it up to them to explain.
What the fuck? Do you really think that the earth is flat? What the fuck?
Is
I
the
have people
person
in here.
is he asking that sincerely? Or is he a troll?
I don't know.
Which one are you? Are you sincere about finding the truth, or which one are you?
Just imagine the earth being flat, bro. This is just scandal.
Can you
Nah.
answer a question? Can you follow a dialogue? Yes or no? Are you a troll or not?
I'm not a troll.
We actually we are not a troll.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can hear the
we
two voices, right?
we are sincerely interested in finding the truth about the actual existence of
Yes.
reality.
Yes.
Of,
Yes. Yes.
have you
You
ever
don't
probably
know. Is it
contemplated
true
the
that
physics of water?
I
Why?
never see on earth?
Why would the earth be flat?
If you listen to what I'm saying, maybe you'll get a clue. Have you ever properly thought about water and its behavior?
Okay. So can you like explain to me what drove you to become a flat earther,
Somebody
even
else.
though you know that you will be an
Look,
outcast?
you might as well stop asking because he was giving you a line of questioning that would have given those answers to you, and you just derailed it every time. So obviously, this topic is beyond you, and you might as well just shut up.
Sorry, I was just talking with a friend right now, and I
So
didn't.
just try to go back and forth. All right. Dave was asking you some questions about water. If you want the answers to why we think what you think, you'll get them if you just engage with that.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna pass the baton. I gotta go here in a minute anyway. I just thought I'd try real quick to see if they were real. Who wants to tell them about how water behaves? How about you, Denmark?
Hey guys, what's up? I don't know what's going on over here, but I just wanted to say that I love you guys and I appreciate everything you guys do. And I'm like doing my own thing on the side, you're doing your own thing, and flat earthers are just pushing forward. So much love, guys.
Thank you for interrupting a very relevant topic to tell us that.
Yeah, go fuck off, mate. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Who wants to tell these guys if they're for real about the behavior of water? Does it lay level? Does it find a level at rest? I don't know. Does it?
Okay, I'm just going to ask you something real quick. Can I ask you?
Water curve around the. You're going to ask another question. I give up. Somebody else go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, you just keep asking questions, and we start trying to answer them, and you're like, "Oh, hold on, I got a question." You go to another one. That's like we're not going to get to any conclusions like that.
Yeah,
You're
but
not
you
being
haven't
very
answered anything.
Go show. You're not being very graceful to your hosts. You ask them a question, they take the effort to put you down a train of thought, and then you cut them off for the very next question.
Yeah, we can't get anywhere with you like that.
Okay.
And even if you think that what we have to say is stupid, you should at least hear it out first, so that you know one way or the other.
Exactly. You got to be polite, mate. If you ask a question and they start answering it by making assertions or making statements and asking you hypotheticals in return, you must respond. That's politeness, surely.
All right, you are right. You are right.
Okay. So I'll put his question again for you. He said, "What do you know about the nature of water, and do you agree that water always finds its level?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever he said, whatever my friend said.
Okay. So have you got any personal experience of water not finding its level, its flat level?
761.
No.
That's cool, bro. Flat Earth. I like flat Earth. Flat Earth is like cool, man.
I like flat girls.
You like flat girls?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes.
Because they have
It's flat, man. I don't know.
I
Well,
like
what Dave
big,
said, I
Flat.
tried.
No.
big ass. Okay. Okay.
Small pussy.
Come on, gotta have something better than this. Cripes.
Scandal.
Okay, de qué te ocupas este infierno? Okay, so
No.
I I have never experienced such a thing in which the water
You kick
doesn't
the
find
foreigners
its flat
out, please. Yo,
The
go show. I'm gonna mute you now. Good
When
night.
can it get to a non-flat level? Have you seen something like that?
Okay, I'm sicking Gregory on you.
You want to get back mine? Hey, Hudson.
You sending me in?
This
Are we
morning
going
on
to
my
discuss
Go
client.
get him. Go show. Go get him.
Hi, Lily. This order is
Gregory attacked the Islams.
Because I
Did you say Islams?
Gregory, pull
As
out
in
the
plural?
hatchet. Yes, kill Islams.
Poți prate un cetă?
Say it in English. So what do you do here? Like,
Both is just
you just sit here?
what the fuck?
Oh, look, a wizard. Cathos, the wizard.
Okay. Why people just keep joining and
Oh,
talking
why do
about
people just join voice channels? I don't know. Maybe the answer.
Okay,
Seems
so
like you decided to.
I like gave you the answer. So yeah.
Right, you're good to go. Okay, you understand the nature of water. Doesn't comport with the claim of a curving spheroid. Good to go.
Bro, isai newton, you know, science. Okay, bye.
Well, you know, sphere wouldn't have a level, horizontal, flat surface, right? It'd be a curving surface. Pretty
Spoken the
simple
truth.
stuff. Ocean is supposed to be the service of the. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Yeah.
Probably a break.
You sound really engaged.
The skirmishes, yeah.
You definitely sound worth talking to about this.
People of this voice chat, I have come forward, chosen by God, to give you a special message.
Okay. Goodbye. That's enough now. Thanks.
This may be a new tactic. They can't get the chat banished from the server, so they're going to make the server as worthlessly boring as possible.
Yeah, just incoherent. Oh, hello. Is that someone else?
Hello, how are you? Are you guys
Oh,
flat
okay.
earthers?
You got me.
That was really bad, man. I was going shit down the toilet, man. That was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I felt stupid even trying, honestly.
I thought you were thinking that too.
Yeah, like really.
Probably just eat it right unless you want to go to lunch. Have a salad. I'm happy to have a salad. Salad and an egg or something. An egg. Yeah. That pressure washer is really good in it, though. Wash it well to wash it because on parks that come, I don't know. If we need to get in with the buggy, we can't get in with the buggy because she parks it there. Degrees outside.
They go.
I'm assuming nobody's talking and I'm not interrupting. So I just came across a YouTube short of Michio Kaku talking about the movie where Matt Damon goes to Mars costing $100 million. But India actually sending something to Mars only costs $70 million. Whoops. So that means that it's cheaper to actually go to Mars than it is to fake it. Does that make sense? How can you counterfeit something and it's cheaper than the actual thing?
Well, if you counterfeit a piece of paper and you make it a $20 bill, I don't know. There's lots of ways you can do dumb shit, but there's no correlation to what you're saying. It doesn't make any damn sense why you would ever spend any more money as a producer when your job is to make more money off your movie.
Well, if you did, counterfeit a bill as small as a $20 bill, you'd still make money off of it. That's the thing. Like whenever you counterfeit something, you're making more than the actual thing. So if you counterfeit, let's say $100 bill, it might cost you what, $10 worth of product to make that $90 profit off of this crime, which I'm not recommending that anybody do. But $100 million to fake Mars, but it
Actually,
costs
that wouldn't be the case
$70 million.
with the $1 bill. Like you couldn't counterfeit the one. I'm not even. I'm thinking the five might not even be worth it.
No, nobody
With the
counterfeits
price of
fives.
inflation, but they say that they make you can't. Like the mint. They say the mint when they print the money, it's like the ones and the fives are like they're it costs more to make them, but then by the time you're putting the 20s and the 50s and the 100s, then you kind of, it balances all out.
Anyway, I just think that maybe it's interesting that if we think, okay, it cost $100 million to make a movie about Mars that is believable. But if you were to do that same thing in India, you could probably do it for a little bit cheaper, right? What, maybe about $30 million cheaper? All right, I'll be back.
So let's spend 5 times the amount. Let's go buy a quarter for like $50. Shit, they need to be on Mars. That producer should just send some people to Mars. They would have got more views. Think about that one. Them faking or even saying they're sending something to Mars. They would have got more views and more money than their movie. How much did they bring in off of it?
I think Michio Kaku just don't give a crap. Like, I think he's just going to say whatever he wants. Like, he's got to know that, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. It costs more to actually go to Mars than it does to fake it.
No, it costs more to fake it than it does to go.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Like, it would cost more to actually go. That's what's so funny about it.
Really, I don't know where they get their pricing. I don't know where they get their pricing at. A vacuum on Earth costs $50. Good, nice, sturdy, good vacuum lasts you a long time. A vacuum in the ISS, $18 million. A cup in your living room, you get it from the dollar store for $1 if you want. I mean, you can go extravagant, but $1. A cup on the ISS with a special pour spout, $10,000. A pair of khaki shorts. $35 here on Earth. $18 million in space. They got the special space pocket. Where are the space Jordans at? I swear if I was China, I'd have a little workshop up there in space where they made space Jordans. Buy these space Jordans. They've been in space. Oh man, that would be awesome. Moon boots made with real moon. Have like little clear parts on it with moon rock in it. Moon boots. The government's going to keep track. What other gimmicks can we sell them? We should start selling them some gimmicks. I'm waiting for a flat earther just to get his computer loaded up and then be like, yeah, the flat earthers just sent a probe
I've
to
been
a
trying
place.
to get globe believers to buy some lunar real estate, Martian or Venetian real estate for 9 years, and nobody has actually bought any. We're talking about land on the moon. If you guys believe that there's rocks in the sky that you can walk around on, think that they're objects that you can have deeds to land on, are there any globers in this conversation or on the sound of my voice that would like to purchase some lunar real estate? I hear that you can get it for really cheap. Any buyers? Lunar real estate. You get the deed and everything, except for can't go there. So not everything, but you get a piece of paper.
Yeah, and you'll have to keep paying the tax on it.
This could be a really lucrative, because in 5 years, we're going to be going to the moon and they're going to have space hotels and stuff like that. So,
right, they might have to buy your property. They might have to pay
think
you.
about your children. Invest for your children.
Yeah, if you're the first one to buy the moon property, then when they want to build the moon McDonald's, they'll have to buy your property or rent from you. You'll be the Neiman Marcus of the moon. Moonman Marcus.
Moon Donalds. Think about your future.
Do you or one of your loved ones want to have your picture on the moon? For just $15,000, we'll send a little probe to the moon. Information that will draw your picture on the moon. It'll be encapsulated forever. And in 10 years, we'll have the ability for you to see and check out your picture that was drew on the moon.
Just like there's no feminists on the Titanic. Right? And feminists don't want women to be drafted because they don't really believe in equality. Same thing for the Globers, man. When the rubber meets the road, they don't want to buy any lunar real estate. So it's only just, it's not what they actually believe in, because if they believed in space travel, they'd be like, man, we better buy this shit up before it's all gone.
Well, who wants to buy the ISS? Why would they destroy it? Why wouldn't they just sell it to somebody who can go up there and use it and live in it if they want? I'm sure a movie producer could buy the ISS and film all kinds of space movies. No, don't do that though. Pay $800 million to destroy it. Don't make $100 million off of it or $1 million. Lose money. That's smart. NASA. We got some of the dumbest motherfuckers in NASA I've ever heard of in my life. Who wouldn't want to buy the ISS?
A rapidly deteriorating piece of crap.
Movies. If you're a movie producer and all you got to do is spend $1 million and send somebody up there with a camera and they can film all kinds of space shit and you can edit it all the ways you want, and you got a crew up there and you make all the space movies and they're real as fuck because they're authentic space movies, right? Ain't no movie has ever been like this before. 2024, the first space movie, actually in space. We bring you the first space movie aboard the ISS. Disaster from 250 miles up. The
In a
aliens
world where you're not really in a world, but you're looking at a world from outside of that world.
I'm just saying, who wouldn't want to film the Earth? Like a scientist group doesn't want to buy it. Geologist, a company like this. That to me, that's just weird. Anybody wanting some energy to be produced or anything like, nah, hell, no way, brother. There's no way you would have to pay money to destroy something when you could make money off selling it to somebody.
That's the thing, right? It's not worth anything as an asset. Costs more to maintain than it's worth.
What? Well, I want somebody to buy it and prove it's real.
So the Tom Cruise movie that he's making, that's going to be in space.
Oh my God.
You're not going to accept that? Because you're asking for a movie in space. That's what's going to happen.
I didn't ask for a movie in space. I said a movie director should buy the ISS because it's the only thing that's closer to space than anything else, supposedly. So if I was a person who thought space is real and I wanted to make fake space movies and I wanted to send them to that ISS in the real place, that's what I would do. They're spending $100 million to make a movie, but they can't buy the ISS for $1 or $2 million.
Yeah, I don't think it's for sale for $1 or $2 million.
But you're going to pay $800 million to destroy it. Why would it not be for sale if you're going to lose $800 million?
Apparently, it costs $3 billion per year to run the ISS, according to.
Yeah.
To run it where?
Every mission to the ISS costs hundreds of millions of dollars just to get 3 or 4 people up there.
Hundreds of millions?
Yeah. What does a SpaceX launch cost? 50,
Probably
$60
$50.
million?
No!
You guys forgot about the guy who works in the smell lab, where all he does is go to work and smell shit and go, no, that can't go on the ISS. Nope, no garlic. We can't have onions on the ISS. But we can put stinky ass human beings on the ISS. Like they're okay. We can put those on the ISS.
They
But
smell
nope,
like
not
onions.
peaches. Nope, can't have peaches on the ISS.
The
The salt
humans
is okay. Yeah, salt is passing the smell lab.
Bureaucracy.
Smell lab.
Bureaucracy is an issue in all faculties of government.
Yeah, if you don't know about NASA's smell lab, look it up.
No, I know they got a lot of weird shit, but I'm saying, why? You're smelling stinky shit everywhere. It's an outhouse. They didn't know that part? They said space smells like burnt steak and hair. So, or burnt hair and steak. So, what smell compared to what?
Compared to burnt hair and steak.
these people just amaze me with the ignorant shit. Like, oh my God. The stupid shit they'll say. We have a guy that smells stuff. Now, everybody knows that shit don't exist. But for them to say that is just the stupidest shit. So
Can
now they
I
just
interrupt with
want
an?
to, yeah.
I was going to ask the other Dazza if he's on the VC about how GPS works. If he's willing to chat.
Who?
There's another Dazza something 86. He's on the call. He's talking to me in the chat about coordinate systems and things. And I'm just wondering whether he wanted to talk about GPS, given he deflected the GPS a minute ago. That's even higher in space than the ISS, 20,000 kilometre orbit.
Can you see the diagram I posted in chat?
Oh no, Dazza, you're another Aussie. That's disappointing.
Got him.
I haven't got my glasses on, but I can see it. Yeah, it looks like the ECF coordinate frame, maybe. Beer with boxes, is that the one? So I'm out walking the dogs without my glasses, so I can only just see what's going on my phone. But yeah, I can see your diagram.
So use the horizontal plane of reference, not a globe.
If that's the GPS coordinate system, that's the center of the Earth at the middle of that, not a horizontal plane. And they've just drawn the equator as a reference line around the outside. You can put plane there if you want, but it's not actually important in GPS.
You can
In
draw
GPS,
horizontal. You can draw horizontal planes through any three-dimensional object.
yeah. So in GPS, all you need to know to work out where you are in 3D space, is where the positions of 4 other satellites are, at least, in 3D space, and you work out your position relative to them. And that number comes out as an XYZ coordinate, which you then turn into a lat long and elevation. So the grid is rectangular, but in 3 dimensions, not a rectangular grid on the surface of the Earth. Quite a different geometry position to celestial navigation. I don't know if you can hear me. I've got a beanie on. It might be interfering with my microphone.
We can hear you.
Yep. So yeah, celestial navigation and Cartesian grid use a flat plane of reference. So you need a horizontal to measure an elevation angle. Can't be done from a curve.
So, sorry, have you finished? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Can you get
You're breaking up a bit there, but I think you're asking if we can get it from a tangent. It's me that's breaking up.
Yes, from the tangent. No, it's probably me. But yes. From the tangent.
Yeah. We can probably stick with GPS because GPS is good. We don't have to worry about horizontals and tangents or even what the shape of the Earth is. Because all of the position calculation is completely independent of those things. Oh, until you want to get that long, then you've got to know the shape of the Earth, obviously. But it seems to work fairly well.
I think rather than focusing on the coordinate system, I think it's focusing on how GPS, functions. The satellites specifically, I think, are, more dramatic proof either in one direction or the other.
Yeah, yeah. Certainly for me, GPS is the ultimate modern globe proof. It's the more you dig into how it works, the more you realise that it's essentially not, and particularly if you get it like a modern Android phone, it can dump raw GPS data before it gets turned into a position fix. You get a lot of detail about the satellites that it's observing, how fast they're moving, and how that information is turned into a position. And you can coordinate that recording of information with somebody else, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 kilometers away. They can see the same satellites, and you get the same information. And there's no way that the same information can generate a location for two different people if they're not, if the satellites aren't where they say they are.
I mean, I'm on board. I'd love to hear if anybody else has any problems with that explanation of how GPS works.
You're not necessarily using the same satellites for the two different people at the same time.
There's
lots
true.
of satellites.
That is true. Yeah, that's it. There's like 24 or something in the Navstar constellation.
There's a lot more. There's a lot
and I'm
more
in,
than 20.
I'm in Australia, so I get to see Bido, some of Galileo, and what's the other one? So yeah, my phone will typically be looking at 38 out of 40 or 50 potential ones, but the main original GPS constellations sort of got something in the order of 20s of active satellites. But you only need 4 to get a fix. The more you have, the better. It can reduce the error significantly.
Actually, you can get away with 3, but then it has to guess your hemisphere while in there.
Yeah, that's right. Because the time is the unknown as well. That you don't have a precise time, and typically the 4th one is used to also derive time with high precision.
Okay.
It's like most satellites that broadcast signals. They give away hints about their speed. So they can't be satelloons or ground stations because you clearly detect at a radio level that they're travelling at a significant speed, either towards you or away from you, based on the Doppler shift of their signal, and which is also something you can't fake for everybody at the same time. And if you take your boat out across the river or up the canal and log your GPS, it's out a nice arc, a well-known radius. It's minus elevation.
Are there any flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm looking at my just looking at my data collector now. Like, there's a bunch of different zones for Australia for surveying. Yes.
For being flat Earth 24/7, we're not getting a whole lot of contention in terms of the shape of the Earth in here. Seems pretty globe-centric right now.
What happened?
Oh, there he is. Timok, did you hear what Tazza was saying?
Did you have a problem with it, Brown Recluse? Why'd you gotta look up Demok?
I don't have a problem with it, but I would like to hear a flat earther's perspective on Taz's explanation of satellites. It's not
An explanation of satellites? What do you mean?
Well, you clearly were not present for Taz's explanation.
What did he say?
Taz, if you would like to repeat yourself.
Yeah,
How they
they're
figure out your
basically
GP.
yeah the way GPS calculates your position, and the way it broadcasts the same signals to everybody in range of that GPS means that essentially you're calculating your position relative to all of the other satellites. And if the position of the satellites isn't where they say they are, you won't be able to establish your position. And it's very strong evidence that GPS is satellite-based, and then in turn, evidence that the Earth is actually curved, because GPS gives you the curved line for lines of constant elevation.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
So GPS gives you
Hold on.
the end
Are you
result.
talking about the same line that no one can find and everybody has to calculate instead of go touch and measure with a tape measure? Talking about that same line, the same idea, the curve.
Yes, we're going to go down that path, but that's all right.
Well, I'm saying when you're standing on it, you
GPS,
can't see it or measure it, but a GPS thing can see it and measure it.
yep, absolutely, with millimeter precision.
Well, draw it out. Give me a printout of the line it makes the arc. I want a printout of the
Yeah,
arc.
I can send you a
I want
website
a
that's
printout of the
recorded the
arc it
arcs.
makes on the wall so I can trace it out and we can put it on water and bind it up to water.
Yeah, no, now you're going down the path of absurdity, and that's not really useful, right?
We're going down the path of curving water. We're going to put your Earth curve. We're going to make it physical. You said you got the curve, right? You said GPS tells you that mathematical calculation to get the physical attribute of a line from that, an arc, a curve. So you make that a material. You bring it to me or send it to me or show me how to make it on my wall or make it in 3D AutoCAD. Then we can line it up to the water surface.
We can do that. I can give you a set of points that you can put into AutoCAD, and you can plot them in AutoCAD. So these 3 points, these set of points, there's a website with a whole bunch of these things, actually. A lot of them are from aircraft, but
Where's
also
the
a
Earth
lot of
curve
them
printed out at?
Oh, they
How come
plotted
none
the
of you guys
points
printed
on
the
a
Earth curve
sphere,
out yet?
and
No, stop. Printed out the Earth curve in material, tangible, touchable shit, like meters, ruler sticks.
At scale, or can I scale it like 1 to
Meters and
100,000?
ruler sticks. You can have 3 feet, 6 foot, 10 foot, 1 foot, any arc curve you got. Show us. It can't be the same as a horizontal. So show us.
Yeah, you've nailed it there. Horizontals are only valid at 1 point. The
Yeah,
level
so
is
I got a
curved, right? And
horizontal
that's what
line on my
GPS shows
wall.
us.
Listen, no. GPS shows me I got a horizontal line on my wall represents 5 foot high. Where do you put
No,
your next
GPS
5
gives you a
foot?
point in
No,
space.
stop. Where do you put your 5 foot at? On the wall. I got my foot here, 5 foot. The same for every flat earther in this room. No matter where you're at, 5 foot. Now, where does a glober, where would a glober like you put your next 5 foot mark to prove you're on a globe and 5 foot goes below itself?
Oh, you're
Let me
talking
guess.
about drawing a line, building a house or
You're going
something,
to
right?
show us
Making it.
how to measure and put out globe mathematical attributes, right? According to the dots and the variances of the 5 foot from the ground up, from sea level up, 5 foot. That first line is flat Earth. That proves flat Earth. It's the same for everybody.
Hey,
Australia,
Okay.
America, Africa, everybody. That flat Earth 5 line is the same for me and you and everybody on the globe. That first one, right? Now show where your globe 5 foot continues. Different than mine. Right next to it, dumbasses. If you cannot do that, then you don't have any Earth curve.
So you'll need to go like 100 meters to
No,
get
I
a
don't need to
millimeter
do anything.
across.
I'm waiting for you to show me where you put the next line. Go 5 foot up off your floor, draw a horizontal, right? Now show me where the next one would be for your globe. Put 1,000
We're
marks
drawing.
that represent 5
Are we
foot.
drawing a level line? A level
No,
line or a
you're
straight line?
drawing 5 foot of your globe. I don't know what the fuck you're
5
doing,
foot.
Globe Narnia, Magic Man. I don't know what you're doing, Glober. I've never seen a globe arc. That's up to you to find out. You got to figure that math out, stupid. What are you asking me for? I'm a
Well, you
flat earther.
can't. Look, you
My
can't see
horizontal
it
line's
on.
on the wall, brother. I need to say no more. Mine's the same.
Yeah.
Now, where is yours to prove a globe? Cannot be the same as mine. Get to drawing it. Show us. Get on your wall. Get on your little blackboard. Get on whatever you got in your house, your room, wherever. 5 foot from the ground, horizontal line to your left, and then to the right. Show us where you start your globe 5 feet. Show us how they work. Show us how globe elevation works live, up close and personal on a fucking real material, stupid.
It's going to be
The
about
rest
the
of you
thickness
don't
of the
have
width of your
one.
line across the room, isn't it? So if you draw a line that's 1/2 a mil wide, I reckon that's about how much you'll get in 10 or 20 meters.
No,
That's
no,
beyond
you
the
need
precision of what you can draw, right?
we're looking for
We're talking about the shape of the Earth,
1,000
not
dots.
the
We're
shape of your
looking for
basement.
1,000. Each dot represents 5 foot on a globe, and you can put 1,000 of them, and they all have to go below each other, and that way. Now, show us how you do it.
Yes.
Show us how you measure
Okay.
your globe and know the arc and everything. You know,
Yeah.
show us the arc.
So if I could give you 1,000 points in a row that were
They
obtained from
wouldn't be in
traveling
a
in a
row.
straight line,
They wouldn't be in a
and I
row.
can show you.
They would drop below each other. You're not
Oh,
going to make it here being next to my horizontal. They cannot be at the end of my horizontal. None of them can match my
No,
horizontal.
that's right. They won't be. Yeah.
All
So
right,
if I
so
was to
get
walk,
your wall and just show us. We'll wait.
so if I was to walk along the surface
Brother,
of
stop
a
saying
riverbank
it.
or
Why do
row a
you?
boat
I think he's
across.
actually for the. I think he's actually for the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Hold on, Daz. I just posted. Hold on. I just posted a 3D model from AutoCAD of the globe. You can download that if you like. If you wanted something for 3D.
You got a 3 to 5 foot section I can grab. You can send me
It's
to make
an
it out of wood,
AutoCAD. You can scale it. I think you know how to scale it if you're an AutoCAD, right?
brother.
I'm
I
not your
need
brother.
you
My brother's smarter than you.
Your mom's not. I need you to produce at
You're
3
right. She's
foot
dead. She's
or
not
6
smarter.
foot. Well, I know that's sad. So she can't produce one. Hopefully, her dumbass son can. So, can you print a 3 to 6 foot Earth curve made up imaginary fucking thing where we know how to see 5 feet on a globe? That's not a 5 foot horizontal line. It's a 5 foot arc, and each part of that arc is 5 foot from the top to the bottom, and you make it 5 to 6 to 10 foot long. So from the top of the arc, stop. From the top of the arc where you touch it to my 5 foot, my 5 foot proof on flat Earth for everybody. It's that one horizontal line. You touch the edge of your arc to my line, and every piece of that arc represents 5 foot for a globe. You understand that, right? From the top to the bottom.
Yeah, so I'm drawing 5 foot arc segments. You're drawing 5 foot straight lines. And we're going to see who
No,
wins.
I'm
Is
not
that
drawing
right?
shit. I don't have to draw anything. We all know a horizontal line represents 5 foot on flat Earth. There's no argument there unless you're retarded. Now, what we need to do is you're drawing the 5 foot line for flat Earth and globe. That's reference for both. That first one, that can be a 5 foot point for a globe and a flat Earth. The first one you make, right? Now continue the globe's 5 feet. Continue your arc. Show us how globe elevation works, so we can all know how Jordan has to dunk his 10-foot balls.
Different. It's a distance from medium sea level. That's how it works.
Democh, do you hear me,
I
brother?
need it on the wall. I don't need you to make shit up and say catchphrases, catchphrase Jones. We need material printed on the fucking wall next to a 5 foot horizontal, which represents both of our starter points. It's flat Earth forever, and now your globe can't continue. Your 5 foot on a globe can't be that high forever. It has to drop below itself. You understand this, correct? So
That's
draw
right.
it out. Draw it out and film it for us, and we'll see.
I don't have a room big enough. I don't have a room big enough.
Big enough to put a dot.
Why
to
would
put a dot?
Why would people
To
lie?
put a dot, 1,000 dots in a row, representing 1,005 feet marker points, so we can draw out and trace the fucking dot to dot 5 feet on a globe, and we can trace the arc. What do you mean you can't do that? You don't got a Sharpie handy?
So if they got to be 5 feet apart, right? 5 feet high, 5 feet apart.
No,
I'm going to need
not
5,000 feet of
apart.
wall.
Oh my God! Stop making shit up, dude. You start at 5 foot off the ground. Then you put your dots where they go, dumb fuck, right next to each other. Each one represents 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot, 5 foot,
Yes,
5 foot. Yeah.
I
Why would
get
they be
that,
5
right?
foot apart? They're right
But
next to each other
because
and below. Each one cannot be next
because
to each other. They have to be below. Every dot you put on that
okay,
wall has to drop below and to the right. Below to the right.
how
Below to the right.
thick
Below to the right.
how thick is the pencil? Are you
I
using a
don't
Sharpie
know,
or
imaginary arc, man. This is you're supposed
it
to make your
matters?
art be real. You
It
know it's
matters
imaginary. You're
because
supposed to present it. You fucking idiot.
I'll
Honestly,
You're
present
supposed to
you
present
the
your earth
data
curve on
and
the
you can
wall.
have a look.
Stop asking a flat earther. Mine is the one line you made. 5 foot, one horizontal line. That's 5 foot flat earth forever. I made my mark. Where
No,
is
you haven't.
yours?
You made one single mark.
That's the same for everybody on flat earth, cunt. Now shut the fuck up and start your globe.
Sorry.
Now how do you
Didn't mean to
prove
trigger.
your globe?
You can go back to ISS if you like.
So how would you prove your globe, guys? You're asking me how to prove your globe. That's you guys are a bunch of dumb fucks. So all you
Yeah,
guys got the math.
about like
You know
every
what?
1500 feet, you have to change the level
I
from the
don't have to
original
do
starting
nothing.
point about 12 seconds of a degree.
Yeah, that made no sense. No mark guide, no material.
I think that
You
makes sense
have
to you, Demont.
I'm waiting for you to put the dots on the fucking wall, stupid motherfucker.
I think maybe
Why
we're
are
waiting
you
for you to
talking?
calm the fuck down, take a chill pill, and stop
Get a
fucking
fucking
calling people
marker.
names for no
He's just
reason.
he just has a
All you
loud voice
fucking
to
retards
hide
have been in
ignorance.
this
That's
for
all.
18 fucking years, and you guys can't trace out your curve.
I think
You
maybe
think
you're
somebody
just
wouldn't be
struggling to
mad about that?
understand.
That a
Struggling to
young
understand
a young
concept.
child wants to trace your curve with you, and you wouldn't allow him because you're all too dumb to present it.
You're going to need a wall that's
I
about half
offered
a mile long.
Why are you guys telling
I offered
kids
you
you
the
know how to
information to
make
trace
earth
the
curve
curve.
and find earth curve and measure earth curve when none of you can draw it out?
Democh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have one question for you.
Do you have a wall and a marker? That's what we need.
Okay. Can you answer my question?
Marker will answer the question for you.
Okay. Okay.
Your marker. Get to work.
Can you at least
Sharpie, Crayola, fucking.
Either one you got, brother. We'll take either one. They're all accountable. They're all a marking position. They can make a focal point dot on the wall. Every dot you put represents 5 foot underneath itself. I want to
Okay.
see this shit.
You want to prove that the world is flat?
We're talking about the globe on the wall. Do you have it or not? If you don't jump into conversation if you can't draw the earth curve. The one you know so much, the one GPS gives you, the one your phone has, the one everybody can calculate so easy. And everybody knows for a fact for the last 10,000 years we're on a globe. But none of you can bring me or present or trace out 5 foot on a globe.
Why would the government lie to us and tell us no? The world.
Hit me
Your
up.
Sharpie's going to
Why
answer.
would the government?
Your Sharpie has the answer.
Okay. You're just repeating Sharpie, but you cannot answer the simplest question of why would would all of the scientific
We're waiting
communities.
to see your earth curve. We don't care about why your feelings are hurt. We don't give a fuck about what you're stuttering about. That's just stupid.
Brother, just tell me.
Where the fuck is the Earth's arc curve at that you're drawing on the wall next to my horizontal line?
Where are your evidence of why the whole history of
Your
humanity lies
fucking
about
marker. You're no marker. None of you guys getting a marker out to my evidence. None of you guys drawing the Earth curve that you know so well. That you
Yeah,
all
but
want to prove.
okay. So what you want us to do is basically just try with a marker. That is all of your fucking evidence.
Yes. Do you have it? It's really not hard. It's free. It's the
Against
easiest
the
thing you dumb son of
overwhelming.
bitches can do. It's the easiest thing a person with a high Q can give you to present your fucking retard third grader claim.
Where do you want us to draw these dots? What
On
wall?
your wall.
Yes,
On your wall.
wall. What wall do you want us to draw these dots on?
Papa. Anywhere you can fucking draw it. Dude, are you fucking stupid right now?
I don't think so.
Draw them wherever you fucking want. Draw them on your forehead for all I care. Make them accurate though.
Hey, I just posted, or I'm posting the difference in curve for 5 feet. If you can draw that, have fun.
Yeah, so it doesn't exist in reality. Have
No,
fun
it
watching the
exists.
flat Earth,
Exists. You
dumb
may
son
not be
of
able
a
to draw
bitch.
it, but there's the equation. Too
No,
bad you
no,
can't
you
draw
can
it.
draw
That's your
real
own
stuff.
problem. It's your
You
problem
can
if you can't
draw
draw it.
every
I
shape
told
in
you
the
how much it
world known
is.
to
You go ahead and
man.
draw it.
So
I've
these guys
now
can't
satisfied your
draw Earth
requirements of
curve.
explaining how to draw it. You can have fun
They
drawing it.
can't draw the thing they're standing on. They can't trace what they're standing on. The thing under their feet, they can't trace that. Isn't that weird?
So
You can, they just don't
I've
want to,
just given you the
bro.
measurements. Have fun drawing it.
You can
No,
draw it. They have
you
they have the
measurement for
equation, bro.
curvature in 5
listen,
feet. Are you
the
listening to
only,
yourself?
the only, the only,
It's not even worth engaging with
the
Demont.
only,
Like, so
the
dishonest.
only exercise that I gave you guys to demonstrate was the mathematical attribute of your curve and show us on the wall in
Demonstrated it
reality.
multiple
And
times.
none of you can do this because it's imaginary.
Nope.
If
I
you
just
can
showed.
do it,
I just gave you the numbers. Now do it. There
They
you
did
go.
you one better and gave
no,
you the whole
I'm not
I
going
equation,
to
don't
come and do
care
bro.
your
I
about
homework
gave you
for
the
you. I
whole
told you how to draw it.
equation.
You need
You
to
can
draw
So
your
draw
own
it.
lines.
your
the
whole life
experiment
learning.
was for you to all do it. Stop running from your non-existent shit that you can't do.
I
So you
just
don't know
posted
how
it
to
for
map
you.
an
You can
curve.
go ahead and do it
I
if you
gave you the
like.
You
whole
don't
I'm
freaking
not
map
going to
curve,
an
draw
Earth
your
bro.
curve.
stupid
It's a
flat lines.
physical, real thing
No,
that
Yeah,
you can
these
mark
dudes.
on the wall.
I
Suddenly,
did.
no one has a
I
marker anymore on a
did thing
on a
that
round Earth.
this curve.
Yeah, all globers don't have markers.
All of a
They don't
sudden,
exist now.
I just posted your numbers.
All
What's your
don't exist
excuse?
now.
I just
I
You're
posted your
gave you the
numbers. What's your
numbers. Why do they have to
excuse?
draw it?
We
It's so
don't need your
silly.
2 cents. No marker.
You don't want numbers. You want them to use their marker. Why?
I want you to use it. Shut up and stop fucking dick sucking for him and do it.
I'm not doing your. I'm not drawing your stupid line for you. I've given
Hey,
you the numbers.
ass
You can draw
liquor,
it
then
yourself
shut
and prove
up.
how wrong you are.
Then shut up,
We're not
pointless.
drawing your freaking picture, bro.
No, it's your picture. It's your
No,
Earth
you're
curve you're
asking
supposed to
for it. It's your
draw.
picture.
That's how you'd prove it, by drawing it, motherfucker. You want me to draw a horse on my wall and film it for you?
Where?
How
Where do
hard
you
would
want
it
us
be
to?
for a flat
How
earther to
many
draw a
times do
Draw
you
it
want us
horizontal
anywhere.
to
line on
draw
the
it?
wall at 5 foot and show these guys? Would not be hard at all. How hard is it for a glober to put a 5 foot arc of a globe at 10 foot long on the wall? Impossible.
Are you talking about an imaginary wall? What
You're
wall are
asking
you
us to draw
drawing?
like an
Impossible.
arc? Are you serious? That's not hard at
So now
all.
Yeah.
walls are imaginary and markers are imaginary and everything's imaginary now, guys.
You think it's
Because the walls
impossible to
are
draw an arc? Really?
I mean, this you're just flailing,
This is
dude. This is
fucking
pathetic.
crazy. Isn't this crazy,
Really
Flat
are.
Earthers?
You're pathetically flailing.
You're
Isn't this
saying we
crazy?
can't draw an arc. We're just not wanting to. There's a difference.
Yeah, cool story. Nothing, boy. Thank you for nada. Gracias por nada. Gracias for zero, nothing, man. Mr. Zero.
I bet they draw a sphere if you ask them to, but they won't draw a damn.
Oh, man, they'll draw so many zebras and balls and dicks and gay stuff and stupid stuff and nasty stuff and ignorant cuss words. They can draw their hearts out. You ask them to draw that earth curve and they're broke.
No
They're
more.
all just dumb. Now they're dumb and all they're going to do is ask questions like a broke GPT, like see and say. What's my name? How do you do it? What's a curve? What are you talking about? What's a wall? What's a marker?
Tamak,
What
all
a
you've
string?
been asking is draw 2 lines. Draw these lines.
All you
Draw these
can't do is do
lines.
it. All you can't do is do it.
No, all you do is exclusively
Draw
name
a line.
call over, talk, and be
Oh,
loud. Shut up. Shut up. I regret asking for your opinion in the first place.
Yeah, he's flailing.
There's
I'm
the
gonna
first curve, bro. I drew it. I
get
drew
you.
the earth curve. I
God,
drew
you're
the earth
just
curve. Look in chat.
Okay. Any other flat earther want to take over? I already defeated their whole fucking lives. They're good.
Any other flat earther, please take
we've
over.
been
That'd be
defeated.
great.
I just don't know how a flat earther could ever find your curve when you guys won't draw it out for us so we can go figure out if it matches the water. This is crazy. So we got flat earth rulers and flat earth measuring sticks and all flat earth everything, but no globe measuring tools.
You
Fucking
got no
crazy.
flat earth map, that's for sure. Where's your flat earth map?
Right on that ruler, brother, on that flat ruler. Everything you need.
That's a good point. It's on that ruler. It looks flat. It is flat. That's what I think too, buddy.
Well, we don't think that Brown. To be fair, and even we're in
It is.
season 9.
Me
This is
too.
the first time I've spoken. You're already cutting me
Sorry.
off.
I'm sorry.
No, we don't think that. Even the folks that are on the globe side that are honest, will say the same things, that it does look flat. We agree on the observation. We all live in the same place, so we all observe the same thing, the flat Earth. Now, you guys have certain explanations for that. Well, it's so big, that's why it looks this way. But we don't just stop at, well, it looks flat, so therefore it is, because you guys also agree. That's not the end of the argument. So that's not fair. That's a very, I don't know, sloppy
I
way
was
to
straw
sort of
manning.
represent our position. Yeah.
That was a straw man. In respect, it was just because I was angry at the Mock's poor tactics, right? But if you may, Christian or creation rather, if we can get back to our point, right? So like the point in chat, right? So that is the Earth finite?
Well, so that's a good question. I think we would probably say it is. I don't think anything infinite really truly exists. That seems more like a mathematical concept. But
Right.
I want to make this point very clear. Even if we were to wave a magic wand over every flat earther and we're all globe earthers again, our world does not end at just the boundaries of the globe Earth. There is a larger place.
I agree.
Okay, and so if we were to consider that place, we don't know where the boundaries are.
Right.
We don't know what shape that place is.
I agree.
We don't know whether it's finite or not. And I posted
agree.
a link to you. Yeah. So I would, and what I'm trying to help you understand is, as a flat earther, we have the same characteristics to our worldview. We don't know how big this place is. We don't know where the boundaries are, etc.
Right.
So I think we're more similar than you might understand. I think we're more similar than you might actually be comprehending. But a lot of people, we just finished with this last thing. I think the problem that people deal with is that, real quickly, people try to compare the globe, which is like an object in a larger place, they try to squish the globe into something flat in that same place. That's not our position, though. So I just want to help people understand that. Go ahead.
If I may, regardless of whether it's regardless of whether talking about a flat Earth or a globe Earth, we're referring to the Earth in which we stand on, right? And I completely concede the fact that it looks flat and it feels unmoving, right? I completely concede all those facts, right? With that being said, right, you were previously conflating, right, the universe to the Earth, right?
Yeah,
if the Earth is finite, and we both agree that the Earth is finite, right, then it has boundaries, right? And there's something beyond, right, the Earth, right? So again, whether it be space or yada yada, right?
Can I stop you there?
Sure.
Is there something beyond the universe, and then how are you even able to make that claim?
Right. So again,
when those boundaries have not been reached.
Right, so we disagree as to whether or not the Earth's boundaries have been reached, right? But if we agree that the Earth is
universe,
right? So, but we agree that we don't know if the universe is infinite or finite, right? But we agree between you and I that the Earth is finite, right?
Well, you said that we know that there's something beyond the boundaries. I would not agree with that. Even if you were to say I know what's beyond the universe, I'd challenge that and say, how would you even know that when no one's even reached any boundary? So I don't agree with that
He's not
comparison.
saying the universe is infinite. He's saying Earth is not infinite, and we know that the universe exists.
We've been talking, Jay. I appreciate the commentary. We've been talking about this in chat. What I'm trying to help people understand is that you cannot compare flat Earth to the globe. Those two are not the same because the globe is an object within a large place that doesn't have explored boundaries. We don't know where those boundaries are. We don't know what shape that worldview is. And I'm trying to help you understand that.
No, I understand your point.
What you guys are doing is you're squishing a globe down into something like a flat disc that you could go leave and look back at. You cannot leave the universe and go look back at the universe and say, well, it's shaped like this, etc. And you don't know what's beyond the universe. So what I'm saying is the same thing applies to flat Earth. We have not been to any boundary. We don't know what shape the place is. We can't leave it and then turn back at it like 2 chains and look at it. Thank you very much.
But now you're claiming that no one has left the boundaries of Earth, right?
Correct. Yes.
Right? So again, we're in disagreement there, right?
Yeah.
So, but beyond that, even if we don't address that point, right? If the Earth is finite, it has boundaries. Finite things have boundaries, right? Or
just
the limits.
remember what?
No, just let me finish. Creation, please. Creation, let me finish, please. Right? If the Earth is, if it's
mixing up the flat disc in space, that's what you're doing.
No, I'm just trying. I'm not saying this. I didn't describe the shape. Right?
That's what you're doing, though.
Creation. Don't please understand my point. Right? Please understand my point.
You've already said it.
I haven't said it. I'm trying to say it. You're over talking me, which just please
let
me
very
finish.
Clear. The Earth is not a finite object in a large space.
It is. So, but we agree it's a finite object, right?
No, we don't. I just made my point very clear. It's not a finite object in a large space. It is the large space, like the universe.
Can I ask a question? Are you talking about Lucretius's philosophy where he was talking about standing on like the wall at the end of the universe and firing an arrow?
No.
And then you could go to the next wall. Is that what he's talking about?
No.
No, he just doesn't think you can get outside of Earth. Like Earth's boundaries are unbelievable.
Creation. Can you circumnavigate the Earth?
I think you wrote about it, but can you circumnavigate the Earth? Yes.
Okay, so if you were to circumnavigate, say, north of the equator, would the distance for the circumnavigation increase as you go towards the equator or decrease?
I don't know how this came. I mean, are we switching subjects here? I would just say, like, can you circumnavigate the
No,
universe?
we're not switching.
Yes, you can also circumnavigate the
We're not
universe.
switching subjects.
We were just talking about how, like, the universe is compared to the flat Earth and not the globe itself.
Right. So I'm trying to explain
Well, you
something.
could essentially circumnavigate the universe and come back where you started. I'm not sure what the argument is.
So if we can circumnavigate the Earth, and if we do it north of the equator and it's a certain distance, and at the equator it's a greater distance, and then south of the equator if it's a shorter distance again, the only way that works is on a sphere.
Okay, this is changing the subject, and this hasn't been done.
No,
This
I'm
is
not
a
changing the
hypothetical that
subject.
works in your mind. Yeah,
I
kind of
am
is.
not
I'm not
changing
sure how
the
this
subject.
relates to the universe and how the flat Earth is a place that doesn't have known boundaries, just like the universe. No one knows what shape it is, like the universe. No one's left this place, like the universe, to look back at it, like the universe. Talking
That's also
about
not
a hypothetical that you haven't done that maybe works in your mind isn't a really good argument, and it's also
Okay, so
changing the subject. It's also red herring.
there's three circumnavigation points. One's on the equator, one's north
Yeah,
of the equator, one's south of the
this works
equator.
really well in your mind.
If the equator has the
If.
largest distance for circumnavigation around the Earth,
Just
that
let us know
implies
when
a
you can prove
sphere.
that this is
That
true, okay?
implies a sphere. There's
But
no
what you've
other
done is you've just
statement
written it down on
make.
paper. You said,
There's
if this is true, then it's true. Go let us know when you
There's
can
no
prove
other
that to be
statement
true.
you can make other than a sphere that would depict that.
Okay, thank you very much. This is just a hypothetical. You basically said, if this is true, then it's true. Cool. Let us know when you can prove that that's true.
also I don't think it's
You
true
haven't
to
offered anything to demonstrate that is true. You just said, well, if there's 3 rings and these 2 are smaller and this one's bigger, then I'm right.
Right. So,
Okay, well, let us know when you find that out to be true in reality, and then we'll all agree.
Creation, real quick. Can you concede the fact that if the
I know how the
circumnavigation
globe works,
creation,
dude.
please,
Yes,
please.
I concede. I know exactly how the globe works. If that were true, it would be true.
Wonderful,
It
right?
would be true.
So then, if you were to
But
be
I have
shown
to see that in reality,
creation, please,
dude, you're
just
not
let other
saying
people
anything
talk.
new, dude. I already know what you're saying before you say
But
it.
you're just saying everything over people, like you're just talking. So like again, if just maybe let other people speak.
Or you're not the first person to make this presentation. Yes, I agree. If it's a globe, then it's a globe. If I go to the south and we make smaller concentric rings, just like in the north, then yeah, that only really works on the globe like they claim it to be. Why are you asking me this like it wouldn't be true? What we need is the actual proof of that being true instead of you saying, well, if it's true, then it is true, right? Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
well, let us know. Let us know when that's true in reality, my friends.
Yeah, you could
Holy
just track.
shit.
You could track plane paths and calculate their distance.
Well, okay,
and
go
time
for
travel.
it. Go for it,
Let him
bro.
speak. Let him speak.
No one ever has.
I'm just gonna leave, but go for it. If that's what you want. If you do this, your guys' presentation is, if I do this, imagine this. Imagine if I go do a smaller concentric ring around the south. Just imagine it, and then it'll be true. That's not a good argument.
Creation, if you just listen to the arguments, perhaps.
I've heard it. You guys, this is season 9, guys. We've been doing this way longer than you.
I understand that. I understand that. Does not mean you need to be rude.
You guys all expect you're gonna get a Nobel Prize for saying the same thing the last 2,000
common courtesy.
Okay, well, it's also common courtesy not to expect that we're a bunch of retards. We've never heard the things you're saying.
No, I expect you to at least let the other person talk.
Okay. But your argument, your presentation is, well, if it's a globe, then it's a globe, right? Yeah, yeah, of course it is. But go ahead and prove that it's a globe, man.
Right. You're not letting people talk.
Argument if I say, well, if it's flat, then it's flat, right?
If it's flat, it's flat. We agree, right? But you have to let the other people speak.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument or a good presentation whatsoever.
True.
You have to prove that it's true, dummy. Holy.
Yeah, we've done the circumnavigation planes and how far they travel
Who's
around
we?
the Earth.
Holy shit, dude.
They and 3 quotes.
Who's we?
He went a straight line all the way around the Earth and
You
never
can't. That's
told
not
anyone
a
about it.
straight line.
Just us. Yeah.
You can't do that anyway.
No. He's obviously no one has done that. No one's even claimed to have gone all the way around the globe in a straight line and
Fact.
came back to their starting point. That's
You wouldn't
retarded.
be in a it wouldn't
That
be a
would be a
straight.
straight
You have
line
to
anyway.
turn.
That'd be a circle, just like a
Yeah,
flat
you
Earth.
have
Not a
to turn left,
circle.
right, or down or up. Yeah.
Right. Well,
Holy.
the plane, obviously, so like planes travel these distances all the
Theoretical
time.
plane. The
So,
theoretical plane.
theoretical planes. Fair
Yeah.
enough, of course, my bad. The theoretical planes that actually fly over these southern, hemisphere that across the world, and maybe not completely circumnavigate, but they have to reliably know the distance between point A and point B, like the south of. What are you laughing about here? Again,
I don't
like
know.
Because
You're
you're
just going
saying
point A to
you're talking
point B,
about
though.
theoretical plane on a theoretical sphere.
But in
I
reality,
never
let's
been
be
shown a
honest.
theoretical planer on a
you're the one who
theoretical
said
sphere.
theoretical plane. What I'm
When
trying to
you go
demonstrate.
in
One second.
reality,
No one's done it.
One second. If you let me finish my
Never
point. Let me
happened.
finish
you
my
already
point.
said it. You already said it.
I didn't
In
say.
reality, you're just going from point A to point B. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Just like if you want to go to your chick's house or the grocery store, you just point in that direction and head that way. There's no like, well, I'm gonna go the long way around and get like that. Doesn't. No one does that. You just point in the direction you need to go and head that direction. Point
I'm
A to point B.
illustrating
It's that simple.
the
No one
the
like goes
distance.
around the globe to get to where they're going.
I'm illustrating the distance between the 2 points, right? And like Reese's was saying, right? The distance would increase on a flat plane relative to north, right? If north is the North Pole.
Okay, I'm going to stop this real quick because I'm just tired of hearing hypotheticals. If this and if that, while you guys are describing linear distances to us. So I want you to get the flight data. I want you to get the actual distances traveled. Otherwise, this is a non-claim and you can shut up, right? So just
Thank you.
knock it off with the hypotheticals, please.
Damn.
Okay, hypothetically, I can show pictures of the space from.
Hypothetically, you will. You're going to bring the data. Bring the data, not the hypothetical. The data.
I said non-hypothetically. I can show you pictures from space, right?
Yeah, no, you can't, and you can't validate them, and this is pathetic. And you're wasting your time, Brown Recluse. Every time you come in here, you get wrecked, and it's just pathetic, dude.
By wrecked, you mean muted, but yes.
I mean,
yeah, you got wrecked and you got muted. It's both.
No, it's one of them, but I agree with you.
Yeah, you don't have any evidence of anything, Brown Recluse.
I get muted whenever I try to speak, so.
Yeah, that's my evidence right there. My evidence of you constantly bringing up hypotheticals, and pictures from space. Yeah, that's great. Can you give me any validated pictures or pictures from space?
This is the point I
silly.
made earlier. You guys expect a Nobel Prize for just repeating the same thing the last 40,000 NPCs said. Pictures from space. What? Huh? Prove that they're real, dude. Oh my god.
If you had any evidence, there would be at least one fewer flat earther here, but that's not the case. You just don't have you don't have anything.
You guys would never accept that the flat earth is just true off default. Why should we accept that the globe is just true off default? You have to prove why it's real. You can't just say, well, pictures, it's real. Promise.
Right.
You sound like a Bigfoot believer.
Right, so, but real quick, right, what I'm trying to...
Angle test I did, which shows about 14 seconds of a degree of curvature over about 1,200 feet.
Cap.
Duncan, what are you talking about?
Reciprocal zenith angle test over about 12 or 1,500 feet that showed about 12 seconds of a degree of change in level.
And?
What's this nerd talking about?
Curvature of the Earth.
Is it the curve of the Earth?
God, what's this nerd talking about? Numbers and stuff?
No, that's fine. How is that determined? I don't see you posting anything, by the way, though. Where is this posted?
You don't understand non-reciprocal zenith?
Explain non-reciprocal zenith.
Yeah, I definitely look at the surface of the Earth and think of seconds.
Eager, enlighten us about non-reciprocal zenith.
I don't claim to know what non-reciprocal zenith is. That's what you said.
I didn't say non-reciprocal zenith. I said reciprocal zenith angles.
So
yeah, where's this posted? Let's go through the data.
Reliable, bro. Because you need something to be plumb. And
yeah,
it's not reliable.
My theodolate's not reliable?
Well, just show the experiment you're talking about.
Duncan, you've yet to produce any evidence. You talk about it, but you don't present it. Why is that?
Because when I said how I presented, you're not going to accept the facts because you say, well, oh, your data correct.
Believe me, I'm much more likely to dismiss the non-existence of evidence. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss no evidence way more than evidence that's presented. So you're not helping your case here, buddy.
I object that statement that, well, I just won't say it because you won't like it. Well, friend, we're live on YouTube. There's a whole bunch of people, just random people listening, an audience. Make your case known to those people. Whether we accept it or not doesn't matter. Just like in a court case, if there's two lawyers battling against each other, it doesn't matter whether they agree with each other. It's about what the jury and the judge think. But you guys are too afraid to make your case, maybe because there's nothing to stand on. It has nothing to do whether we like it or not. I just don't think you have an argument.
Fellas, what if I could give you concrete evidence that the
What
Earth
if?
rotates?
Another if. That's crazy. Just stand on whatever you have. Forget these if situations. Imagine if it was true, then it would be true, right? It's a weak argument.
And I have experimental data that the Earth actually rotates.
Okay, I got straight empirical evidence, and then we'll probably disagree, but we'll see. I'll see if how you guys find, right? So,
I want to see what Rhinoceros has. So what's the observed phenomena?
Sure. So I have a paper.
No.
Paper.
No. Wait a minute, creation. What is the observed phenomena, Rhinoceros? You said scientific, experimental, empirical data. So what was the observed phenomena that we're studying?
The rotation of the Earth.
That's
Where's that at? Where's that at?
So do you need to observe it with your own eyes?
Don't you understand how the empirical scientific method works? First thing that's required is observable. So where are we observing this rotation?
It's not imaginable phenomenon. It's an observable phenomenon.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
So on to the next one. What else we got?
Yeah, the Nature article is already bankrupt. So they ripped you off, and you were trying to come in here and rip us off with it. You should be pissed off at Nature magazine. That's what you should be pissed off at.
Well,
honestly, if we were to go down that road anyway, you'd have to say that the observation is stars moving or something else moving in the sky. That would be the phenomenon or the observation. You don't observe the Earth moving, period.
Okay.
And I'm not even just saying that as like a flat earther. That's just like any honest person, whether you're a globe earther or not, would say the same thing. You don't observe the Earth itself moving.
I agree with you, actually. So I guess they do this experiment and they measure. So they use a laser gyroscope.
What's the observed phenomena again?
I can't answer your question. I don't know.
Until you get me the observed phenomena, I don't know why we're getting out laser gyroscopes.
The time it takes for the light to move from in the gyroscope.
Duncan, you got to shut up. Ryan, where's the observed phenomena again?
I don't know.
The calculate.
What is the experiment called?
Light to travel in the gyroscope.
What is it called?
I will post
Duncan
to the paper.
I'm talking to Rhinoceros right now. Okay, so Duncan, bow out because you don't know what you're talking about. Guaranteed.
Observe phenomenon and the gyroscope. How long it takes the light to travel.
So this is not a natural phenomenon then. This is not natural science.
Not a natural phenomenon.
Inside a ring laser gyroscope.
Yeah. What's
yeah? So
about that?
Where are these ring laser gyroscope trees?
Oh my god, what a stupid thing to say, dude. You can't have any experiment. You have to have trees in it, bro.
No, listen, dumbass. This is natural science, and so we're the natural world, right? Are ring laser gyros, are those natural?
They're made of natural
Light
materials.
is natural, yeah.
Yes,
I
they
think
are
I've
made of
seen
natural
a couple of those, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Ring laser gyroscopes natural. Oh my gosh.
They are made of natural materials.
No, it's
The
not. No
absurdity
one's
of
called
this.
steel, plastic, whatever's inside of this stuff is not natural. It's synthetic.
It's all
No one would ever
synthetic.
call steel natural.
a new low.
Yeah. Back to rhinoceros. What is the naturally observed phenomena?
There's nothing I can tell you right now that you can see exactly with your eyes that where you can observe motion. It comes kind of from a logical chain of events that where we
Logical chain of events. Event sounds
There you
like
go.
phenomena.
Sure.
So what's the phenomena that we're observing in nature?
Well, there's quite a few, I guess, to get to like the Earth rotating. So
How come
wanna
we're
go
not just
through,
talking
like,
about
one of them, or
why isn't the Earth rotating blatantly obvious to everybody? Why is it that we have to go through all these affirm and the consequent fallacies to go ahead and say, and then therefore the Earth is rotating?
Well, I can answer this because you don't feel the amount of rotation that the Earth produces on us is not, you can't feel it.
Okay, so you can't feel it. Can you measure it?
Yes, sure can.
Okay, how do you measure that?
With a laser ring gyroscope, which is, if you
You-
look at the paper, they'll go through it.
Okay.
The same one
So-
Aristotle used. They've known it for thousands of years.
Tell me about this ring laser gyroscope.
Okay, so they were able to make precise measurements of the length of an Earth day. A ring laser gyroscope provides absolute measurements of variations in the length of day with a resolution of 5 parts per billion over a 14-day period. That's just the abstract right there. So,
Can you what?
what's up? Huh?
Where are you reading this at again?
I posted the link in the chat, but if you don't, you do need like a subscription to Nature. If you don't have that, I can
Dude,
provide you
come
like a
on.
PDF.
Are you serious?
What's wrong?
What's wrong? I mean, nobody can see the evidence, but I swear it's there.
Okay, I'll give you the fucking PDF then. All right.
That would be way better. A PDF would be way better. And then we could see what this particular ring laser gyroscope is detecting, like the observed phenomena that we're studying.
Very true. My bad. I didn't know if Discord allowed like straight up file uploads, but I can do it. So
Isn't there a link to the PDF?
Download the PDF. You have to. I was able to get through it through my institution, but if you don't have like a institutional login, then you can't view it. I don't know if you've ever tried to look up scientific papers before, but a lot of them are blocked behind, kind of paywalls, and you gotta pay for these
So
papers.
how did they claim to link a cause of a motion of the Earth with what they observed in the gyro?
So feel free to read the paper, and then we can talk about it. To be honest,
Well,
I haven't even
I'm not
gone
gonna
through
read
it.
it,
I
but
haven't read the whole thing
just
yet.
tell me why they claimed the cause was a motion of Earth. What told them that?
I don't know.
Can I throw one your way? And I'm curious if you don't know the answer to this one
It doesn't
either.
tell you that it's the cause is the motion of Earth, then, does it?
What?
How long have we known that theoretically that the Earth is rotating in your mind? Right? How far back does this knowledge go?
Hold on. If you don't know how they arrived at that cause, then what are you even presenting?
I'm presenting that they used a laser gyroscope that had a discrepancy in it because we all know how
Right.
gyroscopes work, right?
And you're claiming that you're claiming the cause is a rotation of the Earth, and I asked, how did they get that cause?
I don't know.
What told them that? Well, that's your entire argument. So until you have that, you don't have an argument.
Okay. Well, then don't read the paper then, I guess.
Well, why should I have to read your paper? Surely you've read it. You should be able to tell us. It's your argument.
See, it's called an elephant hurling fallacy, where you just throw some crap in here and they'll go, there you go. Up to you guys to figure it out.
It's quite a technical paper, so I'm sorry, I don't know kind of what you guys
Okay,
want
so
me
when
to
you came in and said, I've got empirical evidence that the Earth is rotating, you actually don't, because you actually don't know what it is you're even posting.
Okay, maybe then I should rephrase. I have empirical evidence that a laser gyroscope is detecting a rotation, or the angular momentum of the laser gyroscope is not consistent with something that would be stationary. How's that?
Holy cow, dude.
You're just begging the question again, because you're assuming
Why would flat earthers use the gyroscope to prove that the Earth is not round if it wasn't a method?
What?
Said he's bringing you the gyroscope, and I'm asking, why would flat earthers themselves use gyroscope to try to prove that the Earth is
that's
not
easy
round?
because they don't.
Because they don't what?
Flat earthers don't prove anything with their gyroscopes. So you
I don't know.
appealing to the fact that both of them use them, meaning that it can't prove the globe.
It definitely proves the globe. But I'm saying, why would they use something that is useless?
Well, you should help out your buddy then, because your buddy doesn't seem to know how it proves the globe.
Like, are you asking him how a gyroscope works and what it does?
No, I asked him how they drew the cause to be motion of Earth.
Because it couldn't be anything else.
Well, what else did you consider?
Literally, what like kind of movement on Earth do you consider? Like, what do you know about apart from that?
So you didn't consider anything else? You just said that's the only
Because
thing.
there is nothing else. That's why I wouldn't consider. If you bring me something else that is not the rotation.
This is why we can dismiss it, because you've literally just invented a cause and assumed it's correct.
No, you're trying to deny the existence of the cause. But I'm telling you, if
You
you
don't
have
have a
something
cause.
better, if you
You
have
don't have a
something better,
cause.
I can try to use that.
Saying what else could it be is not evidence of your claim cause.
Actually, it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Plus, you don't have an observed phenomena yet.
It's also contradictory because people didn't use, you say that this has been around for thousands of years, but I mean, like, they haven't had laser gyroscopes for thousands of years, so.
Nobody said that they were using laser gyroscopes for thousands of years.
They don't.
Because we just invented lasers very recently.
So how did they prove it before laser gyros then?
Oh, no, I thought you guys are speaking about the gyroscope thing. We can go into
Oh, so they didn't prove it before the gyros.
No, I thought you wanted to stick to one experiment, but we can speak about the others.
It's not an
if you want to.
experiment, and we've already established that there's no cause for your claim.
Well, there is a cause. You're claiming that it's not the rotation.
Well,
No, you are claiming that there is another cause.
No,
Stop.
you're claiming a cause that you have no evidence for.
I'm not claiming nothing. You're claiming that there isn't something.
Yeah, you claim the cause is rotation of Earth. What rotation of Earth? None.
Because
so,
we
yeah,
experience
we can
it
move on.
outside.
So
when we go
before the gyro, how did they measure rotation of the Earth to know it for thousands of years?
Why don't we just stick with
They wouldn't necessarily measure it by Earth itself. They would measure it by what's outside the Earth, basically.
So
the
what did they
stars.
measure? So they just looked at the stars,
their distances, their positioning, etc. throughout the year.
So the stars
throughout the
moved.
day.
So they didn't know the Earth was moving.
No, they did.
Well, no, you're just saying they looked at the stars moving.
Yeah, and they concluded something.
Yeah, they affirmed the consequent.
They just
It's like looking at a shadow in the wall. Are you gonna say that the shadow is like a phenomenon on its on its own? No, it's caused by something else outside the shadow, which is like a source of light.
So they were just experiencing a motionless Earth and moving stars, and they assumed the opposite of that, and that was their proof.
No, they were like, wait, is it everything else moving or are we moving? What's more likely?
So which one is more likely?
Based on probability. Is it like more likely that thousands of things are moving around us or we are rotating?
So they just
apparently so, right?
Apparently so, and then they verified it in the future with certainty.
So it makes
that was
sense.
An hypothesis
You're
that they had.
looking with your eyes and you're observing this movement, and you're claiming the opposite. You're claiming nonsense, basically.
No, they made an hypothesis and then they verified it with other experiments.
Oh,
That's
there
why
it
we
is.
had the
How did they
laser
verify
gyroscope.
that? So it was only once the laser gyroscope came that it was verified. Until then, it was just an assumption.
No,
That's your claim.
definitely not until the gyroscope.
And you know who was it that is now famous for the laser gyro? Oh, it's a flat earther. So
Yeah, that's
the
the funny thing,
curvature
of course.
flat earther and the gyro flat earther. So the globe was only ever actually proven by flat earthers. How ironic.
I didn't say they proved anything. I said they tried to
well,
disprove the globe, but they failed at. So of course they failed because they cannot
How can
just
you disprove?
modify
How can you
reality. You get
disprove
it?
something that? How can you disprove something that hasn't been proven yet?
It has been proven. You were refusing the fact that it has been proven
Where? Can you
over and
show it?
over
Can you
again.
show it?
You just
Can you
said they
show
looked at the
me?
stars
Well, you
moving
can just
and they
Google
proved
like
it.
live from ISS. It's like 24/7. You can see
Is that
that.
your research? That's your research.
See pictures,
The
videos.
non-live ISS. The non-live ISS. That's your evidence.
Yeah, pictures, videos, footage.
Well, I can tell you watch a lot of TV and are very informed.
I can tell that you don't do much apart from sitting on Discord and talking about this. But
Well, you just told us to watch ISS footage for your glow belief, so I won't take that too seriously.
why? Do you distrust
Well, 'cause you're
everything around you?
You're just telling us to watch videos that you don't know are real as proof of your whole
So
world.
basically, anything that you watch could not be real, like the pictures that you post of like zooming in and looking again.
So TV is your
above the
worldview.
horizon,
TV.
something like that. Why do you believe
So you
those
can take-
pictures
you
and
can-
those
you can
photos?
take pictures on Earth. Loads of people.
You
can
never
do that.
taken
You
one
can't
single
go to
picture
space,
yourself.
can
That's
you?
what I'm saying. Like you
You
never
can't go
did
to
that. You never
space,
zoomed in and seen again stuff.
You can't go to space, can you?
You cannot like even on Earth. You haven't done anything. That's what I'm saying.
Well, this is why you're
Like you
trying
just
to avoid the
believe on
fact that you
pictures
can't go to
posted by other
space.
people.
What do you mean?
Don't
I
dodge
did
it,
a lot
bro.
of things today. What do you mean? I
Hold
have
on,
done
don't let
anything?
him dodge it. Don't let him dodge it. You can't go to space, can you?
Me myself. Who said that I can't?
Oh, can you?
Yes, if I work towards it, I will probably be able to. Like, have you
think
tried
so.
and you failed?
Is that what you're holding out for? For when you go to space?
It's
to
like
verify
asking
your
me, can you
ISS
become a
markings?
doctor, man? Yes, I can. If I study towards
Yeah, so the
becoming a
point is you
doctor, I
can't
will become a
verify
doctor.
those videos. You can't verify those videos that you believe in.
You can't verify any of the pictures that you post as well, or like the videos that you guys make.
Is there
Why do you
anything in our natural reality that
So
would
what's that?
prevent
Why
us
do you
from
trust?
going
Why
to
do you
space?
trust David Waite's videos, but you don't trust NASA ones?
My space videos.
You know,
Yeah, you're gullible, bro.
just answer the question. Why is David Waite's videos more like
I'm not talking about
trustworthy than
David
NASA
Weiss.
ones?
I don't go to YouTube for my world.
Where do you go? Where do
Only
you
you
go?
do.
Where do you go?
Reality.
Reality. Well, have you done any experiments in reality that you can
Aside
show
from-
me proof of?
Yeah,
Like,
like
have
I'm
you
gonna
taken any
waste my
pictures?
time.
Or you don't waste your time, so
passing
you haven't done
pearls
any.
to swine. Yeah, no, we just listen to you guys embarrass yourself, saying things like just watch the ISS videos, flat earthers prove the globe.
Just watch the
gyroscope measure
TV.
Earth rotation.
Watch TV, and you see
Yeah,
the globe.
just watch David Weiss. Gave him some money for his
If you wanna
YouTube
see the
ads. Like,
globe,
don't give
just
it.
watch the TV.
Stay on topic, man. No need to go on that arms for nothing. But legit, like, why can't you answer the simple question? Why do you trust David Weiss videos? Can you prove those are real?
Who's presenting David Weiss videos?
Any of the videos, or even the videos that you post here, whatever, whichever kind of picture or video piece that you guys have.
Are you denying that you experience a flat, motionless Earth?
Are you denying that you cannot prove anything that you post?
See how defensive.
Like, stop jumping from one topic to the other. Stick on one. We're talking about the ability to prove a picture. Or
if you can't understand the difference between images and videos taken on the surface of Earth that any member of the public can do versus your claimed ISS videos, then you're just emotional, a fragile, emotional little girl. Is that how we're going to speak to you?
Thank you for considering.
Yeah, if you want to see the globe, just turn on the TV, guys. Just look away from reality. This is the sky recommendation.
Yeah, if you want to look
Go look at
above the
fantasy.
horizon,
Go
just
go
take.
away from reality and go to TV land, and there you're gonna see the. Thank you.
Go to TV land. Have you ever seen the Mariana Trenches? Anyone?
Just stop embarrassing
Or have you
yourself.
ever seen the ice wall yourself, Antarctica? Or
Did you
you've
just
seen it on a
need
video?
to embarrass yourself?
I think I'm
Becoming
embarrassing this whole
emotional?
panel right now. That's what I'm doing. That's why you're so silent.
Are you denying reality again? Because the ice walls has been coined by the United States
No.
Geological Survey,
Forget the
right?
ice wall. Just Antarctica.
Hello.
Just Antarctica. Have you seen it?
Is my mic working? Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, but have you seen it?
Okay, so you can hear me. All right. So do you know that the ice wall was coined by the United
Yeah, it's a
States
psyop.
Geological Survey, right?
Yeah.
So if you're denying reality, that's a you problem. Why are you denying reality, bro?
I asked you, have you ever seen Antarctica? Is this denying reality?
So you're saying that the ice
I'm
wall is
saying, maybe you didn't hear me. I'm
here?
saying, have you ever seen Antarctica with your own eyes?
What does it has to do with anything?
Can you answer the question, or is it too difficult for you?
Is your nonsense impossible ball? Is that your claim? Because
I'm talking about Antarctica. I'm talking about
because
Earth.
someone hasn't been to Antarctica. Someone hasn't been to Antarctica. That means the Earth is a globe. Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying that you've never been to Antarctica. You believe that there is Antarctica.
All right, I get it. It's not a globe. You cannot demonstrate it. I get it.
I said that you can't prove
You said
nothing.
that because someone hasn't been to Antarctica, therefore, whatever, it's complete nonsense.
Maybe you're Spanish and you don't understand English, but I ask a very simple question.
Maybe your nonsense, nobody can comprehend it.
How is it nonsense to ask if you've ever been to Antarctica?
Yeah, it is nonsense because when you're claiming the globe fantasy and then you're talking about some place here in reality, those are two different things.
Forget the
Don't you
globe,
get
forget
it yet?
NASA.
Don't you get there's a difference between fantasy and reality?